a dream of thousands of autumns. What year is this night? In an almost inaudible sigh, a dim lamp, like a beam, reflected the collapsed mountain gate. A rainy night, a desolate temple. A young scholar holding a broken umbrella limped along a muddy path overgrown with weeds, and entered the ruined temple. Why such a sudden downpour? Lucky there's this abandoned temple to take shelter in. The young scholar grumbled, completely ignoring the strange fact that a fire was lit in this broken temple deep in the wilds on a rainy night. He casually reached out, picked up the candle from before the Buddha statue, and began to inspect the ruined temple. Crash! Thunder roared, and the rain grew even heavier. Vast raindrops poured down, as if to drown the world in a watery expanse. A howling wind drove rain into the broken temple, stirring the dim candle flame. In an instant, the candle in the young scholar's hand began to flicker, its light wavering. Elongated and distorted shadows writhed within the ruined temple like specters. The young scholar quickly shielded the flame with his hand, then picked up his umbrella and began clearing the cobwebs tangled around the collapsed Buddha statue. May the Buddha bless me, let no ill spirit take offense. I am a poor scholar on my way to the capital for the examinations. Caught in the storm, I beg only one night's shelter. Please grant me this convenience. If one day I succeed in the exams and bring honor to my family, I will surely have the temple repaired and gild the Buddha's statue anew. The young scholar murmured to himself, barely clearing a clean spot beside the collapsed statue. Then he opened the box he carried on his back, spread out a simple bedding, and prepared to sleep next to the Buddha statue. Creak, creak. Suddenly the broken wooden door creaked in the wind. Then footsteps sounded. The young scholar instantly grew alert, pulling a butcher knife from his book chest and gripping it warily. Crash! Another lightning bolt streaked across the sky. A burly strong man, with a bushy beard dressed like a martial wanderer, walked into the temple out of the rain. Seeing the butcher knife tightly gripped by the young scholar, Lin Chi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn it! Which scholar going to the capital carries a butcher knife? Oh, so this scholar was originally a butcher. Then, that makes sense. Lin Chi turned over the thought, and continued playing his role according to the script. What a handsome young scholar. I am Yen Qixia. Young scholar, do you know where this place is? Seeing the young scholar shake his head in bewilderment, Lin Chi sneered, this is Lanru Temple. It was once a place illuminated by Buddha's light. But now? In short, this is no place for good folk. If you want to live, leave at once. The young scholar was stunned. It's pouring outside. Even if you want to chase me away, at least wait until the rain stops. Besides, this temple is broken, but it's big enough for 2 people to shelter. You ungrateful fool. Do you think I want to chase you away to keep this place for myself? Huh? I am trying to save your life. Lin Chi laughed loudly, clasping his hands behind his back like a lofty hermit. Do you know this Lanru temple is haunted? What? Haunted here? The young scholar was greatly startled, fear spreading across his face. Now you're scared. Better leave now, or when the female ghosts come, even I won't be able to save you. Lin Chi finished coldly, then his expression changed. Quick as a hare and swooping like a falcon, he grabbed the young scholar and hid him behind the Buddha statue. Shh, don't speak. They're here. The young scholar, terrified, peered out through the door. In the pouring rain, 2 beautiful women in thin gauze walked barefoot toward the temple. The rain soaked their clothes, hinting at their forms, a pitiful yet enchanting sight. Such heavy rain, sister. It seems we'll have to take shelter here tonight. Sister, I see a candle lit inside, so someone must have arrived before us. We mustn't be rude, we need to ask if they'll allow us to shelter here. A gentle voice spoke. The 2 beautiful women, dressed as if they wore nothing at all, glanced seductively toward the hiding place behind the Buddha statue where Lin Chi and the young scholar were concealed. 2 shameless female ghosts. They saw through us. You stay here. I'll go deal with them. Lin Chi tugged at his belt, said a word to the young scholar, then strode out ready to display his skills in subduing demons. But before he could draw his sword, the young scholar dashed out from behind the Buddha statue, like a rabbit, shouting at the 2 women, sisters, run. That bearded man is no good. While shouting, the young scholar brandished his butcher knife at Lin Chi. Lin Chi fell silent for a long moment, then exploded, idiot. Don't be fooled by beauty. They are ghosts. Bearded man, you can't fool me. There are no such things as ghosts. I can see clearly you just want to take advantage of these two beautiful sisters. The young scholar spoke with righteous indignation, yet his eyes roved greedily over the two beautiful ghost women, as if he wished his eyeballs would fall out and roll over them. Another fool blinded by lust. Lin Chi laughed bitterly, drawing his long sword. Let me show you the true form of these female ghosts. Stop. Seeing Lin Chi draw his sword, the young scholar panicked. Senior Yin, don't act rashly. How about this, you take one, I take one, nobody loses out. Lin Chi's face darkened, glaring at the young scholar. The scholar gave an awkward smile. I'll let you choose first, okay? They are ghosts. Ghosts. Do you understand? You treat this like a brothel. Lin Chi was furious. I understand. Ghosts, of course. In this wilderness they must be ghosts. But Senior Yin, wouldn't it be a shame to kill such beautiful ghosts? The young scholar rubbed his hands, a lecherous grin on his face. We're all men here. No need to be so strict about species. So what if they're ghosts? With such beauty, why not? I don't mind going second. You can go first, I'll wait. I'll wait for you to die. Lin Chi laughed bitterly, then without hesitation pulled a desert eagle from his crotch. In the young scholar's bewildered and horrified gaze, one shot, one kill. Bang. A single bullet finished the young scholar. Lin Chi watched expressionlessly as the world before him began to twist and change. The rain stopped and the large raindrops hung frozen in midair. The two female ghosts began to dissipate. Then the abandoned temple and the Buddha statue disintegrated piece by piece. Finally, with a rumble, a shattered lightning bolt completely destroyed the entire world. Damn it. An angry curse rang out. Lin Chi opened his eyes, walked casually to the window, his face full of gloom. Mortal dreams are too damn unreliable. A butcher who dreams of being a scholar. Fine, I gave him the classic, a Chinese ghost story script with a scholar and a ghost. All I wanted was for him to learn swordsmanship from Yan Qixia in the dream. But that bastard actually planned to sleep with the female ghosts. Damn. I'm going to smash his damn butcher shop tomorrow. Lin Chi was fuming. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He had been transmigrated into this cultivation world for 15 years now. The once youthful teenager was now a handsome man in his early 30s. He had thought that with his golden finger of entering dreams, he could quickly reach the peak of life and dominate the cultivation world. But he was wrong. This damn cultivation world was utterly unfriendly to a mere mortal from the bottom. Song Kingdom. Lin Chi had spent 15 years in this ancient feudal dynasty. With a population of hundreds of millions, vast territory, and abundant resources, it was said to have been passed down for nearly 10,000 years. 10,000 years. On Earth, not even a single nation could endure such a long span. Even the entire human civilization had faced the brink of extinction within that immense stretch of time. But the Song Kingdom never did. This mortal realm had maintained its stable and orderly heritage for all those millennia. It was not exactly a time of peace and prosperity, nor of favorable seasons. Yet famines and rebellions were rare. Since its founding, the kingdom had been ruled by the 5 surnames and 7 clans led by the royal family of Song, and they had continued their reign unbroken until now. Not a single new surname had ever emerged to replace them. The reason was simple. Behind every one of the 5 surnames and 7 clans stood a cultivation family. The social structure of other nations on the continent was similar, all jointly ruled by several cultivation families. Yes. In this cultivation world, the monopoly on cultivation methods belonged to blood-bound cultivation families, not to the sects commonly seen in novels. Back when he read novels on Earth, Lin Chi always thought the most hostile cultivation world for a transmigrator would be one like an immortal's journey to immortality, where spiritual root aptitude determined everything. With spiritual roots one could cultivate, without them one could not, and everything was a struggle. But now Lin Chi knew the truth. The most hostile and darkest cultivation world was right here. In a world where spiritual roots determined cultivation, at least talent was paramount. Even a mortal with exceptional talent could still have a chance to cultivate. But in this world, talent meant nothing. Here to cultivate, the only thing that mattered was your surname. If your surname was Zhao, even if you were utterly talentless and foolish as a pig, you could still be ushered into the immortal path. But if your surname wasn't Zhao, no matter how brilliant or peerless, you would remain trapped in the mortal world. Want to cultivate? Not a chance. This is what they called eternal class hierarchy, eternal separation between immortals and mortals, racial segregation. And this damn world was exactly that. When he first transmigrated, Lin Chi naively thought this world was not too bad. Because every 10 years cultivators descended to the mortal realm to hold the Ascension Convention and recruit disciples. Also, the ruling class of every nation did not enforce an ignorant populace or suppress the martial world. Ordinary people could easily obtain martial arts manuals said to be simplified from cultivation techniques. Although practicing martial arts was not cultivation. But if a martial artist could reach Xiantian before the age of 30, they would be eligible to participate in the Ascension Convention, step onto the immortal path, and achieve eternal life and freedom. At that time, Lin Chi felt everything was secure. Because he had the golden finger of dream entry. A golden finger that completely stopped him from dreaming on his own, but allowed him to enter others' dreams. Every day he could mark one person, and then, when that person slept and dreamed, he could infiltrate their dream. It sounded useless. But in truth, once inside a dream, Lin Chi could weave dreamscapes, create illusory wonders, and craft various fantasy resources to tempt and spy on the deepest secrets hidden in a person's heart. In short, after entering a dream, as long as he operated correctly, Lin Chi could make wishes come true, satisfy every desire of the dreamer, and thus unknowingly gain access to everything about them. This meant Lin Chi didn't need to take masters, didn't need to scheme for cultivation methods. As long as he could enter a dream, he would just take it. Even more miraculous, Lin Chi could manipulate the flow of time between the dream and reality. Because it was a dream, the time flow could theoretically be infinitely large. As long as Lin Chi found the dreamer's point of interest. For example, teaching a sword maniac to practice swordsmanship. Then theoretically he could guide that person to spend 1,000 years or 10,000 years in the dream, while only one night passed in reality. This meant Lin Chi could cultivate in dreams, prove the Tao in dreams, and have nearly infinite time and resources within dreams. Enter a dream, then cultivate for 1,000 years. Waking up, although he couldn't instantly gain the cultivation of the dream body, the 1,000 years of cultivation experience were absolutely real and true for Lin Chi. You've all read novels about a strong man reborn or an immortal emperor reincarnating. Given Lin Chi a chance, after one night, he could give himself the cheat of a strong man's rebirth and also give a small cheat to the dreamer. Based on Lin Chi's observations, although the dreamer couldn't inherit all the dream memories like he did, they could still recall some deeply impressed ones that were repeated many times. For example, if Lin Chi taught the dreamer swordsmanship for 10 years in the dream, then Lin Chi would gain 10 years of sword experience, while the dreamer would gain 1 year. In this aspect, Lin Chi's dream entry ability could be mutually beneficial. Unfortunately, it was only theoretical, because based on his years of experience, most ordinary people's dreams could last at most 3 months. For most ordinary people, even in a dream, persistently doing the same thing for 3 months would reach both physical and psychological limits. Martial artists fared better. Most could sustain the dream for over half a year. Those with strong willpower could even maintain it for 1 or 2 years. The longest dream Lin Chi ever had was with a Xiantian expert. That person was a sword maniac in reality. Lin Chi constructed a scene of a sword tournament on Mount Hua. And that man persisted in the dream for 10 full years. So overall, discounting the unreliable dreams he encountered tonight, Lin Chi had effectively gained 100 times the cultivation time of an ordinary person. He had been in this world for 15 years, and his dream cultivation time alone exceeded 1,500 years. 1,500 years of dream cultivation had brought Lin Chi to the pinnacle of the Xiantian realm. He mastered all martial arts, excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Lin Chi could proudly declare that below the cultivators, he was the strongest. Yet he still hadn't been able to step through the gate of cultivation. Because without bloodline from the 5 surnames and 7 clans cultivation families, no matter how peerless your talent or how invincible you were at Xiantian, you couldn't even enter the gate of the Ascension Convention. Lin Chi learned this truth from the dream of a young lady from the 5 surnames and 7 clans after he failed the bloodline test at the Ascension Convention. And the vast majority of people foolishly believe they failed the Immortals test because they lacked talent. Even if someone suspected otherwise, no one dared to think that the Ascension Convention was actually a bloodline verification. Who would imagine that the Ascension Convention held every 10 years didn't select the most talented people across the land, but picked the talented ones from cultivation families? The entire world was brutally divided into 2 different realms by a chasm, like a heavenly moat. The realm of ordinary people, and the realm of cultivation families. Immortals and mortals were forever separated, clear-cut, irreversible. The only path for an ordinary person to enter the cultivation world was to follow their young master or lady as a servant. But even then cultivation was impossible, because their souls would be branded with a mark destined to serve their masters for eternity. The truth enraged Lin Chi so much that he cursed this damn world for 3 whole days and nights. But he still had his golden finger. He could still enter dreams. If he could only enter a cultivator's dream, he could defy fate and steal the methods of cultivation. But what drove him to despair was that even chi-refining cultivators had long replaced sleep with meditation. Not sleeping meant no dreams. No dreams meant he couldn't enter their dreams. Lin Chi's dream of cultivation shattered. In the following years, he traveled across various nations trying to find cultivation methods among the mortals. But there were none at all. The monopoly of cultivation families on cultivation methods was so solid it drove one to despair. Not to mention ordinary people, even the secular branches of cultivation families never came into contact with any cultivation methods before being taken away by cultivators. In short, if your surname isn't Zhao, you're not worthy of cultivation. The cruel truth once extinguished Lin Chi's dream of cultivating immortality. He even considered the thought of simply sinking into the mundane world for a lifetime. With his martial arts cultivation and golden finger, he could easily live a carefree life in the mortal realm. Yet Lin Chi refused to accept this fate. If he had never known of the existence of cultivators, perhaps he could have resigned himself. But now that he knew, how could he bear to be trapped in the mortal world, denied eternal life? Thus Lin Chi continued his search for a path to immortality. He considered leveraging his golden finger, the ability to cultivate within dreams. He thought of spending 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer to create his own method of cultivation. But to forge a cultivation technique from nothing was an endeavor of unimaginable difficulty. Over the years Lin Chi had attempted to create many techniques, yet none succeeded. He began to wonder if one must possess the bloodline of a cultivation clan to become an immortal. He even calculated the possibility of secretly capturing a member of a cultivation clan and forcibly replacing his own bloodline. But in the end Lin Chi abandoned this plan. He reasoned that the issue was not one of bloodline. If cultivation depended on bloodline, then noble clans, like the 5 surnames and 7 houses, would surely practice only internal marriages to preserve the purity of their lineage. Yet, while rare instances of cultivation clans marrying ordinary mortals did exist, in fact a certain cultivation clan had once invited Lin Chi to marry into their family. Therefore Lin Chi was more inclined to believe that the true methods of cultivation concealed a lock that barred mortals from the path. Only by practicing the genuine art of cultivation could one unlock this shackle and truly open the gate to immortality. Of course, it was also possible that Lin Chi lacked the necessary comprehension. Even after 1,000 years of cultivation in dreams, he could not grasp a technique that would lead to immortality. Regardless, after years of relentless effort, Lin Chi had come to realize that his only hope lay in approaching a cultivator directly. He must enter the dream of a true cultivator and steal the genuine method of cultivation. Cultivators descended to the mortal world once every decade to hold the Ascension Convention. 10 years had passed since their last arrival. If all went as expected, the cultivators would appear within the month. The remaining question was how to make the visiting cultivator fall into a dream. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Lin Chi murmured to himself, gazing out the window. The sky was growing light. "If not, I'll have to wait another 10 years. The next day Lin Chi followed his usual routine. He first went to the tavern on the street corner for morning tea, leisurely lingering until nearly noon before heading back. Passing by the butcher's stall, Lin Chi glanced at the pig butcher selling meat. After a moment's thought, he decided against storming in and smashing the place. "Dr. Lin, here some fresh pork lungs. Take them for soup, they're good for your lungs," the butcher said, ingratiatingly wrapping up a piece and handing it to Lin Chi. "Oh, I couldn't possibly," Lin Chi said, even as he took the offering without hesitation, dangling it openly as he walked through the streets. And so along the entire street, the fruit sellers, pancake makers, pastry vendors, cloth merchants, and wine sellers all offered him small, inexpensive gifts as he passed. Even the monkey performer sent his little monkey scurrying over with a few bananas. Lin Chi accepted everything without refusal. Soon his hands were full as he leisurely made his way to a medical clinic. The attending physician Su Jiwen hurriedly rose and said, "Master, you've arrived. The neighbors have given you so many things again." "Yes, indeed," Lin Chi replied. "Everyone is so warm-hearted. Your master didn't want to accept them, but I thought, this is a testament to the recognition of my medical skills. How can one refuse such kindness?" As if those people truly appreciate your medical skills. If you didn't own the entire street, would they shower you with gifts every day? Su Jiwen thought to himself, but dutifully took the items and stored them away. Seeing Lin Chi heading leisurely toward the tea room, Su Jiwen quickly brought over the prepared kettle and charcoal. Lin Chi washed his hands ready to brew tea and asked, "Any patients this morning?" "Yes, one with diarrhea, one with a cold, neither serious. For the diarrhea I prescribed," Su Jiwen answered, respectfully reporting the prescriptions he had prepared that morning to Lin Chi. Lin Chi nodded slightly. "Sounds fine. Go sit outside. Call me if you encounter something you can't handle." Dismissing his cheap apprentice Su Jiwen, Lin Chi brewed a pot of tea, set up a chessboard, and began to play a game against himself, thoroughly enjoying his solitude. Barring any unexpected events, he would spend the day drinking tea and playing chess in the clinic until dusk, when he would leave, leaving Su Jiwen to close up and clean. Then he would walk 3 blocks to the Red Pavilion pleasure boat on the Luo River, where he would listen to songs, sip wine, and savor delicacies. Most nights, he did not stay overnight. Of course, occasionally, when the mood struck him, he would linger and forget to return. What could he do? Such was the simple, unadorned, and utterly monotonous daily life of a landlord who owned an entire street and a medical clinic. He assumed today would be no different. But in the afternoon, under the blazing sun, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Disturbed from his chess game, Lin Chi called out loudly, "Jiwen, what's all that noise outside? Go see what's happening." Su Jiwen complied, immediately dashing out of the clinic. Before long he rushed back, and his face flushed with excitement. "Master, the immortals have come. The immortals have come. Someone spotted an immortal ship on the Luo River. It should arrive in Luojing soon. The emperor and all the civil and military officials have already rushed to Jinling Ferry to welcome the immortals. So many people want to go and see the spectacle. Master, should we go too?" Lin Chi's pupils contracted slightly. The cultivators had arrived half a month earlier than he had anticipated. But it didn't matter. All the necessary preparations were already in place. Now he simply had to wait and watch, ready to spring the trap. Weighing his thoughts, Lin Chi stepped out of the tea room and nodded to the excited Su Jiwen. "Since the immortals are descending, we should go and bask in their celestial aura. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and close the shop." Lin Chi and Su Jiwen locked up and stepped onto the street, only to find a sea of people, a dark surging mass, all heading toward Jinling Ferry. Such a grand spectacle reminded Lin Chi of 10 years ago. That day too the cultivators had descended, and the entire city had poured out to witness the marvel. Back then, he was young, brash, and arrogant, certain he would pass the Ascension Convention and embark on the path to immortality. Alas, the outcome was anything but satisfactory. Immortals, huh? A flicker of cold contempt passed through Lin Chi's heart as he followed the crowd forward. He was forced to stop several miles from Jinling Ferry. Ahead, the Imperial Army had set up a blockade. Everyone could only watch from a distance, barely able to make out a colossal vessel slowly emerging from the river's end. It was a 7-story ship taller than the walls of Luojing, likely 40 to 50 meters high and hundreds of meters long. Such a massive structure was clearly beyond the capabilities of an ancient feudal dynasty. But as a vessel for immortals, it was perfectly fitting.
So this is the legendary immortal ship. So tall, so huge.
Su Jiwen murmured, overwhelmed like most ordinary people by the sight. Flustered, he fell to his knees, prostrating himself before the creation of the immortals. Taking advantage of the crowd's obeisance, Lin Chi stood tall and scrutinized the immortal ship, his gaze sweeping over the white-robed master standing proudly on the deck. He discreetly cast a dream marker, then quickly lowered himself to the ground, blending in with the crowd.
We pay our respects to the immortal master. May the immortal master enjoy eternal bliss and longevity as boundless as the heavens.
When the immortal vessel docked before the white-robed immortal master could step ashore, the emperor of the Song Kingdom, who had been waiting on the bank to welcome him, led the civil and military officials in a reverent bow. With the emperor and officials setting the example, the gathered commoners joined in the clamor. The thunderous cheers, accompanied by fervent gazes, clearly pleased the white-robed immortal master. After a slight nod, the white-robed immortal master stepped from the vessel, walking through the air, as if treading on solid ground, each step giving rise to a phantom lotus. Such an extraordinary sight once again ignited the crowd's frenzied cries. With a faint smile, the white-robed immortal master flicked his sleeve. The colossal immortal vessel, moored on the river like a mountain, began to shrink visibly, ultimately transforming into a streak of light that vanished into his sleeve. The display of such a divine technique, akin to the art of size manipulation and pocketing the universe, only deepened the city's reverence for the white-robed immortal master. After stowing the vessel, the white-robed immortal master spoke calmly.
I am Zhao Zijing, sent here by decree to host the Ascension Convention and recruit disciples. All those under 30 who have achieved the innate realm may attend the Ascension Convention 3 days hence, where the best will be selected.
Though his voice was not loud, it resonated through the air like a great bell, reaching every corner of the city. After his speech, the white-robed immortal master, clearly unwilling to remain as a spectacle, transformed into a streak of light and sped toward the imperial palace. The emperor and his officials followed close behind, leaving only a group of soldiers to disperse the crowd.
Break it up, break it up. Stop crowding around, damn it. The immortal is gone. Nothing left to see. Hey. No digging, no licking. Arrest that bastard. The very ground the immortal stood on is not for you to touch.
A commander dressed as a colonel suddenly roared and kicked over a man who had broken through the cordon to lick and dig at the soil where the white-robed immortal master had stood. Even Lin Chi, who had witnessed the Ascension Convention once before, was taken aback by this scene, finding it utterly bizarre.
What a pity someone got there first.
A voice of lament rose from the crowd. Lin Chi was momentarily stunned, then saw Su Jiwen nodding in profound agreement. He quickly stepped away from them. So many perverts.
Su Jiwen, am heading back.
With the white-robed immortal master gone, and the dream mark placed, all that remained was to wait for the immortal to dream. Lin Chi had no desire to linger, called out to Su Jiwen, and when the latter seemed unwilling to leave, shook his head and returned alone to the clinic. Back at the clinic, Lin Chi bathed and changed clothes, then prepared to burn incense and pray for everything to go smoothly, hoping the white-robed immortal master would fall asleep and dream soon. Just then a knock came at the door. It was Su Jiwen. Opening it, Su Jiwen leaned in furtively and whispered,
Master, can I get an advance on next half-year's wages? Are you getting married?
Lin Chi asked.
No.
Su Jiwen shook his head, lowering his voice.
I want to buy some immortal soil. It's 10 taels for a Qian. I'd like to buy 2 Qian to honor my mother and you, master. Immortal soil.
Lin Chi was taken aback, then realized.
Don't tell me that so-called immortal soil is just the dirt that white-robed immortal master stepped on.
Su Jiwen quickly nodded, insisting that half of it was meant as a gift for Lin Chi.
Damn it, why don't you go buy some immortal shit instead?
Lin Chi was furious. During the last Ascension Convention, he had been full of ambition, focused solely on passing the test and joining the immortal sect. He had never paid attention to how the common folk viewed the arrival of cultivators. But now he understood what a cultivator meant to ordinary people. Even the soil trodden by a cultivator could be packaged as immortal soil and sold at an exorbitant price. No wonder the officer had been so furious earlier, not because the man's actions were perverse, but because he feared losing his own source of profit. Ignorant mortals. Lin Chi sighed inwardly, sent the dejected Su Jiwen away, and silently returned to the courtyard. He lit a stick of incense and waited quietly. In the palace, the white-robed immortal master Zhao Zijing casually leafed through the treasures presented by the Song Emperor. Most items were rare and precious to mortals, but Zhao Zijing paid them little heed. He only picked up the wine flask the Emperor had emphasized, shaking it gently.
Is this the yellow millet wine you mentioned? The one that induces drunken stupor and occasionally grants enlightenment in dreams? Yes. We have verified this, though the chance of dream enlightenment is not high, about 1 in 1,000, and each person can only drink it once. 1 in 1,000. Too low. And dream enlightenment.
Zhao Zijing frowned.
In our cultivation, we gather the 3 flowers within and cultivate the 5 energies without. Such mortal affairs as sleeping and dreaming have long been abandoned. Even if I deliberately try to relax my mind and let go, my instinctual cultivation would leave me in a half-awake state. A short nap is possible, but dreaming is out of the question.
What are dreams? Dreams are the activity of the subconscious. For cultivators, who must gather the 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit, even the lowest chi refining stage focuses on refining essence into chi. Yet they must also constantly polish their mind, subdue the restless heart and untamed thoughts, and suppress inner distractions. So-called quiet cultivation is in essence the suppression of subconscious activity to gain mastery over body and mind. Lin Chi had always believed that cultivators replace sleep with meditation, thus never dreaming. But in truth, cultivation itself precludes dreaming. Unless a cultivator completely relinquishes control over their mind and allows a welter of distracting thoughts, dreaming is impossible.
Is that so?
The Song Emperor's face fell with disappointment.
Then it seems the yellow millet wine is only suitable for mortals. Not necessarily. Give me the recipe for the yellow millet wine, I'll see if I can refine it into a pill formula.
Zhao Zijing waved his hand, his interest in the wine undiminished. What was most important in the cultivation world? Wealth, companionship, techniques, or territory? No. For clan-based cultivation bound by bloodlines, talent was paramount. Otherwise, even members of mediocre cultivation families would fail the Ascension Convention held every decade. Thus, elixirs and artifacts that could enhance talent and aid enlightenment were the most valued resources across the cultivation world. Although Zhao Zijing found the yellow millet wine somewhat mediocre, as long as it could aid enlightenment, it had merit.
Wait, what is this enlightenment pool spring water?
Zhao Zijing noticed the most prominent ingredient in the recipe and spoke with displeasure.
The enlightenment pool is a mountain spring in Luojing Mountain.
The Song Emperor quickly explained, fearing Zhao Zijing might think he was hiding something. It turned out that the 1 in 10 chance of dream enlightenment from the yellow millet wine was not due to the recipe itself, but because of the added enlightenment pool spring water.
We tested it. If one cultivates while immersed in the enlightenment pool, the chance of dream enlightenment rises to about 3 in 10. However, to ensure the pool's miraculous effects weren't depleted before your arrival, we have restricted its use over the years, instead using its spring water to brew the yellow millet wine.
The Song Emperor's explanation did not impress Zhao Zijing. He saw through the Emperor's petty scheme to ensure a steady stream of benefits. After all, profiting from the yellow millet wine was far more lucrative than opening the enlightenment pool to the public.
Take me to the enlightenment pool immediately,
Zhao Zijing demanded. Faced with a 30% chance of enlightenment, Zhao Zijing was intrigued.
It's almost dark.
Lin Chi sat cross-legged in the courtyard, the faint sandalwood incense curling upward, yet it could hardly calm his restless heart. A decade of scheming had reached the moment of revelation. Even though Lin Chi had rehearsed this day countless times in his dreams, he still felt a pang of nervousness.
The yellow millet wine, the enlightenment pool. The yellow millet wine might not tempt that white-robed immortal master. But the enlightenment pool, I refuse to believe he won't be intrigued.
Lin Chi murmured to himself, reviewing his plans. For the past decade, he had remained in Luojing City, mingling among the common folk, appearing idle and aimless. Yet in truth, both the yellow millet wine and the enlightenment pool were his creations. The so-called enlightenment pool was originally just an unremarkable mountain spring in the Luojing Mountains, and the yellow millet wine was naturally an ordinary brew made from that spring water carefully packaged to seem extraordinary. The reason both the yellow millet wine and the enlightenment pool could induce enlightenment in dreams was of course due to Lin Chi's covert manipulations. Over the years, he had secretly marked everyone who entered the pool or drank the wine. The vast difference in the probability of dream enlightenment between the two was partly to distinguish their effects. But the main reason was that the number of people consuming the yellow millet wine was too large for Lin Chi to manage. Initially, he had only planned to spread the miraculous effects of the enlightenment pool. If so, he could have raised the enlightenment probability of the pool to 80% or even higher. Yet in the end, he chose to promote both the wine and the pool simultaneously. This reduced the likelihood of attracting a cultivator's interest. But it also prevented the cultivators from taking it too seriously. He only wanted to trap an ordinary cultivator and steal their cultivation techniques. He had no intention of drawing the attention of golden core or nascent soul experts. Too dangerous.
It's not yet time to gamble everything. Even if this fails, there will be other chances. In any case, I must prioritize caution.
Lin Chi suddenly felt a surge of joy. The dream mark had been triggered.
Where is this?
In a pure white, seemingly void space, Zhao Zijing looked around warily, his mind racing. Soon a thought emerged. Zhao Zijing understood.
This is my dream. I am currently immersed in the enlightenment pool, attempting to achieve enlightenment through dreaming. So how do I attain enlightenment?
As he pondered, he saw stars flickering and dying in the white void like the phantom of a universe. Within the magnificent sea of stars, celestial energy drifted, flowers rained from the sky, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. From the void a celestial palace descended, radiating infinite immortal light. Before the palace a golden-armored divine being stood, holding Mount Sumeru in one hand and a gleaming halberd in the other. A vertical eye on his forehead, half open, exuded the oppressive might of a god. He roared at Zhao Zijing.
I am the true lord of Qingyuan Niaodao. Seeing the heavenly court, why do you not bow? True lord of Qingyuan Niaodao. Heavenly court.
Zhao Zijing's expression shifted, and he instinctively stepped back, his brow furrowing with caution. He remembered clearly that he was in the enlightenment pool attempting dream enlightenment, not entering any heavenly court or meeting any true lord. Yet the golden-armored divine being before him, who claimed to be the true lord of Qingyuan Niaodao, possessed an aura that surpassed even the golden core ancestor of his clan. So was it real or fake? Zhao Zijing wavered in doubt. Suddenly he heard the true lord sigh.
Alas, now that the heavenly court has collapsed and the spirit mountain is extinguished, you lowly cultivators have likely forgotten the majesty of my heavenly court. I bear Mount Sumeru on one hand and hold the southern heavenly gate with the other. All calamities of the myriad realms rest upon me. Though you show disrespect to the heavenly court, you are still a cultivator of the human race. Since fate has brought you before me, come, I shall grant you a stroke of fortune.
Hearing the true lord's words, first stern then conciliatory, Zhao Zijing felt a flicker of understanding. He took a few more steps back, then cupped his hands and asked, May I ask, true lord of Qingyuan Niaodao, what fortune do you intend to bestow upon me? Though the heavenly court has fallen and the immortals have perished, the celestial palace still holds 3,000 immortal techniques, as well as the artifacts and divine medicines left by the immortals. If you enter the celestial palace and join my heavenly court, you will have the chance to inherit an immortal's legacy, said the true lord. I have no desire to enter any celestial palace or join your heavenly court. If you wish to grant me fortune or legacy, do so. If not, then I shall take my leave. Zhao Zijing sneered and made as if to turn away.
How dare you? Rejecting my kindness. Then do not blame me.
The true lord's face twisted with rage. He shot a venomous glare at Zhao Zijing before transforming into a shadow and lunging at him. Simultaneously the space shifted. The celestial palace crumbled, immortal light fell. It was as if the universe was collapsing and endless malice surged, coiling around Zhao Zijing. Zhao Zijing's face changed drastically.
So you wanted to possess me? A mere remnant of a soul dares to cause trouble. Break!
With a roar, he felt a malevolent remnant soul invade his consciousness, attempting to seize his body. But he quickly realized how weak the remnant soul was, like a flickering candle in the wind. Without much effort, the soul that tried to possess him let out a scream, and was utterly annihilated. At the same time, he caught fragments of memory from the remnant soul. Zhao Zijing let out a soft exclamation. Before he could examine them, he heard urgent shouts, and felt someone shaking him. He opened his eyes to find the Emperor of Song looking at him anxiously.
Immortal Master, you suddenly cried out. What happened?
Zhao Zijing cast a cold glance at the Emperor, then looked around. He was still immersed in the enlightenment pool. His eyes flickered. With a snort he waved his hand, and a gale swept the Emperor and his guards off Luojing Mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Zhao Zijing began to dig into the enlightenment pool, following the clues from the memories. Before long he unearthed a small green bottle without a cap deep within the pool. The bottle was translucent and verdant as if carved from the finest jade. He lifted the bottle and shook it gently, finding a few drops of jade-like dew inside. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zijing uncorked it and let a single drop fall onto a green plant by the pool. In an instant the plant began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye it blossomed and bore fruit. An unknown red fruit hung among the lush leaves, tantalizingly vibrant. Zhao Zijing picked one and gently squeezed it. Plump flesh and sweet juice flowed in his palm. So real, so undeniable. Seeing this, Zhao Zijing could no longer contain his joy. He clutched the small green bottle tightly.
Fortune! This is truly fortune! Ha ha!
He had merely accepted a mission to traverse this mortal continent, never anticipating the immense fortune that would befall him. Zhao Zijing was overjoyed, his heart yearning to return. He longed to immediately retreat to his cave-dwelling inner seclusion for contemplation and manipulate the forces of creation. With this thought, Zhao Zijing unhesitatingly declined the trivial request from the Song royal family to refine pills. Spending about a month traveling through the continent's various kingdoms, he gathered the disciples he was meant to recruit, then hastily crossed the sea and returned to the Immortal Continent. Upon reaching the Immortal Continent, Zhao Zijing sent the recruited disciples to the Immortal Academy, and was about to return to his cave dwelling when he received an invitation from the Academy to serve as its Elder of Doctrine Transmission. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zijing decided to accept. After all, serving as the Elder of Doctrine Transmission at the Immortal Academy had always been his dream. Firstly, it would free him from many tedious clan tasks, and secondly, the position offered ample leisure time. As for the thing he once valued most, freely accessing the Academy's resources, it now seemed far less important. Thus Zhao Zijing soon assumed the role of Elder of Doctrine Transmission. Every 3 days, he was to lecture the Academy's disciples on the path of cultivation. On this day his first sermon began. He looked upon the new disciples he had personally brought back, who had yet to formally step onto the path of cultivation. Zhao Zijing frowned slightly, but he still followed the script guiding the disciples in their practice.
The path of cultivation has no end. Qi refining foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, return to void. How far you go depends entirely on your diligence and fortune in the days to come. And the path of cultivation begins with Qi refining. Today I shall impart to you the profound mysteries of the Qi refining stage.
Zhao Zijing's gaze was indifferent, ignoring the disciples' excitement and joy as he continued.
The techniques of the Qi refining stage are akin to the inner cultivation methods you practiced in the mortal world. The focus lies in refining essence into Qi and guiding Qi into the body. But the greatest difference lies in the Immortal Talisman. The Immortal Talisman marks the boundary between mortal and immortal.
Zhao Zijing pointed a finger, and instantly an abstract 3-dimensional character materialized in the void, radiating a silvery white light, pulsating as if breathing, enigmatic and profound. As the character in the void inhaled and exhaled like a filter, the colorless and odorless air began to separate. Pure Qi rose, while turbid Qi sank, the currents becoming starkly distinct in black and white. This bizarre sight left the disciples unable to conceal their shock.
The inner true chi you cultivated in the mortal world using inner techniques without the purification of the immortal talisman is impure and chaotic, filled with various impurities. It can only be called chi, not true chi. The true chi to be cultivated in the chi refining stage, however, is the truly subtle essence of heaven and earth's primordial energy. Thus, the first layer of chi refining involves condensing the immortal talisman within the body. Plant the immortal talisman and the immortal gate will open.
Zhao Zijing followed the script demonstrating the intricacies of the immortal talisman in the void, then instructed the disciples to line up. He personally struck each one's dantian with an immortal talisman he had condensed.
I have bestowed the immortal talisman upon you. Your next task is to look inward, carefully experiencing and outlining the mysteries of the talisman. When you can condense the immortal talisman on your own in your dantian, you will have stepped into the first layer of chi refining. Today's lecture ends here. We will reconvene in 3 days. If you have any questions, then you may seek my guidance.
Zhao Zijing hastily concluded his first lecture, and then eagerly returned to his cave dwelling at the academy to begin farming with his little green bottle. With the little green bottle's ability to accelerate plant growth, Zhao Zijing planned to create a medicinal garden to obtain various rare herbs that were once beyond his reach. Refine pills, then cultivate, striving to achieve foundation establishment as soon as possible. 3 days passed in a flash. Before his medicinal garden was fully prepared, Zhao Zijing faced his second lecture. This lecture mainly focused on precautions for condensing the immortal talisman. However, he found the disciples' comprehension and aptitude rather lacking, as they asked many foolish questions. Yet Zhao Zijing patiently explained. After that, it was a cycle of lecturing and farming. 3 months passed, and Zhao Zijing had harvested a batch of herbs, planning to request leave to refine pills. But a disciple came to report that he had successfully condensed the immortal talisman and requested the subsequent chi refining techniques. Zhao Zijing was not surprised. The immortal talisman, though seemingly profound, was merely one of the simplest talismans. He recalled that when he first entered the Immortal Academy, it took him only a month to condense the immortal talisman. For this batch of disciples, 3 months had passed before one succeeded. Their comprehension and aptitude were truly declining with each generation. Zhao Zijing mused inwardly, but quickly imparted the techniques for the next 5 layers of chi refining.
Since you have successfully condensed the immortal talisman, you should realize that subsequent cultivation in the chi refining stage involves continuously condensing more talisman seeds. Each of the 9 layers of chi refining requires condensing 1 talisman seed. Each talisman seed holds its own unique mysteries. You already know the wonder of the immortal talisman. It purifies the primordial energy of heaven and earth. The techniques I now impart from the 2nd to the 6th layer of chi refining contain various spell talismans from the 5 elemental arts. These are the spell talismans I have mastered and recorded. You may choose 5 to cultivate. Each time you condense a spell talisman, it not only aids your cultivation, but also grants you the ability to cast spells. When you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can transform all the talisman seeds condensed during the chi refining stage into divine ability seeds. Then with a mere thought, you can command them at will. Until you achieve the golden core, these can serve as your foundation. Choose wisely. Can't I cultivate all of them?
Looking at the over 20 spell talismans, Zhao Zijing presented the disciple expressed a desire to master them all. Zhao Zijing, as if struck in a sore spot, exclaimed angrily,
"On the path of cultivation, gain comes with loss. Do you think I don't want to have them all? But it's impossible. I alone know of no fewer than 3,000 types of spell talismans. Each is several times more complex and profound than the immortal talisman. It took you 3 months just to condense the immortal talisman. Not to belittle you, but with your aptitude, if you can condense 1 spell talisman in the next 2 or 3 years, you'll have been incredibly lucky. And each time you condense a spell talisman, you'll need even longer to refine its true chi. Plus, you'll have to take on various academy tasks to exchange for cultivation resources. Thus, even if you succeed in cultivating 1 spell every 10 years and break through to the next layer, reaching the 9th layer of chi refining would take at least over 80 years. Although the maximum lifespan in the chi refining stage is 200 years, I tell you truthfully, if you don't successfully achieve foundation establishment before the age of 120, it will only become harder. So don't aim too high or be greedy. Steadily condense the 9 most basic talisman seeds and hasten toward foundation establishment. That is the true essence of chi refining cultivation. As for other spells, once you reach foundation establishment or golden core and have a longer lifespan, you can learn them then, though they can no longer transform into divine abilities and cannot be cast in an instant. But at that level, isn't it better to just smash people with magical artifacts? After his explanation, seeing the disciple obediently choose 5 Zhao Zijing ceased his tirade and began to meticulously explain the secrets of those 5 spell talismans. Time passed leisurely, and in the blink of an eye 20 years had flown by. During these 2 decades, relying on his identity as the elder of doctrine transmission at the Immortal Academy, Zhao Zijing no longer needed to spend time on various tasks and had ample free time. With the nearly inexhaustible free herbs from the little green bottle, Zhao Zijing lived the cultivation life he had always dreamed of. His daily routine consisted of farming, refining pills, and cultivating. Except for the periodic need to lecture disciples on chi refining techniques, which was a growing source of irritation. He couldn't fathom what was wrong with this batch of disciples. Not only were their aptitudes mediocre, but each had chosen different spell talismans for the 2nd to 6th layers of chi refining. This forced him to expend too much energy on his thrice daily lectures, as everyone had different questions. He increasingly regretted his youthful indiscretions and obsession with spell cultivation. If he had only mastered 5 spell talismans, teaching would have been much simpler. But on second thought, if he hadn't mastered over 20 spell talismans, he likely wouldn't have become the elder of doctrine transmission. Every sip and every bite is seemingly predestined. I, Zhao Zijing, stepped onto the path of cultivation at 23, and now, in a flicker of time, over 120 years have passed. Wasted my youth in folly. I thought I would never have the chance to achieve foundation establishment. But heaven does not disappoint the diligent. It granted me fortune in my twilight years. Now my chi refining is complete and my alchemy is accomplished. Today I shall break through to foundation establishment. On this day, Zhao Zijing chose to enter seclusion for a breakthrough. He swallowed a bottle of foundation establishment pills he had personally refined, a gamble of success or failure. How many autumns have passed in this grand dream? What year is this night? As dawn broke, Lin Qi sighed and opened his eyes, a mixture of surprise and regret in his heart. Immortal talisman, what a remarkable immortal talisman. Who would have thought the divide between mortal and immortal lies solely in this tiny talisman? Lin Qi concentrated his mind, exhaled, and traced in the air with his hand. In but a moment, a talisman radiating a silvery white glow materialized in midair, pure chi ascending and turbid chi sinking. It was identical to the immortal talisman Zhao Zijing had casually condensed in the dream. Indeed, Zhao Zijing believed he had long left the enlightenment pond and obtained a fortuitous encounter. But in truth, Zhao Zijing had been trapped in a dream all along. The 20 years as a teaching elder were merely a dream for Zhao Zijing. And within that 20-year dream, Lin Qi, as a novice disciple, had been personally guided by Zhao Zijing through the first 6 layers of the chi refining stage. What a pity, my greed got the better of me. I tried to master every spell and talisman Zhao Zijing knew, yet failed to obtain the techniques for the final 3 layers of the chi refining stage. Lin Qi waved his hand, dispelling the immortal talisman he had just condensed. This was not the place to attempt chi refining cultivation. When Zhao Zijing awoke and realized it was all but an empty dream, who knew how he would react? To formally begin chi refining cultivation, he would have to wait until he left the capital. The main issue is my profound ignorance of cultivators. Lin Qi sorted through the gains and losses of this dream intrusion. This time he had essentially mastered all the spells and talismans Zhao Zijing possessed. Yet he still failed to obtain the complete chi refining technique. But there was no help for it. He knew nothing of cultivation, and assuming the identity of a new disciple to learn from Zhao Zijing was the best and most logical approach. And yet, even the genius Zhao Zijing could imagine would need at least 3 or 4 decades to reach the great perfection of chi refining.
Given the time within the dream, Lin Qi could never break through the sixth layer of qi refining and seek Xiao Zijing's guidance on the techniques for the remaining 3 layers. Originally, he planned to adopt a different persona, fabricating a story about being a qi refining 6th-layer assistant sent by the Immortal Academy. That way, he could continue to learn the final 3 layers from Xiao Zijing. But man proposes, heaven disposes. Who could have foreseen that Xiao Zijing would choose to enter a death seclusion to break through to foundation establishment only to fail, and, damn it all, die? This caused the dream to collapse, leaving Lin Qi unable to obtain the cultivation techniques for the final 3 layers of qi refining.
Of course, the main reason is that a cultivator's dream differs from a mortal's. Even within a dream, cultivators remain vigilant. One can only weave the dream by following their heart's desires. Once anything abnormal or unreasonable appears, it might awaken them.
Lin Qi continued to review the details of this dream intrusion. Mortals struggle to distinguish dreams from reality. Even Xiantian realm martial artists find it difficult to stay alert in dreams, often overlooking inconsistencies. But cultivators are different. Xiao Zijing knew he was dreaming when he entered the dream. Thus Lin Qi dared not act recklessly. He could only weave the dream by following Xiao Zijing's will. That was why the dream began with a magnificent celestial palace descending where an immortal lord's creation was actually a remnant soul attempting possession. Because this was Xiao Zijing's own fantasy. Lin Qi merely went with the flow, fulfilling Xiao Zijing's desire for a fortuitous encounter, weaving a tale of defeating the possessing remnant soul and obtaining a golden finger like a little green bottle. Then step by step, he lured Xiao Zijing deeper into the dream. Simply put, with immortal Lin Qi would weave the entire dream. But in this dream with Xiao Zijing was the true director, while Lin Qi merely grasped his intentions and provided the corresponding script details. Rather than saying Lin Qi wove and dominated Xiao Zijing's dream, it would be more accurate to say they co-create a beautiful dream that Xiao Zijing was willing to continue. Alas, the beautiful dream ended with Xiao Zijing's failure in foundation establishment. In a sense, this only meant Xiao Zijing himself never truly believed he could succeed. Even though Lin Qi had granted Xiao Zijing a great fortune in the dream.
Maybe I didn't give him a big enough cheat. If there's a next time, perhaps I should try making the cheat even larger.
Lin Qi muttered to himself, somewhat displeased. TCH. That useless Xiao Zijing, even in his dreams, he was so cautious, couldn't even break through to foundation establishment.
Ah!
A piercing scream echoed in the Luojing Mountains. The nobles waiting outside the Enlightenment Pond were shocked and rushed in. Inside the Enlightenment Pond, Xiao Zijing's face was pale, his mind still haunted by the agony of his failed foundation establishment and bodily explosion. Seeing the Emperor of Song and others rush in, Xiao Zijing was stunned.
Immortal Master, did you gain any insight from your enlightenment last night?
The Emperor of Song, frightened by Xiao Zijing's vacant stare, quickly asked with concern. Xiao Zijing remained silent, still staring blankly at the Emperor. After a long pause, he spoke in a hoarse voice.
Is this the Luojing Mountains, the Enlightenment Pond? Yes, yes. I entered the Enlightenment Pond last night to attempt enlightenment through dreams and never left.
Xiao Zijing muttered to himself, then abruptly closed his eyes and circulated his technique. The shimmering talisman seeds within his body gradually calmed him. Finally, his expression darkened with uncertainty.
20 years of bitter cultivation, a failed foundation establishment. Was it all just a dream? How absurd, utterly absurd. Someone dig this place up.
Xiao Zijing was furious. 20 years of hard work, a death-defying attempt at foundation establishment only to die miserably. Such a profound, unforgettable experience, and it was nothing but a dream. Even with Xiao Zijing's strong will, he was now consumed by rage and humiliation, and immediately ordered the accursed Enlightenment Pond to be filled. But suddenly Xiao Zijing halted the order.
Wait, don't dig yet. Let me think.
His eyes flickered, and finally he simply closed his eyes. In his mind, the myriad details of his final death seclusion to break through to foundation establishment vividly resurfaced, as if he had truly experienced that life-or-death attempt.
Enlightenment through dreams. Could this be what they call enlightenment through dreams?
Xiao Zijing's expression grew complex as he looked at the Emperor of Song and the others.
Quickly tell me again about those who have successfully achieved enlightenment in the enlightenment pond. No, go find everyone who has ever succeeded in enlightenment here. I must question them myself.
Meanwhile, Lin Chi followed his usual routine, had morning tea, spent some time at the medical clinic, then leisurely returned to his residence. He had no intention of fleeing the capital, for he was confident, even if Zhao Zijing went mad, he could never know this dream was connected to him. And his reason for staying in the capital was simple. He planned to choose a lucky one during the ascension ceremony and bestow a dream upon them before they entered the immortal continent. It might not be useful, just a casual move, but that was for later. As for now, after Lin Chi finished sorting through the gains from this dream, he opened his eyes and saw that dusk had fallen. Just as he was about to go out to listen to some music and randomly pick a lucky one, suddenly Lin Chi noticed that the dream mark he had placed on Zhao Zijing had lit up again.
Zhao Zijing, the alchemy hall is in need of an alchemy steward. I am aware of your talent in alchemy. Proceed to the alchemy hall to report for duty.
In the familiar celestial academy, from his memories, he watched as a procession of fresh disciples, both familiar and strange, were led away. Zhao Zijing touched the small green bottle in his bosom, then gazed at the token in his hand, his heart trembling with shock.
So I've entered the dream again. But what is happening now? Have I returned to 20 years before the last dream ended, just after escorting the new disciples back to the academy?
Zhao Zijing's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself.
Yet this time, I wasn't appointed as the transmission elder, but instead sent to the alchemy hall as a steward. What deeper meaning could such a change hold?
As Zhao Zijing pondered, he saw a venerable white-haired cultivator approaching him, bowing and saying,
"Are you Steward Zhao? I am Yang Qi, sent by the higher-ups to assist Steward Zhao in familiarizing yourself with the affairs of the alchemy hall."
Zhao Zijing nodded slightly, realizing that this elderly cultivator named Yang Qi was likely a menial cultivator with little time left. Such individuals were among the most mediocre and unremarkable even among cultivators, lacking the courage to take on missions and venture forth, nor the qualifications to hold an official position in the academy. They could only rely on their passable cultivation to manage mundane tasks within the academy. Thus Zhao Zijing did not stand on ceremony. He nodded and gestured for Yang Qi to lead the way. Soon, with Yang Qi's assistance, Zhao Zijing officially became the alchemy steward of the alchemy hall. His days ahead would be dedicated to fulfilling the hall's duties, refining pills, and in the process training some alchemy apprentices. Though he knew he was dreaming, Zhao Zijing silently played his part. This time he did not intend to rush into a tempting foundation establishment. He was only 143 years old theoretically, with over 50 years remaining before his lifespan ran out. Therefore he planned to prolong the dream for as long as possible to prepare himself more thoroughly before attempting to break through to foundation establishment. With a plan in mind, Zhao Zijing began a monotonous life of farming, alchemy, and cultivation. He lived in seclusion, rarely venturing out. In his daily life, aside from the menial cultivator Yang Qi, he interacted only with the 2 alchemy apprentices under his tutelage. Truly, in the dream one knows not that they are a guest. 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, nearing the end of his lifespan, Zhao Zijing felt it was time to attempt foundation establishment once more. Before entering secluded meditation, he summoned Yang Qi and the 2 alchemy apprentices. There was little to say to the apprentices, though they had spent 40 years together, and he had taught them alchemy. Zhao Zijing never forgot that he was in a dream, knowing from the start they were but illusions. Naturally, he harbored no deep emotional bonds, and merely informed them as a formality. He did this to prevent them from disturbing his seclusion out of ignorance. As for Yang Qi, Zhao Zijing felt an indescribable emotional attachment, even knowing Yang Qi was but a dream. Yet Yang Qi's circumstances and experiences mirrored his own all too closely. Over the years, he had learned that Yang Qi, like him, had once been reckless in his youth. He had vainly aspired to master 1,000 spells and 10,000 divine abilities. Thus he had become deeply engrossed in cultivating techniques, unable to extricate himself, though he had condensed over 20 talisman seeds. In the end, he had only wasted his years reaping nothing but empty dreams. 1,000 spells, 10,000 divine abilities. What use were they if one could not achieve foundation establishment and attain immortality? Thus every time he saw Yang Qi, Zhao Zijing saw a reflection of himself. Inevitably he felt a sense of shared plight. Especially when he saw Yang Qi with his time running out finally repent and regret humbly, seeking guidance from him on the later stages of Qi refining despite his advanced age. Zhao Zijing seemed to glimpse his own fate.
Yang Qi, here are 3 foundation establishment pills. I am about to make my final attempt at foundation establishment. As for you, if you have the will, you might as well take a gamble.
Zhao Zijing handed the 3 pills to Yang Qi, his voice solemn. Yang Qi remained silent, accepting the pills with a bow.
Then I wish you success in foundation establishment, and may the golden core be within reach. Ha, I shall take your kind words to heart.
Zhao Zijing laughed heartily, then strode gracefully into his cave dwelling.
Sigh.
A faint sigh escaped Lin Qi as he slowly opened his eyes. The night was still deep, the moonlight cool as water. He did not rise immediately, instead silently reflecting on Zhao Zijing's second dream. Simple, monotonous, and tedious. A tale of a man with little time left, enduring solitude to prolong his life. It lacked the thrilling tales of cultivators soaring through the skies and vanquishing demons found in storybooks, utterly dull. Yet Lin Qi found it profoundly moving. Because what he was doing and seeking now was exactly what Zhao Zijing had tirelessly pursued in the dream: eternal life, immortality, and indestructibility. Unfortunately, in the second dream, Zhao Zijing ultimately failed to achieve foundation establishment.
He was too old. His essence, energy, and spirit had already declined, so although he appeared to have reached the great perfection of Qi refining, in reality the condensation of the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit in the later stages could never be perfected. Even with his death-defying resolve and a supply of foundation establishment pills, he could not compensate for the depletion of his essence, energy, and spirit. Foundation establishment is difficult. During the 40-year dream, Lin Qi had embodied Yang Qi and the 2 alchemy apprentices. The former had sought Zhao Zijing's guidance on the later stages of Qi refining, the method of condensing the talismans of essence, energy, and spirit. The latter had learned alchemy from Zhao Zijing. Combining both perspectives, Lin Qi understood why Zhao Zijing could not achieve foundation establishment, or rather why it was impossible after the age of 120. Because after 120, regardless of one's mastery of Qi refining, the innate treasures of essence, energy, and spirit would inevitably diminish. Like medicinal herbs used in alchemy, no matter how well preserved, their potency would wane over time. Once the potency was lost, no pill could be perfectly refined. The same applied to foundation establishment. With the 3 treasures depleted, the condensed talismans of essence, energy, and spirit would be imperfect. During foundation establishment, it would be difficult to unify and suppress other talisman seeds, forming a perfect cycle of true Qi. I have fully grasped the mysteries of Qi refining. Though I lack the techniques for foundation establishment, breaking through should not be a major issue. And alchemy. Though Zhao Zijing's alchemy was only of the first rank, it is a decent skill for me. I must not neglect it in my future cultivation. Thus, I only need to wait for the current Ascension Assembly to end, then choose a place to cultivate, striving to reach foundation establishment in one go before seeking post-foundation techniques. As for Zhao Zijing,
Lin Qi's eyes flickered, fully convinced that Zhao Zijing would likely continue attempting to dream in the enlightenment pool. But Lin Qi had no intention of entering Zhao Zijing's dream again. Things should not be done thrice. If he truly helped Zhao Zijing succeed in foundation establishment, he feared it might attract the attention of foundation establishment or even golden core cultivators. That would be counterproductive, bringing more loss than gain. Besides, he had already extracted most of the value from Zhao Zijing. Whether Zhao Zijing would eventually achieve foundation establishment was up to his own fate. Having made his decision, Lin Qi dismissed further thoughts, closed his eyes, and began to organize the gains from this dream. After dawn, Lin Qi went to his usual tea house, as he did every day. The chef there made breakfast that suited his taste. Lin Qi even pondered whether he should tie up the chef and take him away when he left. Cultivating immortality is not just about hard practice. Occasionally one needs the embellishment of fine food. However, after some thought he dismissed the idea. Zhao Zijing had already explained to him the fate of a qi refining cultivator who becomes obsessed with worldly pleasures, wasting their time. Right now, he only wanted to establish his foundation as quickly as possible. After establishing his foundation, he could live for 800 years. There would be plenty of time to savor the exquisite flavors of the mortal world. If he truly wanted to indulge in the splendor of the mortal realm, he could simply create a dream and revel in it. Lin Qi contemplated his plan to leave Luojing and enter seclusion for cultivation. He felt there was not much to prepare. Previously, Lin Qi had worried that even if he obtained cultivation techniques, the mundane world lacked spiritual energy, spirit stones, pills, and other resources for cultivation, making his path to immortality quite difficult. But now Lin Qi understood that in this world, at least in the qi refining stage, cultivation did not require many resources. The key was to condense the talisman seeds. Or rather, the foundation of cultivation in this world is very solid. The existence of talisman seeds, especially the immortal talismans, perfectly addresses the shortcomings of the cultivation novels he had read, which required reliance on spiritual energy, spiritual roots, and spirit stones. Once an immortal talisman seed is planted in the Dantian, as long as there is energy present in this world, it can be purified and refined, becoming a resource for cultivation. Of course, this does not mean that cultivation in this world truly requires no resources. If there were a large amount of resources to assist in cultivation, it would significantly shorten the time needed to refine the talisman seeds. Lin Qi had estimated that if resources were abundant based on his current understanding of the qi refining stage combined with the limitless trial and error of dreams, he could reach peak qi refining within 10 years. But even without any resources, relying solely on self-cultivation, Lin Qi believed he could achieve peak qi refining in at most 30 years, an attempt to establish his foundation.
I remember there is a qi nourishing pill formula that Zhao Zijing possesses. Although it isn't the best qi refining pill, the herbs required in the formula can also be obtained in the mundane world. If it can be slightly improved and the pill success rate increased, it could serve as a resource for my cultivation, accelerating my progress.
Lin Qi pondered for a moment, ate a piece of boneless chicken feet, and suddenly heard a commotion in the tea house. After inquiring briefly, he learned that the disturbance was due to the postponement of the Ascension Conference.
Why was the Ascension Conference suddenly postponed? Could something have happened? I heard it seems the Immortal Master had a sudden insight and needed to enter seclusion for a few days, hence the postponement of the conference. I see. But wouldn't this mean even more people are coming?
The crowd discussed animatedly. Lin Qi paid no mind, settled his bill, and headed towards the medical clinic. On the way, he often saw various martial artists hurrying about like headless flies. Clearly, they were also bewildered by the postponement of the Ascension Conference. Even the street vendors were discussing the postponement of the conference. When Lin Qi arrived at the medical clinic, Su Jiwen quickly approached him, talking about the Ascension Conference.
From your tone, it sounds like this has delayed your cultivation.
Lin Qi teased, waving his hand.
Go find these herbs for me, I want to study them.
Lin Qi wrote down several herbs needed for the qi nourishing pill, and handed them to Su Jiwen. Then he brewed a pot of tea, sat in the tea room, and quietly contemplated. When Su Jiwen returned with the herbs, Lin Qi carefully studied them, considering possible alternatives and improvements. An entire afternoon passed as Lin Qi immersed himself in researching the herbs. By dusk, Lin Qi reminded Su Jiwen to close up early before returning to his residence. On the way, he randomly picked a lucky person and marked the dream. At night, he entered a dream and organized the cultivation techniques he had mastered. Thus several days passed. After delaying for a full 5 days, news finally arrived from the palace that the Ascension Conference would be held today. The entire city was in an uproar. The impatient martial experts hastened towards the palace. The citizens of the city flocked in like it was a festival, eager to witness the grandeur of the Ascension Conference. Lin Qi and Su Jiwen were no exception. The two followed the crowd to the Vermilion Bird Gate. This was originally the place where the court held grand ceremonies. Now it naturally served as the venue for the Ascension Conference. Flags and banners fluttered, and 100,000 imperial guards acted as attendants, intercepting the crowd and maintaining order. The emperor stood with civil and military officials on either side, while in the center sat Zhao Zijing on a single chair. However, he looked different from when he first arrived in Luojing. Today Zhao Zijing's gaze was shadowed, his expression grim, appearing as if he was dissatisfied, as if someone owed him several million. Everyone could sense Zhao Zijing's bad mood. As a result, the bustling crowd fell silent.
Let us begin!
Zhao Zijing's deep voice resounded as he pointed a hand, and a bronze bell fell from his sleeve. It expanded in the wind, quickly transforming into a bronze bell taller than a person floating in midair. This display of immortal ability immediately drew gasps from the crowd. Zhao Zijing's gaze turned icy.
Whoever can ring this bell shall enter my sect.
With that, Zhao Zijing closed his eyes and said no more. After a while, someone stepped forward, soared into the air, and struck the floating bronze bell with a powerful palm. Boom! A bell rang out, and a celestial phenomenon occurred with dragons and phoenixes resonating. This scene made everyone realize that this person had passed the test. However, Zhao Zijing remained silent, leaving the person helplessly looking at the emperor. The emperor of the Song Kingdom hesitated for a moment before speaking.
Passed. Come up.
With the first person, as a demonstration, soon others stepped forward to test themselves. Some passed while others did not. Yet Zhao Zijing remained silent. Until a young swordsman unable to ring the bell shouted in anger.
I 110 began practicing swordsmanship at 3, achieved mastery at 15, and attained innate status by 20. People say I possess the appearance of a celestial being. Today I cannot pass this test. This test must be flawed. I 110 am certainly not weaker than anyone else.
With the young swordsman's roar, the crowd erupted in excitement.
110, I know him. It said he was born with an extraordinary sign, hailed as a celestial being, a rare swordsmanship prodigy in 100 years. I didn't expect even he could not pass the test. If a swordsmanship genius like 110 cannot pass, could it be?
Whoosh! With his eyes closed, Zhao Zijing suddenly opened them. Without any gestures, a golden light flashed in his gaze, instantly penetrating the forehead of the young swordsman named 110. Blood stained the conference, and a swordsmanship genius fell. After easily eliminating 110, Zhao Zijing closed his eyes again and coldly uttered 2 words.
Continue.
Thus the test continued. In the realm of immortality, all are but ants. Genius. It is what you say it is. If you say it is not, it is not. Lin Qi sighed lightly in his heart, having already seen through the truth of the Ascension Conference. His gaze was indifferent as he glanced at the bronze bell floating in midair. It was a pity that Zhao Zijing did not know the art of artifact crafting, otherwise he would understand the principle of the bronze bell testing bloodlines. Perhaps he could deceive the masses. Never mind, let's pick someone first. Lin Qi scanned the crowd of those who had passed the test, searching for a target, when suddenly he recognized a somewhat familiar face.
Is it her? That's right, considering the timing, she was indeed supposed to participate in this Immortal Ascension Assembly.
A fragment of the past surfaced in his mind, stirring a touch of melancholy in Lin Qi. Yet he quickly selected a lucky candidate at random, then lowered his head, no longer paying attention to the ongoing assembly. Once the Immortal Ascension Assembly concluded, Lin Qi returned to his dwelling, blending in with the crowd. But the tranquil lake of his heart, long undisturbed, could not help but ripple. 15 years had passed since his transmigration, and Lin Qi had journeyed from reckless youth to steady maturity. During those 15 years, though he had spent most of his time wandering unrestrained for a decade, his closest acquaintances aside from the neighbors on this street were the celebrated courtesans in the pleasure quarters. Yet Lin Qi too had known the innocence of youth. After all, he was but a young man then. Who wouldn't dream of roaming the world with a sword, a beautiful companion by their side, living a life of carefree romance? It was nothing deeply etched in bone. But once a certain girl had indeed entered Lin Qi's heart, fulfilling all his yearnings for the martial world and life itself. They became kindred spirits, venturing forth together. In those days, they sang boldly, companions in the mortal world, believing they had seized life's joys to the fullest. But later so many things changed with the turn of time and the shifting of the world. When faced with the fickleness of people's hearts, one can only lament how easily they change.
Sigh.
Lin Chi let out a sigh, lost in thought for a moment, then noticed the dream marker he had left was glowing. He dismissed further thoughts and plunged into the dream. The next day Lin Chi awoke early and began preparing to leave Luojing. As for the dream from the previous night, it was merely a casual move, a piece set aside. Whether it would prove useful Lin Chi did not know. After all, it was a matter for 30 years hence. Success would be ideal, but failure was of little consequence. The most pressing matter now was cultivation. Having made up his mind, Lin Chi pondered for a moment and decided to seek out Su Jiwen. But before Lin Chi could step out to find Su Jiwen came knocking, instead pounding on the door with a thunderous racket. Lin Chi opened the door, ready to scold Su Jiwen for his impertinence. Then he saw that familiar figure standing outside the door, features like a painting, smile like a blooming flower, just as before.
Senior brother Lin, long time no see. Junior sister Qingxu, a long time no see.
Gazing at the woman before him, who had shed her youthful greenness for a touch of mature allure, Lin Chi felt a momentary daze. It was as if he saw the girl from 10 years ago, chattering endlessly as she followed him. Senior brother Lin, you're amazing. Senior brother Lin, wait for me. I'll treat you to a candied hawthorn stick. Senior brother Lin, how did you master your swordsmanship? Teach me, please. Senior brother Lin, don't lose heart. If you didn't pass the test, it must be the test's fault. With your skills, you're surely destined to become an immortal. Senior brother Lin, once I learn immortal cultivation, I'll come back and teach you.
Aren't you going to invite me in?
The woman spoke softly.
The ship should be departing soon. Do you still have time?
Lin Chi leaned against the doorframe, his tone indifferent.
So are you willing to come with me?
The woman looked at him with hopeful eyes, her voice urgent.
I asked the immortal master you can leave with me temporarily as a servant. Don't misunderstand. I don't truly mean to make you my servant. What I'm saying is come with me first, and once we reach the immortal continent, I'll find a way to get you into the immortal academy. If all else fails, once I learn immortal cultivation, I can teach you. We agreed on it before. You'd teach me swordsmanship, and I'd teach you cultivation.
They had indeed made that promise. Lin Chi actually remembered it. Back when he was full of youthful ambition, yet failed the Immortal Ascension Assembly's test. She had comforted him with those words. At the time, he had only humored her, unwilling to reveal the cruel truth. People like us are not worthy of cultivating immortality. But later he learned that his junior sister Qingxue was surnamed Zhao, the Zhao of the Song royal family. The one unworthy of cultivation was only him. Looking back now, it was probably his own pride. He couldn't accept that what he had struggled so desperately to obtain was something she was born into within easy reach. Thus came the arguments, the distance, the avoidance. Though he later thought the best course would have been to swallow his pride and stay by her side, as a kept husband or even a humbler presence. That way he could have drawn closer to what he sought.
Sorry, I don't remember.
Lin Chi spoke slowly. Not because he had now obtained the complete techniques of the Qi refining stage, and had hopes of foundation establishment, thus rejecting her outstretched hand after 10 years. Nor was it because he still clung to his pride. Simply because he didn't want to taint that former affection, didn't want to scheme against her. Otherwise he truly had many opportunities to use her as a stepping stone on his path to immortality.
Junior sister Qingxue, those were just idle words from the past. Don't take them to heart. I wish you a bright future here, and may you achieve the golden core. You should leave now.
Lin Chi clasped his hands in farewell and prepared to close the door. Zhao Qingsu's almond eyes widened, and the grievances and sorrow of all these years erupted.
Lin Chi, I've given you too much face, haven't I? We promised to seek the immortal path together, step through the immortal gate, live forever, and roam freely for eternity. And then you bastard, abandoned me and ran off without a word. What kind of man are you? Today you're coming with me whether you like it or not. Men, seize him.
Zhao Qingsu's sudden outburst left Lin Chi stunned. When had his once soft and adorable junior sister turned into such a madwoman, forcibly kidnapping a man in broad daylight? Zhao Qingxue, where was your reserve? Your gentleness and thoughtfulness? Seeing that at her command people really did rush forward to tie him up. Lin Chi turned and fled without hesitation, moving so swiftly that no one could catch up.
Lin Chi, you jerk!
Watching him escape, Zhao Qingxue ground her teeth in fury as a single tear fell.
Can't you let go of that damn pride of yours? Jerk, scoundrel, bastard, dog. Run and run as far as you can. Never let me see you again.
Zhao Qingxue vented for a moment, her eyes red, then wiped her tears and turned to leave.
Lin Chi, just you wait. Once I return from my immortal cultivation, we'll see if you can still escape my grasp.
The girl raised her head proudly, no longer chasing after the fleeing Lin Chi. Today she would board the ship and leave to chase the dream they once shared. When she returned next time, he wouldn't escape. Imagining herself as an immortal cultivator with boundless magical power and vast divine abilities, able to keep Lin Chi from escaping her grasp with a single thought, Zhao Qingxue grew confident and boarded the ship with her head held high. The massive vessel glided without wind, vanishing from the river in the blink of an eye. The rivers and lakes stretched far, perhaps they would never meet again.
Zhao Qingxue, take care.
Lin Chi stood atop the forbidden city, watching the ship fade into the distance, offering his blessing. He was about to pack up and leave Luojing. But suddenly, he heard the rustle of wind. Turning around, he saw 4 old eunuchs that surrounded him from all directions, their murderous intent palpable. At the zenith of the forbidden city, the imperial palace soared. Lin Chi, who had merely wished to climb high and gaze afar to see Zhao Qingxue off, smiled and clasped his hands as he looked at the 4 elderly eunuchs closing in.
Honorable eunuchs, I am merely ascending to a height to bid farewell to an old acquaintance. Is such murderous intent truly necessary? Lin Chi, the peerless young master of 10 years past. Master of zither chess calligraphy and painting with unmatched skill in poetry and swordsmanship, he was called unparalleled in his time. But after failing the ascension assembly 10 years ago, he vanished without a trace. The world believed you had died of despair.
The 4 elderly eunuchs took their positions, their aura surging as they locked onto Lin Chi, each speaking in a chilling tone. Lin Chi's expression grew solemn. He had initially thought the 4 eunuchs had appeared only because he had infiltrated the Forbidden City's peak, intending to arrest him. But their tone clearly indicated they were targeting him.
Honorable eunuchs, you must have served in the Eastern Depot before. You've investigated me so thoroughly. Did we have a grudge in the past?
Lin Chi countered, noticing a large number of imperial guards, led by several commanders, surrounding them from within the palace. Soon they formed an encirclement from all sides. Such a grand display made Lin Chi realize this was likely a long-planned siege against him. But why? Lin Chi pondered, feeling he had no enemies. Having lived incognito for a decade, he had clashed with no one, so he certainly had no recent foes. As for 10 years ago, during his youthful days of wandering with a sword, even if he had made enemies, he had always ensured they were utterly eliminated, leaving no loose ends. No one should have sought revenge after more than a decade. Thus Lin Chi sighed.
Is it because of Qingxue, junior sister? How dare you? You are not worthy to speak Her Highness' name.
An elderly eunuch roared, but his words confirmed Lin Chi's suspicion. This siege was indeed because of Zhao Qingxue. Yet as Lin Chi recalled, though Zhao Qingxue was of royal blood, she was merely a collateral princess, not highly regarded within the imperial family. Otherwise, when his relationship with Zhao Qingxue was closest, her father Zhao Mingan would not have hinted at allowing him to marry into the family. He had heard nothing of the Zhao Qingxue line gaining power in the royal court over the years. Yet now the Song imperial family had mobilized eunuchs and guards to besiege him for her sake. It made no sense. Could Zhao Qingxue's talent in cultivation be so exceptional that the current emperor sought to ingratiate himself with her? Perplexed, Lin Chi suddenly spotted a figure in dragon robes among the imperial guards, a familiar face. Zhao Mingan, Zhao Qingxue's biological father. Lin Chi suddenly understood Zhao Qingxue's father had become emperor. No wonder. But what of the previous Song emperor? Had he been eliminated by Zhao Zijing?
Don't kill him, I want him alive.
Zhao Mingan cast a cold glance at Lin Chi before turning and walking toward the Hall of Golden Chimes. At his command, the 4 elderly eunuchs struck without hesitation, their true energy surging as they unleashed their techniques, lunging at Lin Chi.
Uncle, why must it come to this?
Lin Chi sighed. Though unclear why Zhao Mingan wanted to capture him, he had no intention of surrendering. Using his fingers as a sword, as if plucking the strings of a zither, he strolled gracefully, effortlessly neutralizing the four eunuchs' coordinated assault. With a light tap of his foot, he landed atop the Forbidden City's peak, glanced at Zhao Mingan heading toward the hall, shook his head, and prepared to leave.
Attack together. Don't let him escape.
Sensing Lin Chi's intent, a guard commander shouted. In an instant, 4 more martial masters emanating the power of the innate realm rose from the palace walls, joining the 4 eunuchs, and 4 equally attacking guard commanders. A full 12 innate grandmasters capable of founding their own sects in the martial world surrounded Lin Chi. Such a formation of 12 innate grandmasters. Even Lin Chi, who had been reincarnated here for 15 years, had never witnessed such a spectacle. His gaze turned icy as he declared,
Uncle, for Kingsu's sake. If you cease now, let this matter be forgotten. But if you persist in pressing me, do not blame me for disregarding Kingsu's feelings. How dare you, insolent wretch! You show contempt for the sovereign and threaten his majesty. You must die today.
A guard commander bellowed, drawing his blade to strike Lin Chi.
Hold your hand, I shall let him die with understanding.
Zhao Mingan stopped, turned, and halted the charge. Looking at Lin Chi atop the peak, a sneer curled on his lips.
Lin Chi, you are a genius. I once indeed considered letting you marry into the Zhao family to carry on our lineage. But you were arrogant, self-righteous, defied my goodwill, and broke Kingsu's heart. Yet seeing that you knew your place and vanished, I had no intention of pursuing the matter. But since you had left, why return? Why appear before Qingxu again? Especially now, as she is about to journey to the celestial continent for cultivation. Had you obediently followed her as a servant, it would have been fine. The path of immortality is lonely. Qingxue could use a plaything who understands her needs. But you rejected her kindness once more. Qingxue is a foolish girl. She thinks it is your pride that prevents you from bowing. But I am a man. I saw your ulterior motives at a glance. You simply want to use emotions to manipulate Qingxue, making her unable to forget you, even hoping that after her cultivation succeeds, she will defy ancestral laws and secretly teach you the art of immortality. Lin Chi, do you think your clever scheme can deceive my foolish daughter, but can it deceive me?
Zhao Mingan's voice dripped with murderous intent.
I can accept you as Kingsu's servant, but I will never allow a servant to overreach and disrupt the order. If you surrender now, I will spare your life, merely cripple your martial arts, and keep you well fed. But if you dare resist, you will be killed without mercy.
With that, Zhao Mingan waved his hand, and the 12 innate grandmasters struck again.
Alas!
Lin Chi sighed. He understood Zhao Mingan's thinking. It was simply a father now confident in his power, seeking to sever the karmic bond between his daughter and Lin Chi. After all, in Zhao Mingan's eyes, the siege of 12 innate grandmasters could suppress all opposition in the mortal world. As for whether Zhao Qingxue would turn against her father upon learning the truth, not only was it uncertain if Zhao Qingxue would truly return for him, but even if she did, it would be years later. And time could erode many things, including the deepest of loves.
Uncle, I understand your intent. Unfortunately, you are mistaken on 2 counts. First, I never intended to exploit Qingxue. Second, as for these so-called innate grandmasters before me, I can take on 10.
With that, Lin Chi let out a long cry.
Sword, come.
The next moment, in the courtyard where Lin Chi had lived in seclusion for 10 years, Su Jiwen watched in shock as the juju tree Lin Chi had planted 10 years ago shattered. A beam of sword light roared into the sky, hurtling toward the Forbidden City's peak. At this moment, the peerless young master, who had lived incognito for a decade, returned to the world. A sword's light pierced the dawn, cleaving the firmament. It then transformed into a cold, gleaming blade, falling into Lin Chi's hand. Lin Chi held the sword horizontally, a faint smile playing on his lips as he said,
"Old friend, long time no see."
The sword hummed softly, its light cold and sharp. This was the sword of his youth, buried beneath a tree in the courtyard, a blade untested for 10 years. Yet now its radiance surged, and its aura turned biting, as if imbued with a spirit eager to clash with its master in a grand battle. The 12 innate grandmasters watched as a sword, like a celestial visitor, from beyond the skies fell into Lin Chi's hand. Their expressions instantly turned grave.
The legendary sword art flying sword technique. More than that. The sword's light is biting and its aura is condensed. He must have also used the sword nourishing art sealing a sword aura within the blade. This sword aura was nurtured for 10 years. It's bound to be ferocious. Everyone be careful. Truly worthy of the peerless scholar unmatched in poetry and swordsmanship. It seems that while you've lived in obscurity these past 10 years, your martial arts haven't stagnated. You've even secretly mastered the flying sword technique and the sword nourishing art, both long-lost martial arts. Clearly you harbor ill intentions. Enough talk. Attack together.
Someone shouted, decisive and ruthless, charging at the forefront. After all, they were all innate masters. They might have believed Lin Chi could take on 10, but now there were 12 of them. 12 against 1. The advantage was theirs. Just go for it.
I truly don't enjoy killing. Fighting and slaughtering are the most tedious things. We are all pitiful souls trapped in this mortal world. If we could unite, perhaps we could break free from this cage and reconnect the path to immortality. What a pity, what a lament, what a tragedy.
Lin Chi strummed his sword and sang. The blade rose and he moved. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by a sword strike like a dragon. In that instant, under the bright sun and clear sky, it seemed only a single arc of sword light remained leaping forth, with the might to tear the void and topple a city. The sword fell. Lin Chi retreated. With that single stroke, the two fastest innate grandmasters were decapitated. Blood stained the sky, and their rolling heads stared with wide, unseeing eyes, as if refusing to accept death. The remaining 10 innate grandmasters recoiled, like startled rabbits retreating in awe and terror from the sheer power of Lin Chi's sword. This sword's splendor truly shocked everyone. With one strike it shattered the combined assault of 12 innate grandmasters. Then, with a brilliant flash, it claimed 2 heads. 2 innate grandmasters, their equals, fell dead on the spot. Had they not been absolutely certain that Lin Chi lacked the bloodline of the 5 clans and 7 houses, and could never become a cultivator, they would have suspected his last sword strike was the work of an immortal master. After all, how could a mortal unleash such an ethereal, transcendent blow?
The sword nourishing art. That strike must have been the sky-piercing sword aura he nurtured for 10 years. Only a sword honed for a decade could deliver such a blow. The sword nourishing art is indeed a supreme sword technique. Pity you can only use it once. With that sword aura spent, Lin Chi, you're no longer a threat.
Someone shouted to boost morale. It worked. The group, initially terrified by Lin Chi's sword, regained their confidence. Lin Chi didn't deny it, nodding slightly.
Indeed, that strike owed much to the sword nourishing art, and I can only use it once. But as I said, I can take on 10.
Before finishing, Lin Chi struck again. He stepped on the void, moving like a ripple on water, and in an instant appeared beside an old eunuch, his sword trailing thunderous energy. The sword rose and fell. Swift, swift, swift. With another swing, blood stained the sky. Lin Chi held his sword untouched by a single drop of blood. His gaze was indifferent, ignoring the eunuch he had just slain. He stepped again, charging toward the nearest foe.
Quick attack together. Don't let him pick us off one by one. I am dead.
The one who shouted clutched his throat in terror, struggling weakly, as a blood line appeared across his neck, then spread instantly. A throat-slitting strike.
Another one dead.
Watching another innate grandmaster fall in the blink of an eye to Lin Chi's sword, the survivors were gripped by sheer terror. How the hell were they supposed to fight this? They were all innate masters. Why was Lin Chi so much stronger? He said he could only take on 10, yet he was killing them like children, slaying innate masters as easily as dogs. A siege of 12 innate grandmasters, and he only needed 12, no 11, swords to wipe them out. This was no peerless scholar. He might as well be called the invincible scholar. The surviving innate grandmasters had lost all their pride and arrogance. Faced with Lin Chi's invincible one-word stance, the remaining 8 innate grandmasters suppressed their urge to flee and hastily banded together. They no longer dared to charge recklessly, merely glaring at Lin Chi, trying to hold a temporary standoff while waiting for reinforcements. This was Luo Jing. the imperial family could surely call upon more innate grandmasters than just them. At the very least, with an imperial decree, the other 5 clans and 7 houses, as well as any innate grandmasters lingering in Luojing, would likely heed the call. No matter how strong Lin Chi was, he couldn't truly match a cultivator. 12 innate grandmasters couldn't take him. Then 20, 30, and there were still the 300,000 imperial guards. To think a mere mortal could defy the imperial army was a fool's dream. Moreover, the 5 clans and 7 houses led by the imperial family had suppressed the world for 10 millennia. They surely possessed immortal granted foundations to uphold the dynasty's fate. Lin Chi couldn't win. The innate grandmasters comforted themselves with this thought, then turned their gazes pleadingly toward the Golden Throne Hall, hoping Zhao Mingan would see through their bluff and summon more forces.
What a remarkable Lin Chi! No wonder Qingxue has pined for him all these years. He's truly reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Though Zhao Mingan was also stunned by Lin Chi's strength, he remained confident. Even if Lin Chi had elevated his martial skills to a transcendent level unmatched among innate masters, a mortal was still a mortal. There were limits. The history of the Song Kingdom had seen martial prodigies who dominated their era and ruled the martial world invincibly. Yet none could shake the 5 clans and 7 houses in the slightest. If he were still the idle prince he once was, he might have chosen to back down, because he wouldn't have had the authority to use the imperial family's hidden reserves. But now, he was the Emperor of Song. So Zhao Mingan merely spoke calmly, even clapping in praise. Peerless a decade ago, invincible a decade later. Lin Chi, Qingxue truly didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a rare genius. Pity the divide between mortals and immortals is absolute. Even if you are unrivaled in the mortal world, what of it? All beneath the immortals are but ants. Today let me show you the meaning of our imperial will is not to be defied.
Zhao Mingan spoke in a soft voice, and with a swift motion he unclasped the sword from his waist. The sword was named the Celestial Emperor's Sword. Bestowed by an immortal, it was the nation's paramount artifact passed down through the Song dynasty's royal lineage for 10 millennia, and the very foundation upon which the Zhao clan suppressed the dynasty's fortune. None but the Zhao monarch could wield it. The sword in hand still sheathed already emanated a palpable aura of noble primal yellow energy. No further words were needed. Merely the act of Zhao Mingan raising the Celestial Emperor's sword cast an inexplicable pressure over most of the imperial palace. Many Xiantian grandmasters, who had been discreetly observing the palace's affairs, felt their hearts tremble, and dared not continue their prying. For it seemed an intangible sword intent could travel along their gaze, pressing against their hearts with a chilling gleam.
So this is the royal family's foundation. Truly terrifying, no wonder it's an immortal bestowed celestial sword. If Zhao Mingan has resorted to the Celestial Emperor's sword and still fails to subdue that, Lin Chi will have made a monumental fool of himself. Indeed, Zhao Mingan stumbled into the throne. A new sovereign must establish authority. He searched and picked his own daughter's old flame, only to hit a stone wall. Forced to use the Celestial Emperor's sword, haha, that's hilarious. Enough, stop with the sarcasm. This Lin Chi is a rare genius. To have cultivated his martial arts to this level is truly astounding. A pity Zhao Mingan is set on killing him. Otherwise, I might have considered taking him as a son-in-law.
Among the 5 clans and 7 great houses, some were captivated by Lin Chi's martial talent, contemplating recruiting him into their families. Regrettably, Zhao Mingan was murderously intent. Moreover, since he had drawn the Celestial Emperor's sword, unless someone was willing to deploy their family's hidden reserves, no one could save Lin Chi with mere words. But to expend a family's foundation for a mere commoner was not worth it. All that remained was to lament a peerless genius' inevitable death and destruction. Yet a genius was merely a genius. Wasn't Wang Tung casually slain by Zhao Zijing that day also a genius? But to them, he was ultimately no more than an ant. Consequently, most of the 5 clans and 7 great houses observers who had been watching the palace withdrew their attention, dismissing the farce. Beneath the Celestial Emperor's sword, mortals could only meet death. Lin Chi was unaware that in the eyes of the 5 clans and 7 great houses he was already as good as dead. He merely stared with a solemn gaze at the Celestial Emperor's sword in Zhao Mingan's hand. He knew the royal family possessed a foundational artifact bestowed by cultivators. But this was his first time learning that this artifact was a sword the Emperor wore at his waist.
What a fine sword!
Lin Chi couldn't help but praise. In his 2 dreams, he had nearly stripped Zhao Zijing of his entire life's knowledge. Yet he had gleaned almost nothing about artifacts or refining techniques. Clearly such knowledge in the cultivation world was advanced beyond the reach of chi refining. He wondered if by seizing this Celestial Emperor's sword, he could attempt to study it and reverse engineer the secrets of artifact refinement. This thought flashed through Lin Chi's mind. Seeing Zhao Mingan about to draw the sword, he decided for safety's sake to act cautiously. Thus, the next moment Lin Chi's form shifted like lightning, appearing before Zhao Mingan in a blink. His long sword struck with exquisite precision, each point perfectly aimed at Zhao Mingan's right hand, which was trying to unsheath the blade. Zhao Mingan was forced to dodge repeatedly. Despite the Celestial Emperor's sword being barely a meter long, Zhao Mingan found himself utterly unable to draw it.
Lin Chi, you seek death!
Furious and humiliated, Zhao Mingan had believed that with the Celestial Emperor's sword, he could slay Lin Chi with a single stroke. Unexpectedly, the sword in his hand was trapped in its sheath by Lin Chi's relentless assault. The Celestial Emperor's sword, no matter its might, was powerless while sheathed.
It is indeed a fine sword.
Lin Chi's blade danced with grace, his steps, leisurely yet relentless, his masterful swordsmanship forcing Zhao Mingan to retreat, unable to draw the Celestial Emperor's sword. Amidst this, he still had the leisure to scrutinize the Celestial Emperor's sword in Zhao Mingan's hand. The scabbard concealed the blade's true form. Yet Lin Chi vaguely sensed that the ornate patterns on the scabbard might be a variation of some talisman.
Is artifact refinement connected to talismans?
The thought crossed his mind, and driven by curiosity, he struck with both hands, one palm, one sword. With the simultaneous assault of sword and palm, Zhao Mingan felt a sharp pain in his hand and a blur before his eyes. The Celestial Emperor's sword he held was forcefully snatched away by Lin Chi.
What? That Zhao Mingan, a useless fool, had the Celestial Emperor's sword in hand, and couldn't even draw it, only to have it stolen by Lin Chi.
Not only were the 5 clans and 7 great houses incredulous, but Zhao Mingan himself could hardly believe it. The Celestial Emperor's sword, which had suppressed the dynasty's fortune for 10 millennia, was taken from him without a single strike. A monumental disgrace. Zhao Mingan felt deeply humiliated and enraged.
Lin Chi, you're damned. How dare you seize the Celestial Emperor's sword? You're finished, no one can save you.
Lin Chi ignored him. With the Celestial Emperor's sword in hand, he was eager to draw it and see its true nature. But as he pulled it an inch from the scabbard, a nameless dread surged within him. It felt as if a will was warning him not to draw it. The moment the Celestial Emperor's sword left its sheath would be the moment of his death. The threat was blatant. Lin Chi halted abruptly, his heart pounding.
Is this threat from a person? Or the sword?
Uncertain, he guessed it might be both.
Enough.
Abandoning the idea of drawing the sword, Lin Chi felt it hum in his palm, struggling to break free. He was tempted to forcibly suppress it and declare,
I'll keep this sword for now. Have Zhao Qingxue come to me in 20 years.
But in the end, he refrained. With a backhanded toss, the long sword flew as a streak of light into the throne hall, embedding itself with a thunderous crack into a dragon pillar.
For Kingsu Sake, let today's matter end here. Zhao Mingan, conduct yourself well.
With those words, Lin Chi tapped his foot, bounded away in a few leaps, and vanished from the palace. Above the azure waves, a colossal ship sped across the water. Zhao Zijing watched the spectacle in the water mirror with an impassive expression. The moment Zhao Mingan moved to use the Celestial Emperor's sword, the scene from the palace automatically appeared in the water mirror aboard the ship, drawn by the resonance of qi. This was because all the artifacts used by cultivation families in the mortal realm to suppress their fortunes were forged in conjunction with this very celestial fairy. They were interconnected, sensing each other's qi. Once one artifact was activated, the others would be drawn to display the scene. This allowed others to decide whether to offer aid. Zhao Zijing had no interest in being Zhao Mingan's enforcer, even though Zhao Mingan was a puppet he had installed after killing the previous Song Emperor. Mortal affairs were beneath his concern. However, if Lin Chi had stolen the Celestial Emperor's sword or killed Zhao Mingan, he, as the Celestial Master responsible for this summoning, could not have stood idly by. Fortunately, Lin Chi had ultimately stopped and left. Otherwise, Zhao Zijing was uncertain if sending him back to the Song Kingdom would provoke a massacre. After all, his experience in the Enlightenment Pool had left a fire smoldering in his heart. Even the previous Song Emperor had fallen victim to his displaced wrath.
He's clever.
Zhao Zijing watched the water mirror still with a blank stare of flame seemingly blazing in his eyes.
Foundation establishment. I must achieve foundation establishment. By any means necessary.
A month later at the Cloud Dream Marsh. This was where 9 rivers converged, stretching for 3,000 li with rivers and lakes vast as an ocean. The Cloud Dream Marsh was dotted with countless islands scattered like stars on a chessboard abundant in fish, pearls, herbs. Moreover, it lay at the border of the 3 kingdoms of Song, Liao, and Jin. The crisscrossing waterways radiating in all directions became golden routes for merchants to smuggle goods across the borders. Thus, despite being a vast watery expanse, the Cloud Dream Marsh thrived with human activity. Smuggling caravans, fishermen, river pirates, and martial arts masters of all kinds came and went with a population numbering no less than 10 million. At this moment, in a stronghold named Taihu City within the Cloud Dream Marsh, it was sunset with fishing boats returning to the melody of evening songs. Fishermen returning from their catch, merchant ships passing through, and even nearby river pirates all flooded into Taihu City under the glow of the setting sun. This small stronghold instantly became bustling and lively. Thump, thump, thump. Before a quiet courtyard gate, Yin Fuyu, the head of the Taihu Merchant Guild, and a renowned Xiantian grandmaster in the city, held a brocade box. After gently knocking on the door, he stood waiting respectfully. After a moment, a child servant came to open the door. Seeing Yin Fuyu, he immediately said,
"Guild master, the master is still in meditation. Please follow me to the hall to wait."
Yin Fuyu nodded and followed the servant quietly to the living room. If any outsider saw this, they would surely be astonished. With Yin Fuyu's status and martial prowess, any faction across the entire Cloud Dream Marsh would receive him with utmost caution, never daring to be so negligent. Yet Yin Fuyu did not feel slighted by the host. Instead, he deliberately lowered his voice and inquired softly, with the child servant, about the master's mood that day. The child servant seemed accustomed to Yin Fuyu's deference and said with a smile,
"The master is in excellent spirits today. He even ate a bit more at breakfast." "That's good, that's good. Serve the master attentively without any negligence."
Yin Fuyu added a few more instructions, then waited patiently without arrogance or impatience. Meanwhile, the master the servant spoke of was seated cross-legged in a secret chamber at the rear courtyard. Dressed in a blue robe with a face like jade and a striking handsome demeanor, he appeared no more than 20, clearly a pampered young noble. It was none other than Lin Chi. After leaving Luojing, Lin Chi sat cross-legged in the chamber, eyes tightly shut, cultivating his chi with every breath. A wisp of sandalwood burning in the chamber instantly vaporized, like light mingling with the Cloud Dream Marsh's unique damp air, swirling like mist into Lin Chi's mouth and nose. It flowed through his 8 extraordinary meridians, finally settling into a mysterious talisman that shimmered with a faint jade-like luster. The talisman trembled slightly, forming a vortex of true chi that instantly separated the absorbed spiritual energy. Finally, a strand of silver-white true chi, dense and heavy as mercury, settled into his dantian. The next second, the originally modeled and chaotic true chi in his dantian surged, like a tide flowing back into the talisman's vortex. The tide of true chi circled once along the talisman's mysterious, unfathomable trajectory, and when it returned to the dantian, it had transformed into a silver-white strand as fine as a hair. This process continued with every breath Lin Chi took. If anyone could see the true chi in his dantian at this moment, they would find that the true chi in Lin Chi's dantian was clearly divided into 2 distinct layers. The lower layer was silver-white, dense as mercury, and so pure it seemed to glow. The upper layer was mottled and chaotic, a murky gray, as if mixed with sand and mud. Between these 2 distinct types of true chi lay the vortex formed by the mysterious talisman. After another cycle of breathing and cultivation, Lin Chi slowly withdrew his practice, opened his eyes, and silently assessed the degree of refinement of the immortal talisman within him. He nodded, slightly lost in thought.
The refinement speed of the immortal talisman is faster than I anticipated. I originally thought it would take at least 2 or 3 years to fully refine and transform the true qi in my body and reach the first layer of qi refining. But now it seems that perhaps within half a year the first layer of qi refining can be perfected. The key should be that the immortal talisman I condensed is nearly perfect.
He had spent 60 years in Zhao Zijing's 2 dreamscapes, during which his most extensive practice and study were the condensation of the immortal talisman. This was the beginning of cultivation, the first gate to immortality. Naturally, he had to practice repeatedly, leaving no room for error. Little did he expect that this would bring him an unexpected delight. Under the relentless practice of 60 years, as if it were a single day, when he formally condensed the immortal talisman in reality, and began his immortal cultivation, the speed of refining the talisman and drawing qi into his body was far faster than in the dreams. In the dream, Lin Chi had heard Zhao Zijing say that the shortest time for cultivating the first layer of qi refining was 1 to 2 years. And that was with the aid of a large number of qi refining pills. Now Lin Chi estimated that he only needed half a year to refine the immortal talisman, thoroughly cleanse and purify his true qi, and reach the perfection of the first layer of qi refining.
Qi refining, qi refining. The cultivation of the qi refining realm is at its core the tempering of true qi. And the condensation and refinement of various talisman seeds are the process of tempering the true qi. As the saying goes, steel is forged through 100 refinements, that is roughly it. And since the talisman seed is the key to tempering true qi, the better and more perfect its quality, the more effective the tempering will be. Unfortunately, most cultivators in the qi refining realm seem not to understand this principle. At least Zhao Zijing probably didn't.
Lin Chi mused to himself, realizing that the condensation of the talisman seed itself held a secret technique, one that even Zhao Zijing might not have known. But then he thought again. Zhao Zijing was merely mediocre among cultivators. Not grasping this point was hardly surprising. Yet even if one knew the secret, what of it? Besides him, who would truly spend 60 years repeatedly practicing and analyzing the most basic immortal talisman just to condense a better, more perfect one?
Not only that, the talisman seed, as the first checkpoint of cultivation separating the mortal from the immortal path, holds depths that may run through the entire journey of cultivation. I can even faintly sense that each type of talisman seed is itself a key to a certain great Tao. The essence of the talisman seed might be the code used by this cultivation world to parse and operate the great Tao. Perhaps I can try to delve deeper into analyzing the talisman seed. After all, I have plenty of time.
Lin Chi sorted through the day's cultivation results and rose with a composed air. After opening the door, he saw the girl he had named Mingwei dozing off with drool. He couldn't help but tap her lightly.
"You lazy creature, go and tell Qi Feng to summon Yunfuyu." "Yes, master."
Mingwei wiped her drool and hurried off to call him. Soon the boy's servant named Qi Feng respectfully led Yunfuyu over. Upon seeing Lin Chi, Yunfuyu immediately cupped his hands and said,
"Godfather, I have found an excellent ginseng root and have come specially to present it to you. You are thoughtful."
Lin Chi glanced at the ginseng Yunfuyu had brought. It was about 300 years old. Once he mastered the fire control technique, he could try using it to refine nourishing qi pills. Seeing Lin Chi accept it, Yunfuyu breathed a sigh of relief. He hesitated as if wanting to say something but stopping.
"Is there something else?"
Seeing that Yunfuyu seemed hesitant to speak, Lin Chi directly asked him. After all, he still trusted Yunfuyu, unlike Su Jiwen, the apprentice at the medical clinic. Yunfuyu calling Lin Chi his foster father was no act of a mercenary sycophant seeking patronage. Although in appearance Yunfuyu looked more mature than Lin Chi, yet Lin Chi was worthy of being called foster father by Yunfuyu, for he had saved a young Yunfuyu's life and personally taught him martial arts. Over the years, though Lin Chi resided in Luojing, he occasionally visited Yunming Marsh, using the pretense of procuring herbs to guide Yunfuyu. In fact, Yunfuyu's decision to stay in Yunming Marsh and found the Taihu Chamber of Commerce was itself Lin Chi's instruction. Because Yunming Marsh, this lawless land, had long been chosen by Lin Chi as a secluded cultivation site. Time proved his choice correct. Yunming Marsh indeed suited his cultivation well. With Yun Fuyu as a prearranged aide, Lin Chi could focus solely on cultivation upon arrival, leaving all mundane affairs to him. Moreover, Yunming Marsh thrived with commerce and bustling crowds. In his spare time from cultivation, whether gathering herbs for alchemy or entering dreams for practice, everything was convenient. The only drawback might be the many eyes and ears, making it inconvenient for him to cast spells in the real world. Yet this was but a trivial issue.
Reporting to Foster Father, it's news from the merchant convoy. The Song Emperor has issued a martial world bounty for your capture, offering a reward across the realm. Furthermore, the Jin and Liao kingdoms have also stirred, declaring they will join the Song in a united pursuit of you.
Yun Fuyu relayed the latest intelligence. After the Battle of Luojing, Lin Chi's name swept across the world, shocking all. Though he departed with grace, the turmoil he caused continued to ferment. The joint pursuit by the Song, Liao, and Jin kingdoms was but one consequence.
Though the Song, Liao, and Jin kingdoms appear to war amongst themselves, they are in truth birds of a feather colluding in villainy. Their joint pursuit was only to be expected. It's nothing major. As long as the Immortals don't interfere, there's no need to bother.
Unfazed by the Tri-Kingdom manhunt, Lin Chi instead asked,
as the Immortal Master left the continent.
Yun Fuyu shook his head.
That I don't know. Yet 3 days ago word came that the Immortal vessel had gone to the Tang Kingdom. Very well. By my reckoning, it should be within this month.
Lin Chi nodded slightly, not overly concerned. From his understanding of Zhao Zijing in dreams, he knew Zhao Zijing would not linger long in the mortal realm. Once Zhao Zijing departed, until the next descent of immortals, there would be nothing in the entire mortal realm for Lin Chi to fear.
By the way, Foster Father, there's another matter. Beyond the royal pursuit by the three kingdoms, someone in the martial world seems to be stirring the pot. They say you have obtained the divine sword left by sword god Xie Shursan, which contains the method to transcend the Xietian realm and become a grandmaster.
Yun Fuyu spoke again.
Grandmaster.
Lin Chi paused, then understood through Yun Fuyu's explanation. The Battle of Luojing had been too stunning. Lin Chi had slain Xietian masters, like chopping vegetables. Thus many in the martial world believed he had surpassed the Xietian realm, worthy of being called a grandmaster above all Xietian masters.
I see.
Unconcerned, Lin Chi waved his hand.
Let them talk. I am invincible beneath the immortals. You need not bother with such matters hereafter. If someone truly comes knocking, and you can't handle it, then inform me.
Yun Fuyu nodded silently, inwardly curious whether Lin Chi truly possessed the grandmaster's method, but dared not ask, and quietly took his leave. Half a year later, in Taihu City, a young girl named Mingwe fell into a deep slumber. In the dream, the meter-tall little girl clutched a sword as tall as herself, pitifully gazing at the white-bearded elder before her.
Grandfather, Mingwe can't train anymore. No pain, no gain, Mingwe. You don't want to spend your life serving tea and being a doorkeeper, do you?
The white-bearded elder spoke calmly, as a spinning talisman in his palm rotated, decomposed, and transformed in wondrous ways. Minggu's eyes darted as she whispered,
I think staying with the master is fine. He treats us so well, good food every day, and he teaches us to read and practice martial arts. And the master is incredibly powerful. Even a big shot like guild leader Yun acts respectfully before him. Grandfather, though you teach me martial arts, truth be told, the master is kinder to Mingwe. You little girl. Well then, don't you want to master a peerless sword art and protect your master in the future?
The white-bearded elder chided with a laugh. Mingwe thought earnestly, then nodded vigorously, raising her sword.
Grandfather is right. Mingwe will grow up to protect the master. Huh.
Thus Mingwe began practicing her sword with precise, disciplined movements. The white-bearded elder watched her coldly for a moment, nodded slightly, then closed his eyes again, as the spinning talisman in his palm grew more intense. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the white-bearded elder's eyes snapped open, and the next moment the dream shattered.
A dream of millennia. What year is this?
In an ethereal voice, Lin Chi, seated cross-legged in a moonlit meditation chamber, suddenly inhaled. A stream of moonlight fell into his mouth like water. Like a legendary demon devouring the essence of sun and moon, Lin Chi's entire body was bathed in eerie moonlight. The next moment, a crystalline, almost solid talisman leaped from his heart. Lin Chi reached out, pressing the talisman back into his heart. Simultaneously, he spat out a silver-white mercury-like stream that cascaded, like a celestial river, into the chamber, blending with the moonlight in a dreamy haze. Expressionless, Lin Chi focused his mind. The ethereal, dreamlike stream of true Qi twisted and coalesced in the air. In an instant, it transformed into another complex, three-dimensional and profound azure talisman seed, swaying as if it might dissipate with the next breeze. With the azure talisman seed formed, Lin Chi without hesitation inhaled again, drawing the chamber's moonlight and the celestial stream, along with the azure seed, into his mouth. Swallowing the talisman, Lin Chi rose and opened the door without a second thought. In his inner vision, he could perceive his dantian now completely filled with silver-white true Qi. 2 talisman seeds, one white, one azure, shone like sun and moon reflecting each other. "The wind rises," Lin Chi murmured, stepping into the courtyard. The next moment, a breeze stirred in the still night. "A fair wind rises from the ground, carrying me into the azure clouds." With a soft laugh, Lin Chi's body swayed, then rose on the wind, flying through the air. The second talisman seed, wind riding, was complete. "So this is the joy of riding the wind and flying. Ha ha, truly wondrous beyond words." Lin Chi soared on the wind, becoming a wisp of breeze gliding across the sky, accompanied by the cold moonlight. He felt as ethereal as a flying immortal. In 2 dreams with Zhao Zijing, he had mastered over 20 magical talismans, each with its own marvels. Yet Lin Chi unhesitatingly chose the wind-riding art as the talisman seed to condense at the second level of Qi refining. The reason was simple: flight. Riding the wind and chasing the moon, martial artists of the innate realm could tread upon the air with lightness arts, as if walking on solid ground, yet this was not true flight. Among the many distinctions between mortals and immortals, flight stood as a defining hallmark. Though the mere art of wind riding lacked the world-shattering might of the fire dragon technique or the unstoppable speed of the golden light technique, and even fell short of the elusive nature of the 5 elements escape arts, the ability to soar through the sky like a bird, free and unrestrained, was more than sufficient. This meant that mountains, rivers, and seas posed no obstacle to Lin Chi, and he now possessed the power of aerial assault. A palm strike descending from the heavens. Were you not afraid? More importantly, the sensation of soaring through the sky as if breaking all shackles was an ultimate sublimation, a transformation of the soul. It allowed Lin Chi to truly understand that from then on he had transcended mortality and become an immortal. "I wish to ride the wind and return, yet fear the jade towers and marble halls." Lin Chi rode the wind, standing atop the 9 heavens, gazing at the full moon in the starry sky, wondering if a Guanghan palace resided upon its surface. Within that palace there might be a fairy named Change, a jade rabbit pounding medicine, and Wu Gang chopping a tree. Soon. One day I will ascend to the moon and witness the true nature of immortal cultivation in this realm. Lin Chi cast a deep glance at the silvery moonlight, then willed himself to descend with the wind back into the courtyard, entering the meditation chamber. Cultivation. 5 years later. Time flowed on, serene and unhurried. Taihu City seemed unchanged from 5 years ago, filled with the mundane clamor of people coming and going. A water stronghold dozens of miles away plundered a merchant vessel only to encounter a formidable foe and be eradicated. A martial artist killed officers and fled to the Yuming Marsh with a substantial bounty on their head. Someone was fortunate enough to harvest a millennium-aged Lingji in the swamps. Or border tensions flared among the 3 kingdoms, hinting at impending war. Some even swore they had encountered the Grandmaster Lin Chi by the sea, only for him to vanish without a trace. Lin Chi was aware of some of these events and oblivious to others. He lived in seclusion, and though Yun Fuyu occasionally visited, he never mentioned such matters. Yet Lin Chi, through his dreams that traversed all directions, could not be kept in the dark. For instance, his disciples Qin Feng and Mingwei grew restless, yearning to leave Taihu City and roam the world with their swords. 5 years was a short span. So short that Lin Chi had only just reached the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi refining, preparing to condense his 4th talisman seed. Yet 5 years was also a long time. Long enough that Qin Feng and Mingyue, once as tall as a sword, had become young heroes eager to venture forth, the boy spirited and the girl graceful. Lin Qi saw his younger self in them. Over these 5 years, he occasionally appeared in their dreams as an old master guiding their martial arts and swordsmanship. Diligence compensates for lack of talent, and Qin Feng and Mingyue were not without natural gifts. Thus, in just 5 years, their sword techniques and inner strength had reached the pinnacle of the martial world, with the innate realm within reach. Qingfeng Mingyue, you have followed me for 5 years, and the time has come. Tomorrow go to Yunfuyu, take on a task from the Merchant Guild, and set out to explore the world. Lin Qi spoke. Qin Feng and Mingyue exchanged glances, reluctance in their eyes, yet the youthful yearning for the boundless sky made them unwilling to remain confined to the small Taihu city. They nodded, bowed respectfully to Lin Qi, and packed their belongings. The next day Yunfuyu took them away. Thus they ventured into the martial world, where life and death were governed by fate. When they would meet again, none could say. Father, should I find new attendants? After arranging Qin Feng and Mingyue's departure, Yunfuyu returned alone, gazing at the empty courtyard. Lin Qi shook his head. No need. As for you, you are no longer young. When will you take a wife and have children? Yunfuyu blushed, hesitating before murmuring, in a few more years. She is still young. Lin Qi was taken aback but nodded. Very well. Inform me when you marry. Go now. I must enter seclusion. Yunfuyu departed in silence. Yet, as he left, he could not help but wonder what Lin Qi had been cultivating in his years of seclusion. Lin Qi was already unmatched in the innate realm, hailed as the world's greatest grandmaster. His martial arts had seemingly reached their zenith. What purpose could further seclusion serve? Lin Qi himself did not know the meaning of his single-minded pursuit of immortality. But once the bowstring was drawn, there was no turning back. He would only press forward on this path of immortal cultivation. In the meditation chamber, Lin Qi condensed his 4th talisman seed, swallowed it, and felt his true qi surge. The 4th layer of qi refining was achieved naturally. Gazing at the 4 talisman seeds floating within his dantian amidst the true qi, the 1st layer's immortal talisman seed, the 2nd layer's wind riding technique talisman seed, the 3rd layer's fire control technique talisman seed, and the newly condensed golden light technique talisman seed, Lin Qi's mind cleared as he silently perceived the subtle connections among them. Breaking through to the 4th layer in 5 years far exceeded his expectations. The perfect talisman seed significantly enhanced the efficiency of qi refining cultivation. Yet Lin Qi felt that the pace of qi refining could be even faster. Though Zhao Zijing claimed the goal was to quickly condense 9 talisman seeds and step into foundation establishment, he himself had cultivated over 20 types of talisman seeds. Was it truly mere obsession with mastering spells? Lin Qi thought not. If only 9 talisman seeds were needed for a smooth foundation establishment, then even a fool like Zhao Zijing would have been stopped by foundation establishment cultivators, who would have limited him to only 9 seed condensation methods. Instead, Zhao Zijing was allowed to master more. Thus the truth was clear: the more talisman seeds one condensed during qi refining, the greater one's potential and foundation. Condensing 4 talisman seeds in 5 years was indeed swift. But to master all 20+ seeds from Zhao Zijing would take at least 30 years. Even with Lin Qi's ability to cultivate in dreams and perfect the condensation method, how many years would others need? 50? 100? I should have realized this earlier. The method for condensing the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit in the later qi refining stage already revealed the true secret of talisman seed cultivation. The 3 talismans must be condensed simultaneously, which Zhao Zijing called the greatest hurdle of the later stage. But it also taught me that talisman seeds can be condensed concurrently. Moreover, there exists a mysterious connection among the talisman seeds themselves, a mystery Zhao Zijing neither knew nor could grasp. After all, he was merely an unremarkable qi refining cultivator. Lin Qi's eyes gleamed with insight, and he knew he must journey to Luojing. Luojing. After 5 years apart, the ancient capital of the Song Kingdom seemed unchanged. It was as if this ancient city itself would never change. It was the same 1,000 years ago, and it will be the same 1,000 years hence. Just like the ruling family of this mundane continent, it remained eternal and unchanging. No surprises, no alterations. Lin Chi felt no nostalgia for this familiar place. Observing the lifeless Luo Jing, he suddenly decided to visit the medical hall. It seemed some street vendors had changed, but the medical hall remained. Lin Chi saw Su Jiwen, who had matured significantly, sitting in the medical hall, with some spies faintly lurking around. He paid them no mind, walking through the crowd, while seeming to transcend the world. The clever use of the wind-riding technique made him feel like a gentle breeze drifting through the streets. It was omnipresent for mortals, yet utterly untouchable. After glancing at the medical hall, Lin Chi had no intention of meeting Su Jiwen. After the battle atop the Purple Forbidden City, he had asked Su Jiwen whether he wanted to leave with him, or stay in Luo Jing to take over the medical hall. Su Jiwen chose the latter. Therefore there was nothing to discuss. Whether Su Jiwen had fared well or poorly over the years was entirely his own choice. For Lin Chi, Su Jiwen, the former apprentice at the medical hall, was merely a fleeting passerby on his destined long journey through life. He continued walking, passing by the pleasure boat on the banks of the Luo River. A thought crossed his mind. It had been a long time since he had heard a tune. Now that he was here, he might as well take a look around. Feeling inspired, he reached out and skillfully executed a gesture. Soon a small boat swayed towards him, bringing Lin Chi aboard the pleasure boat. Listening to music and drinking wine, they shared common interests. Amidst the gentle rocking of the pleasure boat, Lin Chi leisurely stood up.
"Sir, it's late at night. Where do you intend to go?" "A rendezvous after twilight as the moon rises above the willow tops. This is precisely the time to meet an old friend."
Lin Chi smiled faintly, casually tossing a gold ingot, opening the window, and stepping out into the moonlight. Destination: the Imperial Palace. In the palace, Xiao Mingyan, who had been emperor for 5 years, once again arrived at the Golden Luan Hall under the moonlight. On the golden dragon pillar near the dragon throne there was a scar. Even though it had been adorned with gold leaf, making it appear seamless, and even enhancing its beauty, in Xiao Mingyan's heart it remained a scar. A scar that pierced his heart, and also marred the face of the Song royal family.
"Lin Chi!"
Xiao Mingyan once again whispered Lin Chi's name. The scene from 5 years ago resurfaced in his mind. It had evidently become the greatest humiliation of his life. The head of a mundane branch of a prestigious cultivation family, the emperor of the Song kingdom, had been humiliated and toyed with by a commoner in front of the world. Just the thought of it made Xiao Mingyan's heart ache with rage, wishing he could chop Lin Chi into 1,000 pieces.
"Still no news of Lin Chi?"
Xiao Mingyan turned his head and asked.
"Your Majesty, do not be angry. There is no need to be upset over that lowly person, Lin Chi."
A eunuch quickly interjected, thinking himself considerate. But this only provoked Xiao Mingyan to strike back with a sword. The blade flashed down, blood gushed forth. He had slain the eunuch before him, and muttered to himself,
"Lin Chi is indeed lowly.
But no one, not even a mere eunuch, should dare to describe him as such. Is it possible that in your eyes a lowly person can humiliate me?"
"As long as Lin Chi is alive, my heart will not be at ease. Bring forth my decree. At all costs seek out Lin Chi's whereabouts. Whoever finds Lin Chi will be generously rewarded. Whoever can kill Lin Chi and bring his head to me, I shall await their claim to nobility."
After once again issuing a reward decree, he felt a bit of his anger dissipate, gripping the emperor's sword and preparing to return to the palace. But suddenly a cool breeze swept in, and the moonlight turned as cold as ice. Xiao Mingyan was immediately drenched in cold sweat, instinctively reaching for the emperor's sword. But in the next second, he could only watch as a hand pressed down in the moonlight. With a press, the sword returned to its sheath. With a grab, the emperor's sword changed hands. This scene drove Xiao Mingyan to the peak of anger, as if he had returned to that day 5 years ago.
"I have heard you possess the emperor's sword, a gift from the celestial beings extraordinary and unparalleled. I cannot help but yearn for it. Tonight, I shall take it under the moonlight."
A deep voice rang in Xiao Mingyan's ears, and he was filled with both shock and anger, desperately trying to see who had come under the moonlight to seize the emperor's sword. Was it Lin Chi? Or was it someone from another family come to see him humiliated? Thoughts flashed through Zhao Minggan's mind, then he felt the cool breeze recede, and the bright moon stood still, as if everything that had just occurred was merely an illusion. But the Emperor's sword now missing from his hand made Zhao Minggan realize that everything had indeed been real. Someone had slipped in silently with the wind coming under the moonlight to seize the Emperor's sword, which had been the royal family's legacy for thousands of years.
Who are you exactly? Dare you reveal your name?
Zhao Minggan was going mad, shouting in rage. He had not expected an answer, but after a moment a voice came with the wind.
I am but a humble man, unchanged in name and surname. I am the thief Saint Chu Liuxiang. Chu Liuxiang, you scoundrel. I will not let you go. Bring forth my decree. Seal the city gates and capture the thief Saint Chu Liuxiang. Alive or dead, I want to see him.
Zhao Minggan howled in furious impotence, feeling despondent. He knew that this thief saint, who had appeared out of nowhere, had managed to stealthily steal the Emperor's sword from him. Capturing Chu Liuxiang would not be easy, unless, of course, a celestial being intervened. With this thought, Zhao Minggan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and hurriedly ran towards the palace.
Be quiet!
Lin Qi, disguised as Chu Liuxiang, had effortlessly infiltrated the palace and snatched away the Emperor's sword he had long coveted 5 years ago. Gripping it in his hand now, he felt the Emperor's sword hum, as if it was ready to unsheath and slay this thief at any moment. But Lin Qi was no longer the Lin Qi of 5 years ago. Although his cultivation level was only at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, still a small fry in the world of cultivation, unleashing his true Qi to suppress a mundane, magical artifact was nevertheless a simple feat. In fact, after Lin Qi activated his true Qi, the humming Emperor's sword immediately quieted down. Clearly this Emperor's sword, a legacy of the Song royal family for thousands of years, was not a high-grade item. Lin Qi even suspected that this Emperor's sword was merely a low-level magical artifact, the kind that everyone in the cultivation world had one of. Otherwise it would not be so easily overlooked by mediocre cultivators like Xiao Zijing. And indeed it was so. After Zhao Minggan lost the Emperor's sword, he hurried back to the palace, lit the royal family's secret incense for communication, and informed the celestial beings of this matter. All he received was a message declaring him worthless. Then, there was no further response. To issue a mission to have cultivators run around for a low-grade magical artifact was simply overkill. It would be better to wait for the next celestial master to descend in 5 years, to handle it then. This generation's emperor of the Song Kingdom was truly pathetic, having even lost the Emperor's sword. However, this generation's emperor of the Song Kingdom seemed to be the biological father of Zhao Qingxue. The mundane cultivator, who had originally intended to handle this matter casually, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, and quickly set off towards Zhao Qingxue's cave dwelling. In the Immortal Prefecture at the Immortal Academy, the mountain ranges were like jade, the moon hidden amidst the stars. Zhao Qingxue, whom he had not seen for 5 years, sat alone under the moonlight, eyes closed, regulating her breath and practicing qi absorption. With each breath the moonlight surged around her like tidal waves, accompanied by the faint murmur of ocean tides. It was as if Zhao Qingxue was not cultivating in the exclusive courtyard reserved for elite disciples of the Immortal Academy, but rather on a moonlit beach. The tides of pure white moonlight enveloped Zhao Qingxue, making her already breathtakingly beautiful countenance even more sacred and ethereal, like an inviolable cold moon celestial maiden. After completing a cycle of qi practice, Zhao Qingxue abruptly opened her eyes. As her radiant gaze swept around, 2 talisman-like symbols akin to stars spun within her deep ocean-like pupils, before vanishing in an instant.
Is that senior brother Yang from the affairs hall outside?
Zhao Qingxue spoke slowly, and the courtyard gate swung open, without a breeze, revealing Yang Jiyun, the steward cultivator, waiting outside.
I apologize for disturbing your cultivation junior sister. It's just that I just received a 1,000-mile incense transmission from the Song royal family saying their inherited artifact has been lost. It's normally a trivial matter, but I recall that the current ruler of the Song royal family is your biological father, so I made a point to come and inform you.
Yang Jiyun spoke with a smile. Though Zhao Qingxue was indeed a peerless beauty, he was not one to be swayed by lust. His reason for this unsolicited favor was simple. Zhao Qingxue was the first among this batch of new disciples to become an elite disciple, and was even rumored to have the potential to become a true disciple. She was worth currying favor with.
Father lost the inherited artifact.
Zhao Qingxue frowned slightly.
Is my father all right? Don't worry, junior sister, your father is fine. But the loss of the inherited artifact is still a matter of some consequence. How about I discreetly send someone to the mortal realm to investigate?
Yang Jiyun offered magnanimously, patting his chest. Zhao Qingxue thought for a moment and shook her head.
Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Yang. But I'd rather handle this matter myself. Besides, I've been wanting to go back for a visit anyway.
Zhao Qingxue thanked Yang Jiyun, acted decisively, and immediately went to seek her master Zhao Yueru. Ordinary disciples of the Immortal Academy could only cultivate under the guidance of the Academy's preaching elders. But elite disciples, like Zhao Qingxue, could study under Foundation Establishment realm cultivators, enjoying a completely different status and treatment. Zhao Qingxue's master was Zhao Yueru, a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, who was also her great-aunt by lineage. Upon hearing Zhao Qingxue's words, Zhao Yueru looked displeased.
For such a trivial matter, you would abandon your cultivation and journey to the mortal realm. Zhao Qingxue, do you think cultivation is easy? Do you believe you have so much time to waste? Please calm your anger, master. I am merely worried about my father.
Zhao Qingxue hastened to reply. Zhao Yueru snorted coldly.
Don't think I don't know what's on your mind. Worrying about your father is just a pretense. The real reason is you want to take the chance to go back and see that mortal lover of yours, isn't it? Zhao Qingxue, you have disappointed me greatly.
Zhao Yueru spoke with a tone of frustration.
You've cultivated for 5 years, reached the 3rd layer of Qi refining, condensed 3 talisman seeds, and become an elite disciple. Are you feeling proud? Do you think you're remarkable? But let me tell you, Zhao Qingxue, you still have a long way to go. If you continue like this, forget about becoming my true disciple. Even Foundation Establishment in the future will be hopeless.
Though Zhao Qingxue maintained a respectful demeanor on the surface, after Zhao Yueru's reprimand, she felt somewhat unconvinced inside. Among this batch of new disciples, she was the first to condense an immortal talisman, and the first to cultivate to the perfection of the 1st layer of Qi refining. In just 5 short years, she had broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining and condensed 3 talisman seeds. Such speed was comparable to even the most outstanding disciples of the past. Moreover, a trip to the mortal realm would delay her cultivation by at most a year. Zhao Qingxue felt it wouldn't hinder her progress significantly.
I can see you're still not convinced. Then let me tell you today the difference between a true disciple and an elite disciple. So you don't remain a frog in a well, truly believing yourself to be a peerless genius.
Zhao Yueru spoke coldly.
You've cultivated for 5 years and broken through to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. Such speed places you among the top 100 in the history of the Immortal Academy. Logically, with talent like yours, it wouldn't be excessive to make you a true disciple directly. But in reality, that's impossible. Because to become a true disciple, one must master the method of condensing talisman arrays. The method of condensing talisman arrays.
Zhao Qingxue was stunned. She had never heard of this before.
A talisman array, as the name implies, is the method of forming an array with talisman seeds. The simplest one known, even to latest-stage Qi refining cultivators, is the simultaneous condensation of the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit. That itself is a talisman array condensation method.
Zhao Yueru pointed a finger, and the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit instantly materialized in the void. The 3 talisman seeds shone in harmony, as if they were one entity.
You should know that talisman seeds condensed during the Qi refining stage evolve and transform into divine ability seeds at the Foundation Establishment stage. But do you know why they are called divine ability seeds and not simply divine abilities? The reason is simple. Every divine ability is actually composed of numerous talismans. To cultivate a divine ability, you must master the divine ability seed that serves as its core. Each talisman seed you condense during the Qi refining stage will, upon evolution at Foundation Establishment, become a divine ability seed, helping you master one divine ability. But there are also grades among divine abilities. A divine ability composed of only one divine ability seed is called a minor divine ability. A divine ability composed of 3 divine ability seeds is called a major divine ability. And if you wish to master a peerless divine ability, you need 6 divine ability seeds as its core. If you can use 9 divine ability seeds as the core to cultivate a divine ability, that is a legendary forbidden art known as a divine prohibition. Do you know that even the smallest gap between a divine prohibition and a minor divine ability is a full 81 times? And this gap will only widen as your realm increases. At the same realm and cultivation level, if someone's divine ability is 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more powerful than yours, tell me, how would you fight?
Zhao Yue sneered.
If you cannot become a true disciple and master the talisman array condensation method, even if you successfully achieve foundation establishment or even golden core in the future, you will only be able to cultivate minor divine abilities, becoming the most mediocre cultivator of your realm. Now, do you still think you're a genius?
Zhao Qingxue was visibly stunned. She had truly been unaware of such vast differences between divine abilities. And what determined their power were the talisman seeds condensed during the chi refining stage.
Master, is it impossible without mastering the talisman array condensation method for individually condensed talisman seeds to be combined after evolving into divine ability seeds to cultivate major divine abilities, peerless divine abilities, or even divine prohibitions? After all, even a divine prohibition only requires 9 divine ability seeds. Foolish!
Zhao Yue was furious. She casually pointed and 9 different talismans appeared in the void.
Come, try combining these 9 talismans together. If individual talisman seeds could be easily combined with other divine ability seeds after evolving, why would I even mention talisman arrays? Remember this, when a talisman seed evolves into a divine ability seed, it becomes a divine ability core. You can add other talismans around this core, but you absolutely cannot combine 2 divine ability cores together, because divine abilities repel each other.
As she spoke, Zhao Yue pointed her finger once more, and a divine ability manifested, the only supreme technique she had cultivated, the I-Soul Divine Light. The I-Soul Divine Light, azure as ice, and seemingly possessing the power to freeze heaven and earth, was decomposed and transformed under Zhao Yue's will, eventually forming 6 azure hexahedrons linked head to tail in an interlocking chain. Each face of the hexahedron represented a talisman. This I-Soul Divine Light technique was actually composed of a full 36 talismans. At the center, one azure hexahedron was distinctly different from the others, serving as the core component that supported the entire structure of the divine ability.
Do you see? The talisman seeds condensed during the chi refining stage have already set the framework when they transform into divine ability seeds. You can only add things to this framework, reinforce it, and strengthen it. But you cannot forcibly merge 2 different frameworks together. So do you understand now? What divine abilities you can cultivate after the foundation establishment stage is already decided during your chi refining stage. If you can only condense a single talisman seed, then you will only be able to cultivate minor divine abilities in the future. But if you can master the method of talisman array condensation, condensing a 3 talisman array allows you to cultivate a great divine ability, and a 6 talisman array allows you to cultivate a supreme divine ability. As for divine forbidden arts, that is no longer something ordinary geniuses can aspire to. Only the offspring of immortals, descendants of divine beasts or creation deities, born with innate divine prohibitions, have the chance to master them. Your master does not have high expectations for you. If you can condense a few 3 talisman arrays before the late chi refining stage, that will be sufficient. In short, you have no time to waste. Go and cultivate diligently, carefully comprehend the connections between talisman seeds. Wait until you condense a 3 talisman array. Your master will accompany you back to the mortal continent to meet your beloved. If he truly has talent, it is not impossible for me to accept him as a nominal disciple.
Even while reprimanding, Zhao Yue did not forget to paint a tempting picture for Zhao Qingxue. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingxue immediately abandoned the thought of returning to the mortal continent. If she could openly have Lin Qi enter the Immortal Academy for cultivation, wouldn't that be far better than secretly teaching him in private? Wasn't it just condensing 3 talismans together? With some effort, diligent cultivation, and another 5 years, to condense a 3-talisman array, it shouldn't be too difficult, right? With this thought, Zhao Qingxue immediately humbly asked,
May I ask, Master, are there any secrets to condensing talisman arrays? What secrets could there be? It's nothing more than practice making perfect. When you can condense a talisman seed to flawless perfection, you will naturally perceive the innate connections between talisman seeds. Once you grasp the natural connections between talisman seeds, your master will naturally bestow upon you some methods for combining talisman arrays. Moreover, mastering talisman array condensation not only helps you cultivate better divine abilities in the future, but is also a fundamental skill essential for the art of artifact refining. Only by mastering the method of talisman array condensation can you qualify to refine your own magical artifacts in the future. Otherwise, you will have to purchase them from artifact refiners. In that case, obtaining a magical artifact that suits your wishes will be very difficult. Speaking of which, the low-grade magical artifact your father lost was personally refined by me during my artifact refining examination back then. Although it was only refined using the simplest 3-talisman array, it cannot be lost for no reason. Anyway, it won't be long before the next time the Affairs Hall sends people to the mortal continent. By then, I will have the Affairs Hall retrieve it. You need not concern yourself further, just cultivate diligently.
Zhao Yuera gave Zhao Qingxue a few more instructions. Zhao Qingxue obediently complied, and as she stood to leave couldn't help but ask,
Master, hasn't that magical artifact been passed down for 10,000 years? It's just a low-grade magical artifact. Do you really think it can be passed down for 10,000 years?
Zhao Yuera laughed.
Unless it's an innate spiritual treasure with innate divine prohibitions, even a high-grade magical artifact cannot be passed down for 10,000 years without being nourished by magical power. The low-grade magical artifacts passed down on the mortal continent actually need to be replaced every 200 years. If you calculate the time, this batch of low-grade magical artifacts is almost due for replacement. Calculating this way, it seems there is no need to retrieve it after all.
Zhao Yuera pondered for a moment, then shook her head.
Forget it, leave it to the Affairs Hall. Go and cultivate diligently.
In the Song Kingdom Yiming Marsh, Lin Qi was still unaware that his theft of the celestial sword from Zhao Mingan had nearly prompted Zhao Qingxu's return. Carrying the celestial sword, he did not return to Taihu City. Instead, he found an uninhabited island deep within Yiming Marsh and eagerly began to study the celestial sword. Clang! The long sword was drawn from its sheath, radiating a cold light for several zhang. A visible sword aura condensed and pulsed along the blade's edge, sharp and icy. Lin Qi casually swung and slashed, and a massive boulder was cleanly severed in two. Its ability to cut through metal and jade was nothing more than this.
What a formidable sword! With this sword aura, I could take down any Xiantian realm martial artist with a single strike.
Lin Qi praised, then attempted to channel his true qi. In an instant, the sword aura on the celestial sword blazed with brilliant light, and a golden sword qi shot out several zhang. Everything it passed through was shattered without resistance. It instantly felt like a transition from a cold weapon to a laser sword.
No wonder the great families have been able to suppress the continent for 10,000 years with their inherited magical artifacts. This is practically a dimensional reduction strike.
Lin Qi sighed, then gazed intently, carefully examining the reason why the celestial sword could condense sword aura and emit sword qi.
Are these engraved talismans?
Lin Qi quickly discerned the difference between the celestial sword and ordinary long swords, and his heart stirred as he delved into contemplation. Relying on his perfect mastery of over 20 types of talisman seeds, it didn't take long for Lin Qi to recognize that the celestial sword actually had 3 somewhat distorted talismans engraved upon it.
A metal talisman, a golden light talisman, and what seems like a variant of an immortal talisman.
Lin Qi's eyes flickered with wisdom as he fell into deep thought. He felt he had grasped a deeper mystery concerning talisman seeds.
It appears these 3 talismans are linked together in some way. It's somewhat similar to the connection between the essence qi and spirit talismans. It seems my guess was correct. Different talisman seeds can indeed be connected to form a whole. What is the principle behind this? Is it merely a technique of artifact refining, or is this the correct way to condense talismans? If 3 talismans can be constructed into a whole, what about more talismans?
Lin Chi understood intuitively that more secrets about talisman seeds were slowly unfolding before him. To figure this out he needed time, a lot of time, to conduct deeper research into the connections between talisman seeds. But time was the one thing he had in abundance. So after forcibly memorizing the 3 talisman array engraved on the celestial sword, Lin Chi immediately headed to the nearest inhabited area and casually cast a dream mark. He lay down thinking, I need you to aid my cultivation. Time passed leisurely, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had gone by. But for Lin Chi, it felt as if he had spent over 20 years in a dream. Over 20 years of dream cultivation, frantically deciphering the mysteries of the 3 talisman array within the celestial sword. Even the profound and closely guarded secrets of the 3 talisman array, which were considered advanced for most ordinary chi refining cultivators, had been analyzed and mastered by Lin Chi.
I need more magical artifacts, more methods of talisman combination.
Lin Chi's gaze turned profound as he ceased his secluded meditation. His eyes briefly touched upon the direction of Luo Jing before shifting to the neighboring Liao kingdom. I have heard that you possess the exquisite Linglong Tower, a gift from the immortals extraordinary and unparalleled, which I yearn for immensely. Tonight, I shall tread upon the moonlight to take it. In the palace of the Liao kingdom, the emperor, in front of all the civil and military officials, angrily threw a piece of gold foil onto the throne hall. A minister picked it up to examine, shocked and filled with righteous indignation. What a rebellious scoundrel, daring to infiltrate the palace and humiliate his majesty. This is utterly lawless. Your majesty, please issue an immediate order for the imperial guard to enter the palace to defend the royal court and ensure that this treasonous scoundrel meets a fate without burial. Silence. The emperor of the Liao kingdom, increasingly furious, drew the sword from the waist of a palace guard, pointing it at the ministers. Do not play dumb with me. Confess honestly who stole my Linglong Tower and dares to leave a message to humiliate me. Do you take me for Zhao Mingan of the Song Kingdom? The emperor of the Liao kingdom grew angrier as he pondered. Unlike Zhao Mingan, who had his sword taken directly by the thief Lin Chi, the Linglong Tower was stolen silently while he was asleep. All that remained was this almost humiliating piece of gold foil. In the eyes of the emperor of the Liao kingdom, only other families of the same cultivation lineage could possess such skills. No one else could achieve this. Moreover, the cultivation families in the Liao kingdom also had their motives. Unlike the harmony between monarch and ministers in the Song kingdom, the major cultivation families here were in constant strife. In the Liao kingdom, it was common for emperors to take turns. This year it was my family's turn. Court coups would occur from time to time, with each major cultivation family unwilling to yield to the others, all wanting to experience what it felt like to sit on the dragon throne. After all, the meat will rot in the pot, and each time a coup occurs in the Liao kingdom, they know the limits. Thus no cultivators interfere. Watching the emperor of the Liao kingdom draw his sword in the throne hall without inquiring about the facts, he clearly assumed it was them who stole the Linglong Tower. With such a heavy accusation hanging over their heads, the ministers from cultivation families felt displeased. Exchanging glances, one stepped forward. Does your majesty mean that the Linglong Tower has already been lost? What else could it be? The emperor of the Liao kingdom shouted angrily. You are becoming increasingly audacious. Do you truly think my sword is not sharp enough? Seeing the emperor, so aggressive, one who was unconvinced also drew his sword angrily, declaring, my sword is no less effective. Hey, stop. Everyone, do not act impulsively. We are all in this together. Why resort to conflict? What is the point? Someone stepped in to mediate, urging that they talk things through, while thoughtfully adding, speaking of which, I remember a few months ago Zhao Mingan of the Song Kingdom went mad. Suddenly there was a nationwide manhunt for a thief named Chu Liuxiang. Could it be that the Song Palace was also robbed? What? Is that true? Some who were indulged in pleasure and unconcerned about state affairs asked in surprise. Why not send someone to inquire? Someone casually suggested. The emperor of the Liao kingdom immediately darkened his face, angrily retorting, do not inquire. But after a moment's thought, he continued, fine, we can send someone to ask, but do not let the people of the Song kingdom know that my Linglong Tower is lost. And are you truly not the ones responsible? The emperor of the Liao kingdom still suspected that it was the rebellious ministers who stole the Linglong Tower. Damn it, as if no family has inherited artifacts. Wait a minute, your family's artifact is lost. Is it really lost? Suddenly someone's eyes lit up, asking with ulterior motives. The emperor of the Liao kingdom felt a chill in his heart, realizing he had acted hastily. He shouldn't have let these bastards know that he'd lost the Linglong Tower. Without the Linglong Tower to protect him and suppress the royal fortune, would these people plot a rebellion? Thinking this, the emperor of the Liao kingdom feigned calmness, laughing heartily. Haha, my dear ministers, I was just joking with you. How could the Linglong Tower possibly be lost? This palace is like a fortress, not even a fly could enter. How could anyone infiltrate and steal my Linglong Tower? Haha, I was just teasing you. Hee hee, do you think I believe you? The minister who had previously confronted the emperor of the Liao kingdom with a sword secretly scoffed, but did not expose him, instead finding an excuse to leave. Immediately he sent people to investigate whether the Linglong Tower had truly been stolen, while also recruiting troops preparing for a major operation. Being a minister is no match for the pleasure of being an emperor. In an instant, the capital of the Liao kingdom was filled with undercurrents and alarm bells. About a month passed like this. The ministers, having gauged the emperor of the Liao kingdom's strengths and weaknesses, and preparing for a coup, were ready to rebel. Suddenly, upon waking from sleep, they found their ancestral soul capture bell missing, with only a piece of gold foil identical to the one the emperor of the Liao kingdom had produced a month ago left behind. Such a turn of events left the ministers dumbfounded. Ah, the scoundrel Chu Liuxiang, my soul capture bell. This bell is quite remarkable. The 3 talismans are ones I have not mastered before. Not bad, not bad. Let me see what mysteries this combination of spells holds. Lin Chi did not understand the relationship between talismans and divine powers. However, after repeated contemplation and experimentation, he had intuitively grasped a principle. That is, as long as 3 different talismans could be combined, the power unleashed would be at least 3 times stronger than the spells cast by a single talisman seed. This tremendous enhancement of combat power made Lin Chi increasingly focused on the 3 talisman array inscribed on the magical artifact, and he began to sense the feasibility of constructing 6 talisman and 9 talisman arrays. Of course, this required more time for comprehension and experimentation. After all, the low-grade magical artifacts passed down from the mundane world were all crafted using a single 3 talisman array. He needed to acquire and master more talismans, as well as study more combinations of 3 talisman arrays. Only then would it be possible to reverse engineer the combinations of 6 talisman and 9 talisman arrays. Thus, as time passed, and Lin Chi's analysis and research of talismans deepened, the actions of the great thief Chu Liuxiang became increasingly frequent. Finally, after nearly a year, even the usually harmonious rulers and ministers of the Liao kingdom could no longer suppress the reality that they had lost their inherited magical artifacts. All the inherited magical artifacts of the cultivation families in the Liao kingdom had been stolen clean by that damn Chu Liuxiang, and with the Liao royal family's confession, along with the major families. Soon the name of the great thief Chu Liuxiang swept across the entire world. Zhao Mingyan, who had been unable to find any trace of Chu Liuxiang and was feeling downcast, heard that the inherited magical artifacts of the Liao kingdom had been completely stolen by Chu Liuxiang. Instantly he perked up, his appetite soaring, and he couldn't help but eat 3 extra bowls of rice at dinner. Haha, it turns out he was not the only one having bad luck. Yang Jian, from the administrative hall of the Immortal Academy, was also astonished to learn that the inherited magical artifacts of the Liao kingdom had been stolen clean by a thief named Chu Liuxiang. But calculating the time, in less than 4 years, it would be time for the immortal masters to descend and recruit disciples. After all, the last time the royal family of the Song kingdom lost their inherited magical artifacts, there was no directive for the administrative hall to issue tasks. Then it's better to wait a bit longer. After all, debts won't be a problem. It's just a trivial matter in the mundane world. On the summit of Chuyu Mountain, Zhao Qingxue stood in the snow, her white robe as pure as the falling flakes, ethereal and transcendent as if she had forsaken the mortal world. She gazed at the undulating coastline in the distance, where a colossal tower ship set sail, vanishing beyond the azure horizon in the blink of an eye. That was the Celestial Academy's tower ship sent to the mortal continent to escort new disciples. A decade ago, she had arrived here on a similar vessel from that same continent. 10 years had passed in a fleeting moment, as if it were just yesterday.
Senior Sister Zhao, congratulations on your promotion to a true disciple. Please accept this small gift as a token of my esteem.
Suddenly someone approached respectfully, offering a carefully prepared congratulatory gift. Zhao Qingxue glanced at him, expressionlessly pondered for a moment, and then recalled that he was likely a new disciple who had entered the academy with her a decade ago. What was his name? She could no longer remember. Flustered by her indifferent and hollow gaze, the man hesitated, then awkwardly set down the gift and retreated in dejection. The companions who had once joined the academy together were now worlds apart in status after 10 years. Tomorrow Zhao Qingxue would officially become the personal disciple of the great foundation establishment cultivator Zhao Yueru. As for them, they remained ordinary disciples, having not even attained the rank of elite disciple. The chasm was so vast that no one dared to entertain even the thought of Zhao Qingxue being too arrogant.
Qingxue, tomorrow is your grand ceremony for promotion to true disciple. Yet you seem uninterested in preparing for it. What do you not wish to become my true disciple?
A crisp voice rang out. In the snow Zhao Yueru walked without leaving a trace, and wherever she stepped lotus blossoms bloomed. In an instant, the snowy expanse transformed into a summer lotus pond.
Or perhaps you still harbor resentment toward me, your master?
Zhao Yueru asked, her expression darkening as Zhao Qingxue remained silent.
Disciple would never dare.
Seeing Zhao Yueru's anger, Zhao Qingxue replied softly.
Your thoughts are written all over your face.
Zhao Yueru snorted coldly.
You simply think I have gone back on my word. I promised that once you mastered the 3 talisman array, I would take you to the mortal continent to see your beloved. Yet I have reneged on that promise.
Zhao Qingxue lowered her head, silent, but that was indeed how she felt. Over the years, she had worked diligently, focusing entirely on her cultivation, all to condense the 3 talisman array as quickly as possible. She had succeeded, she had done it. But Zhao Yueru had broken her word.
Yes, I did change my mind deliberately, using the true disciple ceremony as an excuse to prevent you from returning to the mortal continent with today's tower ship. But I did it for your own good. Your talent is extraordinary. It took you only 5 years to master the condensation of a 3 talisman array. In my estimation, you would have needed at least 7 or 8 years. However, your attachment to worldly love has exceeded my expectations. We cultivators, while not necessarily needing to sever all emotions, must recognize that mundane love is merely a minor ornament on the long path of cultivation. As they say, deep love leads to a short life. Your passion runs too deep, and it hinders your cultivation. I have even considered making a personal trip to the mortal continent to sever this ill-fated bond for you. Master, please don't.
Hearing the murderous intent in Zhao Yueru's words, Zhao Qingxue was terrified and immediately knelt to plead.
Disciple admits her mistake. From now on I will cultivate with all my heart and never disappoint your expectations. Please spare his life. Rise.
Zhao Yueru said, reaching out to help Zhao Qingxue up with a faint enigmatic smile.
Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to let a mere mortal sow resentment in your heart toward me. You may regard this as a test from me, or you may think I have indeed broken my word and wish to separate you two. In any case, until you have cultivated the Soul Divine Talisman, I will never permit you to return to the mortal continent.
The Soul Divine Talisman was the nascent form of Zhao Yueru's peerless divine ability, the Soul Divine Light, which one must master during the Qi refining stage. It was a 6 talisman array condensation method. Though Zhao Qingxue had successfully mastered a 3 talisman array within 5 years, condensing a 6 talisman array was more than 10 times as difficult. She did not believe she could successfully condense the Soul Divine Talisman in less than 10 or 20 years. At this thought, Zhao Qingxue could not help but cry out,
Master, this is too much. Too much.
Zhao Yueru sneered.
Do you think becoming my true disciple is so easy? If you cannot condense the Soul Divine Talisman, you cannot even master my peerless divine ability. What qualification do you have to be a true disciple of my lineage? Or do you still foolishly believe that the path of immortality requires no undivided focus, no single-minded devotion? Do you think you can achieve great power and longevity while indulging in romance? Do not think I am deliberately making things difficult for you. With your talent, you can surely condense the I-Soul Divine Talisman within at most 20 years. Adding the 10 years you have already cultivated, that is merely 30 years in total. Is 30 years of arduous training not worth the 800 years of enduring love that follows? Or do you believe that the so-called unforgettable bond between you and your lover cannot withstand even 30 years? If that is the case, I might as well kill him now.
Zhao Qingxue was speechless. She knew Zhao Yueru was being sophistical, but she was also right. If she and Lin Qi could achieve success in cultivation, even just stepping into foundation establishment, they would have 800 years to be together. Thus a mere 30-year separation was but a small trial.
Master, I understand. You are right. If two hearts are forever united, why need they be together day and night? I accept your trial. But I hope this is the last test,
Zhao Qingxue said solemnly.
Good, such ambition befits a true disciple of my lineage.
Zhao Yueru finally smiled, and then offered Zhao Qingxue reassurance.
Rest assured, I have already instructed the disciples escorting the ship to the mortal continent to deliver a youth-preserving pill to your beloved. You need not worry that when you see him 20 years from now, he will be old and decrepit, his beauty faded. Disciple thanks, Master.
Zhao Qingxue's eyes lit up, her last concern alleviated. She calculated in her heart. 20 years later Lin Qi would be just over 60. In the mortal world that would indeed be an advanced age, but with the youth-preserving pill, he would remain forever young. Even if Lin Qi had less than 60 years to go from Qi refining to foundation establishment, as a true disciple, she could provide him with ample resources. Though she might not enable him to establish the foundation for cultivating a peerless divine ability during Qi refining, as she had ensuring his success in foundation establishment before the age of 120 should be feasible. As for a weak foundation and the possibility of achieving the golden core in the future, even a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator like Zhao Yueru had no absolute certainty of forming a golden core. A mere Qi refining cultivator like her could not afford to think that far ahead.
Lin, my love, wait for me a little longer. Within 20 years at most, I will surely return to you.
In the Liao Kingdom at the imperial capital Xinjing, the Liao Emperor, along with the civil and military officials, as well as envoys from various cultivation families, gazed expectantly at the harbor awaiting the arrival of the immortals.
The immortal ship has appeared at the estuary. The immortals are here. Finally, they have come. Woo-woo.
At the sight of the majestic ship approaching, members of the cultivation families present could not suppress their grief. The immortals they had awaited for 5 years had finally arrived. 5 years. Do you know how they had endured? That accursed Chu Liuxiang who came and went without a trace like a ghost. More than half of the cultivation families on the continent had been ravaged by Chu Liuxiang, who stole their heirloom artifacts. They were utterly powerless against him. But now that the immortals had arrived, they would be saved and Chu Liuxiang would finally meet his end.
Mortal life is truly better.
Yang Jiyan, a disheartened cultivator in the Immortal Academy, gazed at the mortals bowing before him with reverence, and the pride of being a cultivator swelled within him. Were it not for the Golden Core ancestors' strict decrees separating the immortal and mortal realms, forbidding any cultivator from venturing into the mortal continent without a mission, Yang Jiyan genuinely believed that many mediocre cultivators, like himself, would choose to leave the immortal continent and return to the mortal realm. Would it not be splendid to reign as a lofty immortal master among mortals?
Immortal Master, you have finally arrived. Please, Immortal Master, apprehend the great thief Chu Liuxiang and retrieve our lost heirloom artifacts.
Seeing Yang Jiyan descend from the immortal vessel, the Emperor of Liao led the others in prostration, pleading for his help in capturing Chu Liuxiang. Yang Jiyan replied indifferently,
Rest assured. Aside from convening the ascension ceremony and guiding disciples, eliminating Chu Liuxiang and recovering the lost heirloom artifacts are also part of my mission. Bring me some hair or skin flakes of Chu Liuxiang. I shall divine his whereabouts and strike him down.
Hearing Yang Jiyan's words, the crowd exchanged uneasy glances, and dared not respond. Yang Jian instantly realized the situation and fumed.
A bunch of incompetents. That man has been thieving from your homes for years, and you mean to tell me you have not gathered even a single clue about him? Immortal Master, please calm your anger. There is a letter left by Chu Liuxiang. Could that serve as a medium for divination?
Someone whispered. Yang Jian looked at the gold leaf presented to him inscribed with elegant and timeless handwriting. Rage simmered within him. If he possessed such advanced divination techniques, he would not be stuck working in the affairs hall.
A bunch of incompetents.
Yang Jian bellowed, knocking the gold leaf away with a backhand, and turned to reboard the immortal vessel. His voice turned icy.
You mortals truly degenerate with each passing generation. All of you go back and prepare the ascension ceremony properly. As for Chu Liuxiang, I shall handle him myself.
Yang Jian spoke with bravado, but once inside the immortal vessel his face fell. He sullenly channeled a stream of spiritual energy into the water mirror. Relying on the chi resonance between the immortal vessel's water mirror and the mortal artifacts, he planned to first locate the lost heirloom artifacts, and then trace them back to Chu Liuxiang. Soon images flickered across the water mirror before Yang Jian. He saw the heirloom artifacts scattered across nearly the entire mortal continent, discarded like trash in desolate wilderness mountains and lakes. Yang Jian's face darkened. He had initially believed that the so-called great thief Chu Liuxiang was frantically stealing the heirloom artifacts of various cultivation families to exploit their overwhelming power over mortals, and driven by ambition stir up chaos in the mortal realm. He had even envisioned arriving to find the mortal continent engulfed in an unprecedented rebellion. A rabble led by Chu Liuxiang, armed with stolen artifacts, rising in revolt everywhere. That would have been the perfect opportunity to showcase his prowess, letting mortals witness the grace of immortals and the power to overshadow the heavens. But instead the water mirror revealed the artifacts scattered like garbage across the continent, one here, another there.
Damn it! How dare a mere mortal treat immortal artifacts with such contempt?
Yang Jian felt a sense of insult, his rage igniting into a murderous fury. He yearned to find Chu Liuxiang immediately and tear him limb from limb.
Summon the crew.
Yang Jian prepared to deploy the puppet dolls operating the vessel to retrieve the artifacts detected by the water mirror. But then he hesitated. He calculated that there were 60 to 70 lost artifacts scattered across the continent. With barely a dozen puppet dolls on the vessel, how long would it take to retrieve them all?
Forget it. I'll just give the locations to those incompetents and let them send their own people.
With that thought, Yang Jian Grimace memorized the locations of the artifacts from the water mirror and descended from the vessel again.
I have divined the whereabouts of the heirloom artifacts. Go to the addresses I have calculated and retrieve your respective artifacts. As for Chu Liuxiang,
Yang Jian waved his hand irritably.
I will give you 3 days. You must find some trace of him. If you fail, then do not blame me for washing my hands of this matter.
A chill ran through the crowd. They dared not ask if Yang Jian himself could not locate Chu Liuxiang, and could only nod hastily. Each immediately prepared to dispatch people to retrieve the artifacts from the locations Yang Jian had provided.
By the way, those from the Song Kingdom stay. There is a man named Lin Qi. Do you know his whereabouts?
Yang Jian suddenly remembered and called out to the Song delegation.
Lin Qi. Does the Immortal Master refer to the Grandmaster Lin Qi? Grandmaster? What nonsense is that?
Yang Jian frowned, then listened to the tales of this so-called Grandmaster Lin Qi and murmured thoughtfully.
It must be him. Find him as soon as possible. I have matters to discuss with him. Immortal Master Lin Qi vanished 10 years ago and has left no trace since. To find him,
the Song representative said with a troubled expression. Yang Jian grew displeased.
Chu Liuxiang cannot be found, and Lin Qi cannot be found either. You are truly the worst generation I have ever seen. I do not care. Before the ascension ceremony ends, you will turn the entire continent upside down if you must but find him. The priority remains Chu Liuxiang. That man has offended immortal authority and desecrated artifacts, an unforgivable crime. As for Lin Qi, proclaim my summons to the world. If he refuses to come, then It is merely his lack of fortune.
Yang Jiyun spoke casually, unconsciously touching the youth-preserving pill in his bosom. Though such pills were not rare in the immortal continent. The one bestowed by Foundation Establishment Grand Cultivator Zhao Yueru was undoubtedly special. Even if he failed to find Lin Qi, it did not mean he could embezzle the pill. But Yang Jiyun pondered. Zhao Qingxue had already been promoted to a true disciple, clearly favored by Zhao Yueru. Under these circumstances, although Zhao Yueru had given him a youth-preserving pill to deliver to Lin Qi, he suspected it was merely to appease Zhao Qingxue, not a genuine wish for Lin Qi to retain his youth and reunite with her 20 years later. Conversely, if Lin Qi did not receive the pill and became a decrepit old man, when the former lovers met, one a stunning beauty ageless, the other withered and aged, the sweet memories of youth would only leave behind a sigh that remembrance is better than reunion. He doubted Zhao Qingxue could still kiss a frail old man. Of course, he still had to go through the motions of searching for Lin Qi and offering the pill. Having made up his mind, Yang Jiyun issued his orders. Soon the decennial ascension ceremony commenced, and a frenzy swept the mortal continent as nations hunted for Chu Liuxiang, while news spread that the immortal master had summoned the long-vanished Grandmaster Lin Qi. Lin Qi, at the heart of it all, learned everything clearly at the Shengjing harbor. Far from being alarmed, he lingered in Shengjing, with interest awaiting the ascension ceremony. After all, capturing Chu Liuxiang had nothing to do with him. The immortal master's summons, however, did surprise him slightly. But it was only a minor surprise. Lin Qi had no intention of meeting Yang Jiyun. After the ascension ceremony began, he placed a dream mark on an aspiring cultivator and departed leisurely.
Year after year the flowers bloom alike, and year after year the people change.
In having left Shengjing City, the fervor stirred by the decennial ascension ceremony had yet to subside. All along the road, Lin Qi overheard countless discussions about the ascension ceremony, and inevitably whispers about whether the immortal masters could capture Chu Liuxiang, or why they had summoned the Grand Master Lin Qi. Yet Lin Qi merely passed in silence. On his journey back from Shengjing City to Yunming Marsh, the sole noteworthy event was encountering Qi Feng and Mingwe, whom he had not seen in 5 years. 5 years apart had transformed those youths into celebrated prodigies across the martial world. And they appeared to have attended this ascension ceremony, though regrettably failed to qualify. Lin Qi paid no mind to whether they had truly participated, or even entertained the thought of inquiring. And he harbored no intention whatsoever of meeting them face to face. For Qi Feng and Mingyue, those 5 years were but a sojourn beyond Taihu City, a wandering through rivers and lakes, time flowing like a gentle song. And for Lin Qi, however, his last meeting with Qi Feng and Mingyue, counting both dream and reality, had spanned nearly 5 centuries. And 500 years sufficed to erode all mortal stirrings of emotion. In the end, they were but fleeting passers-by. And he raised a cup in quiet salute toward them from afar and drank alone, then set out once more, alone, toward Yunming Marsh. This time he did not notify Yinfuyu. And alone he slipped back into his former residence, sealed himself within the meditation chamber, and resumed cultivation in solemn stillness. Over the past 5 years his cultivation had not surged forward, he remained steadfast at Qi refinement level 4. For he had devoted every moment and ounce of energy to mastering the art of talismanic combinations. In 5 years in reality, nearly 5 centuries within dreams. With unwavering perseverance and profound wisdom, Lin Qi had, just barely, mastered the formation of a talismanic array he long sought to refine.
This is the fire control art I originally mastered.
Lin Qi extended a finger. A true flame talisman, capable of granting ordinary fire control ability, materialized midair, igniting spontaneously without flame, hovering silently in the chamber before coalescing into a radiant sphere of fire that pierced the gloom.
The triple flame talisman.
And with another gesture the fireball dissolved, the burning true flame talisman vanished, replaced instead by 3 fiery talismans interlocking in a triune structure, forged in an enigmatic, unfathomable trinity, like 3 stars orbiting in eternal harmony.
Heaven flame talisman, earth flame talisman, true flame talisman. When joined, the 3 form the Samadhi true flame talisman.
And Lin Qi's gaze grew deep and distant. After analyzing dozens of inherited magical artifacts, he had acquired nearly 100 talismans previously unknown to him. The path of talismans is vast and profound, and talismanic seeds he received from Zhao Zijing constituted but a single droplet in the ocean, a mere sliver of the iceberg within the entire cultivation realm. Even among fire-related talismans alone, those capable of bestowing fire control arts, there must be dozens if not more. At present Lin Qi already commanded over 10 distinct flame talismans.
The legendary Samadhi True Flame, so fierce it reduced even the great sage equal to heaven to charred bone and singed fur. Yet how much of its true majesty does my own Samadhi True Flame talisman embody?
Lin Qi studied the Samadhi True Flame talisman before him. And within his dreams, he had tested it countless times as a fire control art. Its power, when refined through this talismanic array, was precisely threefold greater than any single flame talisman. It was nothing short of overwhelming, sweeping all before it. And,
alas, though the Samadhi True Flame talisman is formidable, it still falls short of the six-fold Samadhi Flame.
And Lin Qi sighed softly and pressed his palm downward. The Samadhi True Flame talisman dissolved instantly. And 6 flame talismans leapt upward in unison, interlocking like celestial rings, then burst forth with blinding radiance and searing heat, as if dawn itself had risen within the chamber. In that instant the meditation chamber became a miniature sun. In bricks softened at the edges, the very air ignited. In
Heaven Flame Talisman, Earth Flame Talisman, True Flame Talisman, Yin Flame Talisman, Yang Flame Talisman, Thunder Flame Talisman. When 6 are overlaid, they coalesce into the six-fold Samadhi Flame Talisman. But, still insufficient.
And Lin Qi reversed his hand, extinguishing the miniature sun cradled in his palm, his eyes glinting with resolve.
Though I know not the theoretical upper limit for talismanic array formation, and I have cultivated within dreams for 5 centuries, day and night, never slackening, never yielding. At last I have deciphered a method to forge a 9-fold array. In 9, the ultimate number in numerology. And even should stronger formations exist beyond 9, their attainment remains arduous, beyond arduous, beyond arduous. Rather than continue groping blindly in uncertainty, I shall first secure what I hold.
And Lin Qi murmured to himself, refraining, for now, from manifesting the 9-fold array he had just unraveled. Unversed in orthodox cultivation lore, Lin Qi remained unaware that the 9-fold array represented the absolute pinnacle, not forbidden technique destined to evolve during foundation establishment into the primordial divine prohibition, granted only to scions of immortals, heirs of divine beasts or primordial deities. Yet, after 5 centuries of relentless contemplation and refinement within dreams, he sensed intuitively that formation beyond 9 would falter and collapse. Though he retained the urge to probe further, Nay felt it unnecessary. Even if such a formation existed, his current repertoire of talismans fell far short of what would be required. Thus he resolved to first reverse engineer the true flame talisman he had already forged, and reshape it entirely into the supreme 9-fold array he had just mastered.
5 centuries of dream cultivation will today bear fruit. True Flame Talisman.
And Lin Qi exhaled, and the fully formed True Flame Talisman emerged from his mouth. Simultaneously his qi roared forth, and one by one talismans bloomed along the foundational lattice of the True Flame Talisman. In Heaven Flame, Earth Flame, Yin Flame, Yang Flame, Thunder Flame, Void Flame, Manifest Flame, and Fusion Flame. 9 talismans, each embodying a distinct nature of flame, leapt into the air almost simultaneously, and under Lin Qi's rhythmic qi circulation began fusing as one. Swiftly 9 divergent flames wove together along arcane, ineffable patterns. And Lin Qi's eyes blazed with spiritual light, his inner qi surged like a tidal cataclysm.
Heaven, Earth, Yin Yang, Void, Manifest, True Thunder, unite.
And Lin Qi intoned the sacred words, his qi billowed like molten metal poured into a crucible. The 9 talismans coalesced into a blazing cage of interlocked dragon heads, and then solidified, completely roaring with draconic might, radiating boundless light and heat. Just before the entire meditation chamber melted into liquid slag and Lin Qi inhaled deeply, the 9-fold fire wrapped in his qi rushed inward and settled into his dantian.
The 9-fold Samadhi Flame, complete.
In above his Dantian 9 dragons soared across the void wreathed in infernal fire, 9 blazing suns. Ni's formerly silvery chi boiled violently, visibly purging impurities through searing combustion. By contrast, the Wind Command Talisman and Golden Light Art Talisman he had previously cultivated trembled precariously before the ninefold Samadhi Flame Talisman, seemingly unable to withstand its overwhelming aura. Yet the Immortal Talisman remained unmoved, unshaken, growing ever more translucent and luminous under the ninefold Samadhi Flame's scorching gaze. In this prompted Lin Chi to regard the Immortal Talisman with newfound reverence, as the definitive threshold between mortal and immortal. He realized that this seemingly simplest of talismans, the very first step upon the immortal path, must conceal profound mysteries transcending the mundane. But now was not the time for contemplation. Lin Chi closed his eyes, subdued the faint joy rising within, and settled into silent breath work, guiding Chi inward, focusing all his will upon refining and integrating the ninefold Samadhi Flame Talisman.
Alas!
With a sigh, Lin Chi stepped out from the meditation chamber. His azure robe stood tall and unbent, and a hint of contemplation lingered on his handsome face, untouched by the ravages of time.
The 9 Empyrean True Fire Talisman's refinement and absorption of primordial energy is even more formidable than I anticipated. Originally, when I channeled chi into my body and cycled it through one full rotation, the conversion efficiency of true chi was around 30%. But after condensing the 9 Empyrean True Fire Talisman, the tempering of true chi became purer, yet its conversion efficiency plummeted to less than 10%. Lin Chi's expression grew grave. Based on his previous cultivation efficiency, refining a single talisman seed would take roughly 2 years. Thus, after condensing the 9 Empyrean True Fire Talisman, which effectively required refining 9 talisman seeds simultaneously, a reasonable estimate suggested that fully refining it would demand a staggering 18 years. Yet reality proved even worse than Lin Chi had envisioned. The 9 Empyrean True Fire Talisman was too powerful, so powerful that it further tempered and purified the true chi he had already cultivated. Previously, a single full cycle of cultivation yielded 30% true chi, but now it yielded less than 10%. Though the quality of the true chi had markedly improved. It also meant that Lin Chi's speed of cultivating true chi had slowed by nearly threefold. With such gains and losses intertwined, Lin Chi suspected that refining the 9 Empyrean True Fire Talisman might take as long as 60 years. I can no longer rely solely on my own cultivation. I now need vast cultivation resources to enhance the speed of channeling chi and boost my efficiency.
Lin Chi resolved to begin alchemy and adopt a path of cultivation through pill consumption. Though he had long considered refining the nourishing chi pill which aids chi refining stage practitioners. His cultivation speed had previously been swift enough that even the nourishing chi pill offered little improvement. Thus he had set it aside. But now the projected cultivation speed had dwindled to an intolerable level. Relying solely on normal chi channeling could no longer sustain his progress. Alchemy was imperative.
Moreover, given the domineering might of the 9 Empyrean True Fire Talisman, the legendary pill toxins likely have no effect on me. They'll be incinerated cleanly by the talisman. If that's the case, as long as I consume enough pills, my cultivation speed might actually far exceed my original projections.
After a moment of calculation, Lin Chi promptly notified Yun Fuyu, instructing him to gather the various herbs needed for refining the nourishing chi pill. Upon receiving Lin Chi's message, Yun Fuyu was both surprised and delighted and hurried over. After a brief conversation, Yun Fuyu nodded, while jotting down the required herbs, then said,
"Godfather, I heard that an immortal master wishes to summon you. Is there anything I can assist with? Pay no heed to such matters. Just ensure you handle the tasks I've assigned."
Lin Chi waved his hand, having no interest in meeting any immortal master. Yun Fuyu nodded, hesitated for a moment, then lowered his voice.
"What about the manhunt for the great bandit Chu Liuxian across all nations? What concern is it of mine?"
Lin Chi cast a faint glance at Yun Fuyu, aware that he was wondering if Lin Chi himself was Chu Liuxiang. But such matters were not worth revealing to Yun Fuyu. Yun Fuyu understood instantly and asked no further. He bowed respectfully and withdrew. At the doorway he turned and said,
"By the way, Godfather, I got married 2 years ago, and my child is already a year old. Oh, Lin Chi nodded slightly. One day you can bring your wife and child to meet me.
Yun Fuyu nodded and quietly closed the courtyard gate.
Yun Fuyu is already married with a child. Time truly flies.
Lin Chi couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't been so obsessed with pursuing immortality over the years, perhaps he too would now be surrounded by children and grandchildren. Yet such sentimentality was fleeting. Lin Chi once again immersed himself in cultivation. By day, he refined pills and consumed them to cultivate chi. By night, he entered dreams to comprehend talismans. Occasionally, to offset the resource deficit caused by alchemy, he had Yun Fuyu auction off some of the waste pills he produced. Though called waste pills in the mortal world, they were divine elixirs capable of granting one an additional decade or two of internal energy cultivation. Thus, the Taihu Merchant Guild under Yun Fuyu's management not only avoided decline from Lin Chi's heavy demand for precious herbs, but instead flourished evermore. As for the widespread manhunts for Chu Liuxiang and the search for Lin Chi, they gradually subsided with time after Yang Ziyan's disappointed departure. Years passed like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years went by. One day Lin Chi concluded his daytime cultivation and gazed at the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman within him, now nearly fully refined, barely containing his joy. His calculations had been correct. Refining the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman demanded vast resources. Relying solely on normal chi cultivation would have taken 60 years. But with sufficient pills support, the refinement progressed by leaps and bounds.
Thankfully, I mastered alchemy, and thankfully the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman's overwhelming power can completely neutralize pill toxins. Otherwise, I would have been outsmarted by my own cleverness, dragged down by this talisman's cultivation speed. The path of cultivation is truly like treading on thin ice. Yet it also demands bold and relentless progress.
Lin Chi murmured to himself. Though the vast resources required for refining the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman had once strained him, he still resolved that after fully refining it, he would begin condensing the second 9 talisman array he had comprehended over these years. He chose not to base his foundation establishment on the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman immediately. Walking this path of immortality alone without the support of a sect, clan, or Dao companion, he could only strive to lay his foundation as solidly as possible. Only thus could he journey further on the immortal path.
Let 100 years be my deadline. At 100 I'll go all out for foundation establishment. Until then I'll condense as many and as powerful talisman seeds as I can.
With this decision made, Lin Chi turned and re-entered the meditation chamber. He resolved to fully refine the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman within the next month, then began condensing the second 9 talisman array. While Lin Chi secluded himself to push through the refinement of the 9 Empyrean True Fire talisman, someone returned to Taihu City under the moonlight. It was a young swordsman with a missing arm, under 30 years old, yet his temples were already streaked with gray. Dusty and travel-worn, he entered the Taihu Merchant Guild. Seeing Yun Fuyu instructing a young boy in sword practice in the back courtyard, the young swordsman smiled and said,
"Guild leader Yun, long time no see. You are?"
Yun Fuyu studied the young swordsman for a moment. Soon memories resurfaced, and he exclaimed in shock,
"Qingfeng, is that you? How did you end up like this? Your right hand."
Yun Fuyu instinctively looked at Qingfeng's empty right sleeve. He never imagined that the spirited youth who had left Taihu City a decade ago to roam the martial world would return missing a hand. Just 4 or 5 years prior, he had heard that Qi Feng and Mingwei had earned the favor of the Song Emperor, been in theft as marquises, and become the renowned twin pillars of the Song army. Qi Feng smiled nonchalantly, avoiding the question of why he had lost his right hand, and simply asked,
"Guild leader Yun is the master at home. I wish to pay my respects. Godfather is in seclusion. He likely won't emerge for another month."
Yun Fuyu replied without hesitation, then suddenly realized and cried out,
"What about Mingwei?"
Qingfeng's expression dimmed. Silently he pulled out an urn from his bosom and whispered,
"Mingyu, I've brought you home."
10 years ago, a spirited youth and maiden set out from the small Taihu City, swords in hand, to roam the world. 10 years later, the youth returned alone with a severed arm, the moon of your nowhere to be seen. A cup of wine shared in the spring breeze of peach and plum blossoms 10 years of lamplight beneath the reign of the Jianghu. Yun Fuyu knew not what Qin Feng and Mingwei had endured through those 10 years. Who had caused King Feng's arm to be severed and Mingwei to be reduced to ashes. He merely let out a long sigh, patted King Feng's shoulder, and whispered,
"What matters is that you're back. Whatever happened, you can tell your foster father after he comes out of seclusion."
Qin Feng nodded, then shook his head.
"I came back this time because Mingwei once said she wished to return to her roots. After her death, she wanted her ashes scattered into Taihu Lake. Secondly, I wanted to see the old master once more to repay the kindness of years past."
Qin Feng smiled bitterly. As he spoke, a flicker of hatred in his eyes.
"Well, I originally intended to ask the master to avenge Mingwei. But since the master is in seclusion, I shall not disturb him. President Yun, I will first pay my respects to the master for raising me. Please entrust Mingyu's ashes to him. Compared to me, Mingwei would rather have the master scatter her ashes into Taihu Lake with his own hands."
With that, Qin Feng solemnly set down the urn in his hands, as if releasing the final burden upon his shoulders. He nodded slightly at Yun Fuyu, then turned, leaped, and vanished into the courtyard. Yun Fuyu sensed something amiss and hurried after him. But he was a step too late, and Qin Feng had already disappeared. He could only return to the courtyard, retrieve Mingyu's urn, and order his men to investigate what had happened to Qin Feng and Mingwei. At the same time, he quickly rushed toward Lin Qi's quarters. When Yun Fuyu arrived, he saw only a few traces of dust before the meditation chamber, where Lin Qi was in seclusion. They appeared to be marks left by Qin Feng as he knelt and kowtowed in gratitude before the chamber. As for Qin Feng himself, he was nowhere to be seen.
Sigh.
Yun Fuyu let out another sigh, glanced at Lin Qi's meditation chamber, hesitated, then decided to knock. The knocking interrupted Lin Qi's cultivation. Lin Qi stepped out, displeasure written on his face.
"Didn't I say not to disturb me for the next month? Foster father, Qin Feng has returned."
Yun Fuyu explained in a low voice, then under Lin Qi's indifferent gaze presented the urn containing Mingyu's ashes.
"Mingwei is dead. These are her ashes."
A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Qi's originally cold and displeased face. He stared blankly at the urn before him, as distant memories began to surface in his mind. After a long silence, he finally took the urn and asked in a chilling tone,
"How did she die?" "I don't know. Qin Feng didn't say, but I've already sent people to investigate."
Yun Fuyu replied.
"Also, Qin Feng looks unwell. He has lost his right arm and likely carries other injuries." "And where is he now?"
Lin Qi looked down at the urn in his hands. Since embarking on this path of cultivation, he had long anticipated that he might experience many partings and deaths. Thus the people and events of the mortal world were but fleeting passers-by. Yet even so, he had thought that the day when things would truly change and all would be lost would come many years later. But he never expected it to come so suddenly, so soon. After all, they were merely passers-by who had served him for a short time over a decade ago. Still, it left a bitter taste.
"Qin Feng likely intended to ask you to avenge Mingwei. But upon learning you were in seclusion, he dared not disturb you. Perhaps his enemies are hunting him, and he chose to go alone to avoid implicating you."
Yun Fuyu, uncertain of King Feng's whereabouts, could only speculate.
"Find him and discover who killed Mingwei."
Lin Qi put away the urn and gave the order calmly. He disliked violence and bloodshed, preferring to tread the solitary path of cultivation as smoothly as possible. If possible, he truly wished to continue cultivating in peace and quiet. But the tree may prefer calm, yet the wind will not cease. Qin Feng had lost an arm, Mingwei had lost her life. As their master, he had to intervene.
"I understand."
Yun Fuyu nodded, wasted no time, and immediately set out to mobilize the Merchant Guild's resources to find Qin Feng and identify Mingyu's killer. Lin Qi, holding Mingyu's urn, silently turned and returned to his meditation chamber. 3 days later, Yun Fuyu sent word. King Feng's whereabouts had been found. He had gone to Luojing. As for Mingyu's killer, it was likely a Xiantian Grandmaster dispatched by the Song royal family. As to why the Song royal family's Xiantian Grandmaster had besieged Qin Feng and Mingyu, Yun Fuyu hesitated before speaking in a low voice.
It should be related to the state preceptor's recruitment of young boys and girls. When did Song acquire a state preceptor? And what does recruiting young boys and girls mean?
Lin Chi asked coldly. Yun Fuyu answered carefully.
A year ago, Emperor Zhao Mingyan of Song suddenly appointed a state preceptor. No one knows the specific origins of that state preceptor. He is quite mysterious. But the Song royal family and all officials hold him in great regard, almost to the point of unquestioning obedience. First, the state preceptor demanded Luojing Mountain as his dojo and began extensive construction. Then he ordered the court to search nationwide for 3,000 young boys and girls, claiming he wished to take disciples and expand his sect. Qi Feng and Mingwe likely sensed something amiss in this recruitment of 3,000 youths, which led to the pursuit by Song Xiantian Grandmaster.
Yun Fuyu added, unable to restrain himself.
Foster father Song has never appointed a state preceptor in all these years, let alone had the entire court obey one so completely. I suspect this so-called state preceptor might truly be an immortal master.
Lin Chi nodded slightly at Yun Fuyu's speculation. The Song royal family was a branch of an immortal cultivation clan left in the mortal world. If it were not a true immortal master, no amount of trickery could fool the Song royal family and all its ministers. After all, they met a true immortal master every 10 years. How could they be deceived by a trickster? Thus this state preceptor was indeed a true cultivator.
An immortal master?
Lin Chi hesitated. If it were merely a mortal expert, Lin Chi would not have hesitated to cut him down with a single sword strike. But involving a true cultivator gave him pause. He was reluctant to confront a genuine immortal master before truly entering the cultivation world. He wanted to remain low-key, and even more low-key. But to simply let it go. Lin Chi glanced at Mingyu's urn, then thought of Qingfeng, who had already set out alone for Luojing. He closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly.
You need not concern yourself with this any further. I will go to Luojing shortly and bring Qi Feng back. As for avenging Mingyue, we can wait until after that state preceptor leaves.
Hearing Lin Chi's words, Yun Fuyu breathed a long sigh of relief and quickly nodded in agreement. He had truly feared Lin Chi would act rashly and provoke the Song state preceptor, who was suspected to be an immortal master. Even if Lin Chi was a grandmaster, how could a mortal contend with an immortal master? Immortals and mortals are worlds apart. A mortal cannot outmatch an immortal master. 3 months ago, Qi Feng had spoken these very words to Mingwe. But 3 months later, with a severed arm, Qi Feng wielded a left-hand sword as he once again stepped into Luojing.
Qingfeng, you should not have returned.
Upon the towering city wall, his former comrade held a blade horizontally, gazing down at Qi Feng below, and spoke slowly.
We showed mercy and let you go, allowing you to leave with Mingyu's ashes. You should have taken her ashes back to the Yuming Marsh, changed your name, and lived out your days in peace. Why must you come to die?
Qi Feng lifted his head, looking at his friend on the battlement. He pondered for a moment and replied earnestly.
Actually, I don't know why I came back. Just as I don't know why Mingyue, knowing she would die, still charged into Luojing Mountain without hesitation. I once tried to persuade her. But Mingyue was always right. She was right.
Qi Feng repeated himself, then laughed freely.
Since she believed it was the right thing to do, then I will help her. As it was before, so it shall be now. Mingyue is dead.
The friend on the city wall roared in anger.
Yes, she is dead.
Qi Feng sighed, then slowly raised his left-hand sword. He was not skilled with his left hand, but it no longer mattered. He held the sword horizontally, memories of his time with Mingyue flashing through his mind, his voice growing calm yet resolute.
So what she could not accomplish, I will. What she left undone, I will finish. Since Mingyue has departed, Qi Feng must follow. Please, National Preceptor, prepare to die.
King Feng's voice suddenly turned fervent, like a drawn sword, unyielding and thunderous, echoing across the skies of Luojing.
I demand the National Preceptor's death. How dare you?
A furious roar erupted from the imperial palace. Zhao Mingyan flew into a rage, shouting,
To insult the National Preceptor, kill him for me.
At his command, not only the imperial innate grandmasters, but also those from the major cultivation families of Luojing City heeded the order and sallied forth. They all received the same order: kill without mercy, before Qi Feng could disturb the national preceptor. Boom! Suddenly a downpour began. Luojing City finally welcomed its first autumn rain of the year. The autumn rain was chill-tinged with the scent of blood. Those who had witnessed the Forbidden City battle 15 years ago watched the innate Grandmaster clash on the city walls, their expressions dazed. They seemed to see the long-vanished Grandmaster Lin Qi. But Qi Feng was not Lin Qi. He lacked the power to be invincible among innate experts, and with his lost right hand, he was forced to wield an unfamiliar left-hand sword. Moreover, there were no fewer than 12 innate Grandmasters ambushing Qi Feng in the rain.
What a sin! What law did he break for the court to send so many innate Grandmasters to kill him? Should do not speak of the national preceptor.
Rumble thunder roared, and the wind and rain grew fiercer. But the sudden autumn rain finally ceased. The rain washed away the blood. Only a pale corpse remained kneeling on the ground covered in wounds. Someone stepped forward intending to sever King Feng's head and claim the reward. But they were stopped.
Leave his body intact. We were comrades once. He offended the national preceptor. I advise you not to collect his corpse.
Someone murmured.
Does he still have family to claim his body? No. He and Ningwei were orphans taken in as children and trained in martial arts. But they lost contact long ago. Those who adopted them are likely dead by now. They had no children either. Now there is truly no one to claim his body. Truly, why bother? Yes, why bother? Why suffer?
Amid the melancholy sighs, someone finally hired a corpse bearer to carry King Feng's body out of Luojing.
Find a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters for a proper burial.
The corpse bearer found it strange that someone would pay a fortune to have him carry the body out of Luojing. Why not spend the same money on a prime burial site near Luojing for a grand funeral? He could not understand but dared not ask. Taking the silver, he carried the corpse out of the city. Halfway, a young man in a blue robe stopped him.
Do you know whose body you carry? I do not. His name is Qi Feng.
In a low voice, the blue-robed youth took the corpse from the bearer, studied the wounds, and after a long silence asked,
How did he die? I do not know.
The corpse-bearer grew fearful, sensing the suppressed fury and murderous intent in the youth's eyes.
The city officials paid me to carry this body out of Luojing and bury it in a scenic place. I swear it has nothing to do with me, young master. Please have mercy. I have a family to support. Let me go. Fear not. I do not like killing.
The blue-robed youth took out a silver ingot and handed it to the bearer.
I detest violence and bloodshed, so I came to Luojing merely to take him home. But I arrived too late. He is dead. How troublesome.
The youth sighed, rubbed his brow in vexation, then gazed toward Luojing.
I have one last question. Do you know if he left any last words? I wouldn't know.
The bearer shook his head, then hesitated.
But I did hear him shout that the national preceptor must die. I dare not deceive you, young master. Ask anyone in Luojing, and they will tell you. That is what he shouted. The whole city heard it. The national preceptor must die.
The blue-robed youth nodded slightly.
I understand. Thank you.
With that, he lifted King Feng's body and walked step by step into the hazy moonlight. Luojing Mountain, the national preceptor's domain. The once full enlightenment pool was nearly dry. An ancient white-haired Taoist sat cross-legged in the almost empty pool. Not far from him stood a massive alchemy furnace, the ground before it stained a vivid crimson, like blood exuding a faint coppery scent. Zhao Mingan kowtowed at a distance, suppressing his terror, as he reported the day's events in a low voice. Upon hearing that someone demanded his death, the white-haired Taoist cackled, madness in his eyes.
Ha ha. I am on the verge of perfection, about to achieve foundation establishment. To extend my life by 800 years. Die! Ha ha. How could I die? A mere mortal dares to demand my death. Ha ha. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous.
Amid the mad laughter, Zhao Mingan was suddenly lifted into the air, as if an invisible hand gripped his throat, his face turning red and swollen.
If I hear the word die again, I will kill you. Get out.
Zhao Mingyan was tossed out like a rolling gourd. He dared not utter a single complaint, scrambling away in terror.
I must attain enlightenment. I must achieve foundation establishment. I must achieve immortality. Ha ha.
Amid the piercing laughter, the white-haired Taoist suddenly pulled a pale misty jade orb from his robe. With a spit, he expelled a stream of true qi that struck the orb. In an instant a white mist surged like clouds, and a fine rain seemed to fall, adding a shallow layer of water to the parched pool. The white-haired Taoist dropped to all fours, like a dog plunging his face into the pool, greedily inhaling the mist. After a while, with an expectant smile, he sank into a deep sleep.
Zhao Zijing, your days are numbered. Instead of remaining in the immortal continent to hasten your foundation establishment, you insist on accompanying me to the outer realms.
In the pitch-black, rainy night, Zhao Zijing knelt before a cave dwelling. Hearing the voice emanating from within, he replied instinctively,
Senior Brother One, I am willing to offer all my savings, merely begging you to grant me a single slot. I am well aware that my foundation is frail and my aptitude dull. Remaining in the immortal continent, I have absolutely no hope of achieving foundation establishment. Therefore, I wish to stake everything in the outer realms. Very well. In consideration of our past camaraderie as fellow disciples, I shall grant you this slot. Go back and prepare yourself.
Amidst a sigh, wind and rain shifted abruptly. In a flash, Zhao Zijing found himself aboard a star vessel traversing the cosmos. Their destination was the shattered star sea 300 light-years away. Over 30,000 years ago, this star domain, now known as the Shattered Star Sea, was once a resource-rich stellar system. However, following a clash between supreme powerhouses, the star perished and the celestial bodies shattered. Thus, the present-day Shattered Star Sea was formed. It appears to be a desolate wasteland, yet, because it retains remnants of shattered stellar essence, heavenly treasures, and the legacies of many mighty beings who perished in that ancient battle. Even after over 30 millennia of scavenging, the Shattered Star Sea remains a coveted treasure trove for low-level cultivators across nearly 1,000 light-years. Now Zhao Zijing followed his former classmate Senior Brother Wang, who had already reached foundation establishment, into the Shattered Star Sea. This was a desperate gamble, a journey toward death in pursuit of life. Zhao Zijing gambled on finding a miraculous encounter within the Shattered Star Sea to gain a chance at foundation establishment. He failed, yet he also succeeded. After a decade of exploration in the Shattered Star Sea, Zhao Zijing returned to the immortal continent aboard the star vessel. He had not achieved foundation establishment, but he had discovered a path that could lead to it.
The reason foundation establishment eludes me is entirely due to the decay of my 3 flowers of essence, energy, and spirit. The 3 talismans I have condensed from them cannot achieve perfection. Thus, to establish my foundation, I must replenish my withered and depleted essence, energy, and spirit. Conventional methods are insufficient to restore what I have lost. But heretical arts can, demonic arts can. The heavenly demon blood elixir pill, using the vital blood and remains of innocent boys and girls as a catalyst, supplemented by leopard fetus, deer sinew, ginseng, and other nourishing ingredients refined into a pill, can greatly replenish one's essence, energy, and spirit. This is precisely why the demon race delights in feasting on human children. Imitating this method, demonic cultivators created the formula for the heavenly demon blood elixir pill. I risked everything and obtained this formula. This is the will of heaven. To refuse heaven's gift is to invite disaster.
Upon returning to the immortal continent, Zhao Zijing looked upon the formula for the heavenly demon blood elixir pill, the sole fruit of his decade-long gamble, and hesitated not. He liquidated his other gains from the Shattered Star Sea, trading them for a top-grade magic artifact crafted from a millennium-old mirage pearl. Then, under the pretext of secluding himself to break through to foundation establishment, he secretly journeyed to the mortal continent, transforming himself into the imperial preceptor of the Psalm Kingdom. This seat requires 3,000 boys and girls of superior aptitude.
You shall set about this immediately. Even if you must scour the entire kingdom, find them for me without delay.
At his command, the vast Psalm Kingdom dared not defy the orders of Zhao Zijing, who, though titled imperial preceptor, was in truth an immortal master. The imperial court, under the pretext of the preceptor expanding his sect and recruiting disciples on a grand scale, dispatched innate grandmasters across the nation to select boys and girls of superior aptitude for Zhao Zijing. Naturally, Qin Feng and Mingyue, who had already been in theft as marquises and generals in the Song Kingdom, also received the same decree. Though perplexed, they diligently selected over a dozen children of fine aptitude from their jurisdictions. Qin Feng and Mingyue personally escorted this group of children to Luojing. And then, as fate would have it, curiosity killed the cat. Mingyue, wishing to know how the preceptor would teach 3,000 disciples according to their aptitude, spied upon Zhao Zijing's vile practice of refining pills from innocent children. Realizing that in his ignorance he had become an accomplice to the preceptor's slaughter of innocents, Mingyue could not bear the truth. Enraged, he drew his sword to assassinate the preceptor. What followed needs no further elaboration. Mingyue perished and Qin Feng lost an arm. In the end, the one-armed Qin Feng returned to the gates of Luojing, with his sword choosing death to follow Mingyue. Nothing seemed to have changed. Qin Feng and Mingyue were dead. But in the mountains of Luojing the tragedy persisted. Zhao Zijing, the imperial preceptor of Song, continued refining his pills and dreaming his dreams, complacent and full of ambition, still fantasizing about the glorious attainment of foundation establishment.
Alas!
Amidst a sigh, Zhao Zijing, who had just finished refining the last batch of heavenly demon blood elixir pills, while seated in the enlightenment pool on Luojing Mountain, and was brimming with anticipation for foundation establishment, suddenly snapped his eyes open. He stared in shock and suspicion at the figure approaching from the foot of the mountain.
Who are you? How dare you disturb my cultivation? Zhao Zijing, I once thought you were merely a mediocre and unambitious man. But I never imagined that a single misguided thought of mine back then would leave you with an obsession for foundation establishment. This led you, after more than 10 years of wandering, to be trapped by that obsession, and in your pursuit of foundation establishment, you have fallen into demonic ways. For the mere sake of foundation establishment, you have become so depraved as to slaughter the innocent, using children to refine the heavenly demon blood elixir pill. You truly deserve to die. I deserve to die. Huh?
Bursting into maniacal laughter, Zhao Zijing rose to his feet.
You skulking wretch! Who do you think you are to decree my death? Humph! How utterly ignorant! I am on the verge of achieving foundation establishment. I will not die, I will instead gain an 800-year lifespan. As for falling into demonic ways, or being depraved, as long as I can achieve immortality, what does it matter if I slaughter all living beings? These base mortals should consider it their blessing to aid in my foundation establishment. As for you, you wish to kill me. Die!
With a thunderous roar, Zhao Zijing, murderous intent blazing, struck without warning. Zhao Zijing, having nearly reached the great perfection of qi refining and condensed over 20 types of talisman seeds, held nothing back the moment he attacked. Over a dozen spells surged forth, with overwhelming momentum, like an apocalyptic cataclysm, instantly engulfing the figure before him. Faced with Zhao Zijing's tidal wave of assault, the opponent merely took a deep breath and then forcefully exhaled. In the next instant, a dragon's roar resounded as 9 fiery dragons spewed from his mouth, twisting into a celestial furnace that descended and enveloped everything. The might of the 9 dragons shook heaven and earth. The spells unleashed by Zhao Zijing crumbled at the slightest touch before the celestial furnace formed by the 9 fiery dragons. Terrifying flame surged upward, coalescing into 9 dragon-shaped pillars of fire that imprisoned Zhao Zijing, majestic and hellish.
What kind of spell is this?
Zhao Zijing was astounded, unable to believe that a spell of the same qi refining realm could seemingly overcome a myriad of techniques. The dozen spells he had cast were instantly annihilated before this single pillar of dragon fire. Immeasurable heat erupted from the 9 dragons' maws. The terrifying temperature annihilated everything. Zhao Zijing only had time to utter a single sentence before he was reduced to ashes within the pillar of dragon fire.
Ah!
Amidst a terrified scream, Zhao Zijing, who had been lying prone in the enlightenment pool, abruptly sat up. His face was pale, his expression one of lingering panic, as he instinctively glanced around. Seeing that everything was as it had been, he heaved a long sigh of relief and burst into laughter.
So it was all just a dream. Of course. I myself have been attempting to enter a dream state for enlightenment. To that end, I spared no expense exhausting my savings to acquire the top-grade magic artifact the Mirage Dream Pearl, which enhances the art of illusionary dreams. But why when I finally managed to enter a dream did I have such a nightmare?
Frowning in contemplation, Zhao Zijing felt a sudden premonition, suspecting this might be some kind of omen from the dream. Yet quickly regaining his confidence, he muttered to himself,
"In these mere mortal lands, who could possibly kill me? I will kill you. Imperial Preceptor, please accept your death."
An icy voice echoed across the summit of Luojing Mountain. Zhao Zijing instinctively turned to look, and saw a pillar of 9 dragons' fire sweeping down from the heavens just as in his dream.
No!
Zhao Zijing was instantly terrified, his soul nearly fleeing his body. He instinctively unleashed every spell he had mastered in one explosive burst. In that fleeting moment, spells of frost, gale, earthsink, flame, and thunderclap erupted violently, the culmination of Zhao Zijing's lifelong cultivation. But it was useless, all utterly useless. The descending pillar of 9 dragons' fire blazed with overwhelming might, possessing the power to shatter all techniques with a single force. Though Zhao Zijing unleashed over 20 spells in one breath, each collapsed upon contact. Spells cultivated through the 9-symbol array seemed merely 9 times stronger than those from a single symbol seed. Yet in truth, it was a total and absolute domination. Once the 9-symbol array transformed into a divine ability, it was called a divine seal. Its might was so formidable that in the cultivation world it was said one who mastered a divine seal could overcome an enemy 9 minor realms above. This meant that even with a gap of 9 minor realms, victory was still within reach. Zhao Zijing had reached the great perfection of qi refining, and stood on the verge of foundation establishment. But his lifelong learning was utterly mediocre. He had never even earned the status of an elite disciple in the Immortal Academy. Relying on spells cultivated from a handful of single-symbol seeds to contend with a 9-essence true flame forged by Lin Qi through the 9-symbol array. It was nothing short of a fool's dream. No, even in his dreams Zhao Zijing could not withstand it.
"No, you cannot kill me. I am a member of the Zhao clan. My ancestor is a golden core cultivator. I am about to achieve foundation establishment and extend my life by 800 years. My future holds the promise of the golden core.
Amid a piercing, miserable scream, the pillar of 9 dragons' fire utterly shattered the storm of spells Zhao Zijing had cast. It roared through the air like a celestial furnace woven from the flames of a great sun. Crashing into the mountain in an instant, flames soared to the heavens. The blazing fire illuminated the entire sky over Luojing City.
"Fire! A great fire! Your Majesty, a sudden great fire has broken out in Luojing Mountain."
Amid the chaos, Zhao Mingan, not even bothering to don his dragon robe, rushed out of his bedchamber barefoot. Gazing at Luojing Mountain, which blazed with a fierce inferno, as if the entire peak had turned into a sea of fire, Zhao Mingan was both terrified and alarmed. He instinctively wanted to rush over and see for himself. But a thought stirred him to halt. He summoned his guards and demanded harshly,
"Where did this great fire in Luojing Mountain come from? Where is the National Preceptor? Has anyone seen the National Preceptor?" "Your Majesty, we have not seen the National Preceptor. He should still be in the mountain." However, some claim to have heard a voice from the mountain saying they were going to invite the National Preceptor to die. "What? Men, go at once to Luojing Mountain and find the National Preceptor."
Zhao Mingan's face paled. After hastily issuing the order, he summoned the heads of other cultivation families.
"My esteemed ministers, what do you make of this sudden great fire in Luojing Mountain?"
After exchanging glances, someone ventured,
"Could the National Preceptor have accidentally overturned his alchemy furnace? And now stop pretending to be fools. This fire is so scorching and terrifying that we can feel its dreadful heat even within Luojing City. Such a blaze, even if the National Preceptor had unleashed his full power, it could never be caused by an overturned furnace. Moreover, I refuse to believe none of you are deaf to the voice that came from the mountain before the fire erupted."
At these words the crowd fell silent, a grim understanding dawning in their hearts.
"So another immortal master has intervened, dueling the National Preceptor."
Zhao Mingan broke the silence, asking,
"So what if it is? So what if it isn't?
someone retorted with a cold laugh.
Zhao Mingyan, even if you're desperate to curry favor with the national preceptor, this matter is beyond your control. Stay put in the palace and wait for the outcome. Oh, I almost forgot. Your throne was propped up by the national preceptor himself. Tisk, if the national preceptor falls, I wonder if you can keep your seat.
Zhao Mingyan was furious and wanted to retort that the national preceptor might not fall. But glancing at the raging inferno engulfing Luojing Mountain, he fell silent, a chill of dread creeping into his heart, as he prayed the guards he had sent would find the national preceptor. Before Luojing Mountain, the guards dispatched by Zhao Mingyan had arrived, but halted at the foot, not daring to approach. In Luojing City, they only knew the fire in the mountain was terrifying. But at the mountain's base, they realized it was far more than terrifying. The blaze possessed the power to turn the entire Luojing Mountain into a mountain of fire, and then reduce it to ashes in a single breath. The horrific heat warped the very air. Thus, all could only watch the inferno on Luojing Mountain in panic and fear, not daring to venture a single step closer.
100 years of devoted cultivation undone by a single errant thought, leaving only death and the dissipation of the Tao. Truly, what a bitter fate!
Amid the indifferent voice, Lin Qi stood within the sea of fire. The nine-essence true flame which had ravaged the world and reduced Zhao Zijing to ashes could not harm him in the slightest. Yet Lin Qi felt neither joy nor sorrow, no pride in overcoming a Qi-refining great perfection cultivator. For from the day he set foot in the martial world, he had always been invincible at the same realm, an undefeated heart long forged within him. Moreover, he had already rehearsed this very outcome in his dream. Otherwise, he would not have acted so decisively, charging straight to Luojing Mountain and unleashing a single strike of the nine-essence true flame, confident in reducing Zhao Zijing to nothing. Now only a faint melancholy lingered in his heart. For the perished Qifeng and Mingyue, for the innocent children cruelly harmed, and also for Zhao Zijing, who had fallen into the demonic path. Cultivation seeks immortality. But in the pursuit of eternal life, one loses their mind, extinguishes their humanity, and in the end still perishes, with the Tao grasping at shadows. What bitterness! What necessity!
If one day I too suffer for the sake of immortality and end up in such a state, what then?
Lin Qi asked himself. If he were ever trapped in peril, with a dwindling lifespan and no progress, would he also fall into the demonic path, resorting to any means, like the Zhao Zijing before him? He pondered seriously but found no answer. So he could only lower his gaze, and at the spot where Zhao Zijing had been annihilated, he picked up a misty scorching jade bead and slipped it into his sleeve. Then opening his mouth, he inhaled. The raging pillar of 9 dragons' fire surged mightily into his maw. The flames receded, leaving only ash-strewn mountains. Lin Qi cast a glance toward Luojing City, his expression impassive. He rose on the wind and turned to leave, arriving at the place where King Feng's body lay. He reached out, lifted King Feng's corpse, and said softly,
"Qingfeng, your master is taking you home. As for the other accomplices who killed you and Mingyue, let them live a few more days."
With that, he rode the wind ethereal and returned to Yumeng Marsh with King Feng's body. He scattered the ashes of both Qifeng and Mingyue into the tranquil waters of Taihu Lake.
"Fuyu, I will be away for a while. Continue gathering herbs for me. Keep a low profile, wait until I return to discuss anything."
After instructing Yun Fuyu briefly, Lin Qi departed from Yumeng Marsh once more. Before long, rumors spread through the martial world that the great thief Chu Liuxiang, who had vanished for over 5 years, had reappeared.
Upon seeing the gold leaf letter, the Duke of Yang was filled with trepidation. He immediately summoned his household guards and retainers, and leveraging his authority mobilized 100,000 imperial soldiers. They surrounded the Duke's mansion so tightly that not a drop of water could seep through, believing they had set up an impregnable fortress with ambushes on all sides. He thought that the thief Saint Chu Liuxiang would surely not dare to come upon seeing such a grand display. But who would have guessed that just as midnight fell under the full moon's glow, a figure resembling a celestial being descended exactly as promised, stepping upon the moonlight. Facing the countless traps within the Duke's mansion, Chu Liuxiang merely let out a hearty laugh, drew his sword, and cut down one enemy after another like slicing through melons and vegetables. He fought his way from the main gate to the back courtyard. Whether they were innate grandmasters or imperial city guards, before Chu Liuxiang, they were all as fragile as clay and wood. He routed the 100,000 imperial soldiers, forcing the Duke of Yang to kneel and beg for mercy, obediently offering up the treasures of his household. Chu Luxiang's blade left no blood, his white robes fluttered as he laughed heartily. I only came for one treasure, but not only did you refuse, you dared to resist. Today I shall take all your household's wealth as punishment. With a wave of his hand, the vast duke's mansion was instantly emptied, everything taken away by Chu Liuxiang. Even the newly taken concubine of the Duke of Yang was. Ouch! Amidst the lush woods and deep clouds beneath a peach tree, a young cowherd gesticulated wildly, speaking of martial world tales with great enthusiasm. Not far away, a Taoist in green robe sat cross-legged under a tree, toying with an enigmatic talisman, while listening to the cowherd. Suddenly he raised an eyebrow, and a green peach fell without wind, striking the cowherd's head. The cowherd yelped, clutching his head, and looked at the Taoist with a resentful expression.
Master, why did you hit me? I told you to cultivate diligently, yet you waste your time on such trivial rumors of the martial world. You deserve it.
The Taoist scolded with a laugh. The cowherd pouted and muttered,
I think you're just jealous of Chu Liuxiang. After all, others learn swordsmanship and lightness skills. So handsome and gallant. But you only teach me these strange scribbles. What use are they? Then will you learn or not?
The Taoist asked in return, his talisman transforming faster and faster until it blazed with myriad colors, like a rainbow grasped in his hand. Seeing this, the cowherd's eyes lit up, and he quickly said,
Master, I want to learn this. You have good eyesight. But to master this five-colored divine light, you are far from ready. First, study the method of condensing celestial talismans. Once you truly succeed in condensing a celestial talisman and step into chi refining, I might consider teaching you. All you still have to consider.
The cowherd wailed, then gathered his courage to ask,
Master, am I not your most treasured disciple? I am the one who will support you in your old age. If you continue to be this lazy, I am already considering expelling you from the sect.
The Taoist said, coldly pointing a finger as space shifted. The leisurely scene of drifting clouds vanished, replaced by a mountain of swords. On the sword mountain, countless swords stood erect, imbued with a sharp combative aura, swaying as if alive. Where the wind blew, it felt like being cut by blades. The cowherd's face turned pale, and he instinctively wanted to call out to his master. But the Taoist had already stepped onto the mountain peak overlooking the sword mountain and said indifferently,
Today's training is this sword mountain. Each sword on this mountain holds a sword aura. If you do not wish to endure the torment of 1,000 swords piercing your heart or 1,000 cuts, then cultivate well. Master, no. You're trying to kill me.
The cowherd screamed, his face ashen.
Then die.
The Taoist said, coldly, closing his eyes and falling silent, repeatedly toying with the five-colored talisman in his hand.
Ah, Master, I will never slack off again.
With a scream, the cowherd named Fan Yin fell in terror from the haystack in the foul-smelling cowshed. Ignoring the sharp pain in his head, Fan Yin quickly felt his body to ensure there were no bloody holes. Then sighed in relief and whispered,
Master has been getting more brutal lately. Please heavens, find me a mistress to rein him in.
Though he complained, Fan Yin knew in his heart that the nameless master who had recently appeared in his dreams was undoubtedly a great blessing. All he had to do was diligently follow the nameless master in his dreams to cultivate. As for the master's brutal teaching methods, it was just a dream after all.
Fan Yin, you must work hard, strive, rise above, and defy your fate.
After encouraging himself, Fan Yin glanced at the sky and quietly left the cowshed to review what he had learned in his dreams before dawn. A day later, on the other side of the town, the little maid Yuya, who had sold herself to bury her brother after attending to her young mistress, eagerly lay down on a small bed outside to sleep. In a daze, she entered her dream and saw the green-robed Taoist before her. Yuya joyfully approached and bowed respectfully.
Master, are we still learning to condense the celestial talisman today? No need. You are the most diligent and hard-working, and you are already proficient in condensing the celestial talisman.
Just practice more in the future. For the coming period, focus on cultivating inner chi. Once you step into the innate realm, you can try to condense the celestial talisman in reality and formally begin chi refining. As for today, I have fully comprehended the 5-color divine light and will condense it in one go. So today's dream cultivation will pause. I will return in a few days to guide you.
Yuyo could not hide her disappointment, but she nodded obediently and watched the green-robed Taoist disappear, letting out a soft sigh. The next moment she woke in reality. Instead of sleeping again, she got up, crossed her legs, and began cultivating inner chi under the moonlight.
Yuyo is a good seedling. Her talent, intelligence, and diligence are all top-notch. Perhaps I should take her on as a formal disciple and focus on her training. But that will have to wait until I achieve foundation establishment. As for now...
In the hazy moonlight, Lin Chi closed the meditation chamber, and with a thought the previously condensed golden light talisman silently emerged from his body and settled into the void. Without hesitation, Lin Chi let his true chi surge forth, guiding it like an extension of his will to outline one new talisman seed after another around the golden light talisman.
The 5 elements generate and overcome each other. Metal generates water, water generates wood, wood generates fire, fire generates earth, earth generates metal. Metal overcomes wood, wood overcomes earth, earth overcomes water, water overcomes fire, fire overcomes metal. Thus, with the golden light talisman as the core, the left side can form a cycle of generation while the right side forms a cycle of overcoming. The 5-element cycle encompassing both generation and overcoming. This can be my second 9-talisman array, named 5-color divine light.
As Lin Chi murmured, a 5-color divine light talisman materialized in the void, resembling a horizontal figure 8, a symbol reminiscent of the Mobius strip from his past lives, memories representing endless cycles. Within the flowing divine light, the profound mysteries of the 5 elements were fully contained. Lin Chi swallowed the talisman in one gulp, savoring it for a moment with deep satisfaction. He had crafted this 5-color divine light talisman in emulation of the legendary 5-color divine light, though it fell short of the 9-fold true fire talisman's overwhelming heaven-scorching might. It encompassed the profound interplay of generation and subjugation among the 5 elements. Should it one day evolve into a divine ability, it might truly sweep away all 5 elements-based entities under heaven, just like the legendary light. For now, Lin Chi estimated that deploying the 5-color divine light talisman would render him immune to the vast majority of 5-element spells within his cultivation level. Likewise, he could effortlessly unleash any 5-element spell he had mastered using the talisman as a foundation. If the 9-fold true fire talisman follows the path of overcoming all laws with a single law, then the 5-color divine light talisman treads the path of embracing all laws within a single one. They lead to the same destination through different means, each with its own unique merits. Excellent, truly excellent. Lin Chi delved into the mysteries of the 5-color divine light talisman. Even though he had simulated and comprehended it for years in dreams, insights gained in dreams ultimately felt shallow. Now, as he truly condensed and experienced it in reality, a flood of new realizations surged within him. He continued this contemplation until dawn, then swallowed a handful of nourishing pills and began refining the talisman. 3 months ago, he had left the Yunming Marsh, adopted the guise of Chu Liuxiang, and roamed the city of Lujing. There he killed, sought revenge, moonlighted as a bandit, and plundered precious herbs from the treasuries of various Song cultivation families. With 9 cauldrons working simultaneously, he refined a large quantity of nourishing pills, enough to sustain his chi cultivation for the next 3 to 5 years. Thus he chose not to return to the Yunming Marsh for secluded cultivation. Instead, he wandered to a small county town near the Qingyun mountain range. The Qingyun range, the highest in the Song kingdom, and the entire mortal continent, stretched for 10,000 miles, a place rarely trodden by man. Lin Chi had his own reasons for choosing this place to settle. As for why he suddenly conceived the idea of transmitting cultivation arts to mortals through dreams, it was also tied to his decision to stay in the Qingyun mountains. He considered it a contingency plan. After finishing his pill intake and chi refinement, Lin Chi rose gracefully. Timing his actions, he rode the wind through the twilight sky, silently placing dream markers. Then he returned to the small courtyard he had purchased leisurely drinking a pot of tea. As night fell like a bewitching veil, he stirred his mind, and slipped into a dream. Disciple One Tongue pays respects to master. Amidst the ocean tides a towering youth built, like an iron tower, emerged from the sea carrying a broadsword on his back. Upon seeing Lin Chi dressed as a green-robed Taoist, he immediately knelt and bowed. Rise, Lin Chi said in a detached tone. Cultivate diligently, and do not disappoint your master's expectations. With that, Lin Chi soared into the air, landing on a reef. He lowered his gaze, talisman symbol shifting in his palm. One Tongue nodded respectfully, drew his broadsword, let out a mighty roar, and charged into the sea, training with his blade against the crashing tides. The sun rose and set, the golden crow sank, the jade rabbit ascended. Time flowed without measure in dreams. In the blink of an eye, over 200 days and nights passed. Finally, both One Tongue, who had been tirelessly practicing with his sword against the tides, and Lin Chi, who had sat unmoving on the reef contemplating talisman, simultaneously ceased their prolonged activities. One Tongue apologized to Lin Chi. Master, I can no longer hold on. Return and properly digest today's training, Lin Chi replied. With your diligence and talent in the sword path, stepping into the Xiantian realm within 3 to 5 years is well within reach. Once you achieve Xiantian, your master will teach you the true art of cultivation. Lin Chi encouraged One Tongue briefly, and then the dream collapsed. Opening his eyes, another night of dream cultivation had passed. After waking, Lin Chi still had time before his next pill intake and Chi training. Seizing this idle moment, he pondered over his 3 disciples whom he had been teaching through dreams. Yu Yao needed no mention, diligent, hardworking, intelligent, and obedient. He had already considered taking her as a true disciple. As for Fang Yun, though seemingly slick and lazy, Lin Chi sensed that he truly regarded him as a teacher and father figure. But One Tongue was different. Appearing mature and stable, and showing him great respect, he was still somewhat guarded. This was discernible from Lin Chi's degree of control over the dreams of his 3rd disciple. Fang Yun and Yu Yao's dreams were almost entirely under Lin Chi's manipulation, with no trace of defiance in their subconscious. One Tongue was a different case. If Lin Chi crafted a dream that displeased One Tongue, his subconscious would resist, causing the dream to collapse prematurely. Conversely, if the dream aligned with One Tongue's subconscious preferences, it could last even longer than those of Fang Yun and Yu Yao. Thus, although all 3 disciples began receiving Lin Chi's dream transmissions around the same time, Fang Yun and Yu Yao had long started learning the methods of condensing celestial talismans, while One Tongue remained stuck in the cultivation of mundane martial arts. Perhaps I should consider replacing One Tongue, Lin Chi mused. One Tongue was wary of him, only interested in martial arts, and unwilling to pursue immortality. Though confident that he could make One Tongue obediently follow him into cultivation, after reaching Xiantian, it wasn't absolutely necessary to keep him. But on second thought, Lin Chi found that having a disciple like One Tongue had its advantages. At least, he wouldn't have to worry about forming deep emotional bonds. When the time came, he wouldn't hesitate to let him go. From this perspective, disciples, like Fang Yun and Yu Yao, were actually less suited to his initial purpose of dream transmission. After all, what I wanted from the start were just a few pawns, not to truly take on disciples. Lin Chi sighed softly, closed his eyes, swallowed a pill, and resumed his Chi cultivation. Spring passed, and autumn arrived in the blink of an eye. Several more years slipped by. The small town at the foot of the Qingyun Mountains seemed unchanged. The only major news in recent years was that One Tongue, the village boy from Wanjia village, who had impulsively joined the army, was said to have earned merits on the battlefield. He had now become an official in Qishan County, and sent back several cartloads of wealth, bringing glory to his ancestors. As for the tales of a cowherd becoming a barefoot doctor, and a maidservant buying her freedom and vanishing without a trace, even in this remote town they were hardly headline news. Beyond that, the only other stir was the upcoming Celestial Ascension Assembly, which had many young people in town eager to try their luck. The Celestial Ascension Assembly. I really want to go see it. On a rural path, Fang Yun, carrying medicinal herbs gathered from the mountains, felt a surge of temptation. But he quickly recalled his master's mention of the senior sister, who had already left the mundane world to cultivate deep in the mountains. With that, Fan Yun dismissed the idea of attending the assembly. Silently returning to his courtyard, he laid out the herbs to dry, then picked up his medicine chest, and walked through the countryside treating the villagers, who had once shown him kindness. His master had taught him repay kindness, avenge wrongs. This was why he hadn't followed the senior sister's path of leaving the mortal world entirely to cultivate in seclusion. Yet he wondered when he would ever repay his master's grace in transmitting the arts. At this thought, Fan Yun couldn't help but furrow his brow. It had been over a year since he last saw his master in his dreams. Could something have happened? He wondered. In the depths of the Qingyun mountain range, amidst a valley shrouded in miasma, a lake formed by mist and rain lies beside a cliff where an artificially carved stone chamber resides. In front of the chamber, there is a medicinal field planted with ginseng, lingji, huangjing, and fuling. Inside the chamber, a simple stone table and a mat are placed. The mat is worn and tattered, suggesting that many years ago, a cultivator once sat cross-legged on it, practicing breathing techniques day and night. On the stone table lay several jade talismans, a few bottles of elixirs, a book, and a round misty bead. With a sigh, Lin Chi, dressed in green, walked along the lake's edge. The vibrant miasma before reaching him dissipated into azure smoke. Lin Chi entered the chamber with indifference, flicking his sleeves to gather the jade talismans, elixirs, books, and the bead into them.
The 20-year agreement has passed. It seems no one will come.
Lin Chi's tone was grim, filled with disappointment. 20 years ago, when he had just acquired the breathing technique from Zhao Zijing, he casually selected someone as a pawn during the Ascension Conference. The situation was quite simple. Using dream entry techniques, he informed an individual who was about to ascend to the celestial realm through the conference about a piece of news. An ancestor of his, related by blood and in the chi refining stage, was about to enter a death-sealing meditation to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Failure would result in death. To prevent his lifelong accumulation of knowledge from being lost to the mundane world, if he failed, he established a 20-year agreement. The person Lin Chi entered the dream of could inherit many legacies at the predetermined location after 20 years.
I thought that for a newly initiated disciple, a legacy from a perfected chi refining stage cultivator would be enough to entice them to travel thousands of miles. But I did not expect it to fail. Did this person forget the agreement from the dream back then, or was there some unforeseen circumstance that prevented them from coming?
Lin Chi pondered the reason for the other's breach of promise. As for whether the other party would look down upon a legacy from a perfected chi refining stage cultivator, Lin Chi felt that was impossible. He learned quite a bit about the celestial realm and celestial academies from Zhao Zijing. Such newly initiated disciples could only practice in the celestial academy for 20 years at most, and the various benefits during this time could barely maintain their cultivation. After all, above ordinary disciples, there are distinctions between elite disciples and true disciples. Elite disciples can practice in the celestial academy for 40 years, while true disciples can stay for 60 years. Once their cultivation period is over, and they have not reached the foundation establishment stage, they must leave the celestial academy and venture into the vast celestial realm, where they must complete various tasks each year to exchange for cultivation resources. Based on Zhao Zijing's experiences from dreams, most people ultimately pass through 20 years, as ordinary disciples, achieving little in the celestial academy before being expelled and sent to execute tasks across the celestial realm to gain the necessary cultivation resources. For these individuals, a legacy from a perfected chi refining stage cultivator would be regarded as a rare opportunity, not to mention just trying to find a way to come from the celestial realm to the mundane world. Even if it meant fighting fiercely for it, they would not hesitate to risk injury.
I hope it is the latter. If it is the former, then my hope of entering the celestial realm will be completely dashed.
Lin Chi mused for a moment, believing that the other person must have encountered some unforeseen circumstance. Perhaps they passed away young or were promoted to elite disciples, or maybe they were simply delayed by some trivial matter. In any case, it would be best if it were not because 20 years is too long, causing the other person to forget, or because he overestimated the allure of a legacy from a perfected chi refining cultivator. Because if that were the case, he would have to seek other ways to sneak into the celestial realm. indeed to sneak into the celestial realm. 20 years ago, and even 10 years ago, he specifically participated in the Ascension Conference, seeking someone to enter their dreams, all to discreetly sneak into the celestial realm. Although Lin Chi had mastered the techniques of the Qi refining stage, and could easily cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in the mundane realm, the celestial realm is the true world of cultivation. Whether for acquiring subsequent techniques, or genuinely integrating into this realm of cultivation, going to the celestial realm is an essential path for Lin Chi's future cultivation. However, getting to the celestial realm is not so easy. For between the celestial realm and the mundane world lies a stormy ocean. In the stormy ocean there are formations designed to isolate the celestial realm from the mundane, preventing mortals from accidentally entering the celestial realm, as well as sea beasts cultivated by cultivators at the foundation establishment stage. To cross the stormy ocean one must either possess great strength to roam this realm freely, or rely on the identity jade tokens issued by the Celestial Academy. Lin Chi does not have an identity jade token in this realm of cultivation. He is purely an illegal resident. 5 years ago, when he killed Zhao Zijing, Lin Chi did not acquire an identity jade token. He did not know if Zhao Zijing deliberately left it behind, or if it was burned away by his 9 veils true fire. Of course, Lin Chi did not harbor any hope of crossing the stormy ocean through Zhao Zijing. His original idea was simple: to use the legacy from a perfected Qi refining stage cultivator as bait to lure someone over, then to coerce and entice them to take him across the stormy ocean into the celestial realm. But now the person did not come.
There is no need to be too anxious. After all, I still have at least a century to plan and wait. If all else fails, I can wait until after reaching the foundation establishment stage to attempt crossing the stormy ocean forcefully. Or I could take another route.
Lin Chi calmed the faint disappointment in his heart. This failed scheme certainly disappointed him, but it was not an overwhelming disappointment. After all, he is not particularly anxious to reach the celestial realm right now. Moreover, over 3,000 years of cultivation in dreams has already taught him patience. Everything is just about planning before taking action. If this path is blocked, he still has backup plans. Whether it be another pawn left 10 years ago, or the contingency he whimsically set up 5 years ago. In any case, Lin Chi believes that before his cultivation truly reaches a deadlock, he will surely succeed in infiltrating the celestial realm.
This matter is settled. I must seek another place to continue cultivating new techniques.
With that, Lin Chi took a step and soared into the air, deciding to find a different location to continue his cultivation, as the refining of the 5-color Divine Light Talisman was about to reach completion. Regarding the new talisman seed refinement, he has gained new insights that may accelerate his cultivation. As for the 3 disciples he whimsically taught in dreams over the past 5 years, Yu Yao has already entered the deep mountains devoted to seclusion. Fang Yun has transformed into a barefoot doctor, repaying the kindness of his neighbors. Both of them are obedient and discreet, requiring no concern. As for Wan Tang, after achieving innate status 2 years ago, he rushed to enlist in the military, without fully mastering the celestial talismans, driven by ambition to seek worldly wealth. He seems rather high profile, and it is possible he may reveal his identity as a wild cultivator one day. But that is precisely what Lin Chi desires. In this mundane realm, the celestial and mundane have been isolated for too long. As the only wild cultivator, it is difficult for him to assess the celestial realm's attitude towards him. Instructing the 3 disciples to expose themselves and test the celestial realm's attitude was one of Lin Chi's original intentions for teaching in dreams. After all, Lin Chi has only met them in dreams, and has not revealed his true identity, so he is not worried about being implicated.
However, it is not yet time for them to expose themselves. Before I leave, I will enter their dreams again to warn them to continue cultivating discreetly.
With a plan in mind, Lin Chi secretly sought out Fang Yun and Yu Yao, entering their dreams to instruct them to continue their low-profile cultivation, and was preparing to find Wan Tang in Qishan County to enter his dreams, only to suddenly discover that Wan Tang had already resigned from his official position and returned to Wanjia village, where he found Fang Yun. After the rain in the empty mountains, in a small village courtyard illuminated by a dim lamp, Fong Yun, dressed as a barefoot doctor, warmed a pot of newly brewed wine and sliced a plate of cured meat and sausages. He smiled at Wantung, who was clad in armor, and said,
"This is a humble reception. Junior brother, you are too formal. Before I met our master, I had endured hardships too."
Wantung laughed heartily, drinking heavily and eating heartily, showing no sign of being accustomed to luxury or disdain for Fong Yun. Fong Yun smiled and remained mostly silent, quietly accompanying Wantung in drinking, while secretly speculating about Wantung's purpose, although they both knew from Lin Qi that he had 3 disciples. They had never met each other before. Lin Qi had no intention of letting them meet in reality. Moreover, just 2 days ago, Lin Qi told him in a dream that he would be traveling for a while, urging him to cultivate diligently and keep a low profile. Yet Wantung suddenly showed up at his door, introduced himself, and acknowledged him as his nominal junior brother. This made it hard for Fong Yun not to suspect the intentions of this nominal second senior brother. Wantung noticed Fong Yun's subtle wariness, but was not offended. He simply smiled and said,
"Speaking of which, this is our first meeting.
If only our senior sister were here too. By the way, have you met our senior sister?"
Fong Yun shook his head. Wantung then smiled.
"So you haven't met her either. But that's not unusual. After all, we haven't truly met our master either. Sometimes, I wonder if I really have a master or if it's all just a dream." "Senior brother Wan, you're drunk." Fong Yun frowned and interrupted Wantung's words with dissatisfaction. He would not allow anyone to question their master, even if it was Wantung.
"Junior brother Fong,
have you ever participated in the Ascension Immortal Assembly?"
Wantung was not angered by Fong Yun's interruption and instead asked. Fong Yun shook his head.
"I went." Wantung toyed with his wine cup and laughed bitterly.
"Yet I failed the test of the Ascension Immortal Assembly. Isn't that strange?"
"Even though I am already a cultivator at the first layer of qi refining, I still couldn't pass the test."
Fong Yun could not hide his surprise and blurted out.
"How could that be? Could it be that the cultivation technique we practice doesn't align with the test standards of the Ascension Immortal Assembly?" "I thought so too."
Wantung sneered.
"But later I found out. It's not that I'm incapable, but my surname and bloodline are the problem." "Haha, junior brother Fong, do you know what the real test of the Ascension Immortal Assembly is? It's not talent, aptitude, bone structure, or ability. It's surname and bloodline. If we aren't surnamed Zhao, we are doomed to be mortals forever." Fong Yun was shocked. The truth of the Ascension Immortal Assembly's test was unbelievable to him.
"This can't be right. How could the test only examine bloodline?"
"The truth shouldn't be like this. But that is the truth."
Wantung's eyes seemed to burn with flames of anger and resentment. "No, you must be mistaken, senior brother. If that were true, why would our master teach us the path of immortality?"
Fong Yun calmed down and retorted.
"So I resigned from my post and retreated into seclusion, seeking you out. I want us to ask our master together."
"Since cultivation is forbidden to those outside the royal clan and noble families, why did he teach us the way of immortality?"
Wantung spoke slowly.
"I want to know his intentions and his motives."
"Silence."
Fong Yun stood up and rebuked.
"Senior brother Wan, you must not be disrespectful to our master. I hold only reverence for our master and dare not defy him."
"But I want to know the truth,"
Wantung said in a low voice, then suddenly laughed.
"Forget it, maybe not knowing is better. This way there are fewer scruples."
"What are you planning to do? Don't act recklessly. Our master told us to cultivate discreetly."
Fong Yun felt uneasy and quickly urged. Wantung set down his wine cup, his tone resolute.
"I don't know why our master violated the cultivator's decree to teach us, nor why he only dares to meet us in dreams."
"But it doesn't matter. What matters is that I cannot accept this injustice. Are the princes and generals born to be noble? This world should not be like this."
"So what then? What exactly do you intend to do?"
Fong Yun demanded urgently.
"I will shatter this old world and reveal the truth of the Ascension Immortal Assembly to all."
Wantung spoke each word deliberately. Fong Yun was stunned, wanting to say something, but not knowing what. Wantung did not continue his grand declarations, merely patted Fong Yun on the shoulder.
"Thank you for the wine. Am leaving.
With that, Wan-Tung rose and left. Fan Yun stared blankly as Wan-Tung walked alone into the boundless night. The road ahead was dark, and Wan-Tung seemed like a lone hero. Unable to hold back, Fan Yun quickly caught up and shouted loudly,
"Are you just leaving like that? Don't worry, I won't implicate you or our master. Not even in death."
Wan-Tung laughed heartily without looking back.
"Won't you reconsider?"
Fan Yun shouted again.
"Some things must be done by someone. I will tell our master he will stop you."
Fan Yun added,
"Even our master cannot stop me. Because I don't want to become someone who stands aloof and turns a blind eye to the suffering of the world. Damn it, Wan-Tung, get back here. This isn't your character."
"Aren't you supposed to be someone who craves vanity and wealth?"
Fan Yun cursed in frustration.
"So that's how our master sees me." Wan-Tung burst into laughter.
"Our master judges people accurately. But he got one thing wrong. I do desire wealth and glory, but I must earn them standing upright. What else is there? A fate worse than death."
Fan Yun fell silent. Seeing Wan-Tung walking faster, he finally side-blocked his path and handed him his medicine basket.
"Fine.
I give up. Take this. Tomorrow come with me to practice medicine in the countryside."
"What do you mean?" Wan-Tung asked in confusion.
"We are fellow disciples, and since we've spoken this far, I have no choice but to help you," Fan Yun said helplessly.
"But before I help you, you must accompany me in practicing medicine." "Why?"
Wan-Tung asked, puzzled.
"Because after 30 years, as a beast of burden, one may become a dragon for 60 years. If you don't wish to stand above, you must first fall into the dust. Otherwise, if I help you shatter this old world, am I to watch you build another old world with your own hands?"
Fan Yun's words enlightened Wan-Tung, who laughed heartily and nodded, shouldering the medicine basket.
"That is as it should be. But you intend to help me. It could mean death. I know you're so annoying."
Fan Yun waved his hand impatiently.
"By the way, let's agree. We must never implicate our master even in death. And we must not implicate our senior sister. All right."
In the darkness, Lin Chi witnessed his two disciples forging a pact of honor. He had no intention of intervening. He was merely astonished by Wan-Tung's resolve.
"Shatter this old world,"
Lin Chi mused, realizing he had indeed underestimated Wan-Tung. Wan-Tung was far more courageous than he. At least upon learning the truth of the eternal divide between immortals and mortals in this world, Lin Chi had only thought of how to stealthily blend in, never of changing the world. Otherwise, he could have used his ability to enter dreams to spread the chi refining techniques across the entire mortal continent.
"Youthful recklessness."
Lin Chi shook his head and drifted away into the darkness. 5 years later, on a nameless, desolate island where azure sea met cerulean sky. As the tide receded under the hues of sunset, several crimson hermit crabs foraged along the muddy flats. Suddenly above the ocean, a cacophony of wind and thunder roared. A streak of white air current stirred up towering waves across the sea's surface, like a thunderclap appearing in an instant from the depths of the ocean above the desolate island. The thunderous sonic boom of the air current was terrifyingly overwhelming, tearing up vast swaths of wild grass and sand on the desolate island. Like a natural disaster, it startled the hermit crabs on the tidal flats into fleeing into the crevices of the rocks. The next moment, the white air current swept across the sky, crushing large reefs on the tidal flats with devastating force. Fine gravel was swept up by the wind as if a sandstorm had descended. Finally, the yellow sand settled and the storm subsided. Lin Chi, clad in azure robes, materialized in the air above the desolate island, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Only the shimmering wings of cyan and purple light fluttering behind him betrayed his inner turmoil.
"The wind thunder wings are finally complete,"
Lin Chi murmured softly as the shimmering wings of cyan and purple light dissipated behind him. He stepped down to the ground, sat cross-legged, and contemplated the changes the wind thunder wings had brought him. The wind thunder wings. Over the past 5 years, Lin Chi had painstakingly cultivated and condensed his third 9-talisman array. With the wind control talisman as one of its core components, it incorporated various wind and thunder attribute talismans eventually forged into existence. The inspiration came from the mythical legend of Lei Jinzi, who mastered the wind thunder wings after consuming the primordial wind and thunder fruits. Lin Chi was unaware of the 9 talisman array techniques that existed in this world. Thus, he could only rely on his own comprehension and mastery of various talismans along with a spark of inspiration drawn from the myriad divine abilities and techniques of his past life. He researched and created on his own. The 9-fold true fire and the 5-color divine light he had previously condensed were both born this way. The wind thunder wings were naturally no exception. According to Lin Chi's design, the condensed wind thunder wings were not primarily about controlling wind and thunder. Rather, they were meant to allow him to seamlessly switch between wind speed and lightning speed at will. In short, this was a speed-type divine technique. At its peak, it could traverse the universe at the speed of light. At its base, it could unleash a sonic storm. Comparatively, it was far more formidable than the great sage equal to heaven's somersault cloud, which covered 108,000 li. After all, it is common knowledge that the speed of light reaches 300,000 kilometers per second. Of course, that was the idealized state after it had evolved into a divine power. For now, having merely condensed the wind thunder wings, Lin Chi estimated that reaching 10 to 20 times the speed of sound would be its limit. Still, it was far faster than before.
The main issue is that my physical body is too frail to withstand greater speeds. If possible, my next step should be to create and condense a technique to strengthen the physical body.
Lin Chi muttered to himself, unconsciously gazing into the depths of the ocean. Having condensed the wind thunder wings, he pondered whether he could forcibly traverse the storm ocean with his speed to reach the immortal continent. Originally, he had not been in a hurry to go there. But now, he realized his accumulated foundation was nearly depleted. The talisman seeds he had obtained from Zhao Zijing and various cultivation families of the mortal continent, though numbering nearly 100 in appearance. Yet after consecutively condensing the 9-fold true fire, 5-color divine light, and wind thunder wings, 3 9 talisman arrays, the remaining talismans, he commanded, could no longer support the creation of a 9 talisman array technique to strengthen his body.
In truth, a better approach would be to halt the creation and condensation of 9 talisman arrays, and settle for condensing 3 talisman arrays, 6 talisman arrays, or even single talisman seeds. In short, exhaust the current foundation completely, then immediately focus on condensing the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit to attempt foundation establishment. But it's not enough,
Lin Chi murmured to himself.
Relying solely on the 9-fold true fire, 5-color divine light, and wind thunder wings, I am not confident in achieving invincibility at the same cultivation level. In my view, I need to condense at least 2 more 9 talisman arrays. One to strengthen the physical body, such as the Heaven and Earth Avatar or the 9-fold golden body. And the other, even more crucial, it need not be powerful, but it must complement my ability to enter dreams. Once successfully condensed, it could even become my innate divine ability in the future.
Lin Chi had a clear understanding of his current self. The 9-fold true fire, 5-color divine light, and wind thunder wings were indeed formidable techniques. But he still lacked a body-strengthening technique and a method that could truly become his innate divine ability in the future.
Compared to other cultivators, my greatest advantage lies in my ability to enter dreams. Therefore, my innate divine ability should ideally amplify this advantage. Even if it has no offensive power, as long as it can induce sleep and dreams in cultivators, it would be an irreplaceable innate divine ability for me.
Drawing from his past experience of entering Zhao Zijing's dream, Lin Chi profoundly understood that if he could not master a divine technique to make cultivators sleep and dream, then as his cultivation advanced, his dream-entering golden finger would become useless. After all, he could hardly spend his days mingling in the mortal world after reaching the golden core or nascent soul stage, could he?
The illusory dream art inscribed in the millennial mirage pearl has the effect of inducing hallucinations and drowsiness. But that's not enough. I need to acquire more similar talismans and create a 9 talisman array. As for the body strengthening method, I need not force it.
With a plan in mind, Lin Chi grew increasingly eager to reach the immortal continent. Only the immortal continent could provide what he sought.
He'll first attempt to brave the storm ocean. Success would be ideal. If not,
Lin Chi's gaze flickered. He would have to wait a few more years. until the next ascension assembly. He could wait to see if his fated person appeared or make use of one tongue and the others. A few days later Lin Chi purchased a fishing boat from a local fisherman and acquired maps to the storm ocean from several others. Though the storm ocean separated the immortal continent from the mortal lands, it was not entirely unknown to mortals. On the contrary, every 10 years after the Ascension Assembly, the immortals would pilot celestial ships into the storm ocean. Whenever the celestial ships set sail, many boats would secretly follow behind, hoping to traverse the storm ocean in their wake. Of course, those boats that followed the celestial ships into the storm ocean never returned. Some said they perished in the storm, while others claimed they were taken to the immortal realm by the immortals' mercy. To Lin Chi this was irrelevant. What mattered was that maps to reach the storm ocean were not hard to obtain. And that was precisely what he wanted. Though he longed to return home before setting sail to see old friends and bid farewell, ultimately that thought was but a fleeting one.
All mortal entanglements are but a grand dream. I do not content myself with mediocrity in the mundane, nor do I aspire to overturn the world or reshape its destiny. I only wish to walk to the end of this immortal path and attain eternal life.
Half a month later, the sky was high and the sea vast with an endless horizon. A small boat shot across the ocean like an arrow amidst the surging waves. A figure in green robes stood with hands clasped behind his back, faintly revealing a pair of luminous wings that propelled the boat across the sea. We should be arriving soon. Lin Chi's gaze was distant, fixed on the horizon where dark clouds gathered ominously, as if a storm were brewing. Finally, after a day and night of traveling, the legendary stormy ocean appeared before Lin Chi. Dark clouds loomed overhead, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The terrifying storm whipped up the tumultuous sea, drawing it skyward before crashing down, creating towering tsunamis hundreds of meters high. The roar of the ocean, accompanied by the howling of thunder and lightning, could be heard from hundreds of miles away. From a distance it seemed as if an immense wall composed of thunderstorms and tsunamis had risen up from the boundless sea, a barrier separating the celestial from the mundane. What a stormy ocean! Truly a forbidden zone for mortals. Lin Chi couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Though he had not yet truly entered the stormy ocean, just by looking from afar he knew it was undoubtedly a forbidden zone inaccessible to mortals. Had it been Lin Chi who had not yet cultivated the wings of wind and thunder, he would have undoubtedly turned back without hesitation. But now Lin Chi glanced at the gathering dark clouds and the rumbling thunderous sky. With a thought, his wings of wind and thunder erupted with a roar, launching him straight into the skies. After all, the stormy ocean was merely a stormy ocean, not a stormy sky. The sea was designated as a forbidden zone for mortals. What about the sky above? Lin Chi activated his wings of wind and thunder, soaring above the clouds, attempting to pass through the dark clouds and thunder that enveloped the stormy ocean, aiming to fly over it. But soon Lin Chi's expression changed slightly. He felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, forcing him to descend and preventing him from flying over the stormy ocean. Is the sky also forbidden? Lin Chi paused in the air above the stormy ocean, staring at the dark clouds and thunder that seemed just a step away from crossing, his expression darkening. A voice seemed to echo in his mind, constantly warning him, before the stormy ocean mortals must stop. Those who attempt to cross the thunder pool shall be executed without mercy. Meanwhile, countless azure lightning bolts coalesced within the thunderclouds, resembling swords of lightning piercing the sky. Should anyone dare to cross the thunderclouds, the next moment would bring a barrage of arrows and a storm of thunder. Is this really necessary? To separate the celestial from the mundane, they even forbade flight in the sky. Lin Chi felt somewhat helpless as he descended back onto the boat. The stormy ocean served as a chasm, isolating the celestial from the mundane, blocking not only the sea, but also the sky. Such strict defenses left Lin Chi speechless. After all, if the sole purpose was to prevent mortals from crossing the stormy ocean, the raging sea alone would suffice. There was absolutely no need to set up a flight prohibition, even in the sky. I wonder how Zhao Zijing managed to sneak across the stormy ocean. Lin Chi pondered for a moment. Then, instead of rushing into the stormy ocean, he shook his wings of wind and thunder again. Flying low, he transformed into a streak of light stirring the waves as he glided along the edge of the stormy ocean. This flight lasted another day and night, until the dawn broke, and he felt his internal energy gradually depleting. Lin Chi returned to the original spot, without expression, landing back on the boat, while silently regulating his breathing and energy, sighing in silence. Once Lin Chi recovered his internal energy, he slowly spoke, drawing a line in the sand dividing the sea into a cage that even forbade the sky. This is not merely a stormy ocean, it is clearly a complete separation of the celestial from the mundane, a barrier blocking all passage. Indeed, his flight along the edge of the stormy ocean yesterday had successfully given him a global perspective. Yet, while this revealed to him that this world was round a planet, it did not provide any loophole for crossing the stormy ocean. The stormy ocean is not a sea filled with thunder and storms. It is a circular chasm encircling the entire planet. It resembled a circular wall splitting the entire planet into two halves. One half was the mortal continent, and the other half was the celestial, where cultivators gathered. Such an extraordinary and miraculous creation was built solely to separate the celestial from the mundane. Lin Chi could not comprehend it, yet he was deeply shaken. Why go to such lengths to create this encircling barrier around the planet? Why not simply move all the damned cultivators to the heavens? To the moon, to Mars, far away from this planet inhabited by mortals? Surely that would be much easier than constructing this encircling barrier. Dragons do not dwell with snakes. Since they despise mortals so much as to sever all connections, why still coexist under the same sky? Lin Chi couldn't help but mutter as he looked again at the stormy ocean. The level of exaggeration of the stormy ocean surpassed his initial expectations, and he began to doubt if he entered recklessly, would he become lost within it. But soon, this thought was suppressed by Lin Chi. Although Zhao Zijing's dream did not detail how he managed to sneak across the stormy ocean to reach the mortal continent, in the end it seemed to be merely a narrow escape. I must at least attempt it. Cultivation is not merely for the recluse. Though it is wise to tread carefully, sometimes one must also move boldly forward. The stormy ocean, as a forbidden zone separating the celestial from the mundane, primarily targeted mortals, and those at the chi refinement stage of cultivation. It is said that once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can traverse the stormy ocean as if walking on flat ground. In simpler terms, no matter how terrifying the stormy ocean appeared, it was ultimately nothing more than a dungeon for those at the chi refinement stage. Having cultivated for over 20 years, Lin Chi, who had even slain cultivators at the peak of chi refinement, like Zhao Zijing, could not be so timid as to fear even a dungeon for chi refinement. Lin Chi pondered for a moment, adjusting his mindset, and decided he would venture into the stormy ocean. Soon he steered his small boat into the stormy ocean. Boom! Thunder rumbled, and the ocean was boundless. Amidst the raging waves, Lin Chi felt his own insignificance standing on the small boat. He looked up at the lightning crashing through the clouds, maneuvering the small boat, dodging the falling bolts, while trying to distance himself from the roaring tsunamis. The might of the heavens was overwhelming, and the tsunami rolled. Lin Chi battled against the tumultuous winds of the sea, and the violent lightning from the sky, pushing forward with great difficulty. Suddenly a dark shadow darted through the waves. Lin Chi's expression changed slightly, as he quickly maneuvered the boat to avoid it. But with the wind and waves fierce, he was ultimately a step too late. With a tremendous crash, a large fish leaped suddenly from beneath the surface, its head resembling a sword. It was somewhat like a swordfish, but from its sharp tip surged water balls that crackled like thunder. As it leaped crashing into the boat, the water ball shot out, bursting forth with a radiant thunderous glow aimed directly at Lin Chi. Lin Chi struck back with a palm fi-colored divine light flashing, and the water ball was instantly obliterated. Yet a bolt of lightning erupted. Not good. Lin Chi's heart raced as he quickly dodged. The next moment a thunderclap descended from the sky, crashing heavily where the lightning had erupted. Visible lightning spread across the surface of the sea like water, instantly igniting the boat Lin Chi was controlling. "My boat!" Lin Chi shouted angrily, channeling his true energy to stir up waves as he hurried to extinguish the fire. On the stormy sea, crackling with thunder and tempest, the small boat seemed almost insignificant. Yet it was Lin Chi's only refuge, akin to a sanctuary, allowing him to gather chi and meditate. Without it, although he had confidence in surviving amidst the stormy ocean, he would drift aimlessly. However, before Lin Chi could summon the waves to douse the burning boat, a thunderous crash resounded. A swordfish leaped out of the water, its sword-like horn smashing heavily against the vessel. Amidst the dancing lightning and flames, the boat shattered completely, turning into burning planks that were swept away by the sea, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye.
Beast, you seek death.
Lin Chi laughed in fury, locking his gaze on the swordfish. With a thought, he spewed forth a fire dragon that coiled around the swordfish, which was attempting to leap back into the sea. The 9 hidden true fire incinerates all. The swordfish that had destroyed the boat was instantly transformed into a fireball as it fell into the water. Water and fire cannot coexist. The rolling sea water evaporated into billowing white mist, yet the flames did not extinguish, continuing to burn until the swordfish was reduced to ashes before finally dying down. Lin Chi remained expressionless, about to take flight with his thunderous wings, when he suddenly sensed something stirring within his heart. The sea water immediately surged upwards, as if an invisible hand of true energy was lifting it, presenting a sword-like sharp tip that resembled gold, yet was not to Lin Chi's hand.
Is this the sharp tip from the big fish's head?
Lin Chi flicked it with his finger, and the tip emitted a humming sound, faint glimmers flashing within. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the patterns on the tip seemed to resemble a variation of some talisman. Recalling that the large fish had used the sharp tip to create a water thunder, Lin Chi suddenly realized.
Is this a demon beast's soul bone?
Everything has a spirit. Since this realm has human cultivators, there must also be other races with cultivators. For example, the demon race. However, demon beasts are not part of the demon race. The distinction is somewhat akin to that between mortals and cultivators. Cultivators may harbor disdainful thoughts about mortals, viewing them as base and unworthy of companionship, seeking to create a divide between the celestial and the mundane. However, at least, they would not consider mortals as livestock to be bred for food. Yet among the demon race, only those with intelligence are deemed demons, those without are merely beasts. Thus, in the eyes of most human cultivators, demon beasts are merely considered food for true demon race cultivators. Even if a demon gave birth to an offspring lacking intelligence, it would similarly be regarded as a demon beast. They are either directly enslaved and ridden, or simply consumed. In short, while demon beasts carry the title of demon, they are not regarded as kin by the demon race. In the entire cultivation world, they occupy the lowest tier of the food chain, truly expendable resources. However, in the mundane world, demon beasts are genuine demon beasts capable of rampaging as invincible beings. Because demon beasts possess innate soul bones, which inherently contain talisman techniques. There are even legendary powerful demon beasts, whose soul bones carry innate divine prohibitions, capable of battling golden core ancestors.
I remember Zhao Zijing once mentioned in a nascent soul travelogue that the original talisman seeds were actually derived from human imitations of demon beast soul bones. I have wandered through the mortal realm for 40 years, and have never encountered a demon beast soul bone before. I never expected to receive such a great gift upon arriving in the stormy ocean. This is truly memorable.
Lin Chi stored away the soul bone tip. Although the talisman seeds inscribed upon it were severely deformed, his understanding of talismans over the millennia allowed him to recognize that 3 talismans he had already mastered were inscribed on the tip. They were the Immortal Talisman, the Water Talisman, and the True Thunder Talisman. The 3 talismans appeared twisted and intertwined, yet had not yet reached the level of transforming into a 3-talisman formation. However, the soul bone was naturally formed and carried a certain power of the water and true thunder. Unfortunately, that was all. It wasn't worth further study, at most a keepsake. After acquiring the demon beast's soul bone, Lin Chi pondered, gazing at the raging waves of the stormy ocean with increased anticipation. After all, having obtained a demon beast's soul bone upon entering the stormy ocean, how far could the second one be?
Perhaps the reason this stormy ocean has such a tightly woven array of restrictions is because this stormy ocean is actually a place for cultivators to raise demon beasts. If that is the case,
Lin Chi's eyes sparkled as he retracted his thunderous wings, no longer in a hurry to cross the stormy ocean. Instead, he chose to walk upon the waves, hoping to encounter another demon beast that would present him with a soul bone. Soon Lin Chi's hopes were realized. Amidst the rolling tidal waves, a terrifying tentacle dozens of meters long howled as it twisted towards Lin Chi like a steel cable. Lin Chi was not startled but rather delighted, moving forward. In the next moment, a terrifying octopus beast the size of a small mountain was discovered by Lin Chi hiding beneath the water. Without hesitation, confident in his thunderous wings, able to strike or flee at will, Lin Chi retaliated with a blast of 9 hidden true fire. As the 9 dragons entered the sea, the terrifying fire dragon possessed the might to incinerate the heavens and the earth. Upon entering the ocean, in an instant half was water and half was flame. The sea waters seemed to be boiling, with vapor rising skyward, shrouding the nearby sea in thick white mist. Within this white mist, the octopus beast, large as a small mountain and hidden beneath the water, shrank visibly. Under the terrifying flames of the 9 hidden true fire, as long as it retained flesh and blood, it could not escape the fate of being turned to ashes. But suddenly Lin Chi sensed something amiss. Quick-witted, he pointed his finger and multicolored divine light surged forth, transforming into a 5-colored handprint that reached into the water to grasp. Upon returning, Lin Chi found a mini octopus no larger than a fingernail in the palm of his hand. Just as Lin Chi was puzzled, the mini octopus suddenly roared, its body instantaneously swelling as if it were growing with the wind. Lin Chi was not shocked but delighted, and another blast of 9 hidden true fire fell. The 9 dragons' fire shield swayed, and the octopus beast was completely transformed into mist, leaving behind only a skull inscribed with talisman patterns resembling white jade in Lin Chi's hand. Lin Chi examined it closely for a moment, unable to hide his joy.
Good. This is a talisman seed I have yet to master. It seems related to size transformation. Indeed, just what I needed.
Having acquired a highly useful soul bone, Lin Chi felt elated and looked back at the sea. It seemed that due to his continuous strikes, no other demon beasts were currently visible. He was unsure if they had been scared away, or if there were simply not many demon beasts in this stormy ocean. Lin Chi was uncertain, but he felt that this stormy ocean might be a treasure trove. Searching for demon beasts on the surface of the sea was too slow. Instead, Lin Chi concentrated, and the 5-colored divine light flowed around him, ultimately transforming into a blue bubble that enveloped him as he descended into the water. This is another marvelous use of the 5-colored divine light. It allows passage through water. A year later, 20,000 meters beneath the ocean, it should have been a place of profound darkness and extinct light, yet a faint red glow drifted through the water, warming the sea. An undersea volcano lay here. Flowing magma erupted into the seawater, cooling only to be melted again by the volcano's searing heat, once more becoming magma that emitted a crimson radiance. This cycle repeated endlessly, as if a sun had sunk into the seabed, never to be extinguished, nurturing the rich and diverse marine life of the surrounding waters. A beast resembling an electric eel, yet tens of meters long, with a horned dragon-like head, swam slowly from the cold depths. After scanning its surroundings with cold golden eyes, it suddenly accelerated, charging toward the volcanic crater. Within the flowing magma, it sought out red crystals flickering with flame, devouring them in great gulps. Suddenly, from the magma, a massive fiery red tortoise-like beast burst forth, with ferocity, like Mount Tai, crashing down, sending countless flaming meteor-like chunks of magma hurtling toward the eel beast. At the same time, the tortoise beast opened its maw and clamped down on the eel beast's tail. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the eel beast was consumed with murderous rage, its 10 centimeters-long body instinctively coiled and constricted, binding the tortoise beast tightly. Opening its mouth, the eel beast spat out a bolt of thunder that startled the ocean. Azure lightning clashed with fiery magma, like heavenly thunder stirring earthly flames. In an instant, the surrounding seawater was blasted away. The battle escalated into a white-hot frenzy, also startling Lin Chi, who was nearby, parting the waters with his 5-colored divine light.
2 more unfamiliar beasts. It seems one is of earth and fire, the other of water and thunder.
Lin Chi arrived, drawn by the sounds, and looked upon the battling eel and tortoise beasts with some disappointment. But as his gaze swept over the eel beast's colossal form and the tortoise beast's seemingly impregnable shell, his heart stirred. Without a second thought, While the two beasts were locked in combat, he pointed a finger, and a blast of 9 heavens mystic fire howled forth. 9 dragons roared like the legendary immortal treasure, the 9-dragon divine fire cover interweaving and linking, instantly enveloping the two beasts in towering flames. The flames consumed all beasts and seawater alike. In but a moment everything was burned to nothing. The mighty 9 heavens mystic fire even vaporized millions of tons of seawater, leaving the surrounding waters unable to replenish in time. Thus a momentary vacuum appeared on the seabed. Only when Lin Chi withdrew the 9 heavens mystic fire did the reacting seawater finally collapse inward, producing a terrifying tremor.
The 9 heavens mystic fire is truly overbearing. Even when used on the seabed, its power remains undiminished. It was not in vain that I spent so much time condensing it.
Lin Chi was highly satisfied with the might of the 9 heavens mystic fire. When he had used it on land before, he only thought it was strong. But now, using it in the deep sea, he realized just how powerful the 9 heavens mystic fire he had condensed truly was. In any case, over this past year, he had roamed thousands of miles across the seabed. Any beast he encountered, even with the advantage of their environment, were nothing but trash before his 9 heavens mystic fire.
Let me see what soul bones these two beasts have left me.
With a casual strike of 9 heavens mystic fire, he annihilated the two beasts. Reaching out, Lin Chi caught 2 soul bones in his hands. He did not rush away. Instead, he approached the undersea volcano, using its warm glowing light to examine the talisman patterns engraved on the soul bones on the spot.
Not bad, not bad. A few more talismans I haven't mastered. They seem to be related to defense. Perhaps they can be useful.
In a pleasant mood, Lin Chi stowed away both soul bones. Glancing around, and seeing no other beasts coming to join the fray, he lowered his gaze back to the undersea volcano.
An undersea volcano. A rare sight. Let me take a look.
Lin Chi muttered to himself, then moved, heading toward the volcanic crater.
To pluck the moon from the 9 heavens to catch turtles in the 5 oceans. I can't do the former yet, but the latter should be within reach now.
Lin Chi arrived at the crater of the undersea volcano, admiring the view. He vaguely saw red crystals flickering within the magma, but paid them no mind. He didn't know what those crystals were, or what use they had. They looked pretty, though. After a moment's thought, he unleashed his 5-colored divine light, intending to pick a few as souvenirs. Though the 5-colored divine light lacked the explosive domineering power of the 9 heavens mystic fire, as a supplementary spell, it had endless subtle uses. Now manifesting as a 5-colored great handprint, it plunged into the scorching magma. Moving with his will, it quickly selected and retrieved several red crystals. Lin Chi stored away the red crystals, which still radiated heat in the cold deep sea. With a keen gaze, he noticed something else in the magma disturbed by the 5-colored divine light. He sent out the 5-colored divine light again, grabbing firmly. The next moment, a polished golden jade alms bowl shimmering with spiritual light, and a jade token appeared in Lin Chi's hands.
The relic of some cultivator.
Lin Chi's heart stirred. He channeled a thread of true chi into the golden bowl, which instantly activated a golden jade light shield. An outer layer of golden light shield. An inner layer of jade light shield. The dual shields not only repelled the seawater, but also provided what seemed like formidable defense.
Indeed, a magical artifact seems to be a mid-grade one. As for this jade token,
Lin Chi hesitated, then chose to channel a thread of true chi into it. The next moment, the jade token shone brightly, and a shadowy image instantly appeared before Lin Chi. It was dull and expressionless, somewhat like a holographic video message.
Fellow Taoist, I am Wang Lin, a disciple of the Immortal Academy class of 1057. Entering the stormy ocean to hunt beasts, I unfortunately encountered a 9th great beast. Gravely wounded with no escape, I could only resign myself to sitting in meditation and passing away on the seabed. I leave behind the mid-grade magical artifact, the golden jade bowl, as a gift. I ask you to make a trip to Yushan Market, find my Tao companion Yurong, and inform her of my death. Thank you.
The brief final words ended, the image vanished, and the jade token fell silent again. Lin Chi's eyes gleamed with sharp light. After pondering for a moment, a smile spread across his face. This chance undersea relic provided Lin Chi with a crucial piece of information that cultivators from the immortal continent did indeed enter the stormy ocean to hunt beasts. As such, if he searched diligently, he should be able to encounter other cultivators in the stormy ocean. He might even be able to use Wang Lin's identity to infiltrate the immortal continent.
It seems I can no longer stay on the seabed hunting beasts for soul bones. Now I must go to the surface to find traces of cultivators. As for whether to take over Wang Lin's identity,
Lin Chi couldn't decide for the moment, resolving to first find cultivators entering the stormy ocean to hunt, and then act according to circumstances. Half a year later, a gem-encrusted vessel seemingly carved from sapphire yet gleaming with a metallic luster braved the raging winds and torrential rains of the stormy ocean, undaunted by thunder and lightning as it sped across the waves. On the deck, a man and a woman, both clad in flowing white Taoist robes with an ethereal aura, were operating a cannon-like magical artifact.
Junior Sister Xiaowei, the operation of this fire god cannon is quite simple. The barrel is engraved with the Solar Thunderfire rune array. Like any other artifact, you just need to infuse it with true qi to unleash the Solar Thunderfire. Then use this scope to aim at the discovered demon beast and fire to obliterate it. Its power is immense against beasts below the 6th rank. One shot is usually enough.
The female cultivator named Xiaowei nodded, repeatedly eager to try, but the male cultivator stopped her with a smile.
Senior brother Chen Fan, just let me have a try,
Xiaowei coaxed. Chen Fan quickly said,
Junior Sister Xiaowei, let me finish what I have to say. The biggest difference between the fire god cannon and the artifacts we commonly use is that most of the time we don't need to input our true qi. Instead, it uses spirit crystals as its energy source.
As he spoke, Chen Fan pulled out 5 red crystals that seemed to burn with flames, skillfully inserting them into the recesses at the base of the fire god cannon.
The fire god cannon also uses spirit crystals.
Xiaowei couldn't help but stick out her tongue.
Then I'll just use my true qi to power it. Don't think that way. The stormy ocean is not the Immortal Academy. Although it's said to be a place where we raise demon beasts, danger can still strike at any moment. So we must always conserve our true qi to deal with any unexpected situations. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary. Besides, we've already spent 3,000 spirit crystals to rent this vessel. There's no need to waste the fire god cannon's power just to save 100 or so crystals.
Chen Fan explained, but seeing Xiaowei still looking pained, he laughed and said,
Don't worry, based on my experience, as long as our luck isn't too bad. This trip will net us at least 5,000 spirit crystals after costs. We won't lose out. If we're lucky, earning 8 to 10,000 crystals in one trip isn't impossible. If you don't believe me, ask senior brother Mingcheng.
Chen Fan turned and called out to Xiao Mingcheng, who was piloting the vessel from the cabin. Xiao Mingcheng, with graying temples and a slightly aged appearance, nodded slightly at Chen Fan's words and casually said,
Chen Fan is right. The returns from hunting demon beasts in the stormy ocean are relatively stable. After all, it's a novice area with a safety net. It won't leave us completely ruined.
Xiaowei nodded but couldn't help asking,
Then why have I heard that many people die in the stormy ocean every year? Hunting demon beasts always carries some risk. But if you think about it, those who die are fools who refuse to spend money on renting a boat, buy a cheap inferior water element artifact, and charge in with dreams of getting rich overnight. If they encounter low-level beasts, it's fine. Kill one to break even, kill 2 for profit. But if they're unlucky enough to meet a high-level beast, they can't fight or flee, so death is the only outcome.
Xiao Mingcheng scoffed.
If you really want to gamble on luck to get rich overnight, why come to the stormy ocean? Why not go to the 5-element star secret realm? Haha, senior brother Mingcheng, you're wrong there. If they were willing to spend money on the 5-element star secret realm, they wouldn't be stingy about renting a boat.
Chen Fan laughed.
That's true.
Xiao Mingcheng nodded, and then said to Xiaowei, who had yet to graduate from the Immortal Academy, and still harbored romantic notions of ordinary cultivators' lives.
Xiaowei, this time for your father's sake and taking you along. I don't expect your gratitude. I only hope this trip to the stormy ocean will show you how hard life is after leaving the academy. Work hard and strive to become an elite disciple before the academy expels you. Granduncle, I understand.
Xiaowei quickly nodded, fully aware of how much she was benefiting from this trip. For one thing, just the share of the boat rental and the entry fee to the stormy ocean converted to contribution points would be enough to keep her in the academy for over 3 years without eating or drinking.
Good. Now Chen Fan, prepare the fire god cannon. 30 nautical miles to the front right, a demon beast has been spotted. Wait for my command.
Suddenly Xiao Mingcheng stopped chatting, having spotted movement on the sea ahead through the vessel's water mirror. As the vessel continued forward, Xiaowei and Chen Fan, stationed by the fire god cannon on deck, also saw the commotion on the sea surface. It was a massive flood dragon-like demon beast riding clouds and mist amid the storm, stirring up waves.
Looks like a 7th-rank cloud flood dragon. Senior brother Mingqing, should we engage?
Chen Fan called back. If he were alone and encountered a 7th-rank cloud flood dragon, Chen Fan, who was only at the 6th layer of Qi refining, would flee without a second thought. But with the vessel and the fire god cannon at hand, and the beautiful junior sister Xiaowei by his side, Chen Fan felt a surge of eagerness.
Engage my foot. Well, take a detour,
Xiao Mingcheng said without hesitation.
Let's find low-level beasts first for Xiaowei to practice on. All right.
Chen Fan was a bit reluctant but agreed. After all, with Xiaowei being a novice, starting with a 7th-rank beast was risky. If things went wrong, losses would be the least of their worries, an accident would be far worse.
Granduncle senior brother Chen, don't worry about me,
Xiaowei began, but Xiao Mingcheng interrupted.
Xiaowei, this has nothing to do with you. Our original target is low-level beasts, preferably not exceeding the 6th rank. This cloud flood dragon is at least 7th rank, beyond our hunting scope. Even with the vessel and fire god cannon, taking it down would require great effort. And that's assuming it's just an ordinary cloud flood dragon. If it's an elite, would be in serious trouble,
Xiao Mingcheng explained as he changed course. Suddenly a terrifying roar erupted. The cloud flood dragon, which had been stirring up clouds and waves, suddenly blazed with brilliant light. A millstone-sized thunderbolt visible to the naked eye shot from its mouth into the sea, instantly triggering a monstrous tsunami. At the same time, thick mist spread, turning the sea surface for miles around into a foggy ocean, with only faint flashes of lightning and thunder within the haze.
Damn, it really is an elite cloud flood dragon. Hurry, let's get out of here.
Seeing the beast unleash its power, Xiao Mingcheng and Chen Fan broke out in a cold sweat, realizing they had nearly bitten off more than they could chew.
So it's an elite cloud flood dragon. I wonder how it compares to the elite disciples in the academy,
Xiaowei asked instinctively, watching the misty thunderous sea.
An elite cloud flood dragon at the 7th rank, ordinary elite disciples of the academy can't handle it. It would take a true disciple to intervene,
Chen Fan shouted as he rushed into the cabin to help Xiao Mingcheng steer the vessel to safety.
A true disciple.
Xiaowei seemed lost in thought, then her eyes lit up as she called out.
Granduncle senior brother Chen Fan, stop the boat. It looks like someone has taken down that elite cloud flood dragon.
What? Xiao Mingcheng and Chen Fan were stunned and quickly looked up. They saw the mist on the sea suddenly dissipate. The once mighty cloud flood dragon was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a figure in blue robes emerged from the fog, standing atop the sea. Seeming to notice Xiao Mingcheng and the others, the blue-robed figure spoke clearly.
Daoist friends, please wait a moment. Senior brother Mingqing, what should we do?
Hailed by the azure-robed cultivator, Chen Fan instinctively looked toward Xiao Mingcheng. Xiao Mingcheng pondered for a moment and whispered,
Move closer.
Soon the armored vessel turned back. Standing atop the vast sea, the azure-robed cultivator's eyes flickered with a trace of joy as he clasped his hands and said,
Thank you, 3 fellow cultivators, for saving me. Yang Qi is deeply grateful.
The azure-robed cultivator, who called himself Yang Qi, spoke politely, but did not hesitate to step onto the armored vessel's deck. Noticing the fire god cannon placed on the deck, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, before he smiled at the 3 aboard.
Senior brother Yang is too kind.
Xiao Mingqing, leading Chen Fan, and Xiaowei stepped forward, bowed, and introduced themselves. Facing the azure-robed cultivator, who could effortlessly slay a 7th-grade elite cloud dragon serpent, Xiao Mingcheng maintained a low profile, silently racking his mind for any true disciple named Yang Qi from recent cohorts of the Immortal Academy.
Senior Brother Yang, are you a true disciple?
Xiao Wei's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the handsome jade-faced azure-robed cultivator, and couldn't help asking.
Oh, junior sister Xiao Wei, why do you ask?
Lin Qi, using the alias Yang Qi, felt a pang of unease. After searching the vast sea for over half a year, he had finally encountered cultivators. He had merely intended to fabricate the identity of an ordinary cultivator to try and blend in. How had he been pegged as a true disciple of the Immortal Academy? The identity of a true disciple of the Immortal Academy was not something one could casually impersonate.
Senior Brother Yang, you killed a 7th grade elite cloud dragon serpent with a single move, so you must be a true disciple.
Xiao Wei stated it as a matter of course. Beside her, Chen Fan and Xiao Mingqing, though not voicing agreement, wore expressions of the same conviction. Lin Qi was left speechless. What nonsense was this? A mere serpent he could burn to ashes with a wave of his hand, and they considered him a true disciple of the Immortal Academy. Were true disciples of the Immortal Academy so easy to become? Lin Qi suspected Xiao Wei and the others were setting a trap for him, so he waved his hand, smiled without speaking, and changed the subject.
My ship was sunk by a demonic beast. Please, 3 fellow cultivators, grant me passage.
What?
Senior Brother Yang, your ship was sunk by a demonic beast. Could it be that you encountered a 9th grade demonic beast? No, with Senior Brother Yang's skill, a mere 9th grade demonic beast wouldn't have the ability. So, Senior Brother Yang, did you encounter a Foundation establishment great demon?
Xiao Wei chattered away like a machine gun, babbling endlessly. Lin Qi frowned, about to interrupt, when Xiao Mingcheng quickly tugged at Xiao Wei and smiled at Lin Qi.
Senior Brother Yang, gracing our ship is our honor. However, we've just taken on a mission to hunt demonic beasts in the stormy ocean and have yet to catch anything. So I'm afraid we must ask Senior Brother Yang to bear with us for a while. We can only set sail back after we've hunted enough demonic beasts. Don't laugh at us, Senior Brother Yang. We've poured our entire savings into this expedition into the stormy ocean.
Xiao Mingchen said with self-deprecation, his face practically screaming 3 words.
We need more money. No matter. I was planning to continue my training in the stormy ocean for some time anyway. Just follow your itinerary.
Lin Qi replied without hesitation. Returning now and entering the Immortal Continent would be good, certainly. But Lin Qi preferred to linger in the stormy ocean, gleaning more knowledge about daily life in the Immortal Continent from Xiao Mingcheng and his companions. Staying here for a while suited his plans perfectly. Damn it, he's trying to freeload on my ship. Xiao Mingcheng was bitterly disappointed and deeply frustrated. He had fantasized that Lin Qi, who seemed undoubtedly a true disciple of the Immortal Academy, would generously cover all their expenses in one grand gesture. But alas, even true disciples were stingy. Xiao Mingcheng thought to himself, yet dared not drive Lin Qi away. He forced a smile and said,
Then we'll have to trouble Senior Brother Yang. Well, strive to hunt 20 low-grade demonic beasts as quickly as possible, and then set sail.
Xiao Mingcheng hinted again, unwilling to give up. A low-grade demonic beast's skin and bones could sell for about 500 crystals. 20 would be 10,000 crystals. If all went smoothly, it would take about a year. After deducting time and cost, Xiao Mingcheng thought he wasn't being greedy. 5,000 crystals from Lin Qi would suffice. 5,000 crystals were a fortune to ordinary cultivators like them. But a true disciple. Was 5,000 crystals too much for a year's time? Not really. Time is money, my Senior Brother Yang. Xiao Mingcheng thought, looking at Lin Qi expectantly.
You don't need to worry too much about my schedule. Since we're in the stormy ocean, kill as many demonic beasts as you can. I can spare 2 or 3 months without issue.
Lin Qi didn't catch the hope in Xiao Mingcheng's eyes. He was simply calculating based on his own hunting speed. 20 low-grade demonic beasts would take him about a month. That was too short. He wanted to thoroughly understand the real situation of the Immortal Continent before entering it down to the smallest detail. It would be best if he could also befriend Xiao Mingcheng and his companions. Only then would he avoid entering the Immortal Continent completely blind. Perhaps he could start with this junior sister Xiao Wei. She seemed to admire him. 3 months should be enough.
Has senior brother Yang, you must be joking.
Xiao Mingsheng gave a stiff smile, clasped his hands, and turned to walk into the cabin, unwilling to speak further with Lin Qi. He had figured it out. This senior brother Yang was truly a miser, a tight-fisted cheapskate. Not only was he unwilling to spend money to compensate for their losses, but he also spoke with sarcasm, saying things like,
I can spare 2 or 3 months without issue.
Bah! 2 or 3 months. He wouldn't even recover the cost of renting the ship. Chen Fan was also displeased, lowering his head and refusing to engage Lin Qi. Only Xiao Wei foolishly asked,
Senior brother Yang, can you only spare 3 months at most? But my great-uncle said we'll be in the stormy ocean for at least 2 years. That long?
Lin Qi was shocked. Going out to sea for 2 years? Were cultivators this competitive too? Even ordinary mortals didn't stay out at sea for 2 years straight.
It's not too bad. If things go well, hunting one demonic beast a month 20 would take about 1.5 years.
Xiao Wei counted on her fingers for Lin Qi.
Although my great-uncle would like to send you back first, renting this ship alone cost us 3,000 crystals. Adding in other manpower and resources, if we don't hunt 20 demonic beasts, we'll definitely take a loss. Senior brother Yang, we can't compare to you. We're very poor.
Xiao Wei's calculation left Lin Qi silent. Cultivators, who should embrace the universe and discuss the Tao, were instead calculating their days, like mortals, and hunting only one demonic beast a month. They might as well be on vacation. But Lin Qi said nothing. He vaguely realized that the real world of cultivation, at least for ordinary qi refining cultivators, was far less glamorous than he had imagined. That kind of life, feasting on morning dew, riding the wind, and roaming freely through the heavens, was for most lower-level cultivators likely confined to the pages of books. He had thought that those born into cultivation families seemingly destined for greatness would mostly end up as the bas-terre laborers of the cultivation world once they reached the immortal continent.
I thought Zhao Zijing was mediocre enough. I never imagined there were cultivators even more mediocre than him. Tisk!
The illusory realm of cultivation, dining on morning mists and drinking evening dew, roaming far and wide, engaging in philosophical discourse and following one's whims to wander from the northern sea at dawn to the Kangwu Mountains at dusk. Each and every practitioner appears as an ethereal immortal, untouched by worldly affairs, carefree and content. The real realm of cultivation, the world is vast, but alas, without coin one cannot explore it. Lin Qi couldn't help but shake his head, finally grasping the insinuations behind Xiao Mingsheng's words just now. He had assumed Xiao Mingsheng and his team ventured into the stormy seas to hunt demonic beasts for the Academy's missions, but it turned out they were merely seeking profit. It was no wonder Lin Qi had failed to catch on. After all, nearly all the information he had gleaned about the cultivation world from Zhao Zijing's dream originated from the Celestial Academy. And within the Celestial Academy, there was no such thing as the spirit stones or immortal crystals popularized in past life novels as a universal currency for cultivators. Instead, the Academy used contribution points as a medium of exchange. Every disciple of the Academy received a fixed amount of contribution points annually, or could earn more by completing Academy tasks. These points could then be used to exchange for various cultivation resources, functioning much like a credit currency. However, for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage and above, most transactions still favor the primitive method of barter. The reason was simple: for the majority of cultivators, truly precious cultivation resources could never be purchased with any universal equivalent. Just as an ordinary person could not buy a J-20 fighter jet with money. Thus, the most primal barter system remained the sole trusted transaction method for high-level cultivators. As for the Academy's contribution points, they were merely a convenience for disciples to exchange resources. Across the entire cultivation world, credit currencies, like these backed by individual strength, were as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Any Golden Core elder could stamp his portrait on a stack of them, and use them to exploit the lower-level cultivators under his command. As for the crystals that Xiao Mingsheng and his companions referred to as spendable money, they were actually energy blocks crafted by cultivators to store true qi and magical power. Similar to fuel on Earth, they could power magical artifacts, so most cultivators carried some with them. Consequently, among lower-level cultivators, these crystals had become a sort of trading medium akin to currency. In short, this world had no spirit stones that could truly serve as circulating money. Perhaps they had existed once, but after billions of years of cultivation history, they had long since been depleted. Moreover, the cultivators of this world had no need for spirit stones to aid their cultivation. For in a sense, the cultivators here had already broken free from the shackles of basic resources. No, at least for the lowest level cultivators, like Xiao Mingqing, those constraints still held firm. After all, each person's constitution differed. When cultivators at the bottom like Xiao Mingqing could no longer sustain their practice through sheer effort alone, then even the once proud young masters and ladies who had stood aloof in the mortal world were reduced to the lowest beasts of burden in the cultivation realm, scrambling desperately for a few measly coins. Understanding this, Lin Qi realized that his secret cultivation in the mortal world had made him not just slightly stronger than mediocre qi refinement cultivators like Xiao Zijing, but for most qi refinement cultivators, he was indeed a cut above. At the very least, his current practice could proudly claim to be unbound by material things. He was entirely self-sufficient.
Truly, what you get from books is shallow. To truly understand, you must practice it yourself.
Lin Qi sighed softly. Beside him, Xiao Wei instinctively asked,
Senior brother Yang, what did you say? Nothing. Junior sister Xiao Wei, I'd trouble you to show me around the ship.
Lin Qi waved his hand and thought for a moment, and pulled out the red crystals he had picked up from the underwater volcano earlier. Xiao Mingqing and his crew had practically written,
"We want money,"
on their faces. He couldn't very well pretend not to notice. But he had no contribution points, as he didn't even possess an identity token. As for the demonic beast's soul bones, the pills, he had refined himself, and the two magical artifacts he owned, the Millennium Mirage Pearl and the Golden Jade Bowl, Lin Qi had no idea of their value, and was reluctant to part with them. However, this red crystal he kept as a souvenir. Likely a type of red diamond could be offered to win a lattice favor. After all, girls usually adored such sparkling gems. Seeing the red crystal Lin Qi presented to her, Xiao Wei was utterly baffled.
I picked up a few of these gemstones from the seabed earlier. They're of no use to me. I wondered if you might like them. Then I'll thank Senior Brother Yang.
Xiao Wei nodded with an awkward yet polite smile, accepted the red crystal, suppressed her urge to complain, and gave Lin Qi a tour of the ship. After escorting him to an empty lounge, she hurried back to the cabin where Xiao Mingqing and Chen Fan were quietly discussing Lin Qi's identity and background.
All my illusion of a true disciple has shattered.
Xiao Wei placed the red crystal Lin Qi had given her on the table, looking as if her idol had fallen from grace. Chen Fan chuckled at the sight of the red crystal on the table.
Was that a gift from Senior Brother Yang? Generous of him. He tipped you 5 crystals at once. Is that charity?
Xiao Wei had no retort. She had initially held a good impression of Lin Qi. Tall, handsome, refined, and suspected to be a true disciple, he seemed perfect. Even when Lin Qi had feigned ignorance of their hints and offered nothing, she had chalked it up to his aloofness and lack of social grace. But for him to then whip out 5 crystals and ask if she liked them felt almost insulting and demeaning to Xiao Wei. It was as if you'd picked up a handsome man at sea in your fishing boat, and he asked you to take him home without paying for fuel. Thinking he might be a fallen noble, you agreed, hoping to build a good connection. But then, he handed you $5 and asked if it was enough. How could that not infuriate you?
No wonder he's a true disciple, with that thick skin.
Xiao Mingqing was also amused. He picked up a red crystal casually, then let out a surprised exclamation.
Huh? This is a raw crystal. You're kidding. This Senior Brother Yang is even stingier than I thought. A raw crystal without an embedded immortal inscription, that's only worth 5 crystals.
The difference between a raw crystal and a refined crystal was akin to crude oil versus refined gasoline. The latter could be used directly as energy, while the former required processing.
No. This appears to be a natural raw crystal, not from a crystal workshop.
Xiao Mingqing examined the red crystal closely, his expression turning serious. As a common energy source for cultivators, the cultivation world had mastered the art of synthetic crystal production. But that didn't mean crystals were abundant. Energy was never too much, it was always better to have more, and be prepared. At least in the Immortal Continent, even though the output from crystal workshops sufficed for cultivators' annual needs. The major markets across the Immortal Continent still purchase natural raw crystals without any upper limit.
Are they really natural raw crystals?
Chen Fan also caught on. He picked up a red crystal and examined it repeatedly, his breathing quickening.
They do seem to be natural raw crystals, probably some kind of fire diamond. Given the purity and size, Senior Brother Xiao, isn't this even better than the natural white diamond we saw at Mushin Market?
Xiao Mingcheng didn't answer. Instead, he asked Xiao Wei.
Did he mention where he got these raw crystals when he gave them to you? He said he picked them up from the seabed.
What? Upon hearing Xiao Wei's response, Xiao Mingcheng and Chen Fan both gasped in surprise, exchanging glances as their heartbeats quickened.
What's wrong?
Xiao Wei looked puzzled, unable to understand why Xiao Mingcheng and Chen Fan's attitudes had suddenly changed.
Isn't it just a natural pure crystal? In terms of value, it is only worth half of a real spirit stone, so these are only worth 2.5 crystals. Why are they so excited? Xiao Wei, you don't understand.
Chen Fan suppressed the greed rising within him, glancing at Xiao Mingcheng, who seemed lost in thought, before hesitantly whispering.
Don't be fooled by the fact that various markets purchase natural pure crystals at half the price of normal spirit stones year-round. In reality, what these markets acquire are not just individual natural pure crystals, but entire natural pure crystal veins. Because most of the time natural pure crystals exist in the form of veins. Discovering a natural pure crystal often means discovering a natural pure crystal vein. So if that Senior Brother Yang did not deceive you, then the place where he found these natural pure crystals should have a natural pure crystal vein. 5 years ago, there was a fool in Mushin Market who picked up several natural white diamonds, completely oblivious to the fact that he had discovered a natural white diamond vein. He also complained that the market's purchase price was too low, so he set up a stall to sell them, triggering a massive conflict throughout Mushin Market.
Chen Fan licked his lips.
In the end, that vein fell into the hands of Elder Zhao Yueru from the Immortal Academy. It is said that she gifted it to her closed-door disciple, who exchanged it for this many contribution points at the Academy.
Chen Fan spread his fingers, and Xiao Wei exclaimed,
I remember now. 5 years ago, true disciple's sister Xiao suddenly gained 50 million contribution points. Everyone said it was a gift from her master. I envied that for a long time. So it turns out she was given a natural pure crystal vein. Wait, do you mean?
Xiao Wei's pupils widened as she finally reacted, looking at the shimmering red crystal given to her by Lin Qi.
Senior Brother Yang also discovered a natural pure crystal vein. But it seems he didn't realize it. Isn't he a true disciple? How could he not know the value of a natural pure crystal vein? There are 3 possibilities.
Xiao Mingcheng slowly spoke.
One is that he truly did not realize he had discovered a natural pure crystal vein, which is why he gifted you these natural fire diamonds. The second is that he knows the value of a natural pure crystal vein, but is so confident in his status that he fears no one would dare to compete with him. As for the third, he might be fishing. Fishing. Indeed, fishing naturally requires bait.
Xiao Mingcheng picked up the natural fire diamond before him again.
Isn't a natural pure crystal vein worth 10 million contribution points the best bait? Senior Brother Xiao, what do you think it is?
Chen Fan was uninterested in these chaotic analyses. He only wanted to know if they could gain something from this.
I don't know.
Xiao Mingcheng shook his head.
But I'm pondering one thing. If we could obtain this natural pure crystal vein, even if you and I only get 1% each, then we would have enough resources for our cultivation for decades to come. Uncle, don't act recklessly. He is a true disciple.
Xiao Wei's expression changed drastically in an instant as she urged.
I don't want to act recklessly either, but that is a natural pure crystal vein.
Xiao Mingcheng's eyes turned red.
Xiao Wei Chen Fan, do you have confidence in your foundation establishment? Do you want to live just 200 years and then die?
Xiao Wei and Chen Fan instinctively shook their heads. Xiao Mingcheng smiled.
I don't want to either. But what can people like us do if we don't want to? Perhaps to mortals we are all lofty immortal masters. But in reality, we are well aware that we are merely the indispensable stepping stones in constructing this path of cultivation. If it weren't for the need to maintain the population base of the cultivation world, mediocre cultivators like us would actually have no right to cultivate. If the population base of a country continues to decrease, then that country will decline until it becomes extinct.
The same goes for the cultivation world. Every year cultivators die for various reasons, yet the desire of cultivators to reproduce is not strong. With a death rate exceeding the birth rate over time, the cultivation world will inevitably fall into decline. Therefore, to maintain the prosperity and stability of the cultivation world, there must be a separation between immortals and mortals, leading to the Ascension Conference held every 10 years. The purpose is to ensure the growth of the mortal population base, and to select mortals to replenish the population of the cultivation world. However, for most mortals selected to enter the cultivation world, even if they are considered the young masters of renowned cultivation families in the mundane world, once they arrive in the cultivation world, they are still merely low-level expendables. The real elites are the second-generation immortals and true geniuses. Xiao Mingcheng and his companions are exactly a group of low-level expendables belonging to the most mediocre tier of cultivators. They can't even be compared to Zhao Zijing. After all, Zhao Zijing can still stay in the Immortal Academy as a registered auxiliary cultivator without worrying about basic cultivation resources, whereas they are genuinely struggling for their cultivation. What is even more tragic is that if they had never seen the sun, they might have been able to endure the darkness. Yet they have seen it, knowing of eternal life star plucking and the concrete reality of it.
Senior brother Xiao, just tell us what to do.
Chen Fan spoke decisively, indicating he would share life and death with Xiao Mingcheng. Xiao Mingcheng did not rush to reveal his plan, but instead looked at Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei remained silent for a moment before finally nodding with difficulty.
Uncle, I will follow your lead. Very well. Then let us first make an oath.
Xiao Mingcheng nodded, taking out his most precious oath talisman. He had originally bought it in the market, intending to use it to explore a certain secret realm with others. The effect is quite simple. The oath made on the oath talisman will be bound by a wisp of the power of the cultivator who created this talisman. Unless one's power exceeds that of the creator, otherwise there will be backlash. And this oath talisman was crafted by a late Foundation establishment cultivator. Watching as Chen Fan and Xiao Wei obediently swore on the oath talisman, Xiao Mingcheng finally smiled, signaling the two to lean in closer as he whispered. Half a month later, a treasure-armored ship glided through the ocean 3,000 meters below the surface, like a submarine. Lin Qi looked in astonishment at the underwater scenery through the transparent porthole, deeply intrigued by the capabilities of this treasure-armored ship. He then recalled the starship he had seen in Zhao Zijing's dream that could traverse the starry skies, and couldn't help but ask Xiao Wei beside him.
Xiao Wei, I plan to buy a ship later, preferably one that can travel to the sky, and the sea, one that can do anything. Do you have any recommendations? That would probably require a magical artifact-level ship like the 9 Heavens and 10 Earths light shuttle to be worthy of senior brother Yang status.
Xiao Wei giggled, a hint of amusement flashing in her gaze as she looked at Lin Qi. After half a month's interaction, she found Lin Qi sometimes seemed like a naive child lacking even basic common sense. But could this be his disguise? Xiao Wei's mind flickered with thoughts, but on her face she seemed unfazed.
By the way, senior brother Yang, I really liked the red diamond you gave me last time.
Half a month had passed. Xiao Wei, who had long ago formed a pact yet pretended nothing had happened, finally spoke. She feigned indifference, but her heart raced wildly, her body tense and ready for action. Lin Qi sensed Xiao Wei's tension and found it strange. But his attention was drawn to the treasure-armored ship that suddenly surged upward toward the sea surface. He casually remarked,
Chen Fan asked me the same thing last time, but I really can't recall the exact location. All I know is that it's at an undersea volcanic vent. Hey, why did we suddenly rise to the surface? Weren't we supposed to be searching for traces of demonic beasts underwater?
Lin Qi pointed at the seawater churning violently outside the porthole, due to the rapid ascent worry that something might have gone wrong. As for Xiao Wei's question just now, girls liking shiny gems was perfectly normal. Lin Qi truly didn't consider the pile of red crystals he had casually given to Xiao Wei as anything precious. Though they looked like diamonds even on Earth, with the breakthrough in synthetic diamond technology, diamonds were no longer a rarity, let alone for cultivators. Hearing Lin Qi's nonchalant offhand reply, Xiao Wei felt a wave of relief. Seeing that Lin Qi's attention was fixed on the abruptly ascending treasure-armored ship, she quickly said,
"Maybe senior brother Chen Fan got bored underwater and wanted to check out the surface. Senior brother Yang, please wait a moment. I'll go ask."
With that, without waiting for Lin Qi's response, Xiao Wei turned and dashed toward the cabin. She rushed into the cabin in one breath, closed the door, and seeing Xiao Mingcheng and Chen Fan looking at her, immediately said,
"He still insists he found it at an undersea volcanic vent. Granduncle, he doesn't seem to be lying. Perhaps he truly doesn't realize he discovered a natural pure crystal vein. Now that we know the vein's location, don't we? Xiao Wei, what are you thinking?"
Xiao Mingcheng interrupted coldly.
"Do you think this is a game? Forget whether he's deceiving you. Even if he's telling the truth, just knowing the vein is at an undersea volcanic vent in this vast stormy ocean, how long will it take us to find it? Then he'll find a way to pry out the exact location."
Xiao Wei murmured. "Enough." Xiao Mingcheng cut her off with a wave.
"Asking you was merely for a final confirmation. Everything is ready now, we have no retreat. Whether he knows or not is irrelevant. In short, that vein he discovered, we must claim it."
As Xiao Mingcheng spoke, his eyes blazed with killing intent, startling both Xiao Wei and Chen Fan.
"Junior sister Xiao Wei's senior brother is right. The arrow is already knocked, it must be fired. Now it's either him or us. Junior sister Xiao Wei, you don't want to die young, do you?" "Of course not."
Xiao Wei noticed the killing intent flickering in Chen Fan's eyes as well, and was taken aback. She quickly said,
"But he is likely a true disciple. If we really kill him, the consequences will be severe. And Granduncle, didn't you suspect he might be fishing for trouble? Granduncle, do you truly have absolute certainty to kill him?"
Xiao Wei's words made Chen Fan hesitate. He instinctively looked at Xiao Mingcheng and asked,
"Senior brother Xiao, are the people you contacted truly reliable?" "Rest assured, everything is under control."
Xiao Mingcheng sneered.
"Though rare, it's not unheard of for true disciples to fall in the stormy ocean. Even the Foundation establishment elders behind him can only lament his ill fortune and blame his bad luck. They will never dig deeper. After all, within the secret realm, life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth and rank are decreed by heaven. This is a rule set by the Golden Core ancestor. As for killing him, a true disciple may be formidable, but even the strongest have limits. Even if he is fishing for trouble, 3 Qi refining great perfection cultivators might not be able to kill him. But what if these 3 Qi refining great perfection cultivators wield a supreme-grade magical artifact? A supreme-grade magical artifact."
Xiao Wei and Chen Fan explained, exchanging stunned glances. Magical artifacts, Dharma treasures, postnatal numinous treasures, prenatal numinous treasures. This was the recognized hierarchy of treasures in the cultivation world. Among them, Dharma treasures were the most common. From Foundation establishment to Mahayana, most cultivators used Dharma treasures. Postnatal and prenatal numinous treasures were true divine artifacts, the shared dream of all cultivators. As for magical artifacts, of course they were only used by a small fry at the Qi refining stage. But a supreme-grade magical artifact was different. Though not a Dharma treasure, one wouldn't trade it even for a high-grade Dharma treasure. The reason was simple: supreme-grade magical artifacts were inscribed with a 9-sigil array, earning them the title of numinous treasure prototypes. Forging a magical artifact required embedding a sigil array. Forging a Dharma treasure required embedding a divine ability. The upper limits of both were supposed to be the 6-sigil array and peerless divine abilities, corresponding to high-grade magical artifacts and high-grade Dharma treasures. Beyond that, 9-sigil arrays and divine prohibitions should belong to numinous treasures. More precisely, there should be no so-called supreme-grade magical artifacts with a 9-sigil array. Because under normal circumstances no one would waste a magical artifact possessing a 9-sigil array. Instead, they would exhaust every means to evolve it into a divine prohibition and forge a numinous treasure, rather than deplete the artifact's power and prevent that evolution. Except in one case, when the artifact itself was flawed and its 9-sigil array could not transform into a divine prohibition, making it impossible to become a numinous treasure. But such cases were exceedingly rare. The craving of cultivators for a numinous treasure, even a postnatal one, would drive any owner of a supreme-grade magical artifact to exhaust every effort to remedy the defect and create a numinous treasure. Thus, supreme-grade magical artifacts often existed only in legends. Yet now Xiao Mingcheng told them that among the 3 qi refining great perfection cultivators, he contacted one possessed a supreme-grade magical artifact. Such a thing was even more absurd than their plan to kill a true disciple of the Immortal Academy. After all, if someone in the Immortal Continent truly owned a supreme-grade magical artifact, even a Golden Core ancestor would directly intervene to seize it.
Wait. Senior brother Xiao, the people you contacted, could they be the 3 brothers of the Lei family?
Suddenly Chen Fan realized the truth, his face turning pale.
Correct. Besides them, who else would be willing to cooperate with us to kill a true disciple of the Immortal Academy?
Xiao Mingcheng didn't hide it, speaking calmly. Chen Fan was utterly dismayed. He stared at Xiao Mingcheng silent for a long while before saying bitterly,
Senior brother, this is like courting a tiger for its skin. To accomplish great deeds one must take some risks. Rest assured, they have already sworn a pact with me. They won't attack us. And we only want a tent. They shouldn't turn against us.
Xiao Mingcheng reassured him.
Granduncle, who are the 3 brothers?
Xiao Wei, unfamiliar with him, asked.
The 3 brothers.
Xiao Mingcheng hesitated, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, and only said vaguely,
In short, just know that they once achieved the feat of killing a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator in reverse. As for the rest, don't ask. Anyway, we probably won't even need to act in the end. Shoo, they're contacting me.
Above the sea, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared. A towering ship far more advanced than the armored vessel Lin Qi and his companions were aboard hovered over the ocean. 3 Taoists with identical faces sat cross-legged atop the ship's mast, coldly watching an armored vessel burst forth from the waves.
We have work.
They spoke in unison, then rose abruptly. Their ship immediately moved toward the armored vessel. Before drawing close, cannon muzzles extended from their ship, the same fire god cannons as those mounted on the armored vessel. Cannons roared and battle erupted instantly. Lin Qi, utterly bewildered, dodged the barrage, while glancing toward Xiao Mingcheng and the others in the cabin.
Damn, it's the 3 thunder fiends of the Lei family. Senior brother Yang, act now. Don't let them get any closer.
Xiao Mingcheng shouted, cowering in the cabin and cursing the 3 brothers inwardly. This wasn't how the script was written. They had agreed to wait until Lin Qi was lured outside the ship. Chen Fan and Xiao Wei also looked as if their entire worldview had been shattered.
Brother, are you sure these are the reinforcements you contacted? Their cannons are about to blast us in the face. Who the hell are they?
Lin Qi was confused. Moments ago, they had leisurely searched for demon beasts beneath the sea. Now, as they surfaced, they were ambushed heathen with a cannonade. Lin Qi couldn't comprehend it. Though he vaguely sensed the scent of conspiracy, it didn't add up. Since meeting Xiao Mingcheng and the others, he had been careful not to reveal his identity or flaunt his wealth. Had he boarded a pirate ship? Unable to fathom their motive for scheming against him, Lin Qi temporarily dismissed the attack as an accident. It did seem like an accident after all. The enemy's cannons weren't solely targeting him. Maybe they really had just run into pirates. But did pirates exist in the cultivation world? Pondering this, Lin Qi spoke again.
Their firepower is fierce. Dive underwater and shake them off. Senior brother Yang, we can't shake them. They're on a golden armor ship, superior to our vessel in every way. We have to fight heathen. Besides, they're the infamous 3 thunder fiends of the Lei family. They betrayed their masters and committed every evil, meaning the means of fight to the death.
Xiao Mingcheng shouted, halting the armored vessel, feigning a forced stand. Lin Qi fell silent. He glanced at the encircling ship, then at Xiao Wei and Chen Fan, pale and trembling in the cabin. Lost in thought, Lin Chi sprouted wings from his back and stepped out of the armored vessel. Seeing Lin Chi ascend to confront the enemy, Xiao Mingcheng and the others exchanged relieved glances ready to cheer him on. But Lin Chi hesitated in midair for a moment, then, before the three thunder fiends could surround him, his wind thunder wings fluttered. In the next second, he vanished like a streak of light, leaving everyone stunned. Xiao Mingcheng stared blankly at the empty sky, his mind buzzing. Blood surged backward and rage nearly smoked from his orifices.
He ran.
Xiao Wei was dumbfounded at a loss. Chen Fan stared vacantly, then shouted at the equally shocked three thunder fiends.
What the hell are you three doing? You let him get away.
The three thunder fiends turned to him in unison. Three identical faces, three pairs of eyes blazing with murderous intent. Chen Fan quickly covered his mouth in terror.
Sorry, I didn't mean you. I meant that bastard Yang running off like that. So what have we been scheming for? All our careful plans, and he just flies away. Makes sense. Why would he stay to fight the three thunder fiends? He has wings, he can fly. Didn't see that coming, did you? He just flew off.
Chen Fan was hysterical with rage and laughter. Xiao Mingcheng and Xiao Wei were speechless. The three thunder fiends, however, ignored the chaos. The leader landed coldly on the armored vessel and barked.
Xiao Mingcheng, is this the fat sheep you promised us? Where is it?
Xiao Mingcheng said weakly.
Don't blame me. I brought him here, but he got away. How is this my fault? So you're blaming us?
One of the thunder fiends sneered, stepped forward, and threw a punch at Xiao Mingcheng without warning. Xiao Mingcheng's face paled as he retreated rapidly, shouting,
Don't forget we have a pact. You can't harm me.
His voice cut off abruptly. A hand had pierced his chest, pulling out his still beating heart. Under the horrified gazes of Xiao Wei and Chen Fan, the thunder fiend grinned, stuffed the heart into his mouth, and taunted through bloodied lips.
That pact was with our big brother. What's that got to do with us? Fool can't even tell us apart, and you dare play bandit.
Another thunder fiend sneered, glancing at Xiao Wei and Chen Fan.
Kill them all. We didn't come for nothing. No, don't kill me. I know where the mine is.
Xiao Wei screamed, turning to flee. But she was quickly caught by one of the thunder fiends. Chen Fan, attempting to escape by jumping into the sea, was also seized by another.
Don't kill me either. I know where the mine is.
Chen Fan shouted hastily.
Big brother.
The two thunder fiends holding them looked toward the one on the deck.
Keep the woman. Kill the man.
The eldest thunder fiend on the deck ordered coldly. The other two nodded, and then a soft sigh was heard.
Sigh.
In the next instant, amidst a violent explosion of air, a flame erupted. In but a moment, before the two thunder fiends could react, their eldest brother on the deck had turned to ashes in the flames, leaving only a spirit pearl falling. With a soft exclamation, a hand reached out and caught it. This change happened in the blink of an eye. The two thunder fiends had no time to process it before they felt a tap on their shoulders. A familiar flame arose. In the next second, the remaining two thunder fiends were reduced to ashes, leaving two similar spirit pearls rolling onto the deck alongside the bewildered Xiao Wei and Chen Fan. Who am I? Where am I? The three thunder fiends capable of slaying Foundation establishment cultivators just died like that.
So, can anyone tell me what's really going on?
A slender jade-like hand picked up the two fallen spirit pearls from the deck as a faint sigh echoed. Xiao Wei and Chen Fan snapped back to reality, turning in terror to see Lin Chi standing behind them in a green Taoist robe, his gaze deep and calm as if he had never left.
Senior brother Yang, spare my life. I was forced. Yes. It was all that bastard Xiao Mingcheng who forced us. Senior brother Yang, you are magnanimous, please let me go.
As Lin Chi reappeared, he casually crushed the infamous Lei brothers, who were rumored to be capable of slaying Foundation establishment cultivators. Xiao Wei and Chen Fan, stunned, immediately crawled on their knees to Lin Chi and begged for mercy.
Interesting. Tell me properly how Xiao Mingcheng forced you.
Lin Chi's gaze was indifferent as he toyed with the 3 spirit beads left after killing the Lei brothers. The power of the ninefold true flame was too domineering. A single strike would incinerate both flesh and bone, making looting impossible. However, based on his experience, anything that could survive the ninefold true flame's incineration must be of great value. With this thought, Lin Chi picked up a spirit bead and examined it against the sky while also listening to Xiao Wei and Chen Fan stammering through the story of their ambush against him. But soon Lin Chi couldn't help but interrupt.
Keep making things up. Xiao Mingcheng forced you to collude with the Lei brothers against me just because of the few diamonds I gave Xiao Wei. Yes, exactly. That bastard Xiao Mingcheng recognized the natural fire diamonds you gave junior sister Xiao Wei and suspected you had discovered a natural pure crystal vein. So he harbored malicious intent, forcing us to join him in attacking you to learn the location of that vein.
Chen Fan nodded vigorously while frantically signaling Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei quickly added,
Yes, that's right. Senior brother Yang, I tried to persuade my granduncle, Xiao Mingcheng. But he wouldn't listen. We were truly forced by him.
Lin Chi was speechless. He understood the principle of not flaunting one's wealth. Yet he never imagined that even being cautious enough to avoid displaying valuable items, only giving Xiao Wei a few diamonds he picked up as souvenirs, would nearly lead to a fatal disaster. Still, the outcome wasn't too bad. Lin Chi lowered his gaze and spoke again.
I see. Then who are these Lei brothers? Explain in detail.
Xiao Wei instinctively looked at Chen Fan. Chen Fan swallowed hard before whispering.
The Lei brothers are known as the Three Scourges of Lei, or the Three-Headed Brothers. Their cultivation is at the great perfection of qi refining. But they are formidable, having once slain a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator.
Lin Chi's face showed disbelief. These three, whom he had casually killed with the ninefold true flame, had actually slain a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Was he too strong, or was that foundation establishment cultivator too weak? Seeing Lin Chi's doubt, Chen Fan quickly explained.
Senior brother Yang, it's mainly because you are too powerful and didn't give them a chance to combine. Wait.
Lin Chi couldn't help it.
Combine? What are they, like the war god Titan? It'll form the head.
Chen Fan didn't understand Lin Chi's sarcasm, but still whispered.
Senior brother Yang, don't you know about Ancestor Y's treasure refining 60 years ago? Should I know?
Lin Chi retorted coldly. Chen Fan quickly waved his hands.
No, I mean the Lei brothers are the product of Ancestor Y's treasure refining back then.
Lin Chi paused briefly, then learned from Chen Fan the background of the Lei brothers, and why they could slay a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. 60 years ago, Ancestor Wuya, on the verge of advancing to nascent soul, obtained a fragmentary method for refining a postnatal spirit treasure. He intended to create a prototype also known as a supreme-grade magical artifact. But during the refining process, whether due to the incomplete method or Waya's insufficient skill, the final prototype split from one piece into three. These were the three spirit beads Lin Chi obtained after killing the Lei brothers. Disappointed Ancestor Wuya found the Lei brothers, who were born of the same parents. He had each of them refine one bead, attempting a secret technique to use their bodies as cauldrons, and fuse the three beads using blood and soul power. But it failed. In his disappointment, Ancestor Wuya assigned a foundation establishment disciple to guard them before journeying to the stars to attempt his breakthrough. After Wuya left, the guarded Lei brothers killed their foundation establishment guard and escaped, becoming the infamous Three Scourges of Lei. As for why they were called the Three-Headed Brothers, it was because after combining, they would manifest 3 heads and 6 arms. Yes, it was a rudimentary form of the legendary innate divine ability, 3 heads and 6 arms, though only a prototype. It multiplied their strength several times, making ordinary foundation establishment cultivators no match for them.
3 heads and 6 arms.
Lin Chi looked down at the 3 beads in his hand, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. Though the 3 heads and 6 arms ability wasn't the heaven-overturning earth-shaking art or ninefold golden body he initially thought, it was still an unparalleled physical divine ability.
An unexpected gain. But since everyone knew the beads on the Lei brothers rivaled supreme-grade magical artifacts and could manifest 3 heads and 6 arms, why did the Lei brothers survive all these years?
Lin Chi asked. Chen Fan hesitated, then whispered.
Of course, because of Ancestor Wuya. The Lei brothers were ultimately Waya's creation. An ancestor Wuya journeyed to the stars seeking a breakthrough to nascent soul he didn't die. So even though others coveted the beads, they dared not act rashly against the late brothers. As for Wuya's lineage, the Midstage Foundation establishment disciple killed by the late brothers was their strongest member. So other disciples wanted to capture them, but lacked the ability. Thus the late brothers roamed free for years. At this point Chen Fan suddenly panicked, sweating profusely, and kowtowed to Lin Qi. "Senior brother Yang, spare me. I know nothing. Let me go." Beside him Xiao Wei was still absorbed in the secret of the late brothers' origin. Seeing Chen Fan suddenly kowtowing frantically, she was first puzzled then terrified. She also began kowtowing in fear, shouting, "Senior brother Yang, I heard nothing. I know nothing." Lin Qi ignored them, thoughtfully examining the bead in his hand, muttering to himself, "I see. Ancestor Wuya. Hey, aren't you forcing me to silence you? Senior brother Yang, spare us. Senior brother Yang, spare us." Xiao Wei and Chen Fan turned pale and begged in terror. "Enough. Don't be afraid. Senior brother Yang doesn't like killing, because I still have use for you." Lin Qi's gaze was deep as he calmed them, speaking indifferently. "After all, I need you to aid my cultivation." 2 years later at Yushan Market. As one of the 7 great markets of the immortal continent, Yushan Market was the most prosperous owing to its proximity to the Chuanyu mountain range where the Immortal Academy resided. No fewer than 1 million cultivators made their permanent home here. Though it did not border the sea, a golden core elder had refined 14 water veins, channeling them as a source of water. Suspended upside down in the sky, they cascaded as waterfalls threading through the entirety of Yushan Market. Whenever the bright moon hung high, each waterfall resembled a Milky Way descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly beautiful, making one feel as if they had fallen into a celestial paradise. It was aptly named Water Moon Cave Heaven. If any mortal were to come to Yushan Market without even encountering the cultivators, within just a single glance at the market itself would instantly reveal what a blessed land of immortals truly was. At this moment, Lin Qi, visiting Yushan Market for the first time, could not help but utter this exclamation. "This, damn it, is what immortal grace should look like." Watching the cloud boats shuttling between the sea of clouds, waterfalls, and rainbows, Lin Qi exclaimed from the heart. Suddenly he became intensely curious about what magnificent spectacles and immortal paradises the other 6 markets held. The thought immediately arose that he should take a tour of the other 6 markets. But now was not the time to think about traveling to them. He had left the stormy ocean, piloted the golden armor ship left by the Lei brothers to land on the immortal continent, and headed straight for Yushan Market, naturally, because he had important matters to attend to. "What a pity about that golden armor ship!" Lin Qi waved his hand, and a cloud boat seemingly crafted from white clouds and buoyed by watery vapor descended from the sky and landed before him. Lin Qi carefully examined the cloud boat, a famous public transport in Yushan Market, and inwardly regretted the golden armor ship he had abandoned. That golden armor ship was a remnant of the late brothers. To avoid trouble, Lin Qi decisively discarded it after landing on the immortal continent. As for Xiao Mingcheng and their group's treasure armor ship, it was rented from Mushan Market and belonged to the market's assets. Lin Qi couldn't take it either, lest he invite trouble. But having grown accustomed to large ships, the renowned cloud boats of Yushan Market seemed rather petty in comparison. "Once I find someone to vouch for me, get a replacement identity jade token, and settle down properly, perhaps I can consider buying my own ship." Lin Qi stepped onto the cloud boat. Following the information obtained from Xiao Wei and Chen Fan, he tossed 2 spirit crystals into the boat and said, "I wish to visit a fellow cultivator named Yurong." The cloud boat, resembling white clouds, instantly devoured the 2 crystals Lin Qi had thrown. Then it swiftly grew wings, forming handrails and railings. The next moment, the cloud boat soared into the sky like a somersault cloud, whisking Lin Qi through Yushan Market, which seemed like an inverted world. Waterfalls falling from the sky, stone steps, buildings, and caves floating in midair, layered upon each other, made the city 3-dimensional. The surrounding cloud boats, flying like white clouds, and the rainbows within arm's reach made Lin Qi truly feel that he had left the mortal world and arrived at the cultivation realm he had long yearned for. But soon the cloud boat dipped
and descended rapidly, bringing Lin Chi to the lower levels of Yushan Market. Here water vapor permeated the air. The humid atmosphere coated everything with a layer of slippery moss, and large lotus leaves spread across the water's surface. Then streams of water flowed upwards, hidden behind the cascading waterfalls. After passing through a waterfall corridor reminiscent of the water curtain cave, the cloud boat stopped before a waterside pavilion. A girl of about 14 or 15 with braids and wearing a yellow dress was rowing a small boat gathering lotus seeds. Seeing Lin Chi descend on the cloud boat, the lotus-gathering girl immediately stood up in her boat, gazing intently at Lin Chi.
Hello, may I ask if this is the cave dwelling of Yurong, the Tao companion of fellow cultivator Wang Lin?
Lin Chi inquired. Indeed, his direct trip to Yushan Market was to seek out Yurong, the Tao companion of Wang Lin, a cultivator who had perished in the stormy ocean and whose relics he carried. However, he did not have a specific address. He could only hope that the female cultivator named Yurong was still cultivating in Yushan Market and had a registered address. Otherwise, finding her would be quite a task.
You know my granduncle.
The lotus-gathering girl's eyes lit up. She stepped lightly from the boat, walking on water without a trace, and came ashore, saying joyfully,
Esteemed fellow cultivator, please follow me. I will take you to see my grandaunt.
It seemed luck was on his side. Lin Chi smiled slightly, not expecting to find the right person so quickly. Seeing the lotus-gathering girl leading the way, he jumped off the cloud boat and quickly followed. Soon Lin Chi met Yurong, Wang Lin's Tao companion.
Wang Lin is dead.
Upon seeing Lin Chi, the female cultivator named Yurong was neither warm nor cold. She did not even raise her head, but earnestly embroidered a mandarin duck picture. She looked less like a cultivator and more like a refined lady from a wealthy family, never leaving her chambers. Faced with such a direct question, Lin Chi did not hide the truth. He nodded and took out Wang Lin's identity jade token.
Granduncle is really dead. How could this be?
Yurong, Wang Lin's Tao companion, looked expressionlessly at the identity jade token. However, the lotus-gathering girl beside her reddened her eyes and couldn't help but weep.
I guess he must be dead. After all, he didn't have the guts to elope with someone else.
Yurong said, unhurriedly reaching out to take the jade token. She wasn't in a hurry to channel her true chi to examine the last words within, but said to the lotus-gathering girl,
Stop crying. You're pretending as if you shared a deep bond with him. He left before you were even born. All right, don't just stand there dumbfounded. Go to the room and fetch 500 spirit crystals as a reward for this fellow cultivator for informing us of Wang Lin's death.
Yurong instructed, calmly patted the lotus-gathering girl's head, then lowered her head again, continuing to embroider her mandarin duck picture. Lin Chi couldn't help but frown. He felt that this Yurong's attitude was too indifferent. Was she truly not the least bit saddened by her Tao companion's death? If that were the case, this trip might be in vain, he thought. Just as Lin Chi was thinking this, he saw Yurong suddenly stand up with the embroidery, muttering to herself,
I need to use golden thread to sew the final eyes. I left the golden thread in the meditation room. I need to go get it.
As she spoke, Yurong walked away, as if Lin Chi, the guest, didn't exist. Lin Chi was speechless. He hesitated, wondering whether to just turn around and leave to find someone else to vouch for him to get a replacement identity jade token. Then he saw the lotus-gathering girl, her face stained with tears, carrying a storage pouch and walking over her spirits low.
Fellow cultivator, here are 500 crystals. Thank you for returning granduncle's identity jade token. No need. I've already taken my reward.
Lin Chi waved his hand. He hadn't made this trip just for a mere 500 crystals. His hope was that Yurong, Wang Lin's Tao companion, would vouch for him in gratitude for his long journey to deliver the news of Wang Lin's death, helping him get a replacement identity jade token. But it seemed hopeless now. Frustrated, Lin Chi was about to summon a cloud boat and leave when suddenly Yurong's voice came from inside the house.
Qingqiu, from now on you will follow this fellow cultivator.
Lin Chi and the lotus-gathering girl. They looked at each other, both finding it inexplicable. But soon the lotus-gathering girl seemed to realize something, and panic seized her. She cried out urgently,
Grandaunt, you're scaring me.
Seeing the lotus-gathering girl rush towards the house in a fluster, Lin Chi hesitated for a moment before following her. Then They saw in the open meditation room the woman named Yurong sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed, a faint smile on her face. Before her lay the finished Mandarin duck embroidery. A ghostly blue projection from the identity jade token in her hand played Wang Lin's final words on a loop. From a distance, she seemed to be smiling, resting peacefully and securely in the embrace of that ethereal projection. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chi was moved. Looking at the bewildered lotus-gathering girl, who wanted to reach out and touch the woman, but dared not, afraid, Lin Chi let out a sigh.
"I'm sorry, she is dead."
Under the slanting sunset, the water moon lay like a mirror. From north and south, twin travelers flew their old wings, whether in countless seasons. A lotus pond, a waterside pavilion, a rainbow, and a weeping girl.
"Don't cry yet. Think about how to handle the funeral arrangements. Is there anyone who should be notified to attend the funeral?"
Lin Chi asked. The lotus-gathering girl looked up in bewilderment, thought for a moment, shook her head, and sobbed.
"No one. After Jiu Nainai and Jiu Leiwei became daily partners, she severed ties with the family."
Damn. Lin Chi finally understood why Yurong had transmitted a voice before her self-sacrifice, instructing the lotus-gathering girl to follow him. It turned out to be nothing but a mother and her orphan daughter relying on one another. There wasn't even anyone to collect the body. Lin Chi's head ached.
"My father used to tell me that Jiu Nainai never really loved Jiu Leiwei. She was only accustomed to being a noble lady, and could not accept the fall in status after becoming a cultivator, so she chose to marry Jiu Leiwei. So he would serve her like a beast of burden for life."
The lotus-gathering girl wiped her tears, her eyes red and swollen.
"After Jiu Leiwei disappeared, she always acted as if nothing had happened and never sent anyone to search for him. My father could not bear it, so not long after I was born he went out to look for Jiu Leiwei, but met with an accident. After my mother learned of my father's death, she soon withered away and died of grief. So, I hated her at times."
The lotus-gathering girl choked on her words and could not continue. She had never imagined that this Jiu Nainai, who had lived her whole life cocooned in the world of a noble daughter, would, upon hearing Jiu Laoya's death, without hesitation choose to die for love. Everything had been fine that morning.
"I'm sorry. If I had known, I should never have come."
Lin Chi thought for a moment, and drew from his bosom the golden jade bowl Wang Lin had left behind.
"This is a relic Wang Lin left. Keep it as a memento. I have matters to attend to. I'll be going ahead."
Although he had witnessed an ancient tale of dying for love, it was only a slight stir in Lin Chi's heart. He could not merely move by Wang Lin and Yurong's love keep the lotus-gathering girl by his side. He was still undocumented. His immediate priority was to find someone to vouch for him, obtain an identity jade token, and truly integrate into Xianzhou. Otherwise, while not entirely helpless, living a normal life in Xianzhou would be fraught with inconvenience.
"Jiu Nainai told me to follow you."
Seeing Lin Chi about to leave, the girl did not take the golden jade bowl, but reached out and grabbed the hem of his robe, pleading pitifully.
She only spoke in passing. "You don't even know who I am or what my name is. Aren't you afraid I might be a bad person? You are a good person."
The lotus-gathering girl murmured, revealing her own logic.
"You brought back the news of Jiu Laoya's death without asking for anything in return. You must be a good person. Jiu Nainai must have thought so too. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I have already passed Cyanuan selection, and am only awaiting formal entry to begin training next year. You only need to let me follow you for 1 year. I can give you crystals."
Saying this, the girl produced an exquisite little pouch and prepared to hand Lin Chi the crystals.
"Why must you follow me?"
Lin Chi asked, puzzled. She was no toddler. Around 14 or 15, not so destitute, she would starve, and after all she had been accepted to Xianyuan. She could easily live alone for a year, and then enter Xianyuan to cultivate.
"Because I am still immortal,"
the lotus-gathering girl whispered. "There is an order within Xianzhou, but that order belongs solely to cultivators. A mortal without a cultivator's protection, even if accepted to Xianyuan, is merely a beast of burden at the mercy of cultivators."
"Are you afraid someone will harm you?"
Lin Chi frowned, understanding her concern. But he himself was undocumented. How could he shelter anyone? About to extricate himself, he saw her take an identity jade token from the little pouch.
I can transfer all the inheritance Jiu-Nai left to you. I only ask that you shelter me until I begin training at Xianyuan. You have an identity jade token.
Lin Chi stopped mid-turn, his eyes flashing.
Yes.
Yang Qingqiu nodded.
Jiu-Nai had my identity jade token prepared long ago, otherwise I would not have been eligible to participate in Xianyuan selection. So that means you can vouch for someone to obtain an identity jade token.
The girl nodded instinctively.
Deal then, I will shelter you for a year. You will act as my guarantor and help process the identity jade token.
Lin Chi spoke decisively and summoned the cloud boat.
What are you standing about for? Come, first accompany me to handle the identity jade token, then well return to settle Yurong Daoyu's funeral affairs. Oh!
The lotus-gathering girl hurried to follow, stealing a glance at Lin Chi. She felt that something was not quite right. Besides serving as a cultivator's identification in Xianzhou, an identity jade token can be used for cultivator communication, accepting missions, entering and exiting secret realms, and depositing or withdrawing contribution points. It is essentially a combination of an ID card, a cell phone, and a bank card. Generally, it is issued by Xianyuan, but it can also be obtained directly at the major marketplaces. However, it requires someone to vouch for you. Normally one would ask an acquainted Daoyu to be guarantor. Surely one would not ask a recently met mortal like her to vouch. The lotus-gathering girl was puzzled but dared not ask more.
By the way, what is your name? I am Yang Qingqiu. You can call me Qingqiu. Lin Chi.
After the brief exchange, Lin Chi fell silent again. Soon the cloud boat carried them to the administrative hall of Yushan Fang. After presenting Yang Qingqiu's identity jade token and filling out a few personal details, Lin Chi paid a 100 crystal processing fee and successfully obtained his own identity jade token.
It wasn't easy.
Lin Chi held his identity jade token with a pleased heart. After nearly 30 years of winding paths, he had finally slipped into Xianzhou. He would no longer have to cultivate in secret. At last, he could cultivate openly and legitimately. Seeing Lin Chi fondle the jade token with excitement, Yang Qingqiu suddenly felt afraid that Jiu-Nai had made a mistake in trusting him. She feared that the cultivator named Lin Chi might not be a good man.
Let's go! We should return and properly handle Yurong Daoyu's funeral affairs.
After toying with the identity jade token for a while, Lin Chi smiled broadly at Yang Qingqiu, though the girl before him was no kin. Since she had helped him obtain the identity jade token, he had long coveted. Lin Chi found her increasingly pleasing to the eye.
We must first go to the enforcement hall to report Jiu-Nai's death. Once the enforcement hall confirms that Jiu-Nai died a regular death, we can proceed with her funeral arrangements. Is that so?
Lin Chi was surprised by Yang Qingqiu's familiarity with the procedures.
My mother's funeral affairs were handled by me,
she answered calmly. Yang Qingqiu's composed answer shut Lin Chi up, and he obediently led her through the required steps. By the next afternoon, they finally received the enforcement hall's reply confirming a regular death and permitting the funeral to proceed. That afternoon, a modest mourning hall was set up before the waterside pavilion. The girl, clad in mourning rags, knelt before the altar while Lin Chi lay in the lotus-gathering boat, studying the identity jade token in his hand, more precisely browsing the built-in task list within it. It displayed bounty tasks issued by Xianyuan or other cultivators. Lin Chi skimmed them, mostly material-gathering jobs and requests to recruit Daoyu to venture into secret realms. He found them uninteresting. Suddenly Lin Chi spotted a missing person task, and his brow tightened.
Reward 500 crystals for finding the young girl Xiaowei. 2 years ago, the young girl Xiaowei entered the storm ocean with my third uncle to hunt monsters. 2 years have passed, and they have not returned. If anyone has seen the girl, please contact me. Generous reward guaranteed.
When he opened the listing, an image of Xiaowei appeared, her visage and voice as vivid as in life.
If only you had known this day would come, why did you act as you did back then?
Lin Chi's gaze was indifferent as he swept past the mission to find Xiaowei, continuing to browse through the other tasks. Whether it was Xiaowei or Chen Fan, since they had dared to plot against him back then, they deserved nothing less than death, though he had once considered sparing their lives. because over the past 2 years the two had cooperated perfectly with Lin Chi's dream invasions, yielding excellent results. A single dream could often last for over a decade. This helped Lin Chi in merely 2 years successfully analyze and comprehend the fourth nine-form array from the 3 spirit orbs left behind by the Lei brothers. Moreover, he had made significant progress in comprehending the 5th nine-form array. Yet Xiao Wei and Chen Fan knew too much. Lin Chi naturally would not grow soft-hearted and leave them alive. As for whether this would invite trouble, compared to the potential trouble from killing the Lei brothers, Xiao Wei and Chen Fan were nothing.
But one must be vigilant in times of peace. Even Xiao Wei's family has posted a search mission. The matter of the Lei brothers likely cannot be concealed for long. I must hasten my cultivation.
A sense of crisis surged in Lin Chi's heart. He immediately sat up, pondered for a moment, and attempted to post a mission through his identity token. High price for all kinds of illusion type and soul type soul bones, magical artifacts and spells. All offers welcome. Interested parties please message privately. Lin Chi drafted a bounty acquisition mission and was about to post it when he was prompted to provide 100 contribution points as a deposit for the bounty mission. Lin Chi glanced at his empty balance of contribution points and could only reluctantly put away his identity token. Contribution points could only be earned by completing missions from the Immortal Academy. Having never completed a single mission for the Academy, he naturally had no contribution points. In fact, most chi refining cultivators were perpetually short of contribution points. Otherwise, crystal stone transactions would not have become so widespread. To obtain enough contribution points in a short time, there was only one way. That was to go to the offering hall and complete various offering tasks. In essence, it meant turning in cultivation resources, like spirit stones, herbs, and pills at a meager price in exchange for contribution points. For now, Lin Chi had no intention of taking on such tasks. After all, his current cultivation did not urgently require contribution points, and he had no desire to be exploited by the Immortal Academy. Unable to post missions on the identity token to acquire what he needed, he decided to head straight to the trading market. With this thought, Lin Chi glanced at Yang Qingxiu, who was kneeling in mourning before the spirit hall, and spoke.
I'm going out to buy some things. Yang
Qingxiu replied softly without lifting her head. Lin Chi paid her no mind, summoned a cloud boat, and sped through the water curtain cave heaven, heading straight for the most important trading market in Yushan Market. The trading market comprised pavilions and courtyards supported by floating boulders. Most of these structures bore distinctive glowing signs that were highly eye-catching. Cloud boats shuttled back and forth among these pavilions and courtyards. Occasionally one could see gaudily dressed puppet dolls hopping about like valet girls, busily directing the cloud boats to dock.
This is nothing like I imagined.
Lin Chi couldn't help but complain. In his mind's eye, a cultivator's market meant flying on swords, riding the wind, and soaring into the azure sky. But in reality, the cultivator's market was crowded with cloud boats coming and going, much like a nightclub on a busy street. It was utterly anxia. Yet upon reflection, cultivators were still human. Where people gathered, chaos was inevitable. After all, most of the inhabitants of Yushan Market were chi refining cultivators, and many mortals, like Yang Qingxiu, who had not even reached the chi refining stage. So one truly could not expect this trading market to resemble the immortal realm. Following the crowded flow of people, Lin Chi entered a shop called Qi Bao Shai and sold the soul bones he had obtained from the stormy ocean. Just as he was about to continue browsing, he suddenly received a communication request on his identity token. The only contact in his newly issued token was Yang Qingxiu. Upon answering, the projection indeed showed Yang Qingxiu.
Taoist Lin Chi, please come back quickly. The Yang family is here.
Yang Qingxiu cried out in panic, and then the communication cut off. Lin Chi's expression shifted. He quickly strode out of Qibao Zhai, initially intending to hail a cloud boat, but on second thought, he simply rose into the air, riding the wind. Before the spirit hall, Yang Qingxiu looked flustered at the donkey-faced Taoist, who had snatched her identity token, pleading pitifully.
I've already contacted Taoist Lin Chi. He should be back soon. Uncle Yang, can you please wait a little longer?
Wait for what?
for you to call an outsider to back you up, and then let me watch helplessly as my aunt's inheritance is taken away by a bunch of outsiders.
The donkey-faced Taoist with the surname Yang sneered.
Yang Qingqiu, no, you don't even deserve the surname Yang. You dog-like thing. My own aunt dies, and you dare not inform me. Instead, you collude with outsiders to seize her inheritance. If someone hadn't told me, I wouldn't even have known my own aunt had passed away. Damn it. Don't think that just because the enforcement hall has issued a certificate, you can rest easy. I'm still alive. Now I seriously suspect you conspired with outsiders to murder my aunt for her property. Uncle Yang, that's not true. Grandaunt took her own life after learning of granduncle's death.
Yang Qingqiu's face turned pale with fear as she quickly defended herself.
Bullshit. That wretch surnamed Wang was nothing but a lowly servant of the Yang family back then. I don't know what tricks he used to bewitch my aunt into marrying beneath her, bringing utter shame upon our family. But that's all in the past. Yet you expect me to believe my aunt would kill herself for that one Lin? Do you take me for a fool?
The donkey-faced Taoist grew angrier as he spoke. Back then Yang Yurong had severed ties with the Yang family to be with Wang Lin, even abandoning her surname, an act the Yang family regarded as a profound disgrace. And now with Yang Yurong's sudden death, this mongrel Yang Qingqiu, who carried the tainted blood of the Wang family, dared to claim that Yang Yurong had committed suicide for Wang Lin. This struck a nerve with the donkey-faced Taoist. Without further ado, he grabbed Yang Qingqiu by the hair.
Now you have only one choice. Shut your mouth, hand over everything my aunt left behind, and come back with me to the Yang family. From now on you'll work like a beast of burden for us. Only then can you repay what Wang Lin owes the Yang family. If you dare talk back again, don't blame me for being ruthless.
As he spoke, the donkey-faced Taoist tore down the spirit hall, trampled Wang Lin's portrait underfoot, then swept his sleeve to collect Yang Yurong's coffin and the valuables in sight. With his other hand still gripping Yang Qingqiu's hair, he prepared to leave. Yang Qingqiu, both terrified and desperate, was about to be forcibly dragged onto the cloud boat. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. The next moment Lin Chi strode forward.
Master, save me!
Seeing Lin Chi approaching amidst the roaring air, Yang Qingqiu immediately cried out as if grasping at a lifeline.
Master, I'm truly a base wench. My aunt has barely passed, and you, a lowly maid, have already given yourself to another as a slave. Do not claim you and this rogue did not conspire to murder my aunt.
The law-faced Taoist immediately leaped in fury. As he spewed curses, a beam of cold light suddenly shot from his mouth, hurtling toward Lin Chi. Lin Chi furrowed his brows slightly, evading the cold light from the long-faced Taoist with effortless grace.
Taoist friend, let us not resort to violence so hastily. Let us speak with reason.
Having arrived only recently, Lin Chi was unfamiliar with the long-faced Taoist's background and was in no hurry to strike, preferring first to ascertain the situation. In particular, Yang Qingqiu's sudden address of him as master seemed a clear attempt to drag him into the conflict. Though he had agreed to shelter her for a year, he would not be foolishly used as her pawn.
A fool who emerged from nowhere to collude with a base made for murder and plunder. And you dare address me as Taoist friend?
The long-faced Taoist sneered, extending his hand to form a golden hand seal. Seeing Lin Chi about to dodge again, his eyes shifted, and he redirected the strike toward Yang Qingqiu. With a flicker of thought, Lin Chi shifted in the blink of an eye, shielding Yang Qingqiu and blocking the golden hand seal. He said coldly,
Taoist friend, if you are so unreasonable, do you truly believe I am easy to bully?
Before his words faded, Lin Chi suddenly sensed a violent gust of wind behind him. A flash of golden light burst forth, then materialized into a towering figure wearing a yellow turban. Its gaze was indifferent, like an immortal or Buddha, and its hands massive as millstones came together in a clapping motion toward Lin Chi. Lin Chi's gaze turned heavy. Without turning his head, he swiftly retreated.
Humph!
A cold shout rang out from the sky.
Within the market, magical combat is strictly forbidden. You have violated the market's prohibitions. I am hereby ordered to enforce the law and apprehend you. Do you submit?
A figure materialized atop the towering yellow turban being, looking down and demanding an answer. The long-faced Taoist quickly interjected.
Enforcer Chen, you uphold the law with justice. We naturally submit. However, I beseech you to see clearly. This base wench conspired with an outsider, murdered my aunt for her property, and to cover her tracks has now colluded with this rogue cultivator to kill me and silence me. Fortunately, Enforcer Chen arrived in time to save my life. I see.
Enforcer Chen, standing on the shoulder of the yellow turban giant, feigned sudden understanding.
What a venomous wench, what a vile rogue. Since you have cause, I shall not detain you. But should you suffer further injustice, report it to the enforcement hall in a timely manner. Do not act on impulse again, violating the market's decrees. Thank you for your understanding, Enforcer Chen.
The long-faced Taoist cupped his hands hastily, then glanced at the panicked Yang Qingqiu and said with false sympathy,
Enforcer Chen, I shall now take this wench back to execute family discipline. As for this rogue cultivator, I trust you will handle him with justice. I shall naturally handle this with justice.
Enforcer Chen laughed heartily.
For one who violates market bans, openly engages in magical combat, attempts murder, and harbors ill intentions. According to the rules of the enforcement hall, a sentence of 60 years of penal servitude is unavoidable. 60 years of penal servitude.
The long-faced Taoist feigned surprise, then sneered at Yang Qingqiu.
Do you know what penal servitude means? It means sealing one's cultivation and forcing them to mine and reclaim land like a mortal. 60 years of servitude, TCH, if he lasts 20 ID, call him formidable. Huh? Did you truly believe that finding some random wandering cultivator would allow you to usurp my family's inheritance?
The long-faced Taoist laughed loudly, grabbed Yang Qingqiu's hair once more, nodded slightly at Enforcer Chen, and swaggered off, preparing to drag her onto the cloud vessel. Yang Qingqiu's face was streaked with tears. She sobbed,
Taoist Lin, I am sorry. I did not know he would be so vicious and despicable as to collude with the enforcement hall. Silence, base wench.
The long-faced Taoist flew into a rage and raised his hand to slap her. But the slap never landed. A hand appeared from nowhere, catching his wrist.
Are all the cultivators here so despicable?
A cold voice sounded in the long-faced Taoist's ear. His heart jolted, and before he could speak, he felt a sharp pain in his bones. The next second, the long-faced Taoist was pressed face down onto the ground by Lin Chi, grinding against it. Since others had schemed to frame him, Lin Chi would not meekly submit. At worst, he could simply move to another market.
How dare you! To commit murder before my very eyes. You are utterly lawless and have no regard for me. Yellow Turban Warrior, seize him.
Enforcer Chen roared, pointing his finger. The towering figure called the Yellow Turban Warrior instantly awakened, like a war machine. Two beams of golden light shot from its eyes toward Lin Chi. Simultaneously, its millstone-sized hands raised again, reaching for Lin Chi with the force to uproot mountains.
Golden body.
Facing the onslaught of the Yellow Turban Warrior, Lin Chi chose not to dodge, but let out a low chant. In an instant, his entire body blazed with radiance. A visible golden sheen flowed over him, transforming Lin Chi into a miniature golden figure. The golden light from the warrior's eyes struck Lin Chi, who was bathed in golden aura. Unmoved and unshaken, he raised his fist and chanted a spell.
As I will.
In a flash, Lin Chi's right hand swelled to over 10 times its size, becoming larger than a millstone.
Iron arm.
Lin Chi chanted again. His right hand, now as large as a millstone, became like molten steel, gleaming with metallic luster. It crashed heavily against the warrior's grasping hand. Boom! The air thundered. Lin Chi stood firm, his left hand still pinning the long-faced Taoist. He swung his right hand, now like reinforced iron, and struck again at the warrior's chest. The 506 metal giant, like Yellow Turban Warrior, was driven back instantly, large cracks spreading across its chest. Amidst the shaking ground, Enforcer Chen, who had been standing atop it, lost his footing and tumbled down ingloriously.
Enforcer Chen, save me quickly!
The long-faced Taoist, unable to see the battle from his pinned position, cried out in pain and fear. Hearing the plea, Enforcer Chen scrambled to his feet, glanced at the tottering Yellow Turban Warrior, and paused for a moment on the cracks in its chest. Then he shouted without hesitation.
What? How dare someone engage in magical combat openly in the trading market? This is utter lawlessness. He has no regard for me at all. Yellow-turbaned warrior, we're leaving.
Before his words faded, Enforcer Chen fled without a second thought, urging the warrior to transform into light and vanish. His retreat was so swift and decisive that even Lin Chi was caught off guard. Only after Enforcer Chen and the yellow-turbaned warrior had disappeared without a trace did Lin Chi frown and ask,
"Did he just run away? Or has he gone to summon reinforcements?" "I think he must have run away,"
Yang Qingqiu replied in a low voice, her gaze toward Lin Chi filled with astonishment and reverence, her demeanor growing even more deferential. Seeing that Lin Chi was still pondering whether the Deacon Shen had abandoned the donkey-faced Taoist and fled or gone to summon reinforcements, she quickly added,
"Since even the yellow-turbaned warrior couldn't subdue you, the enforcement hall naturally wouldn't dare to offend you again." "Are you certain?"
Lin Chi expressed doubt. After all, the other party was a deacon of the enforcement hall tasked with maintaining order in the market. Could he really just concede and flee, not even daring to call for help simply because Lin Chi had easily repelled the yellow-turbaned warrior's capture? Did this Deacon Chen have no sense of face? Even if Deacon Chen didn't care about his own face, didn't the enforcement hall care about theirs? Moreover, Lin Chi had shown restraint, not even using a tenth of his strength.
"Rest assured, the enforcement hall is nothing but a bunch of bullies who cower before the strong. Their greatest reliance is the yellow-turbaned warrior bestowed by the Immortal Academy. Once they encounter someone the yellow-turbaned warrior cannot subdue, they back down faster than anyone, because they know better than anyone. Those whom the yellow-turbaned warrior cannot capture are not to be trifled with. So not only will they not seek trouble with you, that fellow Chen is probably already fearing that you will come looking for him."
Yang Qingqiu's explanation left Lin Chi skeptical yet half convinced. He was a person who detested complications, preferring to resolve any trouble in one fell swoop. As the saying goes, a quick slash cuts through tangled knots, and weeds must be rooted out. Based on his years of experience navigating the martial world, if he hadn't struck, it would have been fine. But since he had, it was best to finish the job completely. Thus Lin Chi hoisted the donkey-faced Taoist and demanded,
"Besides that Deacon Shen who ran off, who else have you conspired with to harm me? What is their cultivation level? Where do they live?"
The donkey-faced Taoist's face was covered in blood, and his front teeth were knocked out. Now dazed, he was lifted into the air by Lin Chi with one hand. Glancing around without spotting Deacon Chen, he swallowed the harsh words that had been on his lips, tears welling up. Hearing Lin Chi's calm questions, the donkey-faced Taoist felt as if a massive character for danger was engraved on his own forehead and that of his entire family. This instinct was so overwhelming that the donkey-faced Taoist couldn't help but shudder, shouting in terror through his gap-toothed mouth,
"Don't kill me! My father is Yang Ji, a mundane affairs cultivator of the Immortal Academy. He works under Senior Sister Zhao, a true disciple of the Academy. If you kill me, my father will surely beg Senior Sister Zhao to deal with you."
The donkey-faced Taoist's wail mingled with blood and tears made Lin Chi frown. He then flipped the Taoist over and ground his face into the dirt.
"A mundane affairs cultivator named Yang Jian, right? I've noted that. And a true disciple Senior Sister Zhao, is it? I've noted that too. Almost forgot. What is this Senior Sister Zhao's actual name?"
After rubbing the donkey-faced Taoist's face in the ground, Lin Chi hoisted him up again, inquiring about the true disciple Senior Sister Zhao, whom the Taoist claimed as his ultimate backing. Seeing Lin Chi's murderous expression, Yang Qingqiu spoke up in panic before the donkey-faced Taoist could answer.
"Taoist Lin, no master. Since this involves a true disciple of the Immortal Academy, perhaps it's best to let today's matter end here. There's no need for you to provoke a true disciple of the Academy on my account."
Yang Qingqiu was growing fearful. Though a true disciple of the Immortal Academy was not a Foundation establishment grand cultivator, they were undeniably a privileged class within the entire Immortal continent. These true disciples not only had the backing of a Foundation establishment master, but also commanded vast resources and connections from the Academy. For most chi refining cultivators on the Immortal continent, they were absolutely untouchable.
"From the moment he colluded with the enforcement hall to sentence me to 60 years of penal servitude, this matter has nothing to do with you anymore."
Lin Chi's tone was indifferent, sensing Yang Qingqiu's desire to back out. But his past experience in the martial world told Lin Chi that often one is not their own master in this realm. It's not always possible to yield as one wishes. In most cases it's better to strike first. Land one blow to fend off 100.
Though I don't believe a mere mundane affairs cultivator can truly enlist a true disciple of the academy. But since you've used that senior sister Zhao to threaten me, I have no choice but to gather some information.
Lin Chi's voice was low and ominous as he lifted the donkey-faced Taoist.
Now tell me, what is the full name of that true disciple senior sister Zhao? What technique does she cultivate? And under which master does she study?
Taoist, I deserve to die. I fail to recognize your greatness.
In truth, I was just trying to bluff and throw my weight around. My father isn't really close to senior sister Zhao. He merely handled a matter for her in the mortal realm once. So I shamelessly claimed a connection to her. Please be magnanimous and spare me.
The donkey-faced Taoist was terrified. He had only intended to use the name of the true disciple to intimidate Lin Chi, never expecting Lin Chi to be so ruthless. His words showed no regard for true disciples of the Immortal Academy. The donkey-faced Taoist finally realized he had bitten off more than he could chew, begging for mercy. He feared Lin Chi would actually follow through and seek out senior sister Zhao, the true disciple, regardless of whether Lin Chi won or lost. He, his father Yang Jiyun, and even their entire Yang clan would be in deep trouble.
I see. Since you have no real connection to that true disciple, then I have nothing to worry about.
Lin Chi's face was expressionless as he said to Yang Qingxiu,
dig a pit and bury him. No, please. Qingxiu begged the Taoist for me. I am your Uncle Yang, your grandmother's own nephew. If your grandmother knew in the underworld, she wouldn't want to see us fighting among kin.
The donkey-faced Taoist cried out. Yang Qingxiu hesitated, then knelt down.
Qingxiu presumes to ask you to spare his life. As he said, he is after all my grandmother's nephew. If you kill him, my grandmother would blame me from beyond the grave. Moreover, though the enforcement hall cowers before the strong, if a life is truly lost, they will surely report it to the academy. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble.
Lin Chi gave Yang Qingxiu a faint glance and nodded slightly. He hadn't truly expected her to bury the donkey-faced Taoist. This was the immortal continent, not the mortal realm. He wasn't so lawless as to act with impunity. Telling her to dig a pit was merely an excuse to release him. He planned to let the man go, then secretly dispose of him later. But now, since the donkey-faced Taoist had no real backing from senior sister Zhao, the true disciple, perhaps he could truly spare him. Lin Chi calculated inwardly, still somewhat uneasy.
Fine. For your sake, you'll spare his wretched life. But I still want to know the full name of that true disciple senior sister Zhao he mentioned.
The donkey-faced Taoist hesitated, but under Lin Chi's sharp glare, he immediately shouted.
Senior sister Zhao is a true disciple under the academy elder Zhao Yueru, and her full name is Zhao Qingxiu. Her.
Lin Chi was momentarily stunned, lost in thought. The moonlight was hazy. The morning hall before the waterside pavilion, once destroyed, had been restored. Yang Qingxiu knelt before the hall, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Chi, who sat cross-legged in the moonlight, deep in thought.
Why are you staring at me? Regret letting your Uncle Yang go. Shall I go kill him now?
Sensing Yang Qingxiu's frequent glances, Lin Chi said coldly. The young girl hastily shook her head and waved her hands, keeping her eyes straight ahead, afraid to look at Lin Chi again. But after a moment, she couldn't help whispering.
Do you know that senior sister Zhao, the true disciple of the Immortal Academy? No.
Lin Chi's tone was indifferent, his answer decisive. Yang Qingxiu didn't believe him, because the daze in Lin Chi's eyes upon hearing the name Zhao Qingxiu was unmistakable. They must know each other, and perhaps even shared a past. Yang Qingxiu grew excited at this thought. It wasn't gossip, she simply wanted to know the relationship between Lin Chi and Zhao Qingxiu, the true disciple of the Immortal Academy. After all, that was a true disciple of the Immortal Academy. If she could befriend such a person, her future path would be much broader. With this in mind, Yang Qingxiu suppressed her awe of Lin Chi and tried to probe him. But before she could speak, Lin Chi suddenly said to her,
You're sleepy. Huh?
As Yang Qingxiu was stunned, she saw a jade bead appear in Lin Qi's hand, emitting a hazy white light that struck her small face. Yang Qingqiu lost consciousness, and the next moment snoring sounded as she fell into a dream. In the girl's splendid dream, mountains were like jade, and celestial realms appeared ethereal. Lin Qi transformed into a small figure in a blue robe, hanging like a cloth doll at the girl's waist. Glancing at the joyful girl heading to the Immortal Academy for registration, Lin Qi closed his eyes, playing the role of a pendant doll, quietly contemplating talismans. How to calm the heart? Only by entering dreams to cultivate immortality. The slight agitation from hearing of old acquaintances in reality gradually subsided within this dream. This was Lin Qi's special technique for detaching emotions and calming his mind. He didn't even need to do anything. Just by following the girl's dream, the past acquaintances naturally felt like a bygone era. But suddenly the girl's dream changed. A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Lin Qi opened his eyes and saw Zhao Qingxue. She was as before, smiling radiantly, her eyes sparkling.
"You will stay by my side from now on."
Lin Qi instinctively shook his head, but soon realized it was a dream, and the words weren't meant for him.
"Thank you, senior sister."
Yang Qingqiu nodded excitedly, then became a maid by Zhao Qingxu's side. This change in the dream made Lin Qi frown, but he didn't actively manipulate or weave Yang Qingqiu's dream. Thus the dream's direction became bizarre. The perspective remained on Yang Qingqiu, but the dream's main thread began to revolve around Zhao Qingxue until another version of him appeared in the dream. A cliché drama began to unfold in the dream. She was the lofty true disciple of the Immortal Academy, a favored daughter of heaven, admired by all. While he was an unremarkable ordinary cultivator, who after 20 years of bitter cultivation could only leave the academy and wander everywhere. They loved each other, but were forcibly separated. After years apart, he and she met again because of a newly enrolled disciple.
"Senior sister, you two should elope. Run far away to the ends of the earth to wander among the stars, just be happy."
Watching the excited Yang Qingqiu encouraging the two to elope, Lin Qi's brow twitched. He wanted to take over the dream and give this wretched girl a nightmare she'd never forget. But the next second a loud noise boomed in the sky. A figure like an immortal Buddha appeared in the air, seemingly Zhao Qingxu's master Zhao Yueru, a Foundation Establishment latest-stage cultivator.
"Wretch! How dare you defy my orders and elope with this mediocre and incompetent fool? This is utter rebellion. I'll suppress him under the demon suppression tower, condemning him to eternal damnation. As for you, you'll be confined to the Arctic ice fields for 60 years. No, Grandmaster, they truly love each other."
Yang Qingqiu wailed loudly, watching the two being forcibly separated, one suppressed under the demon suppression tower, the other imprisoned in the Arctic ice fields. The dream grew increasingly melodramatic, giving Lin Qi a headache. The emotions he had calmed became agitated. Damn it. He had clearly saved Yang Qingqiu just this day, yet in her dream, he was still a mediocre and incompetent waste who could be easily suppressed. Unbearable. So Lin Qi intervened.
"Old hag, times have changed."
Lin Qi interfered with the dream, manipulating the suppressed himself. 9 dragons soared into the sky, incinerating everything. Breaking free from suppression, Lin Qi spread his wind thunder wings, transformed into light, and cast a 5-colored divine light backhandedly. At the same time, he shook his body and unleashed his latest technique, derived from 3 heads and 6 arms, but more suited to him.
"Heaven and earth Dharma image."
The next moment, heaven and earth resonated, and the atmosphere interwove. Visible brilliance condensed instantly, forming a towering golden Dharma image, its gaze indifferent, like an immortal Buddha. One hand seized 9 roaring fire dragons, the other condensed the 5-colored divine light. At the same time, he unfurled the sky-covering wind thunder wings. Full power unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. Empowered by the heaven and earth Dharma image, Lin Qi, like a god or demon, launched a storm of spells with world-destroying might. The Immortal Academy collapsed, mountains crumbled. Then the dream began to collapse as well. Humph. Lin Qi opened his eyes in displeasure, looking at the awakened Yang Qingqiu. This wretched girl had some messed-up dreams. But he had just displayed his divine might in the dream, and it collapsed. So even in a dream, he wasn't allowed to be too powerful. Yang Qingqiu was still savoring the dream just now. It was quite interesting. But Lin Chi becoming too powerful at the end didn't fit her impression of him. It felt too unreal. Lin Chi, who even needed her to guarantee his identity token, couldn't be this strong. Yang Qingqiu thought, instinctively turning her head to glance at Lin Chi, only to find him staring at her with an unfriendly gaze. She quickly put on an innocent and cute smile, feeling inexplicably guilty. Lin Chi's expression was impassive, as he was about to warn Yang Qingqiu to sleep properly and not have such messy dreams. But suddenly Lin Chi sensed an unfamiliar aura approaching. With a thought he spoke.
"Since you're awake, don't just stand there dumbfounded. We have a guest. Go open the door."
"Oh!" Yang Qingqiu nodded and got up, wondering who would visit at such a late hour. But she didn't dare to ask. She obediently opened the door and saw the figure standing outside. Recognizing the visitor, Yang Qingqiu's breath caught, and she said timidly,
"Great-granduncle, why are you here? My own sister died, shouldn't I come?"
The man called great-granduncle said coldly, his gaze falling on Lin Chi. Seeing Lin Chi looking at him expressionlessly, the great-granduncle let out a soft exclamation, then showed a proper smile, cupping his hands from a distance.
"I am Yang Ziyun. Greetings, fellow cultivator. You are Yang Ziyun. You came quite quickly. What? Are you here to stand up for your son?"
Lin Chi was not too surprised by Yang Ziyun's appearance. After all, it was only reasonable that when the young was struck, the elder would come.
"Fellow Taoist, you misunderstand."
Yang Ziyun's face twitched as he forced a smile.
"I am here to mourn my own sister. Furthermore, regarding my son's offense against you today, I apologize to you on his behalf. I implore you as a magnanimous person to not take it to heart."
As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face, and Yang Ziyun had humbled himself so much. Lin Chi could only nod slightly, signaling Yang Qingqiu to lead Yang Ziyun to the mourning hall for the memorial. Yang Qingqiu's heart was still fluttering with fear. She was somewhat terrified of this nominal granduncle, but she could only muster her courage and guide Yang Ziyun to the mourning hall to pay respects. After the rites, Yang Ziyun spoke to Yang Qingqiu.
"Your Rong had no offspring. Since you have inherited everything from her, you must never neglect the offerings on the 1st and 15th of each month. You must know gratitude. If I ever learn that you have disrespected Rong, then even if you enter the Immortal Academy in the future, do not blame me, your elder, for looking down on you."
After a few domineering words, without waiting for Yang Qingqiu's reply, Yang Ziyun hesitated and asked Lin Chi,
"Esteemed Taoist, have we met somewhere before?" "You jest, fellow Taoist Yang. As the steward cultivator of the Immortal Academy, even the enforcement hall must show you some respect. I am but a wandering vagrant with no fixed abode. How could I have ever had the chance to witness your grandeur?"
Lin Chi spoke in a lukewarm tone, speculating inwardly whether Yang Ziyun had truly come to avenge the donkey-faced Taoist from before.
"You are too modest, fellow Taoist. With your skills, if you were willing, the Immortal Academy would surely open its gates wide for you. Not to mention anything else, even the method you used today to easily repel the Yellow Turban Guardian. Even among the many Qi refining great perfection cultivators in the Academy, those capable of such a feat are few and far between."
Yang Ziyun spoke without exaggeration or belittlement. And indeed it was true. Had he not personally seen the cracks Lin Chi left on the Yellow Turban Guardian, he would not have rushed from the Immortal Academy in the dead of night to clean up his son's mess. Yang Qingqiu had long hair but short knowledge. She was unaware that the Yellow Turban Guardians of the Enforcement Hall were reputed to be invincible below the Foundation establishment stage. But Yang Ziyun, as a steward of the Academy, knew this well. Thus, a cultivator who could effortlessly repel the Yellow Turban Guardian was either at Foundation establishment or possessed combat power unmatched in the Qi refining stage. Neither was someone he, a mere Academy steward, could afford to offend.
"Fellow Taoist, have we truly never met before? I feel you look somewhat familiar."
Yang Ziyun spoke again, seeing that Lin Chi did not take the bait. He genuinely felt he had seen Lin Chi somewhere before.
"Enough. Stop trying to cozy up. Say what you have to say or leave."
Lin Chi frowned, a memory surfacing. This Yang Ziyun was the Immortal Master who had previously visited the mortal continent and publicly proclaimed a search for him. So it was possible Yang Ziyun actually recognized him. With this thought, Lin Chi's face darkened, and he turned to enter the house. Yang Jiyun hesitated, dared not stop him, and could only glare fiercely at Yang Qingxiu before leaving with a displeased expression. Once outside the gate, someone quickly approached. It was Executive Chen, who had fled so swiftly during the day.
"Old Yang, is it settled?"
Executive Chen asked with an expectant look. Though he had fled decisively during the day, the more he thought about it, afterward the more terrified he became. The crack on the yellow turban guardian's chest seemed to tell him. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. If someone came knocking, the one who could leave a scar on the guardian's chest could just as easily punch a hole through his forehead.
"It should be fine now."
Yang Jiyun was still pondering where he had seen Lin Chi before and answered absently.
"What do you mean should be? You can hide in the Immortal Academy with your son. But what about me? I patrol this market every day. What if I run into him in some alley? What if he beats me to death? Wasn't it agreed before we came? We offer our apologies and compensation. My knees are soft, I can kneel. You don't need to save face for me."
Executive Chen was truly panicked. Being an executive of the enforcement hall was only a surface glory. They were law enforcers in name, but in reality not much different from city guards. He only earned 500 or 600 contribution points a month. Pushing around weaklings was fine, but when faced with a tough nut, he had no desire to risk his life.
"Enough. Don't scare yourself. Even if he is a formidable dragon from afar, since he chose to come to Yushan Market to reapply for an identity jade token, then it seems he intends to keep a low profile for a while and won't act recklessly. And I still feel I've seen this person somewhere, but I can't recall it for now."
Yang Jiyun pondered deeply. Suddenly his expression changed, and he soared into the air and fled.
"I knew you were unreliable, damn it. Bastard. It was your son who begged me to come and help. Now that trouble has arisen, you don't give a damn about my life, do you? Fine. Just you wait."
Executive Chen cursed loudly, hesitated for a moment, but chose not to pursue. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and decided to go to the waterside pavilion to apologize on his knees. Yang Jiyun paid no heed to Executive Chen. He flew swiftly on the wind, and an hour later returned to his residence in the Immortal Academy, where he began ransacking his belongings in search.
"Found it!"
Pseudo-water mirror stone he had long forgotten was in his hand. Infusing it with true chi, a projected image appeared before him in the next moment.
So alike. Except for a few more white hairs at the temples, and he looks even younger. But it's truly too similar. But that can't be right. Shouldn't this person be immortal?
Yang Jiyun muttered to himself, the Lin Chi he had just seen overlapping perfectly with the projected image before him, as if stamped from the same mold. But these two people could not possibly be the same.
Oh, he's also called Lin Chi. Even the name is the same. Could there truly be such a coincidence in this world?
Yang Jiyun found it hard to believe, yet he could not fathom how a mortal from the mundane continent could transform into a chi-refining cultivator capable of repelling the yellow turban guardian.
They should not be the same person. Even Senior Sister Zhao, a true disciple, would likely not have the ability to easily repel the yellow turban guardian without using her magical artifacts. That Lin Chi was originally just a mortal. How could he have gained such power in merely 20 or 30 years? So it must be just a coincidence. But can there really be two people in this world with the exact same face and name? The world is indeed small.
Lin Chi lay in a small boat on the lotus pond, gazing at the starry sky and sighing. He was uncertain whether Yang Jiyun had recognized him, just as he was unsure whether he should go see Zhao Qingxue. Meeting her was too risky, and would inevitably bring trouble. Not meeting her, on the other hand, seemed too heartless.
Forget it. Let things take their course. After all, even if I meet her, she might not recognize me. Because time is the truly merciless thing.
Lin Chi murmured softly, choosing not to flee despite the possibility that Yang Jiyun might have recognized him. He simply took out his identity jade token and began browsing through the tasks. Half a year later, the waterside pavilion was in full bloom. Yang Qingxiu, her hair tied in an adorable bun, was cleaning the lotus pond. Suddenly a breeze stirred the wind chimes hanging from the eaves. She looked up and saw a familiar figure drifting in with the wind. Instinctively she pouted, lowered her head, and pretended not to see him.
Miss Chinchio busy as always. Is your master back? Elderchin, didn't you just come this morning? I already told you my master has gone out on a mission.
Yang Qingqiu replied with some resignation. The reverence she once held for Elderchin of the enforcement hall had long faded. After all, this very Elderchin had knelt before her carrying brambles on his back in the dead of night to confess his faults. Not to mention that over the past 6 months Elderchin had been visiting with unrelenting frequency, almost desperate to cling to Lin Qi like an accessory. Such behavior made it impossible for even Yang Qingqiu to feel any awe.
Fellow Taoist Lin is immensely capable. Those trivial academy missions are nothing but a walk in the park for him.
Though Lin Qi was absent, Elderchin still found ways to flatter him. Seeing Yang Qingqiu's expression, one that clearly said, "I'm just watching you suck up," Elderchin felt a bit embarrassed.
Very well, since fellow Taoist Lin isn't here, he'll come another day. But I must trouble you, Miss Qingqiu. If he returns, please inform me. Tell him I found the illusion-type magical artifact he's been searching for.
Upon hearing this, Yang Qingqiu dropped her casual demeanor and said earnestly,
I understand. When my master returns, I'll inform him immediately. Good.
Satisfied with Yang Qingqiu's promise, Elderchin smiled, clasped his hands in salute, and turned to leave. After Elderchin departed, Yang Qingqiu immediately pulled out her identity jade token and sent a message to Lin Qi, though she had only spent half a year with him. To be precise, the time she had actually spent with Lin Qi amounted to less than a month. For most of these 6 months, Lin Qi had been tirelessly occupied with various academy missions. Nevertheless, Yang Qingqiu clearly understood that Lin Qi was a man of purpose. One of his reasons for coming to Yushan Market was likely to collect and seek out talismans and artifacts related to illusions and the soul.
I wonder what he intends to do with all these things.
Yang Qingqiu received Lin Qi's reply, knowing he would return soon. After a moment's thought, she went back inside, changed her clothes, and retrieved her tea set. Just as she was about to boil water, she heard the wind chimes ring again. She rushed out joyfully.
Master, you're back. Huh? Great uncle, why are you here?
Expecting Lin Qi, she was instead greeted by the long-unseen Yang Jiyun, and a strikingly beautiful woman in a white dress.
What's this flustered behavior? How improper.
Yang Jiyun scowled at Yang Qingqiu, then turned humbly to the woman in white.
Senior Sister Zhao, this is an ill-mannered little girl adopted by my sister. Please forgive her lack of decorum. Children are better when they're lively.
The woman in white replied, absently, her mind elsewhere.
Yang Jiyun, you said you'd bring me to meet a fellow Taoist claiming a surprise. Where is he?
Yang Jiyun quickly addressed Yang Qingqiu.
Where is your master? Go inform him at once. An honored guest has arrived, he must come out to receive her.
Yang Qingqiu glanced timidly at the woman in white, trying to guess her identity, and whispered,
Great uncle, and this fairy sister, my master is away on business. He's not home. What? Not here.
Yang Ziyun's face turned ashen in an instant.
Enough. Why are you shouting at a child?
The woman in white cut him off and turned to leave.
Next time you plan a visit, remember to notify the host in advance. Don't act as if everyone should be waiting at home for your arrival. Senior Sister Zhao, please calm down. This is my fault, entirely my fault.
Seeing the woman in white depart, Yang Jiyun hastily followed, apologizing humbly. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately refrained from revealing the truth. After all, even half a year later, he still wasn't entirely certain that this Lin Qi was the same Lin Qi. More importantly, he had no idea where Zhao Yu'er stood after 20 years. Thus, he could only attempt to arrange a meeting between this woman in white and Lin Qi. Unfortunately, Lin Qi was not at home.
Speaking of which, I've been in Xianzhou for so long, but have never explored Yushan Market. Since I'm here, why don't you show me around? I'd also like to do some shopping.
The two left the waterside pavilion one after another. The woman in white raised her hand, summoning a cloud vessel that landed before them. She studied it with curiosity, then stepped onto it, floating into the air. Seeing that the woman in white wasn't truly angry, Yang Jiyun breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed. Soon they arrived at the trading market.
I need to stock up on nourishing pills, spirit gathering pills, and 5-element pills. I'll also need a few protective magical artifacts. I won't bother buying robes, I can sew them myself later. Oh, boots can be made into magical artifacts too. I'll take them. Fellow Taoists, these cloud-stepping boots are for men. The women's ones are over here. I know, but I want these. And yes, those too.
The woman in white was extravagantly wealthy. In the market, she bought everything that caught her eye. Yang Jian initially thought she was just shopping casually, but as he realized the truth, he was both shocked and envious.
Senior Sister Zhao, are you preparing cultivation resources for your Dao partner?
The woman in white smiled and nodded, then casually purchased a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills. After securing most of the resources needed for the journey from Qi refining to Foundation Establishment, she stopped with lingering satisfaction.
This should be enough for now. I'll supplement the rest once he starts his cultivation at the academy. He's truly fortunate to have a Dao partner like you.
Yang Jian was dumbfounded. He estimated that the woman in white had spent over 1 million contribution points today. With such resources, even a pig could successfully reach Foundation Establishment. I'm definitely not jealous at all. Consumed by envy, Yang Jian suddenly spotted a familiar figure entering the shop across the street. He instinctively opened his mouth to call out. But a wicked thought arose, and instead of shouting, he shifted to block the woman in white's view.
Senior Sister Zhao, it's getting late. Perhaps we should head back.
The woman in white nodded slightly and followed him out of the shop. But just as they were about to board the cloud vessel, the figure who had entered the shop across the street walked out, heading straight toward them. Their eyes met. Yang Ziyan's heart nearly stopped. He dared not even breathe, instinctively glancing at the woman in white. He saw her pause for a moment, then call out to him.
Let's go! Why are you standing there? Oh, right.
Yang Jian hurriedly followed, and after a while couldn't help but say,
That person just now looked quite familiar. Yes, quite familiar.
The woman in white seemed a bit dazed, but quickly shook her head.
He looks a lot like Lin Qi, but that's all. Lin Qi's eyes are slightly larger, he has no white hair, no mole at the corner of his mouth, and is taller.
She listed these details like a well-rehearsed litany, then smiled.
Besides, Lin Qi is still waiting for me in the mortal realm. There's no way he could be here. Did you almost mistake him for Lin Qi just now?
Yang Jian nodded, realizing that what seemed identical to him was in the eyes of a lover vastly different. But these were all key points. He would have to remember them. They might come in handy later. Mulling over his thoughts, Yang Jian escorted the woman in white back to the academy. After a moment's deliberation, he turned and headed back to Yushan Market. At Jade Mountain Market, Lin Qi quietly watched the white-robed woman depart on a cloud boat until she vanished from sight before slowly withdrawing his gaze.
She seems to be doing well,
Lin Qi murmured to himself with a resigned smile, then turned and headed toward the waterside pavilion. An unexpected reunion, yet ultimately they passed each other by. Lin Qi was not surprised by this outcome, for upon realizing that Yang Jian might recognize him, he had silently made slight adjustments to his own appearance. Such adjustments seemed negligible to those unfamiliar with him, but those who truly knew him could quickly discern that these were merely two people who bore a striking resemblance. Clearly she was still familiar with him. Whether that was good or bad remained uncertain. As Lin Qi walked, processing the faint tremors stirred by the reunion with an old acquaintance, he returned to the waterside pavilion to find Yang Qingqiu hurrying toward him.
Master, you finally returned. The great uncle just came by with a distinguished guest. Was it that true disciple, Senior Sister Zhao from the Immortal Academy?
Lin Qi asked in return. Yang Qingqiu instinctively nodded.
It should be. I see. I spotted them at the trading market.
Lin Qi remarked casually.
It's a trivial matter. Notify Steward Chen that I'm back and ask him to come immediately. Very well.
Yang Qingqiu nodded and left to find Steward Chen. Lin Qi sat alone before the waterside pavilion, contemplating his upcoming cultivation plans. Suddenly a cloud boat descended from the horizon. He looked up and saw Yang Jian sneaking over furtively.
Fellow Taoist Lin, long time no see.
Yang Jian spoke with a smile. Seeing that Lin Chi did not respond, his eyes darted rapidly before he finally decided to cut to the chase.
I have a fortuitous opportunity to offer you, fellow Taoist. Would you care to hear it? Do tell.
Intrigued by Yang Ziyan's secretive demeanor, Lin Chi leaned in.
Hey, race the thing, a certain noble has been searching for someone. And that person bears a striking resemblance to you, fellow Taoist. To be precise, if you are willing to make a slight alteration to your appearance, you could easily pass for him and take his place. I know you've been taking on every mission lately, likely saving contribution points to break through to Foundation establishment. If this plan succeeds, you could gain millions of contribution points and well split them 50-50.
Yang Jian was gambling everything, starred the timid, fat, and the bold. He wanted to stage a grand deception with Lin Chi. Lin Chi understood, and was almost amused to the point of anger.
So you want me to impersonate someone to swindle that noble you mentioned? Let me guess, this noble wouldn't happen to be the Immortal Academy's true disciple Zhao Qingxue, would it? Just say yes or no.
Yang Jian snapped, his face flushing with embarrassment as he saw Lin Chi's sneer.
Sure, why not?
Lin Chi laughed.
But aren't you afraid he'll betray you or turn my back on you once I cozy up to that noble? Since I dared to come to you directly, I have my assurances,
Yang Jian said coldly.
I won't hide it from you. This venture has rewards, but also risks. Without my assistance, the moment you approach that noble will be the moment of your death. Only through our cooperation can it be foolproof.
Seeing Yang Jian brimming with confidence, Lin Chi mused and probed.
Zhao Yueru.
Yang Jian did not answer directly but said,
If you're willing, wait for my news. If not, pretend I was never here today. Of course, you could also try to inform on me. Well, see who ends up dead, you or me. It'll give you 3 days to consider. It'll return in 3 days.
With that, Yang Jian turned to leave.
No need to wait 3 days. I accept.
Lin Chi called him back, his tone cryptic.
Such a grand opportunity, I'm naturally willing. How glad you agreed. All right, wait for my news. Once I'm ready, he'll contact you immediately.
Overjoyed, Yang Jian considered binding Lin Chi with an oath, but held back, not wanting to leave any evidence before the plan commenced. Watching Yang Jian depart, Lin Chi marveled at the irony of fate. He had just lamented that even meeting Zhao Qingxue would leave them strangers, yet now someone was asking him to impersonate himself to deceive her.
On the path of cultivation, there are demons and specters at every turn. Junior sister, let this be my final act of protection for you,
Lin Chi murmured softly. Looking up again, he saw Yang Qingxue leading Steward Chen through the door. At Isole Peak in the Jade Mountains, Zhao Qingxue stood at the cliff's edge in her snow-white dress, watching clouds drift across the sky from dawn till dusk. Suddenly a figure descended from the heavens. Zhao Qingxue quickly smiled and greeted her.
Master, you're back. Did you borrow the item? Didn't I tell you to focus on consolidating your cultivation?
Seeing Zhao Qingxue's joyful anticipation, Zhao Yueru's face darkened. After scolding her, she noticed her disciple still gazing at her with delight, and sighed helplessly.
30 years of cultivation, and you still cannot let go of Immortal. Enough, enough. I won't bother lecturing you. Come, I'll accompany you to the mortal world. Let's settle this matter quickly, so you can focus on your cultivation. Thank you, Master.
Zhao Qingxue was overjoyed but soon realized.
So you didn't borrow the dragon-seeking compass? Mm.
Zhao Yueru conjured a floating airship and gestured for Zhao Qingxue to board before speaking calmly.
The dragon-seeking compass was borrowed by the lineage of the Boundless Ancestor. It is said the Boundless Ancestor himself sent a message ordering his lineage to search for someone. So there was nothing I could do. But without the compass, the mortal world is vast. Finding Lin Chi.
Zhao Yueru cut off Zhao Qingxue with a wave.
If you cannot find him, then your fated bond is insufficient. Do you think he will keep hiding from you once he knows you're searching? If that's the case, I see no point in seeking him out. Master, please calm down. That's not what I meant.
Zhao Qingxue quickly spoke, hesitating before adding.
Master, with your vast powers, even without the compass, surely a mere calculation could reveal his whereabouts. I'm not that capable,
Zhao Yueru said flatly.
Dividing celestial secrets and peering into fate are arts reserved for return to Void Realm powerhouses. I've told you many times. Our cultivation is essentially a process of transforming the ethereal into the substantial, and then returning from the substantial to the ethereal. In ancient times, cultivation was not prosperous. They did not understand that the great Tao of the universe lies in the interplay of the ethereal and substantial. Hence, there were examples of practicing ethereal arts before reaching return to void. But now one must never touch any ethereal arts before return to void. For ethereal arts are mind-dependent, without accumulating sufficient material foundation. Mind-dependent methods are unreliable. What you need to do now is fully refine the Soul Divine Talisman, condense several more 3 talisman arrays, and break through to foundation establishment in one go, refining the myriad things of heaven and earth to complete yourself. Never mind. You won't listen to any of this now anyway. Come, let's first go to the mortal world to find your beloved and ease your 30 years of longing. Master. Silence. Let's go. Fellow Taoist Lin, I recall you mentioned wanting to acquire an illusion-type magical artifact. I immediately started inquiring everywhere, and indeed I found one. I've already contacted the seller. If it's convenient for you, perhaps we could go now.
In the waterside pavilion, Executive Chen of the Enforcement Hall spoke to Lin Chi while sipping tea.
Wait another quarter of an hour.
Lin Chi raised a hand to interrupt Executive Chen, muttering to himself.
How long would it take to fly from Yushan Market back to the Immortal Academy by wind riding? About 2 hours, I'd say.
Executive Chen answered instinctively.
That's about right.
Lin Chi nodded slightly, picked up his teacup, and sipped in silence. Executive Chen didn't understand why they had to wait a quarter of an hour, but he dared not ask, and could only wait obediently. Soon the quarter of an hour passed. Lin Chi abruptly stood up and said coolly,
Wait for me a moment. I'll be right back.
Before his words faded, Lin Chi had already soared into the sky, riding the wind straight into the clouds. The next second his wind thunder wings fluttered behind him, and Lin Chi transformed into a cloudburst, instantly flying toward the Immortal Academy.
Damn, such speed. Whose flying vessel is that? So fast. It doesn't look like a flying vessel, it seems to be a person. Should keep your voice down. That must be some Foundation establishment elder from the Immortal Academy hurrying along.
Lin Chi's speed was so immense, trailing cloudbursts, like a meteor streaking across the sky, drawing gasps and raised heads from many cultivators. Yang Jiyun, who was also wind riding back to the Immortal Academy, was quickly startled by the thunderous cloudburst sound. He instinctively paused midair to look up, his heart brimming with envy.
Such flying speed must be Elder Yi of Golden Thunder Peak. Elder Yi possesses the Thunder Evasion divine ability, unmatched in speed, even praised by Golden Core patriarchs. Ah, when will I ever succeed in Foundation establishment, cultivate a divine ability, and become an elder?
Yang Jiyun couldn't help but sigh. The Elder Yi of Golden Thunder Peak he spoke of had once been his classmate. Now one was a noble Foundation establishment elder with an extended lifespan of 800 years and the potential for Golden Core. Yet he remained a menial cultivator, relying on serving a junior to barter for a faint chance at Foundation establishment.
But if my cooperation with Lin Chi goes well, perhaps I too might taste the life of a Foundation establishment elder.
Yang Jiyun, pleased with the thought, unconsciously stroked his beard. Just as he was about to continue his journey, he suddenly sensed something amiss.
Hey, why does it seem to be heading straight for me?
Yang Jiyun saw the figure in the sky, stirring cloudbursts, like a falling meteor hurtling toward him. Closer and closer it came. Finally, in the blink of an eye, Yang Jiyun made out the figure hidden within the cloudburst. His face changed drastically, and he instinctively cried out,
How can it be you?
Boom. The atmosphere roared, drowning out Yang Jiyun's voice. Like a meteor striking the earth, or heavenly fire igniting earthly flames. After the cloudburst, smoke and fire turned to ash. Lin Chi, propelling his wind thunder wings, tore through the sky, rammed into Yang Jiyun in one strike, and then countered with a 9 radiance true fire, ensuring Yang Jiyun was reduced to nothing. Without looking back, he traced an elegant arc across the sky, and in an instant returned to the waterside pavilion. Gently flicking non-existent blood from his robes, Lin Chi felt a surge of clarity. With a leisurely stride, he approached Executive Chen, picked up the still scalding tea, and drained it in one gulp.
Executive Chen, sorry for the wait. Lead the way. Oh, right.
Executive Chen found it odd that Lin Chi had suddenly flown out and back. But he assumed Lin Chi had simply taken a quick trip. There was no way he could imagine that Lin Chi had traversed hundreds of miles in the time it took to sip tea, killing in the blink of an eye. So Executive Chen simply stood up, summoned a cloud vessel, and said with a smile,
I should have invited the seller here, but unfortunately he's tied up. So I must trouble fellow Taoist Lin to go there. Don't worry, he'll cover the travel expenses.
As he spoke, Executive Chen stepped ahead of Lin Chi and tossed over 100 spirit crystals into the cloud vessel. Lin Chi immediately halted his step onto the vessel.
100 crystals. Where are you taking me? To the heavens.
Executive Chen hastily replied.
Fellow Taoist Lin truly has a discerning eye. Indeed, the seller is currently up in the heavens.
Executive Chen pointed to the sky.
He has an appointment to enter the 5-element star secret realm, so he's waiting for his companions at the Cold Moon Palace. If fellow Taoist Lin is uneasy, we'll have to wait until they return from the 5-element star secret realm to conduct the transaction. But that might take 3 or 4 years. Enough. What is there for me to worry about? With you, Executive Chen of the Enforcement Hall, here, am I afraid the seller will eat me? Besides, I was planning to visit the Cold Moon Palace anyway.
Lin Chi boarded the cloud vessel, his gaze fixed on the sky above. He was no longer the novice cultivator ignorant of the cultivation world. Though the strongest in the immortal continent were merely golden core patriarchs, the entire stellar system centered around the immortal continent's planet was in fact the back garden of its cultivation world. One could even say that the mortal continent and the immortal continent star where the academy resided were merely the cradle for nurturing the next generation of this cultivation realm. The true stage for cultivators had always been above the sky in the boundless starry void. The Cold Moon Palace they were heading to was situated on the moon that illuminated this world, also serving as a market. But its primary role was to handle teleportation within the stellar system, serving as the necessary passage to the 5 planets known as the 5-element star secret realm.
I never knew the cloud vessels from Yushan Market could go directly to the Cold Moon Palace.
The vessel ascended rapidly, cloud swirling like a sphere, the heights growing bitterly cold. Lin Chi watched the land below shrink and the atmosphere above thin, unable to help speaking. Executive Chen looked a bit embarrassed.
Actually, for the Cold Moon Palace, it's best to take a floating vessel. But circumstances demand expediency. I see.
Lin Chi nodded slightly, seeing through Executive Chen's reluctance to spend more crystals. He stamped hard on the cloud vessel, causing it to shake alarmingly, and said,
On the return trip, let's take a floating vessel. I'll pay.
Executive Chen gave an awkward smile, gripping the cloud-formed handrails tightly, hoping they would reach the Cold Moon Palace quickly. Soon the cloud vessel completely left the edge of the planet's atmosphere. The dark, vast, starry void appeared, and the cloud vessel began to shudder, as if about to fall apart. Lin Chi's expression changed slightly. He instinctively gripped the handrails and looked at Executive Chen in alarm. Executive Chen hugged the cloud handrails tightly, forcing a smile.
Hold tight, fellow Taoist. We're about to accelerate. Aye.
The cloud vessel instantly sped up, launching toward the moon 300,000 kilometers away. Lin Chi took a deep breath. The riding experience of this cloud vessel. Damn it, I want a refund. 2 days later, Lin Chi and Executive Chen finally arrived at the Cold Moon Palace on the cloud vessel. After setting foot on solid ground, both let out a long sigh of relief. Cultivators who had arrived on floating vessels saw the conspicuously out-of-place cloud vessel and gave them thumbs up in admiration.
Fellow Taoist Lin, my sincerest apologies. Enough, contact the seller now.
Lin Chi suppressed his anger, ignoring the novelty of landing on the moon, and said coldly, The 2-day journey was, to put it mildly, like others traveling to the moon on a spaceship, while you strapped a rocket to the back of a car and took off. Lin Chi didn't want to dwell on that experience. He might as well have flown himself. Executive Chen gave an awkward smile and quickly took out his identity jade token to contact the seller. Before long, someone flew over, glanced at Lin Chi, and said loudly,
So you're the one who wants to buy the mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll.
The speaker was a black-robed Taoist, square-faced and gaunt as a bamboo pole resembling a stick insect that had attained sentience. His cultivation level was imperceptible. But since he dared venture into the five-element star secret realm, he should at least be at the late stage of chi refinement. Lin Chi appraised him for a moment, then nodded slightly, signaling Steward Chen to make the introduction. Steward Chen promptly said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, this is senior brother, one high and elite of the Immortal Academy whom I mentioned earlier. The mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll you seek belongs to senior brother one." Senior brother one, this is fellow Taoist Lin Chi. Enough, no need for introductions. One high impatiently cut off Steward Chen. The mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll is my treasured possession. I have no intention of selling it. Old Chen asked me about it last time, and I merely mentioned it in passing. I didn't expect you two to actually come all this way. Senior brother one, that's not what you told me before. Steward Chen grew anxious, and was about to argue, but Lin Chi stopped him. Fellow Taoist one, a gentleman does not covet another's beloved possession. Since the mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll is your treasure, let the transaction be called off. Old Chen, accompany me to handle our affairs first. With that, Lin Chi prepared to lead Steward Chen into the Cold Moon Palace. Though puzzled, Steward Chen dared not object and followed Lin Chi as they turned to leave. But One High called out to them, "Since you've come all this way, let's consider it making a friend. Let's talk first. If the discussion goes well for Old Chen's sake, I might just bear the pain of parting with it." Lin Chi halted, casting a knowing, half-smiling glance at One High, then said to Steward Chen, "Old Chen, I'll continue the discussion with fellow Taoist one. Go to the market and buy the tickets for the floating airship." Steward Chen finally caught on, realizing that a round of bargaining had just transpired. One High, seeing how quickly they had arrived, likely assumed they were determined to acquire the scroll and planned to raise the price on the spot. Lin Chi, however, saw through it instantly, and countered by implying the transaction was merely incidental, not a dedicated trip. This back and forth was a clash of 800 cunning minds. Damn, no wonder these people fared better than him. Their minds were utterly devious. After watching Steward Chen leave, Lin Chi said nonchalantly, "Fellow Taoist one, let's first take a look at the mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll. Old Chen has a narrow perspective and hasn't seen much of the world. The things he recommended to me before were all junk, utterly uninteresting." "Haha, fellow Taoist Lin, that's hardly fair. Old Chen may not be strong in cultivation, but he works in the enforcement hall and is well-traveled. Not just any random cat or dog can catch his eye." One High chuckled, then produced a scroll from his sleeve, handing it to Lin Chi with great care, adding, "Fellow Taoist Lin, please handle it with care. This is, after all, my beloved possession." Lin Chi didn't reply, his gaze entirely fixed on the mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll One High had presented. Even without unrolling it, his intuition told him this was exactly what he had been seeking. It could help him comprehend the final 9-symbol array, even serving as the foundation for his path to enlightenment. Thus Lin Chi abandoned the pretense of verbal sparring with One High and eagerly opened the scroll, channeling his true chi into it. In an instant, the ink-painted mountains and rivers within the scroll shimmered with spiritual light, as if coming alive. The scroll contained its own space, pavilions and towers, slanting sun and lush grass, a majestic aura swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. An illusory space. No, it also has the effect of converting illusion into reality. This is what I need. Name your price. Without further inspection, Lin Chi knew, with sudden clarity, that this was the very thing he had been searching for. Once in his hands, through careful study, it would surely enable him to perfect and deduce a 9-symbol array tailored to his dream-entering technique. The foundation of his enlightenment lay entirely within this mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll. He was determined to have it, even if One High bled him dry. One High shot Lin Chi a surprised glance. He had thought he had met his match, and would need to use every trick to squeeze more out of Lin Chi. But now, the moment the scroll was revealed, Lin Chi had surrendered outright, ready to be fleeced. One High was both delighted and suspicious. Perhaps the scroll held some hidden mystery he had missed. So instead of naming a price, he probed, "Fellow Taoist Lin, this mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll is a top-grade magical artifact I discovered by chance. Its crafting technique is vastly different from other artifacts. I've consulted others before, and they said the array core inscribed within employs the legendary art of illusion. It contains its own vast landscape which may seem useless at first glance. But it provides a fairly secure portable cave dwelling. When exploring secret realms, having such a portable abode offers benefits that fellow Taoist Lin surely understands. I said it was my beloved possession, not to drive up the price, but truly from the heart. I really hadn't planned to sell it. Enough? Name your price. Lin Chi cut him off. To you this is merely a portable cave dwelling, but to me, it is as crucial as the foundation of my path. Therefore I am determined to have it. If you won't sell, I'll find another way. If you will set a price. Wan Hai's heart tightened. Lin Chi had even mentioned the foundation of his path. Wan Hai thus understood Lin Chi's resolve. Among mortals there was a saying, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. How much more so for cultivators? When it came to the foundation of enlightenment, Wan Hai had no doubt that if he dared refuse to sell today, Lin Chi would not hesitate to kill and rob. With this in mind, despite feeling a twinge of resentment at being coerced, Wan Hai paused, and then said, "Since you put it that way, I have no choice but to reluctantly part with it." Alright, 3. No 5 top-grade magical artifacts. 1 in exchange for 5. Wan Hai knew he was being exorbitant. But since Lin Chi had practically offered his neck to be cut, not taking full advantage would be a crime against his own conscience. 5 top-grade magical artifacts. Lin Chi pondered for a moment. He currently possessed 1 top-grade artifact, the Millennium Mirage Pearl obtained from Xiao Zijing. He had already thoroughly comprehended the arrays within it, so it could count as 1. But he was still short by 4. The proceeds from selling the soul bones acquired in Stormy Ocean combined with contribution points earned from various tasks over the past half year amounted to roughly 200,000 spirit crystals. Enough to exchange for another top-grade artifact. As for the remaining 3, perhaps he could substitute them with the 3 spirit orbs taken from the Lei brothers. Lin Chi calculated internally, but then abandoned the idea of using the 3 orbs. First, after comprehending them, he hadn't kept them on his person, but had buried them somewhere. He suspected that a patriarch who had journeyed to the distant stars to achieve nascent soul might have tampered with the 3 orbs. Carrying them would only invite pursuit. Second, he had something better to trade than those orbs. 5 top-grade artifacts. I don't have them now. But I can offer a piece of information in exchange. Lin Chi said in a low voice. You're trying to get something for nothing. Wan Hai sneered. What information could be worth 5 top-grade artifacts? Or do you think Wan Hai am someone to be trifled with? Wan Hai dropped the honorific fellow Taoist, his guard raised. Information about a mineral vein. Lin Chi spoke calmly, unperturbed by Wan Hai's wariness. A natural pure crystal vein in exchange for the mountains and rivers myriad miles scroll. Wan Hai was stunned, then laughed in anger. Do you take me for a child? Why not just give it to you for free? A natural pure crystal vein was worth at least tens of millions of contribution points. 5 top-grade artifacts in comparison were barely 1,000,000 crystals. Fellow Taoist One, you jest. You were the one who started joking with me. Wan Hai retorted angrily. Taoist One, what we pursue in cultivation is eternal life. The sun and moon may fall, but we shall not have it, and earth may perish, but we shall not. Now the foundation for my ascension is within reach, and I am determined to obtain it. Even if it were merely news of a single vein, I would spare no expense, surrendering all if necessary. Lin Chi cared little about being seen as a fool by Wan Hai. His sole desire was to secure the myriad rivers and mountains chart and begin his meditation on the spot. Everything else could be forsaken, for they were but worldly possessions. Moreover, the vein he had discovered at the submarine volcanic crater felt somewhat superfluous to him. Exchanging it for contribution points would be too troublesome. Without the backing of a foundation establishment elder, it would inevitably attract covetous eyes, and the process would be fraught with complications. After all, Xiao Mingcheng and his group had already shown him the consequences of wealth-stirring hearts. And once he reached foundation establishment, the value of a natural pure crystal vein would become negligible. Even Zhao Yueru could casually bestow such a gift upon Zhao Qingxue. So if Wan Hai were willing to accept this trade, it would be a win-win for all. But regrettably Lin Qi sighed inwardly. Enough words are empty. Since you refuse this condition, then it shall be 5 superior-grade magical artifacts. But I need some time to gather them. Agreed, I can wait another half-month. Unaware of what he had missed, Wan Hai smiled again upon hearing Lin Qi's acceptance of the 5 superior-grade artifacts. That won't be necessary. Lin Qi reluctantly returned the myriad rivers and mountains chart to Wan Hai, exchanged contact information, and turned to leave. Seeing them part ways, Steward Chen, assuming a deal was struck, hurried over. Old Chen, perfect timing. Please entertain Daoist Wan well. I'll be back shortly. With that, Lin Qi suddenly soared into the air, and before their astonished eyes, he flew without hesitation toward the starry sky. Didn't you reach an agreement? Where is he going? Steward Chen asked instinctively. How should I know? Wan Hai replied irritably, watching Lin Qi ascend higher and faster until he vanished into the dark void. A pang of unease struck Wan Hai. Who is this fellow really? Does he have companions waiting in the stars? No. He came alone with me. Steward Chen was equally bewildered, unable to fathom why Lin Qi had suddenly flown into space. Then why is he flying out there? To pick 5 superior-grade artifacts from the stars? Or does he plan to fly straight back to the immortal continent? Wan Hai chuckled at his own words. Both possibilities were too absurd. But his laughter faded as he fell into thought. After a moment, he said to Steward Chen, Tell me more about this Daoist Lin's background. There's something uncanny about him. In the dark starry sky, a cerulean planet glimmered in the distance, guiding Lin Qi's path. He was a tiny speck against the void, with twin wings of wind and lightning sprouting from his back. He murmured, Golden body. Instantly a faint golden sheen enveloped him. Flapping his wings, he streaked across the stars like a meteor. 10 times the speed of sound, 2050. Until he reached 100 times. Only then did Lin Qi feel some strain. After a quick mental calculation, he maintained this velocity, heading toward the immortal continent. An hour and a half later, the blue planet loomed before him. Without slowing, he plunged into the atmosphere. The intense friction heated his golden body, trailing fire. Lin Qi glanced at it indifferently, unperturbed. Even without fully manifesting his heaven and earth avatar, the protective golden body from it sufficed to withstand the resistance of 100 times the speed of sound. The wind and lightning wings are far more exhilarating in the starry void. 100 times sound speed isn't even my limit. Within a planet, 20 times is optimal. Any faster and the Qi consumption and disturbance become too great. Like a celestial intruder, Lin Qi burst into the immortal continent's atmosphere, retracting his wings and relying solely on friction to decelerate. From afar, he resembled a fiery meteor. As he neared the ground, he unfurled his wings again, tracing a great arc through the air, and sped toward his destination with a sonic boom. His destination, Stormy Ocean. In an unnamed sea area of the Stormy Ocean, a golden-armored ship floated on the surface. A gray-robed Taoist held a golden compass, its center adorned with a lifelike jade dragon. The Taoist glanced at the dragon's head. The item lies 30,000 meters beneath the sea. At this depth, someone take my token and borrow an armored sea vessel from Mushin Market. At his command, a disciple swiftly departed. Master, who killed the 3 thunderous fiends and cast the spirit pearl into the deep? A disciple asked. I too wish to know who dares to touch my Weal lineage. The gray-robed Taoist snorted coldly, then heard a thunderous roar from the sky. Looking up instinctively, he saw a sonic boom cloud explode overhead. Before he could discern its source, it vanished into the sea. Who goes there? Enraged and startled, the Taoist watched the churning waves. Hesitating, he refrained from diving in and shouted, The Weal lineage is on official business. All unrelated leave immediately. Receiving no response, his expression darkened. As he prepared to speak again, the jade dragon on his compass turned and his face drained of color. No good, he's after the spirit pearl. Before his words faded, the sea stirred again. A figure burst from the water, glanced at them, and then tore through the air with another sonic boom. Damn it, he's taken the pearl, after him. The gray-robed Taoist roared furiously. His disciples stared in shock as the intruder vanished.
Master, his speed is too great, we cannot catch up. Curse it! Such speed can only be Yi Wanli of the Golden Thunder Peak. Yi Wanli, you old scoundrel daring to steal the ancestors' treasure. Wait for me.
With a bellow, the Taoist ordered his disciples to head for Golden Thunder Peak, planning to ambush Yi Wanli. But before leaving the stormy ocean, he let out a surprised grunt. Seeing the jade dragon's head on his compass pointing skyward, he was infuriated into a bitter laugh.
A foolish attempt at concealment. Such speed could only be Yi Wanli. Humph. Not heading back to Golden Thunder Peak, but toward Cold Moon Palace. So it seems you've long planned this. Steal the pearl and hide in the five-element star secret realm. Indeed, isn't your ancestor in the Venus secret realm? But unfortunately, Patriarch Weeaw will soon ascend to nascent soul. Let's see if your ancestor dares to protect you.
The gray-robed Taoist sneered, redirecting his course to Cold Moon Palace. Cold Moon Palace? Lin Chi had traversed 1,000,000 li in a single-day travel worn, and handed over 3 spirit pearls along with all his possessions to Wan Hai.
Let's trade, and give me back my myriad rivers and mountains chart.
On the floating vessel traveling from Cold Moon Palace to Immortal Continent, Lin Chi clutched the scroll of mountains and rivers barely containing his joy. Seated beside him, Steward Chen appeared distracted, stealing glances at Lin Chi, as if wanting to speak, but hesitating.
Steward Chen, I must thank you for this. Rest assured I won't forget your reward. However, I'm temporarily short on funds. The favor I promised you will have to wait a while. I hope you can understand.
Sensing Steward Chen's gaze, Lin Chi spoke up. It was only proper to show gratitude when entrusting someone with a task. Not to mention that Steward Chen had even paid for the ticket on this flying vessel. Lin Chi was a man of principle. Even though Wan Hai had taken him for a fool, he refrained from murder and robbery. Thus, he naturally wouldn't shortchange Steward Chen.
There's no hurry at all.
Steward Chen waved his hands hastily.
The reason I kept glancing at you, fellow Taoist Lin, is because on your head.
Lin Chi followed his pointing finger and felt a few grains of sand and shells. He must have picked them up while diving for spirit pearls. With a flick of his fingers, he crushed them into dust, then swept his hand to conjure a watery mirror before him. Gazing into the mirror, he noticed his robe was caked with dried mud and seawater, making him look travel-worn and rather disheveled.
Huh. In my haste, I didn't notice. Thank you for pointing it out, Steward Chen.
Lin Chi chuckled softly, then pointed a finger. A stream of water swirled like the wind, sweeping across his robe and washing away the grime, leaving him fresh and immaculate once more. Steward Chen watched Lin Chi's movements in silent awe, the shock in his heart finally spilling out in a trembling voice.
Fellow Taoist Lin, did you just travel to and from Immortal Continent?
Lin Chi nodded.
Fellow Taoist, Wan Hai insisted on trading only for a superior great artifact. I had no choice but to return and empty my coffers. You are truly noble-minded. With your ability to soar through the heavens and dive into the seas, you still tolerated Wan Hai's exorbitant demands. I can only admire you.
Steward Chen stammered, realizing he was in the presence of someone he dared not provoke. In less than a single day, this man had traveled between the heavens and the seas, journeying from Cold Moon Palace to Immortal Continent and back. If Lin Chi had flown on his own at such speed, Steward Chen could only exclaim in disbelief. But if Lin Chi had used some flying treasure... Damn. If Lin Chi possessed a flying treasure, why would he bother sharing a cloud vessel or floating boat with others? Steward Chen suddenly understood, his gaze toward Lin Chi filled with reverence. His fingers swiftly tapped on his identity jade token, sending a simple message.
Confirmed. He really flew back. Holy shit. Holy shit. Now that you mention it, I realize I did soar through the skies and dive into the seas today. Reaching for the moon in the 9 heavens, catching turtles in the 5 oceans. Unknowingly, I fulfilled another childhood dream. Not bad, not bad.
Earlier, he had been focused solely on acquiring the scroll of mountains and rivers. Only now, prompted by Steward Chen, did Lin Chi belatedly reflect on his feats.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin. You've taken another step toward immortality.
Steward Chen obediently flattered him, glanced at his identity jade token, and smiled.
We all share in your glory, including fellow Taoist One High. As a congratulatory gift, he has sent you 400,000 contribution points.
Huh? Lin Chi was stunned. He pulled out his identity jade token and saw that indeed 400,000 contribution points had been added.
Damn it! Where did old Shen find such a monster? He traveled 1,000,000 li in a single day, shuttling between Cold Moon Palace and Immortal Continent, soaring through the sky and diving into the sea. Most Foundation establishment elders couldn't even manage that. If I'd known you had such skill, I'd never have dared to fleece you. Holy shit, I'm actually still alive.
At the teleportation array of Cold Moon Palace, One High, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death, refunded the 400,000 contribution points with lingering fear. If he could, he would have returned even more, not wanting to take advantage of Lin Chi in the slightest. But his identity jade token only held that many points, and the 3 spirit pearls Lin Chi had given him were truly extraordinary. He couldn't bear to part with them.
It should be fine. A big shot like him is magnanimous. Since he didn't settle scores with me from the start and chose to trade instead of killing and robbing, then he probably won't bother with me later. But to be safe, I'd better lie low for a while.
One High's heart was uneasy, fearing that Lin Chi might return in a fit of rage and crush him with a single slap. So without waiting for his companions, he hurriedly stepped through the teleportation array, heading toward the Water Star secret realm. After One High's teleportation, the gray-robed Taoist and his disciple boarded their flying vessel, hastily departing from Immortal Continent. They had not yet left the atmosphere. Inside the flying vessel, the gray-robed Taoist immediately noticed that the jade dragon on his golden compass had flattened, having lost track of its target due to the vast distance. The gray-robed Taoist erupted in fury.
That bastard Yi Wanli goes too far. Knowing I'd discovered him, he dares to flee to the Venus secret realm to seek out his Yi family ancestor. This is outrageous. That fool thinks he can escape. A monk may run away, but not the monastery. Let's go. First to Cold Moon Palace, then to the Venus secret realm. I want to see where he can run.
The gray-robed Taoist barked orders, while pulling out his identity jade token to send Yi Wanli a torrent of scathing messages. But there was no reply. This only fueled his rage further. After leading his disciple to Cold Moon Palace, he immediately used the teleportation array to head to the Venus secret realm. Half a year later, at the Waterside Pavilion, the sparse shadows of twilight lingered over the shallow, clear waters. Lin Chi finished refining a batch of pills, contacted Steward Chen to collect them, then turned his gaze to Yang Qingqiu, who seemed lost in thought beside him.
Qingqiu, tomorrow is the day you enter the Immortal Academy. Have you packed everything? Everything is ready.
Yang Qingqiu replied, her head bowed. After a moment, she couldn't help but look up and ask,
After you send me to the academy tomorrow, will we never?
Before she could finish, the swiftly arriving Steward Chen interrupted.
Fellow Taoist Lin, am here. Are these today's pills? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Your alchemy skills are truly unmatched. I dare say even the alchemy elders of the Immortal Academy can't compare. You're truly remarkable, fellow Taoist Lin.
Steward Chen flattered. With practice ease, his daily sycophancy growing more refined. Accustomed to it, Lin Chi said calmly,
Same as usual, take 3 out of 10.
Lin Chi took 3 bottles of pills and pushed the remaining 7 towards Steward Chen.
Also, after tomorrow, I plan to travel for a while, so I'll suspend alchemy for now. Understood.
Steward Chen nodded quickly, feigning regret.
With you away, many fellow cultivators in the market will be deprived of such affordable, high-quality pills for a long time.
Suddenly, as if remembering something, Steward Chen glanced at Yang Qingqiu. She silently withdrew from the room.
Fellow Taoist Lin, I've just received some news. Tomorrow, when the Immortal Academy opens its doors, senior sister Zhao, a true disciple, who was sent to the Mortal Continent, will also return. Yang Yunlong, the son of Yang Jiyun, that donkey-faced Taoist you once struck. He's been frantically searching for Yang Jiyun lately. So when senior sister Zhao returns tomorrow, he might ask her to help locate Yang Jiyun.
Steward Chen relayed the hearsay. He had overheard, his head bowed, not daring to meet Lin Chi's gaze. Yang Jiyun had been missing for half a year. Neither sight nor sound of him, alive or dead. Though officially listed as missing rumors persisted that Yang Jiyun on his way back to the Immortal Academy had been unlucky enough to be struck and killed by a Foundation establishment elder who was rushing along the road. Naturally, this claim had yet to be confirmed. Regardless, Yang Ziyun's son Yang Yunlong had never believed it. Had Steward Chen not known of Lin Chi's ability to soar through the heavens and dive into the seas, he too would have dismissed such a tale. Dying from being knocked down while walking, such a death was far too absurd. Yet whenever Steward Chen recalled that day before their journey to the Cold Moon Palace, when Lin Chi had waited for a quarter of an hour and specifically inquired about the time needed to travel from Jade Mountain Market to the Immortal Academy, and then returned after a brief absence, he could hardly avoid linking Yang Ziyun's death to Lin Chi. But he dared not ask nor speak of it.
What a coincidence, then!
Lin Chi nodded slightly and took a sip of tea. Steward Chen immediately understood this gesture as a dismissal. With a fawning smile, he picked up the 7 bottles of elixirs from the table, cupped his hands in farewell, and took his leave. After Steward Chen departed, Yang Qingqiu shuffled and hesitantly. She looked at Lin Chi but remained silent.
Something on your mind?
Lin Chi set down his teacup and asked.
Master, I don't want to go to the Immortal Academy anymore.
Yang Qingqiu hesitated for a moment before gathering her courage.
Why not? Wasn't cultivating at the academy always your dream? That was before.
Yang Qingqiu mumbled softly, then emboldened said,
Now I want to stay with you, master.
Lin Chi gazed at Yang Qingqiu silently, offering no reply. Yang Qingqiu's fleeting courage ebbed away, and she finally lowered her head in dejection.
I understand. It was presumptuous of me. I need to go back to my room and pack.
Having spoken in a fluster, Yang Qingqiu fled to her room, buried her face in her blanket, and at last could not hold back her tears. She truly was willing to forego cultivation at the Immortal Academy to stay by Lin Chi's side. Though she had only known Lin Chi for a year, and only truly lived alongside him day and night for the past 6 months, one could hardly speak of a deep bond. But Lin Chi possessed remarkable skills enough to make Steward Chen of the Law Enforcement Hall behave like a fawning lapdog, constantly bowing and scraping around him. Moreover, Lin Chi was skilled in alchemy. His alchemical prowess was said to surpass even that of the Academy's own alchemy elder. Yang Qingqiu was no fool. She naturally understood that following Lin Chi, even as a mere attendant, was surely better than being an ordinary disciple at the Immortal Academy. More importantly, over the past 6 months, she had dreamed every single night. The content of these dreams was wildly diverse, yet one thing remained strikingly similar. In her dreams, she could always see Lin Chi's silhouette protecting her all the way, as if from another lifetime. Thus, she was naturally willing to follow and be close to someone who appeared in her dreams every night.
But he doesn't want me to.
Yang Qingqiu sniffled, her delicate face streaked with tears, making her appear even more pitiable.
Indeed, one shouldn't take shortcuts. Always haunting the same person in their dreams.
Through the lattice window, Lin Chi heard Yang Qingqiu's sobs. He murmured to himself, then closed his eyes and resumed his cultivation. The night passed without incident. The next day, the Immortal Academy's mountain gates were thrown wide open. It was the day of the decade's new disciple induction. Early in the morning, with Steward Chen's meticulous arrangements, Lin Chi and Yang Qingqiu, whose eyes were swollen from crying, boarded a cloud vessel and headed to the Immortal Academy. He had promised to shelter Yang Qingqiu for 1 year, and today marked the end of that term.
Go on in.
After a journey spent in silence, they arrived before the Academy's mountain gate. Lin Chi glanced at Yang Qingqiu, who kept her head lowered and spoke indifferently. Yang Qingqiu silently picked up her packed luggage, cast a deep, lingering look at Lin Chi, and finally knelt down. She kowtowed to him 3 times with profound respect.
Qingqiu thanks you, Taoist, for your year of protection. Should Qingqiu achieve success in cultivation in the future, if you ever have a task, Qingqiu will go through fire and water and never refuse. Rise. This was merely a transaction between us. You need not dwell on it, Taoist. Today you enter the Immortal Gate, so I wish you success in your cultivation and hope for a golden core in your future.
Lin Chi reached out to help Yang Qingqiu to her feet, offering a free and easy smile. Then he watched as she walked step by step through the academy's mountain gate.
Daoist, are you leaving?
Seeing Yang Qingxiu enter the mountain gate, Steward Chen, feeling rather reluctant, asked Lin Qi. Lin Qi looked up at the sky and spotted a familiar celestial fairy sailing through the air heading towards the academy.
That is the celestial fairy sent to the mortal continent to recruit disciples.
Lin Qi murmured, a flicker of distraction in his eyes. 30 years ago, no, even earlier. He too had once looked up from the mortal continent, gazing at this same familiar celestial fairy. In those days his sole thought and hope was to obtain a boarding pass to enter the Immortal Academy and seek eternal life. Alas, 30 years had passed like a fleeting dream. In the end, he had never boarded that celestial ferry. But fortunately at this very moment, as he gazed upon it once more, he had already kicked open the immortal gate.
It is indeed the ferry for recruiting disciples from the mortal realm. 'Tis the sight stirs memories. I recall a century ago, I was just like those on board, brimming with excitement and longing for the life of cultivation.
Steward Chen too was filled with emotion.
But now I know cultivation is hard, so hard. Only those of exceptional genius, like you, Brother Lin, are truly qualified to walk this path. As for the rest of us, we are merely stepping stones on this path. Perhaps we don't even qualify to be stepping stones.
Steward Chen laughed bitterly. Suddenly he spotted a dejected figure on the celestial ferry, and quickly pointed her out to Lin Qi.
Brother Lin, that is Zhao Qingxiu, the true disciple of the Immortal Academy whom Yang Ziyan's family relied upon.
Lin Qi followed the direction of Steward Chen's finger. Across the distance of the sky, he quietly admired Zhao Qingxiu's face, a visage etched in his memory. The beautiful woman remained the same, but her brows now bore a sorrow that could not be erased.
I heard that this senior sister Zhao had a lover in the mortal world. One, she was bound to by life and death deeply engraved in her heart. 30 years of cultivation, yet she still cannot forget him. A pity the divide between mortal and immortal. This time she finally begged her master elder Zhao Yueri to return with her to the mortal continent, hoping to bring that youthful love of hers into the academy for cultivation. But it seems she failed to find him. In the end their love was deep, but their fate was shallow.
As Steward Chen gossiped about Zhao Qingxiu, he failed to notice the complex expression on Lin Qi's face. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. An airborne vessel descended from the heavens. Several imposing figures strode out, their auras fierce. The leader, clad in a gray robe, held a golden compass in his hand. He glanced around, finally locked onto his target, and glared malevolently at Lin Qi.
Villain! You've made me scour the land for half a year. Now submit and surrender at once. Wow! What celestial cultivator dares roar at the mountain gate on the Immortal Academy's welcome day? Shoo! That's Lei Lingzi, a Foundation Establishment Elder from the Juling Peak, disciple of Venerable Wu Ya. What? A Foundation Establishment Elder, and a disciple of a Golden Core Venerable. Not only that, he's accompanied by an even more formidable figure, Elder Yi Wanli of the Jin Lei Peak, a latest-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator renowned as the peerless master of flight arts beneath the Golden Core realm. The sudden appearance of the gray-robed cultivators ignited immediate commotion. Crowds inside and outside the mountain gate buzzed with speculation, and instinctively followed Elder Lei Lingzi's gaze toward Lin Qi. Lin Qi's expression flickered. The moment Lei Lingzi appeared, he recognized him, the gray-robed cultivator he'd encountered when seizing the spirit pearls. Instinctively he prepared to flee. But he quickly sensed another golden-robed cultivator had silently taken position behind him, his gaze icy and unrelenting. So, you're the one who slaughtered the Lei brothers, stole the spirit pearls, and pinned the crime upon this elder. Lin Daoyo, you killed the Lei brothers.
Chen Zhisher's mind reeled. Though he'd long suspected Lin Qi's extraordinary talent meant he couldn't possibly be obscure. That his seclusion in Yushan Market hinted at some grave transgression, perhaps hiding from retribution. Yet Chen Zhisher could never have imagined Lin Qi would dare slay the Lei brothers outright, or seize the spirit pearls left behind by Venerable Wu Ya himself. Now in one breath he'd drawn the wrath of two Foundation Establishment Elders, Lei Lingzi and Yi Wanli.
Is it still possible to claim I've never met him?
Chen Zhisher wore a face of utter despair.
False accusations require no proof. Why strain for evidence?
Lin Chi attempted denial after all the corpses bore no witnesses, and the 3 spirit pearls had already passed into Wan Hai's hands.
Lin Daoyou, you've ruined me utterly.
Wan Hai emerged sullenly from behind Lei Lingzi, his face still bruised from recent blows. Clearly Lei Lingzi's party had tracked him down, and extracted Lin Chi's identity from his lips. Lin Chi sighed.
I told you before. I offered you the vein mine intelligence in exchange. You refused. Enough. Dare you speak so brazenly on the brink of death?
Lei Lingzi could contain himself no longer. For half a year he'd led his disciples across every corner of the Wuxing Star secret realm, only to be berated endlessly by Yi Wanli for his fruitless efforts. Yi Wanli now greeted him with veiled barbs at every encounter. All Lei Lingzi craved was to seize Lin Chi, then carve him limb from limb, grind his bones to dust, and scatter his ashes to the winds. Sensing Lei Lingzi's undisguised murderous intent, Lin Chi lowered his head, then erupted into motion, shattering the air with a sonic boom as he fled at blinding speed.
Excellent! You dare attempt escape right before this elder's very eyes. Youngster, you are truly fool. He's already vanished, yet you prattle on like a windbag. No wonder the Wuyao lineage declines with each generation. Were I venerable Wuyao, I'd cast you out without a second thought.
Yi Wanli sneered, and in an instant his form dissolved into a streak of light trailing its own thunderous shockwave as he gave chase.
Huh. Youngster, I'd love to see the subtlety of your flight art. So subtle in fact that Lei Lingzi mistook you for me.
Enthralled by the hunt, Yi Wanli made no move to capture Lin Chi, instead matching him stroke for stroke, testing their respective arts of evasion. As both tore through the heavens, leaving sonic clouds in their wake, they vanished beyond the horizon in the blink of an eye. Only then did Lei Lingzi strike calmly aboard the floating vessel, and instruct his disciples.
Follow, but not too swiftly. Though Yi Wanli's tongue is foul, his mastery of flight arts is indeed unparalleled. Let him vent his spleen first, spare us his daily sarcasm. Such an entertaining spectacle, may I bring my disciples to witness it firsthand.
Suddenly 2 graceful figures descended, one after the other, onto the reception immortal ship Zhao Yueru and her disciple Zhao Qingxuan, newly returned from the mortal continent. Zhao Qingxuan's spirits were low, still steeped in sorrow over failing to locate Lin Chi. Even this uproar failed to stir her interest. Had Zhao Yueru not dragged her here, startled by the supersonic pursuit, she would have retreated to her cave abode to nurse her heartache.
If immortal Lady Yueru wishes to observe, you're most welcome.
At the sight of Zhao Yueru, Lei Lingzi forced a smile, dispatched 2 disciples with a wave, then eagerly ushered both women aboard the floating vessel. Soon the vessel shot skyward at tremendous speed, yet by the time it pierced the atmosphere and entered the starry void, Yi Wanli and Lin Chi had already disappeared from sight. Lei Lingzi's expression darkened. He hastily produced a golden compass, checked the direction its dragonhead needle pointed, and urgently signaled his disciples to accelerate the vessel full throttle.
Yi Wanli's speed is truly peerless. We delayed but a moment aboard this vessel, yet even his shadow eludes us.
Zhao Yueru feigned mild astonishment, praising Yi Wanli's unrivaled flight art, though inwardly she marveled not at Yi Wanli, but at the cultivator who remained unfound despite his relentless pursuit.
Humph. Yi Wanli merely boasts incessantly peerless flight beneath the golden core, yet now he cannot even overtake a mere chi refinement cultivator.
Lei Lingzi retorted instantly.
You're pursuing a chi refinement cultivator?
Zhao Yueru asked, genuinely surprised.
Indeed, a mere chi refinement youth. Yet he possesses extraordinary aptitude. We know not which flight art he cultivates, but somehow he traverses the distance between Xianzhou and the Cold Moon Palace within a single day.
Lei Lingzi recounted what Wan Hai had revealed about Lin Chi. Zhao Yueru's expression shifted. She paused in deep contemplation before asking,
Do you know his precise origins? A flight art of such caliber implies a lineage of extraordinary depth. And did he not slay the Lei brothers? His combat prowess must likewise be exceptional. With such a cultivator, how dare you pursue him with only Yi Wanli at your side? Did venerable Wuyao bestow some artifact upon you?
Zhao Yueru's words carried unmistakable disdain. Lei Lingzi bristled inwardly, but dared not voice anger. Instead, he muttered sullenly,
"To subdue a mere refinement youth, what need have we of the venerable's treasures? Though he slew the lay brothers, I've examined the spirit pearls. The brothers had not yet merged their forms when slain. Thus he likely struck only through stealth and flight art. Ah, look! They appear on the water mirror."
Realizing his slip, Lei Lingzi hastily redirected attention to the vessel's reflective surface. Zhao Yueru immediately turned, and saw amidst the starless void 2 faint points of light racing across the abyss, one fleeing, one in pursuit. She beckoned urgently to Zhao Qingxue, still lost in melancholy.
"Qingxue, come quickly. This is Elder Yi Wanli, whom I mentioned earlier. He cultivates the peerless divine art lightning radiance dash, a technique of incomparable velocity capable of crossing starry voids. As for the one he pursues..."
Zhao Yueru frowned.
"I cannot yet identify the nascent form of his technique, but it is clearly extraordinary. Still, divine arts surpass mere techniques. He will soon be captured by Yi Wanli."
But Zhao Qingxue cared nothing for celestial chases or void duels. Her thoughts circled only one question: why had Lin Qi evaded her so deliberately? She replied coolly,
"So Master intends for this disciple to transfer to Jinlei Peak and become Elder Yi Wanli's apprentice, mastering the lightning radiance dash. Then I could scour the mortal continent in a single day, dig 3 feet beneath the earth until I found Lin Qi. Rebellious child, do you know what you're saying?"
Zhao Yueru flared with fury.
"Are you blaming me? For half a year I accompanied you across the mortal continent, proclaiming your name to heaven and earth, yet Lin Qi scorned your summons and refused to appear. Humph, perhaps he's already dead. His bones long turned to dust."
Tears welled in Zhao Qingxue's eyes, just as Lei Lingzi interjected.
"Wait, you are also searching for this Lin Qi?" "Lei Lingzi, I am disciplining my disciple. Why must you meddle?"
Now whenever Zhao Yueru heard the name Lin Qi, her anger flared. Zhao Qingxue had once been such an obedient and sensible child. It was all because of that damned Lin Qi that her good disciple had grown rebellious and unfilial. Zhao Yueru deeply regretted her moment of weakness back then, not personally traveling to the mortal continent to kill Lin Qi.
"Fair immortal, calm your wrath, calm your wrath."
Lei Lingzi was not angered by her scolding. Instead, like a groveling sycophant, he apologized first before speaking with a aggrieved expression.
"I kept hearing you mention Lin Qi and thought you wanted to capture him too, so I mentioned it." "What do you mean?"
Zhao Yueru did not fully understand.
"The person we are currently pursuing is Lin Qi." "What?"
Both Zhao Yueru and Zhao Qingxue were stunned. A gleam of light shone in Zhao Qingxue's eyes, but then, as if recalling something, it quickly dimmed. Zhao Yueru, noticing the change in Zhao Qingxue's expression, snorted coldly.
"Lei Lingzi, are you an idiot? The one we seek is not this Lin Qi." "Zhao Qingxue, stop dreaming. That Lin Qi of yours should have died long ago. Do you really think he could cultivate an escape art rivaling a peerless divine ability and come to this immortal continent?"
Zhao Qingxue wanted to retort, but upon reflection, she too deemed it impossible. To make her give up hope, Zhao Yueru directly said to Lei Lingzi,
"Lei Lingzi, do you have a portrait of this person? Bring it out so my foolish disciple can finally accept reality."
Lei Lingzi shook his head. After learning from Wan Hai that the spirit orb was obtained from Lin Qi, he had brought Wan Hai and the golden compass and rushed directly to capture him. He had no portrait at all. But he quickly spoke up.
"Once Yi Wanli captures the man, well, no. Oh, look, they've stopped. I'll have Yi Wanli bring him over now."
Lei Lingzi pointed at the water mirror, and everyone looked together. Indeed, they saw the chasing figure in the starry sky come to a halt.
"Junior, run. Why don't you run anymore?"
In the starry sky, Yi Wanli's face was dark and gloomy as he coldly stared at Lin Qi. Initially, he had only been intrigued, wanting to witness Lin Qi's escape art, and then planned to capture him with overwhelming force. To teach Lin Qi that there are always those stronger. But throughout this chase through the void, Yi Wanli grew more alarmed with each passing moment. Others thought he was merely toying with Lin Qi. But Yi Wanli knew the truth. He had pushed his speed to the limit, yet still could not close the distance with Lin Qi. Foundation establishment cultivates divine abilities. Qi refining cultivates spells. The gap between divine abilities and spells is as vast as the heavens and earth. For spells are insubstantial while divine abilities are substantial. There was only one way to bridge this gap. The spell Lin Chi cultivated must be inherently a level higher than his divine ability. But Yi Wanli's Thunder Light Dash was a peerless divine ability. For a spell to be inherently a level higher than a peerless divine ability meant Lin Chi's spell was a nascent form of a primordial divine prohibition. But that was impossible. Although the immortal continent's cultivation world occupied the entire star system with several golden core patriarchs, and having birthed no fewer than 10 nascent soul patriarchs. In the vast heavenly immortal universe, the immortal continent was merely a remote corner of the starry sky. In such a place, the inheritance of a peerless divine ability was already the limit. The inheritance of a primordial divine prohibition simply did not exist. So it should not be a nascent primordial divine prohibition, but rather some kind of fly-type treasure. A glint of greed flashed in Yi Wanli's eyes as he stared at the wind thunder wings on Lin Chi's back. He believed the wind thunder wings on Lin Chi's back were a fly-type treasure, exactly what he desired.
Junior, hand over the winged treasure on your back. I can plead with Lei Lingzi to spare your life.
Yi Wanli declared, loudly vibrating his magic power to transmit his words to Lin Chi's ears, while also turning his head to check where Lei Lingzi and the others were. He wanted to quietly reap the rewards before Lei Lingzi and the others noticed. But the moment Yi Wanli turned his head, Lin Chi suddenly attacked.
Junior, you have some nerve.
Yi Wanli, after all, was a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Although distracted, he immediately sensed Lin Chi's movement, and instead of being angered, laughed. Seeing Lin Chi charging at him, he did not retreat, but advanced, transforming into a streak of golden light to meet him head-on. Lin Chi, expressionless and silent, simply downed a bottle of chi-nourishing pills. The ninefold true fire talisman roared within his dantian, instantly devouring all the chi-nourishing pills. A surge of true energy burst forth, causing Lin Chi's entire body to swell as if it were about to explode. But Lin Chi remained unmoved, instead seizing the momentum to activate the Heaven and Earth Dharma artifact. In the next second, a golden Dharma body illuminated the starry sky. 100 Zangtal Dharma form descended like a deity, and its golden hand clenched into a fist. 9 fire dragons roared into existence, seized by the golden hand, and in an instant transformed into a 9-dragon crucible, smashing down upon Yi Wanli's head.
Not good.
Yi Wanli was confident, but not reckless. The moment Lin Chi unleashed the Heaven and Earth Dharma artifact, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Not daring to be overconfident, he quickly summoned his protective treasure, a clear lotus pedestal. The lotus pedestal shimmered with thunderous light. As the light fell, lotuses bloomed with every step, finally forming a protective lotus woven from layers of thunder, enveloping Yi Wanli within. Boom! A silent shockwave stirred thunder and fire in the dark, starry sky. Lotuses scattered and thunder fire rushed forth. Yi Wanli coughed up blood, his entire body sent flying dozens of li in an instant. Blood spattered into the void. Before he could even feel terror, he saw Lin Chi, still expressionless, down another bottle of pills, and then point a finger. Behind the 100 Zangtal Dharma form, which descended like a god, the wind thunder wings flapped. It moved like light, aggressive as fire, and once again caught up to Yi Wanli. Raising the 9-dragon crucible composed of 9-fold true fire, it smashed down upon Yi Wanli's head once more. Simple, brutal, yet highly effective. Yi Wanli roared in fury, hastily channeling his magic power to raise his lotus pedestal treasure again. Boom! Another silent thunderfire explosion. This time half of the lotus withered, and the treasure pedestal turned dim and lusterless. Yi Wanli coughed up blood again, flew back dozens of li, and had one of his eyebrows singed off. In pain and shock, he saw Lin Chi point once more. The godlike demonic Dharma form chased after him again. Without a second word, Yi Wanli turned and fled. Damn you, Lei Lingzi! Is this the chi refining junior you spoke of? The hell, this is chi refining! Yi Wanli cursed loudly. Looking back, he saw Lin Chi down another bottle of pills, and his heart trembled as he fled even faster. Lin Chi watched the fleeing Yi Wanli with indifferent eyes. After consuming the pills and replenishing his depleted dantian true energy, he was not foolish enough to pursue Yi Wanli. In truth, if he hadn't realized he could not shake off Yi Wanli Lin, she would never have chosen to stop and fight. He was self-aware. Perhaps thanks to condensing the 9 talisman array, he was no worse than any true disciple of the Immortal Academies in the Qi refining stage. But he had taken a rogue path in cultivation, never receiving formal instruction, relying entirely on himself. Keeping pace with the true disciples of the Immortal Academies was already commendable. As for killing beyond his level, slaying Foundation establishment cultivators, that was something he dared not even imagine. But now it seemed, Foundation establishment is not so impressive after all. Golden Thunder Peaks, Yi Wanli, I have remembered. He murmured, oriented himself, then activated the Wind Thunder Wings and vanished into the dark starry sky without looking back. Yi Wanli. Defeated? The dark profound starry sky. A clash of magical arts was but a wave in the vast ocean, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. The floating vessel hung still in the void, when suddenly a stream of light flickered, and the cabin door opened. Zhao Yu'er, Zhao Qingxue, and Lei Lingzi filed out, gazing at Yi Wanli, as he flew over in a wretched state, coughing up blood. Unconcealable shock lingered on everyone's faces. Even though they had witnessed the process and outcome of the battle through the water mirror, seeing Yi Wanli in such a miserable state still filled their hearts with dread. Yi Wanli had been beaten too brutally. Just looking at him was painful.
Lei Lingzi, you'll fuck your ancestors.
Yi Wanli, pitiful and battered, flew beside the vessel and erupted in fury, cursing loudly upon seeing Lei Lingzi. Lei Lingzi, unable to save face, retorted,
"You're just not skilled enough. Who can you blame? You couldn't even defeat a Qi refining junior and got beaten this badly.
And you still boast about having the best escape art beneath the Golden Core realm. Damn it. You call that a Qi refining junior?"
Yi Wanli was so enraged, he spat blood-spewing profanities.
Come. You think I'm not skilled enough, right? Come on, stick your dog head out, and let's have a go. Lei Lingzi would never take advantage of a man in distress. Fighting you now would be an unworthy victory. Stop blabbering. Come on, hit me. Do you think I dare not? Then get the hell over here. Silence. Both of you stop arguing.
Zhao Yu'er, her expression grave, halted the two bickering like schoolchildren and asked Yi Wanli.
We were too far away and only vaguely saw a golden armored deity making a move. Was that a magical treasure or some kind of secret art?
Yi Wanli pondered for a moment, still shuddering with fear, but uncertain. He merely shook his head.
I don't know. But it was powerful, truly powerful. If not for my green lotus platform protecting me, I would likely be dead.
Saying this, Yi Wanli, with a pained expression, took out his protective treasure, the green lotus platform.
Everyone looked down and saw that the spiritual light on the green lotus platform was dim, its lotus leaves damaged. They were all startled. Defeating Yi Wanli and defeating Yi Wanli after he had activated his protective treasure were entirely different outcomes. The former might be due to an unscrupulous sneak attack, but the latter meant that even if it happened 10 more times, the result would likely be the same. Yi Wanli could not win.
A Qi refining cultivator overpowering a latest-stage Foundation establishment won. This is the kind of plot you only find in storybooks. I never thought would actually encounter it.
Lei Lingzi, just who is this person? Have you found out clearly yet?
Zhao Yu'er could not hide her astonishment. Her own cultivation and combat prowess were on par with Yi Wanli's.
If Yi Wanli couldn't withstand it, she likely couldn't either. Where on earth had such a monstrous talent come from?
Who cares who he is?
I am under orders from the Patriarch to hunt down the murderer of the Lei brothers. No matter how great his background, can it surpass my Patriarch's? Lei Lingzi was also shaken, but he spoke with bluster.
Truly worthy of Lei Lingzi. I hope you can stay this brave. That way on your 7th day I can burn the first incense for you.
Yi Wanli gave a thumbs up, looking utterly smug. Such sarcasm enraged Lei Lingzi.
What do you mean? Nothing much. A mere Qi refining junior naturally means nothing to Patriarch Wuya. But the problem is you. Ha ha, hilarious. Can you even beat him?
Yi Wanli mocked him. Lei Lingzi's face darkened, and he was about to argue when Zhao Yu'er nodded.
Lei Lingzi, Yi Wanli is right.
This man's combat ability is inconceivable, and his background must be extraordinary. I suggest you first thoroughly investigate his identity and origins. Seeing Zhao Yueru agree, Lei Lingzi had to nod.
The fairy is right. Let's first look into his background. Let's go together. I am also very curious about where this genius came from, and it will let my foolish disciple know what a true genius really is.
Zhao Yueru, radiant with charm, gave the order, and the floating vessel immediately turned back, flying towards the immortal continent. A day later at the Immortal Academy, Yang Qingqiu's steward Chen and the law-faced Yang Yunlong stood obediently in the courtyard, heads bowed, waiting for Zhao Yueru and the others to question them.
Almost everyone who has had multiple interactions with that Lin Qi is here. Especially these two, they have the closest relationship with Lin Qi. As for this Longface, well, he was beaten by Lin Qi, and he suspects Lin Qi killed his father, a logistics cultivator named Yang Jiyun. This much is almost confirmed. Yang Jiyun was likely killed by Lin Qi.
The investigation into Lin Qi's identity and background proceeded smoothly, following the lead of Wan Hai. Lei Lingzi first found Steward Chen of the enforcement hall, and then, following the trail, quickly identified the people connected to Lin Qi. But after repeated questioning, the investigation into Lin Qi ultimately stalled at a point 1 year ago.
So the information we have now is that this Lin Qi killed the 3 Lei brothers in the stormy ocean a year ago, then came to Jade Mountain Market and got to know these people. But no one knows about his identity and background before that.
Zhao Yueru asked. Lei Lingzi nodded.
I plan to use the dragon searching compass to perform a divination to see if I can find someone close to him. Wait a minute. Why did this Lin Qi kill Yang Jiyun?
Suddenly Yi Wanli spotted a key point and asked.
Does murder need a reason?
Lei Lingzi, thoroughly annoyed with him, became a contrarian.
Calling you stupid, and you still won't admit it.
Yi Wanli sneered.
After coming to Jade Mountain Market, this person clearly intended to keep a low profile and act discreetly.
He was overcharged for an item, but didn't choose to kill and steal the treasure. Why would he single out Yang Jiyun to kill? And in broad daylight, no less. Hearing this, Lei Lingzi was momentarily speechless. Zhao Yueru also nodded.
Indeed, there is something strange here.
Receiving Zhao Yueru's approval, Yi Wanli became smug, his remaining half-eyebrow dancing with glee.
If I had to guess, it must be that this Yang Jiyun recognized this person's true identity. That's why he was silenced.
As he spoke, Yi Wanli keenly noticed Steward Chen's face twitch, and immediately said,
Looks like my guess is right.
You tell me, did they know each other before?
Steward Chen dared not hide it, and said in a low voice.
After Yang Jiyun first met Lin Qi, he did mention that he seemed to have seen Lin Qi somewhere before.
Then that's it.
Yi Wanli burst into laughter, only to hear Lei Lingzi sneer.
So what? Yang Jiyun is already dead. Even if you guessed Lin Qi's reason for killing him, what use is it? I'm asking you, what fucking use is it? You motherfucker.
Yi Wanli and Lei Lingzi started arguing again. Zhao Yueru's head ached. Just as she was about to stop them, she suddenly noticed Zhao Qingsu's unusual demeanor. 3 parts surprise, 3 parts resentment, 3 parts annoyance, and a full measure of worry. Her heart skipped a beat, and a sudden realization dawned on her.
Stop arguing first.
After all this investigation, I still don't know what this Lin Qi looks like. Do you have a portrait of him?
A portrait? Yes. This female disciple's jade token contains an image of that Lin Qi.
As Lei Lingzi spoke, he gestured for Yang Qingqiu to produce her identity jade token. Yang Qingqiu lowered her head in silence, clutching the identity jade token tightly, as her fingers darted across it, desperately attempting to delete the image of Lin Qi stored within. Though she had no clear understanding of the unfolding events, it was evident that these Foundation establishment elders were pursuing Lin Qi. She was of little consequence, and could not aid Lin Qi, yet she was unwilling to see him captured because of the image she had secretly preserved.
How dare you! Before my very eyes you still shield that little rogue.
Sensing Yang Qingqiu's subtle movements, Lei Lingzi flew into a rage and raised his hand to discipline her, only to be stopped by Zhao Yueru.
A child with loyalty and affection.
Zhao Yueru spoke with a smile, reaching out to snatch the identity jade token from Yang Qingqiu's grasp. She cast a profound glance at Zhao Qingqiu, whose heart suddenly raced beside her. Then she beckoned to Yang Qingqiu.
Good child. Come, let us talk inside.
With that, Zhao Yueru, ignoring Yang Qingqiu's reluctance, firmly grasped Zhao Qingqiu with one hand and took Yang Qingqiu's hand with the other, stepping into the room.
We women will have a chat, you men need not intrude.
With those words, she dismissed the notions of Lei Lingzi and Yi Wanli to join them. Her expression darkened as she closed the door, first glancing at her unworthy disciple, then addressing Yang Qingqiu.
Open it. Let me see what kind of extraordinary being this Lan Qi truly is.
Yang Qingqiu bowed her head in silent defiance. Zhao Yueru could no longer contain herself. If she couldn't bear to strike Zhao Qingqiu, she certainly had no qualms about hitting this one. She raised her hand to slap Yang Qingqiu, but Zhao Qingqiu intercepted her.
Master, why must you force her? Force her!
Zhao Yueru laughed in exasperation.
Do you not wish to know what Lan Qi looks like? Or have you already guessed his appearance? Master, your disciple kowtows to you.
Zhao Qingqiu, aware that her master had seen through her thoughts, knelt and began kowtowing without another word. Once, twice, thrice. Even though Zhao Yueru, after 300 years of cultivation, had a heart as cold as refined ice, the sight of Zhao Qingqiu's bloody forehead softened her resolve. She reached out to stop Zhao Qingqiu.
Stop kowtowing. Your master is not dead yet. Tell me, is it him or not?
Zhao Qingqiu hesitated before whispering.
I am not certain, but I believe it is him. Then start with what you are certain of.
Zhao Yueru suppressed the tumultuous storm within her heart and pressed on.
This disciple once met junior sister Yang. It was Yang Zhiyun who brought me, saying he wished to introduce me to a fellow cultivator. But he was not there that time, so I did not see him. Later at the trading market, I believe I caught sight of him. But at that moment, I thought it impossible for him to be here, so I paid no heed.
As Zhao Qingqiu spoke, a flicker of regret crossed her face. She had been too convinced that Lan Qi was still on the mortal continent awaiting her return, never imagining that the person so resembling him could indeed be Lan Qi. Had she not been so preconceived, even with slight alterations to his features, she should have recognized him at first glance. Zhao Yueru coldly observed the joy and regret flitting across Zhao Qingqiu's face, her voice growing icier.
Then why are you now certain it is him? I understand. Because he killed Yang Zhiyun.
Zhao Yueru realized why Zhao Qingqiu suddenly believed this Lan Qi was the same as that Lan Qi. Because Lan Qi had slain Yang Zhiyun. If they were merely two individuals bearing a strong resemblance, there would be no need for such a lethal silencing.
By that reasoning, it truly is him.
Zhao Yueru murmured, her face expressionless, yet within her heart raged a tempest, a cataclysm. No, it was even more extreme than that. Zhao Yueru felt as if her Tao heart, cultivated over 3 centuries, was on the verge of shattering. Not because she had once looked down upon Lan Qi and sought to sever the ill-fated bond between him and Zhao Qingqiu, but because she had come to realize the monstrous, heaven-defying prowess Lan Qi possessed.
Qingqiu, how many years have you studied at the Immortal Academy? 30 years. It should be 30 years.
Before Zhao Qingqiu could answer, Zhao Yueru continued.
30 years ago, you were still a mortal brought by the celestial ship to cultivate at the Academy. 30 years later, under my tutelage, you have finally condensed the I-Soul Divine Talisman, ranking among the top of the true disciples. These 30 years, your diligence and effort have not gone unnoticed by your master. I recall you once asked me whether after condensing the I-Soul Divine Talisman, you could be invincible among those below Foundation establishment and trade 1 for 1 with those above. At that time I laughed at you, saying you did not know the vastness of heaven and earth. Because to be peerless at the same realm and to slay across levels, you are still far from it. Your foundation is insufficient, your talent lacking, your roots shallow, your cultivation too brief.
Zhao Yueru in one breath belittled Zhao Qingqiu, whom she had once admired greatly.
Without me, Yi Wanli could kill 10 of you with a single finger.
Zhao Qingqiu did not ask why Yi Wanli would want to kill her. She too sensed the implication, biting her lip in silence.
So how could he defeat Yi Wanli in a fair fight? Master, your disciple kowtows to you.
Zhao Qingqiu merely knelt and kowtowed. Zhao Yueru stopped her.
Do not kowtow. Your master cannot bear it. Because I cannot fathom how he managed it. A chi-refining great perfection cultivator with extraordinary talent, a century of cultivation, fortuitous encounters, and relying on treasures barely defeated Yuanli. Such individuals, though rare, do exist. But there is a kind that should not exist. Too monstrous, too terrifying. Even a golden core ancestor would immediately emerge from seclusion to behold such an unprecedented prodigy. The towering tree attracts the wind, it will be shattered.
With that, Zhao Yueru opened her hand, offering Yang Qingqia's identity jade token to Zhao Qingxue.
Take a look at what he truly looks like. Disciple will not look.
Zhao Qingxue understood, truly understood. Having joined the Immortal Academy, as a true disciple after 30 years of cultivation, she could still be killed 10 times over by a single finger of Yuanli. So how could Lin Qi, who lacked even the qualification to cultivate, rise above the 9 heavens in just 30 years, and defeat Yuanli? What immense fortune and destiny must he have encountered! So great that even golden core and nascent soul cultivators would be stirred and drawn to him.
Better to take a look. Once you see, you will let go of this hope. Otherwise you will always cling to the thought of meeting him, of a reunion, after long separation, of rekindling an old flame.
Zhao Yueru spoke each word deliberately. Zhao Qingxue was silent for a moment, then suddenly rose, a poignant smile on her lips.
Master, this disciple once heard a story. In the tale, the maiden's beloved was a peerless hero. One day he would come to marry her under the gaze of all clad in golden armor and riding upon a rainbow cloud. But a story is just a story. This disciple, and this fellow cultivator Lin Qi are strangers, so how could there be any past bond?
Sunlight streamed through the window lattice, illuminating Zhao Qingxue's face. Clad in white robes as pure as snow, she stood like winter snow in the sunlight, gazing silently at Zhao Yueru before her. Every word she spoke pierced the heart. Zhao Yueru looked at her most prized disciple, and let out a soft sigh, reaching out to brush away the tears on her cheek.
Foolish child! An ancient saying goes, deep affection does not lead to longevity. In our cultivation path, one must sever emotions and renounce love. Now that you understand this truth, return with your master to Ice Soul Peak for secluded cultivation. You shall not descend until you have reached foundation establishment. Are you willing?
Zhao Qingxue's features were as delicate as a painting. She nodded slightly.
Disciple is willing. But I have one more request. Your master knows nothing and wishes to hear nothing.
Zhao Yueru cut off Zhao Qingxue's words, then turned her gaze to Yang Qingxue, who seemed to have understood something. She hesitated for a moment, choosing not to silence her, and instead asked, Are you willing to become my disciple and cultivate under me? Yang Qingxue wasted no time in prostrating herself. After kowtowing, she lifted her small face and said,
Master, your disciple is willing to follow you in cultivation. But Master, your disciple also has a request. I hope you can help fellow Taoist Lin. Fine, excellent.
Zhao Yueru was instantly amused into anger, waving her hand to interrupt.
I have truly accepted 2 fine disciples. Shut up. Go back to Ice Soul Peak with your senior sister. Without my orders, neither of you shall leave Ice Soul Peak by half a step.
With that, Zhao Yueru strode out.
Master!
Zhao Qingxue and Yang Qingxue called out urgently.
Shut up! Both of you get back and cultivate properly.
Zhao Yueru did not look back.
Otherwise it'll let him die.
After leaving that harsh remark, Zhao Yueru walked into the courtyard with a cold face. Seeing Lei Lingzi and Yuanli both looking at her, she said coldly,
Yuanli, aren't you going back to Golden Thunder Peak to recuperate? Do you enjoy being a spectacle for others?
Yuanli's face immediately fell. He wanted to retort, but heard Zhao Yueru imperiously say to Lei Lingzi,
Lei Lingzi, give me the dragon-seeking compass. You've used it long enough. It's my turn now. I still need the dragon-seeking compass to divine Lin Qi's background.
Lei Lingzi's words were cut off by Zhao Yueru.
Use that pig brain of yours. Yuanli was beaten, half crippled, and you still want to divine his background. What, dying at the hands of a chi-refining junior isn't humiliating enough, so you want to find a different way to die, at the hands of a golden core or nascent soul cultivator.
Lei Lingzi's face darkened. He looked at Yuanli, exchanging glances. What's going on? Why is the fairy so irritable all of a sudden? Yi Wanli ignored him, his thoughts churning as he stood up.
The fairy is right. I should go back and recover first. As for Lei Lingzi, brave Lei Lingzi, fear no difficulty. Go for it. I'll be waiting for the funeral feast.
With that, Yi Wanli laughed heartily and returned to Golden Thunder Peak. Lei Lingzi, mocked a second time, flew into a rage. But Zhao Yueru didn't indulge him. She directly snatched the dragon-seeking compass.
Yi Wanli understands. Don't you get it yet? No matter what Lin Qi's background is. Since he could wound Yi Wanli, he could kill you. If you're smart, let this matter rest here. After all, the spirit pearl has been recovered. Of course, if you insist on seeking revenge for the Lei brothers, I suggest you first report to Patriarch Wu Ya. At least ask your patriarch for some treasures before you go to your death. Otherwise, you'll deserve it if you die.
Zhao Yueru finished speaking in one breath. Seeing Lei Lingzi lost in thought, she sighed softly. Turning around, she saw her two disobedient disciples staring at her with hopeful eyes. She snorted, flicked her sleeve, and swept them both up as she flew toward Ice Soul Peak.
This is all I can do. Perhaps I can delay things for 4 or 5 years. But after that, it will be up to his own fate.
3 days later, amid the vast, boundless, dark, and profound starry sky, a figure wearily flew through the silent void. Suddenly, a brilliant white planet caught his eye. His spirits lifted. Without much hesitation, he urged the wind thunder wings behind him and descended toward the brilliant white world. Soon he broke through the planet's atmosphere. Cold. A bone-chilling, soul-freezing cold greeted him, covering his face with frost in an instant. But soon the frost evaporated into steam as his golden body rubbed against the atmosphere. In a moment, it turned into clouds that wrapped around his form. From a distance, he looked like a cloud plummeting rapidly. Wherever he passed, some places experienced torrential rain, while others were buried in swirling snow. Where the rain fell, there was the sea, an endless vast azure sea. And where the snow fell, there were mountains. Snowy peaks stretching endlessly, icy glacial mountains. Flying through the air, the only colors he saw were the azure ocean and the white glacial mountains. There was no scent of flowers or grass, no sight of birds or beasts. For a time, he couldn't even find a single person. Only vast snowy mountains, ice caps, and the sea. The entire world seemed desolate.
This must be the Water Star's secret realm.
Lin Qi was not intimidated by the planet's cold and lifeless appearance. After a moment's thought, he realized this was likely one of the legendary 5-element star's secret realms, the Water Star's secret realm. As the 5 most important cultivation secret realms in the immortal continent's cultivation world, they were not merely named after the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. In fact, each planet in the 5-element star secret realms was said to be a world formed from a single elemental attribute. The Water Star secret realm, as its name implied, was a planet related to the water element. But a planet so pure, seemingly composed entirely of various forms of water, was something even Lin Qi, with his limited knowledge of astronomy, could see could not have formed naturally.
So in this realm, cultivators at the nascent soul stage already possess the power to reshape planets.
Lin Qi found it hard to believe. Reflecting on his own cultivation, he felt that while the upper limits of this world's cultivation system should be extremely high, it was unlikely that a nascent soul cultivator could possess the power to transform a planet and reshape heaven and earth. Thus, the origin of the 5-element star secret realms might not be so simple. As Lin Qi pondered, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a frozen lake not far away. On the frozen lake sat a Taoist in a straw rain cape, cross-legged, as heavy snow fell, fishing alone in the cold river. Seeing someone, Lin Qi's heart stirred. He landed before the lake, stepped forward, and bowed.
Taoist friend, you seem to be in good spirits.
The rain-cape Taoist, fishing alone in the snow, did not turn around, but raised a finger signaling Lin Qi to be silent. Lin Qi smiled and said nothing, standing in the heavy snow quietly watching the rain-cape Taoist fish. Dusk deepened and the snow grew heavier. Finally, the rain-cape Taoist's face lit up as he forcefully lifted his fishing rod. The next moment, a golden fish the size of a small mountain burst through the ice, caught on the rod.
Haha, after half a year of fishing, I've finally caught this cunning golden fish dragon. Friend, an invitation is better than a chance encounter. Let me treat you to a fish dragon feast.
The straw-raincoat Taoist extended his invitation, and Lin Chi, after a moment's contemplation, readily agreed. The two of them, carrying the massive golden fish dragon the size of a small hill, trudged through the snow one after the other, heading towards the distant Great Snow Mountain. Both were cultivators. Though the golden fish dragon weighed tens of tons, it did not slow their pace. Before long, they arrived at a glacial rift valley halfway up the snow mountain. The straw-raincoat Taoist glanced at Lin Chi and said with a smile,
Taoist friend, I'll go down first. Then you can toss the fish down to me. All right.
Lin Chi looked down into the glacial rift valley. It was unfathomably deep. The straw-raincoat Taoist, however, did not hesitate and leaped down directly. Moments later, a voice echoed from below.
Taoist friend, toss the fish down.
Lin Chi, without another word, flipped the giant fish over and cast it into the glacial rift. After a while, an exclamation of surprise came from below.
Seventh brother, did you really catch the golden fish dragon? Haha, the fish is right before your eyes. How could it be false? By the way, the Taoist friend above you can jump down now.
Lin Chi heard the straw-raincoat Taoist's call. He hesitated for a moment, but still chose to leap down. He was bold and confident in his skills, having already driven away He Wanli, who was at the Foundation establishment late stage. He thought to himself that even if this straw-raincoat Taoist had ill intentions, escaping should not be difficult. Though inwardly confident, Lin Chi remained on high alert, his true energy circulating as he prepared to unfurl his wind thunder wings and retreat at any moment. Soon Lin Chi plummeted rapidly into the glacial rift. The next second, as if passing through a portal, the bitter cold of the Great Snow Mountain vanished instantly. Beneath the rift lay a hidden paradise, a veritable haven of peace. Flowers, medicinal fields, thatched cottages, and refined lodges. It was warm as spring.
Haha, it seems Li Chi will soon have another Taoist companion.
Seeing Lin Chi jump down without hesitation, the former straw-raincoat Taoist clapped his hands in delight and rushed over cheerfully, first apologizing to Lin Chi.
Do not blame me, Taoist friend. Please forgive me, Li Chi, for judging a gentleman's heart with a petty mind, for not informing you of the Peach Valley's secrets beforehand. It is mainly because I and several Taoist friends are devoted to cultivation and wish to avoid worldly entanglements. Hence we set a rule: if we are to introduce a guest, we must conceal the Peach Valley Cave Heaven and make them jump into this glacial rift unknowingly. Only thus can they join us in drinking, singing, discussing scriptures, and sharing in cultivation.
Li Chi explained the peculiar customs of the Peach Valley Cave Heaven. Lin Chi nodded slightly curiously, observing the others. 3 men and 3 women. The men handsome, the women beautiful, all possessing an immortal grace.
Wang Huaigu, Yi Zijuan, Gao Tianyu, Xiao Yun, Yi Sanshu, Gu Yi. Greetings, Taoist friend.
The 6 of them smiled and cupped their hands in greeting. Lin Chi quickly returned the gesture.
Lin Chi, greetings to all Taoist friends. Excellent. Today brings double joy. First, I finally caught this golden fish dragon, and second, I have made the acquaintance of Taoist friend Lin Chi. I will personally cook a fish dragon feast.
Li Chi declared loudly.
Then Xiao Yun and I will help. Second brother, third brother, go prepare a lodging for brother Lin. Sanchu, go gather some Solomon seal and ginseng fruits. As for Gu Yi, you accompany brother Lin for a good tour of our Peach Valley Cave Heaven.
The speaker was Wang Huaigu, wearing a square scarf with a refined scholarly air resembling a middle-aged scholar. He seemed to hold considerable authority among the group. After these arrangements, everyone busied themselves accordingly. Lin Chi felt somewhat overwhelmed by the hospitality. He had only sought to inquire about the general situation of the Water Star's secret realm and find a foothold for cultivation. Yet somehow, these people had arranged everything for him so thoroughly. Seeming to sense Lin Chi's astonishment, Gu Yi, who was tasked with accompanying him, smiled and asked,
Are you wondering, Taoist friend, why we are so enthusiastic?
The woman before him, named Gu Yi, was somewhat unusual in name, but her appearance was anything but. She was the most striking of the 3 women. She bore a resemblance to the Gu Yi immortal described in Zhuangzi's
Free and Easy Wandering.
Her brows were like paintings, her beauty was unparalleled, her skin like ice and snow, her grace ethereal as a maiden. Now with a smile blooming like a flower, she made Lin Chi feel a spring breeze. Hearing her question, Lin Chi nodded slightly.
You all are indeed different from those I've met before, yet it feels refreshing. You are too kind, Daoist friend. Feel free to say we are strange, it doesn't matter. After all, since we secluded ourselves here in the Peach Valley to cultivate, we have ceased to care about worldly opinions.
Gu Yi smiled and asked,
Daoist friend, do you know how this Peach Valley cave heaven came to be? I would be glad to hear the details. It was Big Brother who first came here. In his youth he loved reading, and was full of scholarly idealism. He wished to apply his learning in the mortal world, but found no success. Eventually he entered the Immortal sect only to discover that the Immortal academies were also filled with mediocrity. All were tainted by vulgarity, lacking the Tao heart for cultivation and the spirit of immortals. Our path of cultivation seeks immortality and freedom. How could we be mired in petty schemes and lose our aspiration for the Tao? So he simply came to this Water Star secret realm, built a hut, and cultivated, avoiding worldly affairs. Second brother and third brother arrived together. They met by chance, but shared Big Brother's ideals, so they stayed. Sister Chiu Yun is Big Brother's Tao companion. Sanshu is second brother's younger sister. As for Li Chizi, he was once pursued by a demon beast, and Big Brother and the others saved him. As for me, Brother Lin, don't you think this place is perfect for cultivation?
Gu Yi pointed to Yi Sanshu, who was gathering Solomon's seal and ginseng fruits in the nearby medicinal field, and then to Yi Zijuan and Gao Tianyo, who were helping construct Lin Chi's lodging. In the distance smoke rose, as Li Chizi cheerfully led Wang Huaigu and the others in preparing the fish dragon feast. Amidst this scene a profound truth lay beyond the reach of words. Lin Chi nodded slightly, understanding Gu Yi's meaning. These people had built their lives here cultivating in joy and freedom with no need to care about worldly matters. Living on dew and wind, discussing the Tao while seated. No clamor of strings to disturb the ear, no burden of official documents to weary the body. The great Tao lay ahead with Tao companions by their side. In leisure, they fished alone in the snowy river. When inspired, they journeyed together across the vast seas. Watching clouds roll and unfurl, flowers bloom and wither, they commune together on the great Tao.
You are right. This place is truly perfect for cultivation.
Lin Chi murmured to himself. The life Gu Yi and the others led was exactly the life he had dreamed of as a true cultivator. No scheming, no strife on the path of immortality. Only a few good friends traveling together on the immortal path, seeking the truth.
May I stay here?
Lin Chi's heart was moved and he asked. At least at this moment Lin Chi only wished to find a place to be quiet, to swallow Chi, comprehend talisman formations, and achieve foundation establishment. Gu Yi did not answer directly, but instead posed a question.
For all your life, can you refrain from doing evil?
Refrain from evil in this lifetime? Without hesitation, Lin Chi nodded slightly.
I can. For all your life, can you refrain from striving for fame?
Refrain from seeking fame and profit in this lifetime? Lin Chi nodded again.
I can. For all your life, can you refrain from forgetting kindness?
Refrain from being ungrateful in this lifetime? Lin Chi nodded.
I can. For all your life, can you seek the great Tao? I can.
Seek no fame, commit no evil, and never forget kindness. Long as the path ahead, I shall search high and low. Instead of being repulsed by Gu Yi's question, Lin Chi found himself growing fonder of this place, admiring these transcendent and devoted Tao companions. Hearing Lin Chi's resolute reply, Gu Yi broke into a smile. Li Chizi, who had led Lin Chi into the Peach Valley cave heaven, rushed over, clapping and laughing.
Oh, what did I say?
I told you Daoist Lin is surely one of us.
Gu Yi nodded slightly and asked with a smile.
Is your fish dragon feast ready? Just waiting for you all. Daoist Lin, please.
Li Chizi extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Lin Chi smiled, nodded, and stepped forward to follow.
The group gathered with fruits, fish, meat, and fine wine. It had been a long time since Lin Chi had enjoyed such a relaxed and lively atmosphere, reminding him of his days roaming the martial world years ago. Back then it was the same. Even if they were strangers on the road, they asked not of the past nor cared for status. As long as their interests aligned, they could drink joyously, sing heartily, and journey together. But he could not recall when it started. He had suppressed his passion, guarded against all risks, walked alone, and lamented the world's coldness. Life should not be this way. Cultivation should not be this way. Halfway through the feast, Wang Huaigu suddenly set down his cup and laughed.
I have recently gained some insights in my cultivation. Allow me to offer a humble opinion for everyone's consideration. Lin Qi was taken aback, then listened as Wang Huaigu began speaking freely about his insights and techniques for condensing the three talismans of essence, qi, and spirit.
His explanation was so detailed that Lin Qi, who had been cultivating in isolation, comprehending through dreams, yet to actually condense the three talismans, gained some understanding, and soon listened with rapt attention. After Wang Huaigu finished sharing his recent cultivation insights without any need for urging, Yi Zijuan immediately began to speak about his own recent cultivation experiences, also concerning the condensation of the three talismans. Yet his insights were unique, causing everyone to nod in appreciation. After Yi Zijuan finished, Gao Tianyu smiled and interjected.
I have recently gained new understanding of the three lines true water. Let me share it with you all. With that, Gao Tianyu elaborated on his cultivation insights for a spell named the Three Lines True Water, which turned out to be a three-talisman array technique.
In the Immortal Academy, this would be a spell that even elite disciples would need to spend a great deal of contribution points to learn. Yet Gao Tianyu held nothing back, explaining it in meticulous detail. Everyone listened, utterly enchanted. Even Lin Qi could not help but admire inwardly. This Gao Tianyu is a true friend. When it comes to discussing the Tao, he is genuinely earnest. Next, Zhou Yun, Yi Sanchu, and Li Qizi each spoke in turn, sharing their recent cultivation experiences. Zhou Yun discussed insights from a wood element spell regarding the cultivation of spiritual herbs. Yi Sanchu shared a small trick she had realized about conserving true qi when activating magical artifacts. And Li Qizi, instead of fobbing them off with his angler tales, presented a dietary recipe using the flesh of demonic beasts, like the golden fish dragon, to aid in qi cultivation. Although what these three said seemed of little practical use, this was Lin Qi's first time participating in such a proper discussion of the Tao. Everyone spoke with substance, and he felt he had gained much. Previously, he had cultivated in isolation, shut behind closed doors. Now, with someone to exchange cultivation insights with, he felt a stirring eagerness, pondering what he should share when his turn came. Should he talk about the several talisman array techniques he had comprehended and condensed? It seemed a bit too intimate for their current acquaintance. Perhaps he would just discuss the method for the perfect condensation of a talisman seed. As these thoughts turned in Lin Qi's mind, his gaze unconsciously fell upon Gu Yi. Sensing his look, Gu Yi smiled and nodded, then said generously,
I have had no particular insights in my recent cultivation.
Let me simply share some shallow understanding of the art of refining qi.
Though Gu Yi's words were humble, her expression radiated confidence.
Lin Qi also noticed that the others seemed to hold Gu Yi's discourse in high regard, sitting up straight, ready to listen with reverence.
The art of refining qi emphasizes the word refine.
And here I speak of refining qi, not merely practicing qi.
In fact, in ancient times, there was no concept of practicing qi, only refining qi. Because cultivators back then did not have the stage of practicing qi. They were born with innate roots feeding on mist, and dew nourished by qi itself. The refinement of the world's primordial energy was an inborn instinct to them. There was no need for a qi practicing stage to repeatedly practice how to refine primordial energy. Thus, refining qi back then was from the very beginning aimed at refining heaven and earth, refining all things. The path of cultivation is about refining the illusory into the real. We lack the innate roots of ancient cultivators, so we have an extra stage of qi practicing. This stage is meant to practice how to refine primordial energy, laying the foundation for later refining all things in heaven and earth into our own being. Thus, the cultivation of the refining qi art is extremely important. Only by laying a solid foundation in the qi practicing stage can one, upon reaching foundation establishment, refine all things in heaven and earth with ease. Now I will share a method I have mastered, the gluttonous qi devouring art.
Gu Yi spoke eloquently, her words seemingly simple yet striking Lin Qi like a sudden enlightenment. He had long sought a foundation establishment cultivation method, but found it difficult to obtain since entering the immortal continent. The marketplaces were filled with mediocre people calling themselves cultivators, but in truth merely rolling in the mortal world busy chasing desires, no different from ordinary folk. Lost in the mundane world, true Dharma was hard to find. He had originally planned to wait until the later stage of chi practicing after condensing the three talismans of essence, chi, and spirit to find a way into the Immortal Academy, and seek the subsequent foundation establishment method. But now, with Gu Yi casually pointing out the difference between practice and refine, he was struck by a sudden inspiration understanding the key to foundation establishment cultivation. As Gu Yi said, the chi practicing stage is the first step in learning to refine the chi of all things in heaven and earth. Thus condensing various talisman seeds, though seemingly profound and complex, still remains at the stage of refining the illusory. And what is reality? It is the sky, the earth, the mountains, the seas, the stars beneath our feet, the sun above our heads. The path of cultivation refines the illusory into the real, shifting between the void and the tangible. First refine chi into talismans, then refine all things in heaven and earth into the talismans. Once the originally illusory talismans are anchored by real objects, they naturally become divine powers. Lin Chi understood, utterly understood. Though he had yet to obtain a truly detailed foundation establishment method, he had grasped the direction of his future cultivation. If one day he could refine all of heaven, earth, mountains, seas, sun, moon, and stars into his body, his left eye like the bright moon, his right eye like the blazing sun, with galaxies flowing through his organs. The Milky Way around his waist, a black hole in his heart embracing the universe within his chest. Then even a single hair plucked from his body could shatter stars.
So that's it, so that's it. Lin Chi clapped his hands in excitement. He attempted to circulate the gluttonous chi devouring art as Gu Yi had described, and indeed the true chi surging into his body increased by more than 10% with each breath. His eyes grew even brighter. After Gu Yi finished, he smiled, cupped his hands, and bowed. Thank you, Taoist Gu Yi, for resolving my doubts.
Gu Yi stepped slightly aside, not accepting the bow, and said with a smile,
Please enlighten us, Taoist Lin. Knowing it was his turn, Lin Chi thought for a moment, and without changing his earlier decision began to speak about the method for the perfect condensation of the true fire talisman.
After all, there would be more days to come. But clearly for Gu Yi and the others, the method for the perfect condensation of the true fire talisman was deeply satisfying. Everyone listened, utterly enchanted. After Lin Chi finished, Li Chizi even tried to imitate Lin Chi's gesture, cupping his hands to bow. Lin Chi quickly stopped him. Everyone laughed, only then realizing that 3 days had passed unnoticed. Wang Huaigu raised his sealed cup and laughed.
Today we return fulfilled. Let us drink this cup together. Everyone nodded, drained their cups, and then departed in high spirits. Lin Chi also returned to the hut prepared for him, sat cross-legged on a cushion, pondered briefly, and then began to practice the gluttonous chi devouring art he had just learned, breathing and refining chi. He felt he had come to the right place. Within the Peach Valley Cave, heaven, none inquired of past lives nor distinguished between high and low. When the mood arose, they discoursed on mysticism and the Tao. When the spirit waned, each pursued their own cultivation. Occasionally they would journey together, fishing by the lake or climbing heights to gaze afar. Lin Chi had even been dragged by Li Chizi to watch the sunrise. Thus 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lin Chi was in the spirit herb field discussing the cultivation of ginseng with Qiuyun. Suddenly Gu Yi rushed over, announcing that Li Chizi had caught a rare dragon-bone fish, and that the batch of spirit wine she had brewed a few days prior was now ready to drink. Thus, it was decided to hold a feast that evening. Lin Chi readily agreed. Soon another Peach Valley gathering commenced smoothly. Li Chizi contributed the fish, Gu Yi brought the wine, and the siblings Yi Zijuan and Yi Sanshu offered some spirit fruits they had cultivated. Wang Huaigu and his wife Qiuyun also brought some pastries made by Qiuyun. Only Lin Chi and Gao Tianyo brazen-faced arrived empty-handed. Once everyone was seated, they once again drank and sang heartily. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Chi casually fashioned a flute, and with a touch of rustiness played a melody of his homeland, drawing applause from the company. Gu Yi, unable to resist, took out her zither and harmonized with Lin Chi.
After several rounds of wine, the time came once more to discourse on mysticism and the Tao. Suddenly Li Chizi clapped his hands and exclaimed,
Right. We used to call ourselves the Seven Friends of Peach Valley, but now that Taoist Lin has joined, shouldn't we change it? Indeed, we must change it. How about the 8 Friends of Peach Valley? Then we can no longer call you Li the 7th, but Li the 8th.
Yi Zijuan said with a hearty laugh.
No, no. I absolutely refuse to be called Li the 8th.
Li Chizi quickly shook his head, drawing laughter from everyone. Wang Huaigu chuckled and said,
Now that Taoist Lin has joined, we truly cannot call ourselves the 7 Friends of Peach Valley any longer. In my opinion, why not call it the 8 Sages of Peach Valley? 8 Sages sounds better than 8 Friends. I think it's acceptable. What do you think, Taoist Lin?
Guyi, pressing on the zither strings, her snow-white skin flushed with the hue of wine, radiant as a peach blossom, looked at Lin Chi and asked. Lin Chi smiled and replied,
How about the 8 Immortals of Peach Valley? After all, every fellow Taoist present possesses the grace of a banished immortal. The 8 Immortals of Peach Valley.
The group was momentarily stunned, then burst into applause.
I am a celestial from heaven descended to earth as a banished immortal.
Guyi's eyes sparkled with wit as she murmured, then raised her cup to toast Lin Chi.
Taoist Lin, since you have such a way with words, do speak a little more. Ha ha, yes, yes, yes. Taoist Lin, if you can speak thus, do say more.
Li Chizi laughed heartily.
The 8 Immortals of Peach Valley, ha. We are precisely meant to be the 8 Immortals of Peach Valley. Your boldness of spirit I cannot match.
Wang Huaigu sighed with emotion. These people living in seclusion here harbored nothing more in their hearts than the hope of foundation establishment and the prospect of the golden core. Yet Lin Chi now proclaimed they possessed the countenance of banished immortals, and should style themselves as the 8 Immortals of Peach Valley. Such audacity left Wang Huaigu feeling deeply inadequate.
You flatter me, Taoist Wang. I was merely inspired by the legend of the 8 Immortals from the Upper Cave in my homeland. The 8 Immortals of the Upper Cave, a fine name. Do elaborate, Taoist Lin.
Upon hearing that Lin Chi's homeland had a legend of 8 immortals, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Lin Chi smiled and began to recount select tales of the 8 immortals of the Upper Cave. When he reached the part about the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each displaying their divine prowess, Li Chizi slammed the table and stood up, his face full of yearning.
What a splendid 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their divine might. We of this generation should be just like that.
Before his words had faded, Li Chizi soared into the air, directly flying out of the Peach Valley cave heaven. Lin Chi was momentarily stunned, then saw Guyi and the others exchange smiles, before they too rode the void and rode the wind. While airborne, Guyi beckoned to him and said,
Taoist Lin, the predecessors had such elegant bearing. Why should we not emulate them?
Lin Chi was suddenly enlightened. So having heard the tale of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, they intended to imitate it. How childish. Lin Chi chuckled wryly, yet he too felt a surge of youthful abandon rising with the wind. Thus soon 7 silhouettes streaked across the sky above the vast snowy mountains and ice caps, spending half a day to arrive before the great sea. Li Chizi was already waiting there. Seeing Lin Chi and the others arrive, he let out a loud laugh, opened his mouth, and spat forth a river of sword energy. Li Chizi soared aloft and landed upon that river of sword energy, looking immensely pleased.
It'll go on ahead. Old 7th, wait for your second brother.
Yi Zijuan reached out and grasped, causing the seawater to surge and instantly condense into an ice boat bobbing upon the vast ocean. Yi Zijuan leaped into the ice boat and called to Yi Sanshu.
Third sister, come quickly. I have my own way.
Yi Sanshu chuckled softly, reached behind her head, and plucked a floral hairpin. Infusing it with true chi, the hairpin grew with the wind, soon blooming like a peony, transforming into a flower boat that settled upon the sea. Yi Sanshu lightly stepped into the flower boat.
See you all at the North Pole. Sanshu, don't you dare sneak off ahead.
Wang Huaigu laughed heartily, exchanging a glance with Qiuyun. Together they acted, conjuring a bright moon over the sea and illuminating the clouds, bringing them home. Thus the two rode the clouds and mist amidst the bright moon and luminous clouds, braving the wind and waves.
Wait for me.
Gao Tianyu shouted, then began to run directly across the sea. Though he appeared to be walking on the sea, with each step the seawater instantly froze into ice, providing a foothold allowing Gao Tianyu to sprint across the ocean at high speed.
Taoist Lin, will you go first or shall I?
Only Lin Chi and Gu Yi remained on the shore. Gu Yi asked with a smile.
Please.
Lin Chi gestured and Gu Yi chuckled softly. Without any visible effort, she simply stepped into the sea. Then wave after wave rose spontaneously, as if endowed with intelligence, lifting and carrying Gu Yi forward. Starting later, she soon overtook the others, leading them in her wake. She was far ahead, leaving all behind. Lin Chi quietly watched the 7 individuals, each employing their unique methods to cross the sea. From this glimpse, he gained a deeper understanding of their respective strengths and cultivation levels. The siblings Yi Zijuan and Yi Sanshu were the weakest in cultivation, both relying on external objects to achieve their feats. Wang Huaigu Qiuyun and Li Qizi were likely at an intermediate level, able to cross the sea using magical arts. Of course, it was also possible that Wang Huaigu was holding back to accommodate Qiuyun, as he was after all considered the leader of the group. As for Gao Tianyu and Yu Yi, the methods of these two seemed unremarkable. However, whether it was freezing ice underfoot or walking upon the waves, both demonstrated an exceptional mastery over their true qi and magical techniques. To freeze ice and raise waves with each step required immense confidence. One misstep could easily lead to a fall into the sea.
Taoist Lin, why haven't you come yet?
Seeing Lin Chi lingering on the shore, Li Qizi, standing on his river of sword energy, shouted,
"I'm coming now."
Lin Chi smiled faintly. With a thought, a 5-colored divine light swirled. A wave rolled, and in the next instant Lin Chi appeared beside Gu Yi, who was leading the way, riding the waves. Gu Yi looked at Lin Chi, who had suddenly appeared beside her, with surprise and a hint of contemplation.
Taoist Lin, an excellent escape art.
Before she finished speaking, her eyes sparkled radiant and full of life. In the next second, a massive wave surged, hurtling Gu Yi rapidly towards the depths of the sea, while simultaneously crashing down upon the others behind, including Lin Chi.
There she goes again! Gu Yi's competitive streak has resurfaced. Such a fine young lady, yet so fiercely competitive.
As they witnessed the towering waves blocking their path, everyone halted, wearing expressions of accustomed resignation. This was simply Gu Yi's nature. On the surface, she appeared as an aloof, detached, and unapproachable icy beauty. Yet in truth, she was a woman who yielded to no man, her competitiveness burning intensely.
Fellow Taoist Lin, let her go ahead.
No sooner had Li Qizi shouted than he witnessed the colossal waves being parted, and Lin Chi's figure had already reappeared beside Gu Yi, the two walking shoulder to shoulder.
Fellow Taoist Lin, shall we race to see who reaches the North Pole first?
Seeing Lin Chi effortlessly cleave the waves and draw level with her again, Gu Yi immediately challenged.
For this entire life, I shall refrain from contending for fame.
Lin Chi replied with a smile, echoing the words Gu Yi had once asked him. Gu Yi's eyes sparkled with cunning as she gave a sly smile.
That rule was added after I arrived. When I first came, it wasn't there.
With that, Gu Yi shifted her form once again, stirring up wind and waves. Even higher billows surged, flinging her forward, while simultaneously crashing down upon Lin Chi. Lin Chi was momentarily stunned. He turned to look at the others, a sudden understanding dawning on him, and he chuckled.
So this rule was added because of fellow Taoist Gu Yi.
From the empathetic expressions of the crowd, Lin Chi seemed to envision a group of cultivators traveling together, once dreaming of rising from obscurity to become the envy of all as Golden Core patriarchs. Then Gu Yi arrived. The young lady was perfect in every way except for her overpowering desire to win, to be the best, to be number one among them all. Thus, left with no other choice, they had to add that rule. Pondering this, Lin Chi's mind stirred. The 5-colored divine light swirled around him. He once again parted the raging waters, employing the water escape technique to catch up with Gu Yi.
Though it is good to be indifferent to fame and fortune, as cultivators we must indeed dare to be the first under heaven.
Before his words faded, Lin Chi took the initiative, surging ahead before Gu Yi could stir up another storm.
Fellow Taoist, please stay.
Gu Yi smiled faintly, pointing a finger. Several pillars of water shot into the sky, morphing into a cage to obstruct Lin Chi. Lin Chi moved with effortless grace, the 5-colored divine light flowing around him. Elemental techniques were as nothing to him.
Impressive. What art is this?
Seeing Lin Chi stroll through the water pillars, as if taking a leisurely walk, surprise flickered in Gu Ye's eyes.
This is the five-color divine light,
Lin Chi declared in a clear voice, and in a flash, as if teleporting, he reappeared on the distant sea surface.
The five-color divine light.
Gu Ye was momentarily stunned, a thought crossing her mind, but she shook her head. It couldn't be the legendary five-color divine light she knew of. Yet to dare name it so. Interesting. Gu Ye pursed her lips, her expression turning serious.
Fellow Taoist, I shall now be earnest.
As she spoke, Gu Ye appeared beside Lin Chi, as if by teleportation without any visible incantation. Yet the seawater beneath Lin Chi's feet instantly froze. In an instant, tens of meters of seawater surged backward, solidifying inch by inch into ice, forming an ice prison that trapped Lin Chi within. Gu Ye, however, lightly tapped her foot and reappeared on the sea surface miles away. She paused, turning back to see how Lin Chi would break free from her technique. But after waiting for a long while, there was no movement. The others had caught up. Seeing the ice prison that had materialized on the sea, they all frowned slightly.
Gu Ye, this has gone too far. Open the ice prison quickly and release fellow Taoist Lin. Fellow Taoist Lin, please forgive her. Gu Ye means no harm, she is merely too competitive.
Everyone spoke in unison, urging Gu Ye to open the ice prison and free the trapped Lin Chi. Just as Gu Ye was about to cast the spell to release it, she suddenly realized something. Her expression changed, and she whirled around to look ahead. And there, sure enough, was Lin Chi, smiling and waving at them from dozens of miles away.
I never trapped him,
Gu Ye said softly.
But he won't find it so easy to beat me.
3 hours later, Lin Chi and Gu Ye arrived at the Arctic ice cap, one after the other. Lin Chi's face was covered in frost, while Gu Ye's expression was one of anxiety and regret. For behind them on the sea horizon, 10 colossal ice pillars shot up into the sky, arrayed in the 10 directions. The sea surface where the pillars stood was completely frozen, stretching for tens of miles. A terrifying cold penetrated deep into the seawater, the ice fathomless in its depth. It froze the sky, the earth, and the sea, even the very air itself solidified, falling as large flakes of blue snow.
Fellow Taoist Lin, I am so sorry. I got a bit carried away just now.
Gu Ye apologized while hurriedly searching her pouch for an elixir to help Lin Chi counteract the cold poison. In her relentless pursuit, unable to catch up to Lin Chi, she had in her anxiety resorted to her most formidable trump card. Although she had not directed it at him directly, she knew the power of her own art. Even passing through it could easily inflict cold damage. Now she was filled with regret.
It's fine.
Lin Chi waved his hand. The ninefold true flame circulated once within his body, shaking off a layer of frost, dispelling the chill. He was inwardly astonished.
Fellow Taoist Gu Ye, what was that spell you just used? It was remarkably powerful.
Earlier he had tried to directly traverse the ice pillars with the five-colored divine light, only to find it ineffective. The ice field created by Gu Ye's 10 pillars was such that the five-colored divine light could neither pass through nor even grant immunity from the cold. It had forced him to use the ninefold true flame to dispel the chill. This Gu Ye was quite something. Seeing Lin Chi truly free of the cold poison and moving with ease, Gu Ye's pupils constricted in disbelief.
You're fine. Rest assured, I am truly fine. Unless you wish me harm.
Lin Chi spoke with a smile, showing no intention of blaming Gu Ye. This race across the sea had been but a minor game. They were merely demonstrating their arts, not engaging in a true duel. Moreover, Gu Ye had exercised restraint. The earth-shattering spell that froze sky, earth, sea, and air was not aimed at him. Gu Ye quickly interjected.
That's not what I meant. I am simply in awe of fellow Taoist Lin's abilities. My 10 directions freeze demon divine light, even in its nascent form, is not something easily resisted or dispelled. Unless what?
Seeing Gu Ye cut herself off, Lin Chi couldn't help but ask.
The spell you just used is called the 10 directions freeze demon divine light. It is formidable. This is the first time I have encountered such a powerful technique. Could it be a 9-seal array art?
The five-colored divine light could not neutralize it, only the ninefold true flame could dispel it. Lin Chi suspected that Gu Ye's 10 directions freeze demon divine light, even if not a 9-seal array art, was likely close to that level.
9-seal array art.
Gu Yi stared blankly at Lin Chi. She had heard of 6-seal array arts. But a 9-seal array art? Who would call a nascent innate divine prohibition a 9-seal array art? She suspected Lin Chi was mocking her. Yet after 3 months of companionship, she felt he was not the type to be so sarcastic. But could it be that he didn't even know what an innate divine prohibition was? A myriad of thoughts raced through Gu Ye's mind. In the end, she only gave Lin Chi a deep, lingering look and remained silent. Sensing Gu Ye's sudden coldness and distance, Lin Chi was baffled. Was this fellow Taoist Gu Yi so obsessed with winning? Just because he had beaten her once, she was ignoring him. He hadn't noticed this before. Perhaps he should have let her win. Still, her 10 directions freeze demon divine light was truly remarkable. It was the first time Lin Chi had encountered a peer who could match him in the art of spellcasting. Recalling their discussions on Tao, where Gu Yi always offered novel insights that led to occasional enlightenment, Lin Chi fell into thought, realizing that Gu Ye's origins might not be simple. Seeing that Gu Yi was ignoring him, Lin Chi chose silence as well. Before long, the others finally caught up, witnessing the frozen expanse created by the 10 directions freeze demon divine light. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They quickly took a detour, landing on the Arctic ice cap, their faces filled with anxious concern as they looked at Lin Chi.
Fellow Taoist Lin, are you all right?
I am fine,
Lin Chi said with a smile, noticing the worried expressions on everyone's faces as they skillfully avoided the ice surface frozen by the Shifang frozen demon divine light.
He couldn't help but glance at Gu Sha again. Clearly the power of the Shifang frozen demon divine light had previously caused everyone to suffer. This Gu Sha indeed had 2 faces. In the future, one must be cautious. Seeing that Lin Chi appeared to be truly unharmed, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They all turned to Gu Sha, and Qiu Yun angrily said,
Gu Sha, it was just a game. Why did you even use the Shifang frozen demon divine light? Fortunately, Lin Dao Yu is unharmed. What would you do if you were hurt?
Gu Sha, knowing she was in the wrong, lowered her head and said nothing, but upon hearing Lin Chi beside her advising everyone not to blame her, she couldn't help but raise her head and huffed.
How could I possibly hurt him? He is truly the capable one. Gu Sha,
Wang Huaigu said with a stern face.
Apologize to Lin Dao Yu. Gu Sha pouted and quietly said sorry, then turned and ran onto the ice surface frozen by the Shifang frozen demon divine light, turning her back to everyone.
Everyone knew the power of the Shifang frozen demon divine light, and didn't dare approach, only shaking their heads. They each took turns apologizing to Lin Chi on behalf of Gu Sha.
I really am fine. Please don't blame Gu Sha anymore.
After Lin Chi reiterated that he was unharmed, he changed the subject.
This is my first time here at the Arctic ice sheet. I wonder if you fellow Taoists have any guidance. I wouldn't dare to offer guidance. However, we could have another competition.
Gu Sha, who had somehow returned, said with a somewhat defiant tone.
Lin Dao, you don't listen to her. There is nothing worth competing over. Let's go back and continue drinking and discussing Dao. If you want to go back, you can go back.
I want to compete with him again,
Gu Sha shouted loudly, looking at Lin Chi with a provocative expression. Lin Chi immediately felt a headache. Gu Sha's competitive spirit was too strong, and he was contemplating how to calm her down.
Suddenly the sky brightened significantly. Everyone instinctively looked up, and were all momentarily stunned. Lin Chi was no exception. The originally cloudy and misty sky had suddenly burned a large hole. A vast blue sky appeared, and 2 suns, one large and one small, shone simultaneously, as if the dual suns had risen together, with the sun and moon shining in harmony. However, the Mercury secret realm had no moon.
So, what is that?
Lin Chi exclaimed in shock, gazing far into the distance, a bit unable to believe what he saw. Because the small sun that rose with the great sun seemed to have a shadowy figure.
That is the Tianhe Old Ancestor who resides in the Mercury secret realm for cultivation. The Tianhe Old Ancestor is a golden core cultivator. Generally, he stays in his cave abode in seclusion, not concerned with worldly matters. However, occasionally he will venture out. When he returns, it is the grandest event in the entire Mercury secret realm. calculating the time he should be back soon. Gu Sha gazed at the Tianhe old ancestor in the sky, resembling another great sun rising, restless and eager to try.
She couldn't help but say to Lin Qi,
"Dao Yulin, how about we join forces to participate in this grand event and see who can?" "No way." Gu Sha had not finished her sentence when everyone interrupted in unison.
Wang Huaigu even earnestly said,
"Gu Sha, I've told you many times, don't think that just because you cultivate the Shifang frozen demon divine light, you can participate in the Tianhe grand event. The Tianhe grand event is not something we Qi refinement cultivators can participate in. Before you achieve foundation establishment, you are absolutely not allowed to go. You can't even think about it." "That's right. Gu Sha, although you are exceptionally talented, there are always people beyond others and realms beyond realms. All those who participate in the Tianhe grand event are foundation establishment cultivators. Going there would be a fuel trip for you." "Indeed. Gu Sha, be obedient. You should wait until you achieve foundation establishment before attending the Tianhe grand event." Everyone took turns persuading, while Gu Sha looked displeased, turning to Lin Qi, hoping he could speak up for her, to make Wang Huaigu and the others believe that for her and Lin Qi an ordinary foundation establishment would just be that.
But Lin Qi only curiously asked,
"What is the Tianhe grand event?"
Gu Sha didn't expect Lin Qi didn't even know about the Tianhe grand event and was momentarily speechless, but still explained.
"When the Tianhe old ancestor returns after refining the essence of the sun and moon, some sunlight and moonlight will be left behind while passing through the atmosphere of the Mercury secret realm. For the Tianhe old ancestor, these are merely remnants on the surface of his clothing. They are not worth mentioning, but they are indeed the true essence of the sun and moon. For cultivators below the golden core, they are comparable to top-tier heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Even if one could pick up a drop, it would be equivalent to several years of Qi refinement efforts. As for the so-called Tianhe grand event, it is actually everyone waiting until the Tianhe old ancestor returns to seclusion following the path he took back to search for the remnants of the sun and moon essence." "I see."
Lin Qi understood. The so-called Tianhe grand event was actually about picking up the leftovers of the golden core ancestor. Not quite. At least it was the essence of the sun and moon. It couldn't be called garbage. After all, the golden core ancestor needed it too. It was just that the amount was too small for the golden core ancestor to value, yet it led to a gathering of cultivators below the golden core. Lin Qi was a bit tempted. After all, a drop of sun and moon essence could equal several years of Qi refinement effort, which was exactly what he needed. But he was even more curious about how the golden core ancestor refined the sun and moon essence. Did he go deep into the sun?
Lin Qi voiced his question, and Gu Sha couldn't help but say,
"Are you truly unaware, or just pretending not to know?"
"The golden core's 9 transformations require refining the energies of yin-yang, life, death, and the 5 elements to temper oneself. This sun and moon essence is exactly the yin and yang energies among them. To refine it, one naturally needs to go deep into the sun and moon. You don't even know such common knowledge, Dao Yulin. Didn't your master ever tell you?" "I see."
Lin Qi nodded slightly.
"Thank you for your guidance, Dao Gu Sha. It seems you have a good master."
Gu Sha's expression immediately changed slightly. She snorted, feeling agitated, thinking Lin Qi was too pretentious. Clearly, she possessed the innate divine prohibition embryo form not inferior to the Shifang frozen demon divine light, with an extraordinary lineage and heritage, yet she still pretended to be an ordinary cultivator. This made Gu Sha feel uncomfortable, and she even started to suspect that Lin Qi's encounter with them had some kind of conspiracy. So she couldn't help but say again,
"Dao Yulin, let's all be straightforward.
Are you going or not? Although the sun and moon essence is great, I don't like to compete with others. Dao Gu Sha, I may have offended you earlier, please forgive me."
Although Lin Qi was tempted, he decisively refused at the thought of competing for the leftovers of the golden core ancestor with a group of foundation establishment cultivators.
Cultivation may inevitably involve some fighting and killing. But Lin Qi was not at the point of desperation where he had to risk his life. Seeing Lin Qi refuse, Gu Sha coldly snorted and turned to leave. Everyone hurriedly chased after her, fearing she would run off alone to participate in the Tianhe grand event and snatched the sun and moon essence. Lin Chi followed, casually glancing at the Tianhe old ancestor in the sky, who was gradually descending like an eternal great sun. As cultivators we should be like this. He sighed softly, and quickly returned to the Peach Valley cave heaven together. Seeing Gu Sha storm back to the lodge, he apologized to everyone.
Sorry for ruining the mood. It's not your fault Gu Sha can be like this sometimes, sigh.
Everyone sighed, and this gathering ended on an unhappy note, as they each returned to the lodge. After Lin Chi returned to the lodge, he lost interest in cultivation, thinking about how the Tianhe old ancestor delved into the sun and moon to refine the sun and moon essence. Such divine abilities truly made one yearn.
I wonder when I will be able to cultivate to the golden core and enter and exit the sun and moon like the Tianhe old ancestor,
he murmured, closing his eyes, preparing to begin chi refinement. Suddenly the wind chimes at the door jingled. He opened his eyes to see Gu Sha dressed in snowy white pushing the door open, holding a round shining golden core that seemed to reflect the sun and moon. She wore a half smile and said,
Lin Dao Yu, I used a drop of sun and moon essence as a bet. How about we compete again? Is this the sun and moon essence?
Lin Chi stared blankly at the golden core in Gu Shi's palm, an inexplicable craving surging within him, his instincts urging, I want to give it to me. But Lin Chi suppressed his primal impulse, withdrawing his gaze from the sun and moon essence without asking how Gu Shi had obtained it. He had already witnessed two sides of this woman today. He knew she was no stickler for conventions. Secretly attending the Tianhe gathering to acquire the sun and moon essence was something she was fully capable of.
Fellow Taoist Gu Shi, let's forget about the duel. If I have offended you today, I apologize once more. Can we end this here?
Lin Chi, unwilling to clash with Gu Shi over pride, conceded. Unexpectedly, this remark set her off. She dropped the title fellow Taoist and fumed.
Lin Chi, stop pretending. You might fool them, but not me. I've even put the sun and moon essence up as a wager. Could it be that a prodigy like you from the human race dares not compete with me?
Gu Shi, flustered by her slip of the tongue, was at a loss, when Lin Chi waved his hand and said,
Fellow Taoist Gu Shi flatters me. I am content with my cultivation, but I am unworthy of the title human prodigy.
Lin Chi knew his limits. His entire cultivation relied on himself, though he had a few thousand years of dream cultivation experience over other chi refining cultivators. He had even repelled mediocre foundation establishment cultivators like Yu Wanli. Yet the universe was vast with greater heights beyond. Coming from a small place with no master or background, even his cultivation techniques were stolen from dreams. He dared not call himself a human prodigy.
You're so hypocritical,
Gu Shi sneered in growing irritation.
I'm ashamed to associate with someone like you.
Insulted for no reason, Lin Chi retorted.
Gu Shi, do you think I'm easy to push around just because I haven't lost my temper? Is it because I didn't let you win today? Call me ungentlemanly, or say I overshadowed you, fine. But how am I hypocritical? If you call me a human prodigy, must I nod and say yes, yes, yes? If I did, wouldn't you call me arrogant? Truly only women and petty men are hard to deal with.
Instead of anger, Gu Shi laughed at his rebuttal and beckoned.
Fine, keep pretending if you like. But you must fight me today. I need to know which primordial divine prohibition embryo you cultivate. Otherwise I cannot rest easy.
A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Gu Shi's eyes as she spoke. Sensing it, Lin Chi's gaze darkened.
Gu Shi, I don't want to fight you, but if you seek to kill me, you can try. I'll await you at the North Sea. Don't come if you're a coward.
Gu Shi snorted coldly and turned to leave.
If you want war, then war it is.
Lin Chi wished to settle things peacefully, but Gu Shi's aggression left him no choice. He was no pushover. The two, one after the other, slipped away, while others cultivated, and soon arrived above the North Sea. Above the dark, lifeless, and dim sea, Lin Chi and Gu Shi stood facing each other. Lin Chi asked coldly,
How do you want to fight? Fight however you want. Why so many words?
Gu Shi sneered, reaching out as azure cold energy danced like flames in her palm.
Fine.
Lin Chi uttered a single word, and before it faded, he had already closed in on Gu Shi.
I knew you'd ambush.
Gu Shi laughed coldly, pressing her palm down, as the azure cold energy expanded instantly, a chill rivaling absolute zero spreading. The air froze into blue snowflakes, and 10 ice pillars shot up from the sea. Lin Chi was forced to retreat step by step.
Actually, the 10 directions freezing demon divine light is nothing special.
In his retreat, he murmured, pointing a finger, as a sudden fiery dragon roared forth. One dragon after another. Facing Gu Shi's 10 directions freezing demon divine light, Lin Chi unhesitatingly unleashed the 9 mysteries true fire. Extreme cold clashed with extreme heat. 9 dragons roared against 10 directions. In an instant, half the sea was ice, half was flame.
Could you do cultivate a fire element primordial divine prohibition embryo?
Gu Shi, as if facing a natural enemy, fumed.
I hate fire users the most.
So? Lin Chi's tone was icy. With wind thunder wings, he exploited the massive clash of ice and fire. He appeared beside Gu Shi like a ghost, hesitating for a moment before abandoning the idea of using his Dharma aspect to beat her. Instead, he condensed the 5-colored divine light, broke through her cold aura, and plucked the hairpin from her head. Then he retreated to his original spot, watching the raging clash of ice and fire that lit up the night sky, quietly using the 9 mysteries true fire to dispel the cold from his hand. The 5-colored divine light, indeed, could not nullify the chill of the 10 directions freezing demon divine light. Not because it was inferior, but due to specialized strengths. The 5-colored divine light aimed to immunize and control most 5-element spells, but in purity and extremity it naturally fell short against the 10 directions freezing demon divine light and 9 mysteries true fire. In fact, the 5-colored divine light also failed against the 9 mysteries true fire, as Lin Chi had tested before.
So fight me.
Gu Shi, disheveled and dark-faced, had reached her limit of suspicion toward Lin Chi. Just as she was about to channel her true chi and unleash the 10 directions freezing demon divine light to prove the supremacy of the ice path, she noticed the hairpin Lin Chi was playing with. She froze, then belatedly touched her hair. Finding it loose, and the hairpin gone, she broke into a cold sweat, shocked and furious.
When did you take it? Fellow Taoist Gu Shi, let's stop here.
Lin Chi tossed the hairpin back to her.
Ice and fire are incompatible. We can't break each other's moves. How about a draw?
Gu Shi said nothing, catching the hairpin and examining it. Confirming it was hers, her face shifted in fear. She stepped back instinctively and exclaimed,
You have a second primordial divine prohibition embryo, and it's speed-based. I don't know what you call a primordial divine prohibition embryo. But if you mean something like a 9-symbol array technique.
Lin Chi spread his wind thunder wings, holding the 9 mysteries true fire in his left hand, and the 5-colored divine light in his right, like a deity over the dark sea.
Then I have more than 2. So still want to fight?
Gu Shi stared blankly at Lin Chi, who seemed like a god descending to earth. Her mind buzzed, she was utterly crushed. Had human prodigies in the celestial immortal universe grown this powerful? Were primordial divine prohibition embryos being mass-produced?
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if you're a descendant of a celestial immortal, you can't master 3 primordial divine prohibition embryos at the chi refining stage. Human cultivators at that stage can't refine even 2, let alone 3.
Gu Shi explained in agitation. Chi refining cultivators were still human, and humans had limits, even celestial immortal descendants. To forcibly refine 1 primordial divine prohibition embryo, with a mortal body rivaling God's, was already the limit. Refining 2 or more would cause 1 to burst. At least in Gu Shi's understanding, humans shouldn't be this absurd.
You call the 9-symbol array technique a primordial divine prohibition embryo. Nice name, but why refine it? Don't you comprehend and condense it yourself?
Though no longer a novice in the cultivation world, Lin Chi, who had never dreamed of elite disciples from immortal academies, countered confidently. He found it incomprehensible. Could talisman seeds not be comprehended and condensed on one's own, but directly plundered and forcibly refined into the body?
Comprehend and condense it myself.
Gu Shi shrieked, feeling as though another version of herself had appeared, because she was shattered. She couldn't comprehend it. Were primordial divine prohibition embryos something one could comprehend and condense on one's own? Above the dark sea, the collision of ice and flame was fading. The flickering light cast shadows on Lin Chi's handsome face, As he watched Gu Yi, who was screaming in shock, her expression one of utter disbelief. He suddenly realized that perhaps he was indeed a little stronger than he had imagined. Due to the information gap, Lin Chi had always believed that he was merely a chi refining cultivator, with an extra period of dream cultivation giving him a solid foundation. But those true prodigies, such as descendants of celestial immortals, innate deities, or divine beast bloodlines, were born extraordinary, perhaps with the backing of an entire universe's mandate. Compared to them, his years of persistent dream cultivation seemed insignificant.
Did you truly comprehend the prototype of the primordial divine seal yourself?
Lin Chi was still pondering when Gu Yi asked loudly.
Believe it or not.
Suppressing the faint joy in his heart, Lin Chi flicked his sleeve.
I don't believe a word you say.
Gu Yi naturally didn't believe him, but soon realized that Lin Chi had mastered more than one prototype of the primordial divine seal. Moreover, they were clearly not the one she knew. This meant Lin Chi was not the person she had previously speculated. So with flickering eyes, Gu Yi gritted her teeth, quickly blocked his path, and bowed her head.
Fellow Taoist Lin, save me.
Huh? Lin Chi stared in astonishment at Gu Yi, who was bowing to him. Could this woman learn to change her face?
Fellow Taoist Gu Yi, what do you mean?
Lin Chi avoided her bow, stepping back several meters, his heart wary. This woman was unpredictable, and seemed to have an extraordinary origin. Lin Chi had already decided to keep his distance.
Fellow Taoist Lin, I misunderstood you earlier. I thought you might be an adversary of mine in disguise, hence my rudeness. With your magnanimous heart, you surely wouldn't hold a grudge against a weak woman like me.
Gu Yi's demeanor shifted instantly, now appearing pitiful. But Lin Chi wasn't fooled. He hadn't forgotten her arrogance when she struck him with the 10 directions freezing divine light.
I am very petty,
Lin Chi said seriously, then activated his wind thunder wings, intending to return to Peach Valley Cave Heaven.
Fellow Taoist Lin, I can tell you a secret. A secret about the 5-element star secret realm. It's a legacy. The 5-element star secret realm holds the inheritance of a return to void great power.
Seeing that Lin Chi was unmoved by soft or hard tactics, Gu Yi shouted urgently. Lin Chi's heart jolted, and he involuntarily stopped.
A return to void great power's inheritance in the 5-element star secret realm. Gu Yi, do you know what you're saying?
Chi refining foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul spirit transformation, return to void. For the immortal cultivation world of Xianzhou, a golden core cultivator was already an untouchable patriarch who could traverse the sun and moon, while a nascent soul cultivator was like a myth. As for spirit transformation and return to void, they had never appeared in the history of Xianzhou's cultivation world, as Lin Chi knew it. Yet now Gu Yi told him that the 5-element star secret realm contained the inheritance of a return to void great power. He was tempted.
I'm not lying to you. The 5-element star secret realm indeed holds a return to void great power's legacy. To be precise, the secret realm itself was created by that return to void great power.
Gu Yi spoke rapidly.
Fellow Taoist Lin, do you think the ability to reshape heaven and earth, transforming 5 stars into the 5-element secret realm, could be achieved by mere golden core or nascent soul cultivators?
Lin Chi nodded slightly. He had indeed harbored such doubts before. A nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be strong enough to reshape a star. But the inheritance of a return to void great power. Lin Chi's eyes flickered as he looked at Gu Yi.
Fellow Taoist Gu Yi, I'd like to hear more. But when it comes to the inheritance of a return to void great power, it's too significant for a mere chi refining cultivator like me to covet. So what?
Gu Yi urged as Lin Chi hesitated.
So why don't you give me the drop of sun moon essence first?
Lin Chi's words stunned Gu Yi for a moment. Then she readily took out the sun moon essence and tossed it to him, laughing.
Fellow Taoist Lin, a mere drop of sun moon essence is nothing compared to a return to void great power's legacy. If you're willing to accompany me to obtain the inheritance inside there. Hey, where are you going? Thank you for the sun moon essence, fellow Taoist Gu Yi. As for the rest, we're not that familiar.
Lin Chi took the sun moon essence and turned to leave, ignoring Gu Yi's calls behind him, heading straight back to Peach Valley Cave Heaven. Gu Yi was both angry and anxious, but dared not truly provoke Lin Chi. She could only follow him like a shadow, constantly persuading him to join her in seeking the inheritance.
Let me refine the sun-moon essence first,
Lin Chi said calmly, then closed his eyes, swallowed the essence, and began to refine it. Seeing Lin Chi actually start refining the sun-moon essence, Gu Yi pouted and squatted by the door, drawing circles on the ground. Thus when dawn came, and Li Chizi rushed over to invite Lin Chi fishing, he saw Gu Yi guarding Lin Chi's door, looking like a wronged little wife. Li Chizi was stunned. After a moment's hesitation, he didn't dare greet Gu Yi and sneaked away. Soon 1, 2, 3. A total of 6 heads appeared stealthily outside Lin Chi's hut, staring at Gu Yi's aggrieved face by the door, their curiosity piqued.
How did fellow Taoist Lin do this? Didn't they part on bad terms yesterday? Why is Gu Yi here today looking so wronged? Shut up. Watch and learn.
Gu Yi had noticed Li Chizi and the others spying outside the hut, but she paid them no mind, anxiously waiting for Lin Chi to refine the sun-moon essence. This wait lasted a day and a night.
Indeed, it's a treasure worthy of a golden core patriarch.
Lin Chi opened his eyes, slowly exhaling a turbid breath. Feeling that the heaven and earth imprint symbol within him was nearing completion, his heart was filled with joy. This drop of sun-moon essence had saved him at least 2 years of arduous cultivation. Thus his comprehension of the final 9 symbol formation must be accelerated. With this thought, Lin Chi looked at Gu Yi by the door, his eyes flickering as he beckoned.
Fellow Taoist Gu Yi, I need your help with something. Name it.
As long as Lin Chi agreed, she would agree to anything.
I need you to assist me in my cultivation. No problem.
Gu Yi agreed without hesitation.
Tell me, how can I help? I need you to lie down and have a good sleep,
Lin Chi said calmly.
Hiss.
The eavesdropping Li Chizi and the others gasped. Li Chizi wanted to rush out and cover Lin Chi's mouth, fearing Gu Yi might beat him to death. But they held him back. Gu Yi, upon hearing such an outrageous request, only blushed, then gritted her teeth and stomped her foot in agreement, even closing the door behind her.
Hiss.
The group gasped again, exchanging glances. Li Chizi murmured,
Brother, I want to learn this.
Within Lin Chi's humble abode, nothing of anticipated delight transpired. Though Gu Yi had already steeled herself, lying on the bed with eyes shut in a posture of self-sacrifice, like offering herself to a tiger. Yet Lin Chi merely gazed calmly at the ethereal beauty before him, her eyes closed, seemingly yielding to his every whim. With nimble fingers, he cast various illusion-inducing and soporific spells that had yet to be fully integrated into his being. At Lin Chi's behest to relax and fall asleep, Gu Yi gradually succumbed to slumber under the dance of his fingertips and the flow of his magic. Sensing that Gu Yi had successfully entered the realm of dreams, Lin Chi focused his mind, and in an instant he too entered the dreamscape. In the boundless darkness of the starry sky, a misty figure with indistinct features rode an ancient vessel, drifting through the vast cosmos. She seemed to be searching for something. Time in the starry void was immeasurable, none could tell how long it passed. The ancient vessel halted at a remote star system. Within the system, 7 ancient stars bathed in the light of their sun, yet all lay in deathly stillness, devoid of life.
This place will suffice,
the indistinct ethereal figure murmured softly, ending her long cosmic journey. She navigated the ancient vessel, traversing each of the 7 ancient stars in sequence. After years of contemplation, the figure finally came to rest upon the largest of the stars. Time flowed mercilessly onward. After an unknown span, the once tranquil starry sky stirred once more. The star where the figure had halted seemed to awaken, as if an invisible will now commanded its mass, turning it against the other 6 stars. Stars were torn asunder, the firmament shattered. The entire star system endured a cataclysmic gravitational upheaval that lasted over a millennium before the system settled once again. Yet the 7 stars, once differing in size, mass, and form, had been transformed. The star where the figure remained had grown a full size larger, while 5 of the other 6 had become identical in size. The remaining star continued to disintegrate and rupture, its mass drawn by an invisible will toward the largest star. This process persisted for another century. Finally, the smallest star was entirely captured by the largest, as its satellite, becoming a luminous moon suspended in the sky. The largest star, after prolonged transformation and collision, stabilized completely. oceans, landmasses, and an atmosphere began to emerge. An invisible will drove the largest star to nurture life. Simultaneously, 5 beams of light shot forth from the largest star, plunging into the cores of the 5 identical stars. The prolonged transformation of these 5 stars also commenced. After another unfathomable stretch of time, several colossal ships sailed into this star system, which had yet to truly birth life. A figure aboard one of the ships cast out a token. The token quickly returned. Thus the ships continued into the system, landing upon the largest star and taking root. A group of people filled with trepidation, awe, and curiosity began to blaze trails and open up the wilderness on this star. Civilization was born within this star system. Then time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 10,000 years had passed. The once barren and desolate star system had become a home for cultivators. The view finally descended from the largest star to one covered in ice and water. This was the water star's secret realm of the 5 elements' secret realms. Yet the view did not linger on the surface of the water star's secret realm. Instead, it delved deeper and deeper until it reached the star's very core. Intricate, beautiful, yet daunting curtains of light shimmered within the star's core, layered countless times, hundreds of millions, like a labyrinth blocking the prying eyes of the world. People continuously entered this maze: nascent soul cultivators, golden core cultivators, and even foundation establishment cultivators. Yet all could only wander its periphery, unable to penetrate the deep true core. There a palace stood, and at its center lay a jade platform. Upon the platform purple mist swirled, and countless threads of cold energy intertwined like lightning, nourishing a segment of gourd vine. Upon the vine grew a small cold jade gourd. Within the gourd, a being akin to a deity slumbered, interweaving laws and principles. About 1,000 years later, the slumbering being within the gourd suddenly awakened to consciousness. It opened its eyes in bewilderment, gazing at the people who ceaselessly entered the maze outside only to fail and retreat. It watched for 1,000 years, and pondered for 1,000 years. Then one day an ancient inheritance of will surfaced in its mind. It felt pride, then secret joy, but suddenly fear gripped it. An ancient memory predating the birth of its consciousness emerged. It was from a time even more remote, older than the arrival of that misty figure in this star system. Events that had transpired in another universe. There a primordial divine mountain, vast as a galaxy, stood. At its center a gourd vine was nurtured. On the vine 5 gourds of different colors, yet sacred as jade, had already grown. Had no accident occurred, the primordial mountain would have expended all its essence to fully nurture this vine. Each gourd born from the vine would also nurture a sacred being. They would be the primordial deities conceived by this ancient divine mountain. They were gods. They were the destined rulers of heaven and earth, eternal and immortal sovereigns. But one day a Taoist intruded upon the primordial mountain and discovered this gourd vine. This universe remains in primordial chaos. Indeed, primordial deities are still being nurtured within this ancient divine mountain. This primordial 5 elements gourd would make a fine gift to celebrate my disciples' ascension to the divinity transformation stage. With a loud laugh, the Taoist cleaved open the primordial mountain with a backhanded strike, seizing the still nurturing primordial 5 elements gourd. He intended to use the 5 yet informed primordial deities of this cosmos as celebratory gifts for his disciples' advancement. Such an act enraged heaven and earth. The universe roared, the primordial mountain swayed, preparing to transform into a true deity and wage war against the Taoist. But the Taoist merely laughed heartily, opened his mouth, and inhaled. In one breath, he devoured the primordial mountain along with most of the matter that had been born from this universe. Having swallowed half the substance of this cosmos in a single gulp, the Taoist, still unsatisfied, said with a smile, "I merely intended to take your primordial 5 elements gourd as a congratulatory gift for my disciple. Yet not only did you refuse, you even dared to strike at me. Thus I have no choice but to mete out a slight punishment and take half of your cosmic matter. If you ever wish for revenge, feel free to seek me out. Taoist, dare you leave your name?" An enraged roar manifested in the cosmos, as a colossal golden lightning-wreathed face glaring murderously at the Taoist. The Taoist remained unperturbed, laughing uproariously. "Celestial immortal Yongchang." Upon hearing this, the colossal face formed by golden lightning instantly retracted, bowing its head in deference. "We bid you farewell, celestial immortal. The ancient memory ended abruptly. The being within the cold jade gourd was stricken with terror.
This is the celestial immortal's great cosmos. Father God, save me!
In its terrified cry, the world began to collapse. Amidst a sigh, someone quietly watched the final figure that appeared within the crumbling world.
On the mountain of Gu Yi there dwells a goddess. Ah!
A sharp scream pierced the air as Gu Yi jolted awake from a deep slumber, her face streaked with tears, her heart still pounding with lingering terror. Hearing the cry, the others, who had already departed, hurried back from their huts, gazing toward Lin Chi's dwelling with expressions of profound complexity.
Young people these days. Stop screaming,
Lin Chi said, feigning calmness.
You wouldn't want others to misunderstand what I've done to you.
Yet within him a tempest raged. Initially he had only intended to use the dreamwalking technique to glimpse the truth behind the legacy of the return to Void Realm powerhouse that Gu Yi had mentioned. Little did he expect that Gu Yi would present him with such an astonishing revelation. This Gu Yi, she was not human.
Was I just dreaming?
Gu Yi asked, her voice trembling as she fought to compose herself. But seeing Lin Chi's knowing smirk, a chill sank into her heart. Instinct told her that her deepest secret had likely been uncovered by Lin Chi. At this thought, a surge of murderous intent welled up within her, only to be replaced by a helpless defeat. She was no match for him in combat. Frustration and grievance overwhelmed her, and she finally burst into sobs, weeping bitterly.
You liar!
Gu Yi cried sorrowfully, her exquisite face drenched in tears, evoking a sense of pity. Yet Lin Chi, remembering that Gu Yi was not human, but a being born from a primordial 5 elements gourd, a vessel meant to nurture a natural deity in another universe, felt not a shred of sympathy. Instead, he was consumed by curiosity about how Gu Yi had emerged from the gourd. The dream had collapsed too quickly for him to catch that fragment of information. So he asked directly,
Tell me, how exactly did you come out?
Gu Yi, still weeping into her hands, peeked at Lin Chi through her fingers, clinging to a faint hope. But Lin Chi's question shattered that hope, confirming that he had seen through her. She snapped in fury.
You liar! You spied on my dreams. Feel free to shout louder. I have no secrets I fear being exposed,
Lin Chi said flatly. Seeing Gu Yi immediately clamp her hand over her mouth, he added with a smirk.
Gu Yi, you wouldn't want others to know your secret, would you? What do you want?
Gu Yi wiped her tears, drowning in regret. Had she known Lin Chi possessed the ability to pry into others' secrets through dreams, she would never have been foolish enough to ally with him. No, she would never have let Lin Chi stay in the Peach Valley Cave Heaven from the very start.
I haven't decided yet,
Lin Chi said after a moment of thought, his tone sincere.
But I'm holding on to this secret of yours for good. You?
Gu Yi was so enraged she wanted to bite him, but she only stomped her foot furiously and ground her teeth.
Don't push me too far. If you really make me desperate, it'll take you down with me. You exaggerate. It won't come to that. We've spent some time together, so you should know me by now. My only pursuit is cultivation. I have no other desires. So I won't make unreasonable demands of you. At most, I'll ask you to assist me in my training.
Lin Chi paused, speaking with earnest sincerity. If Gu Yi's identity were not so earth-shattering. Even if Gu Yi harbored some unspeakable secret, Lin Chi would not have resorted to exploiting it indefinitely. But the problem was that Gu Yi was not human. Since she was not of his kind, he had to keep a firm grip on her. In the dream, he had seen that Gu Yi was forcibly taken from another universe by a figure suspected to be an immortal, who offered her as a gift to his disciple. With such a background, Lin Chi couldn't help but suspect that Gu Yi might still harbor resentment toward humanity, or that her transformation was part of some sinister scheme. He had to be cautious.
You want me to dual cultivate with you?
Gu Yi's expression softened.
Fine. But you must promise to accompany me to the cold jade palace to retrieve my true body. Otherwise we'll both perish together. There's no rush.
Lin Chi waved his hand.
Let's wait until I reach Foundation establishment. Besides, before that, I need to know exactly how you transformed and what your true intentions are. You? Forget it. Let me just see for myself.
Lin Chi stopped asking, guessing that the cooldown for his dreamwalking technique was nearly up, and gestured for Gu Yi to lie down again. Gu Yi's face flushed with shame and anger, but in the end, she only shot him a fierce glare before obediently lying down and closing her eyes. 3 days later. The labyrinth stretched endlessly. Lin Chi and Gu Yi walked side by side through the underground maze, gazing at the beautiful yet perilous light barriers. With a thought, Lin Chi shrouded himself in the 5-colored divine light and stepped through the barrier. The next moment, a massive drain of true Qi. Under Gu Yi's astonished gaze, Lin Chi successfully crossed the barrier.
The 5-colored divine light can indeed let me pass through the maze's restrictions, but my cultivation level is still too low. The consumption is immense. To truly enter the cold jade palace, I'll likely need to reach foundation establishment first.
Lin Chi, enveloped in the 5-colored divine light, swept Gu Yi along and sped through the barrier of restrictions. Soon the two successfully entered the cold jade palace. Gu Yi's face lit up with joy, but Lin Chi shook his head.
Why?
She asked, panicked.
Aren't you bringing me in now? In the dream, I can restore my consumed true Qi, it will, but not in reality.
Lin Chi said calmly, stepping to the center of the hall and gazing at the cold jade gourd floating in the swirling icy mist, a look of wonder on his face.
So this is your true body. It looks quite adorable. Don't you dare stare.
Gu Yi shouted in embarrassment, shielding the gourd from his gaze. Though she had taken human form, her nature still closely resembled that of a primordial deity. She could openly propose dual cultivation with Lin Chi in her human form, but she couldn't bear to hear him comment on her true body. Even if it was only in a dream, it felt like a desecration.
So there are still secrets about your true body that you're hiding from me.
Lin Chi's gaze turned cold.
Don't tell me that once you retrieve it, you'll instantly transform into a true primordial deity and crush me with a single slap. No,
Gu Yi said, puffing with frustration.
I told you I used a forbidden secret technique to reincarnate, abandoning my innate foundation. I'm a real human now. As for my true body, it's just a remnant from before my reincarnation. I need it as the foundation for my Tao to complete the 10 directions freezing divine light. And I have no schemes. I just want to retrieve my true body, complete my foundation establishment, and leave the celestial immortal universe as quickly as possible. Brother Lin, I truly don't want to be refined into a magic artifact. What must I do to make you believe me? It's not that I don't trust you, but what's in it for me?
Lin Chi countered. Gu Yi's eyes flickered, and she lowered her voice.
I can guide you to the other 4 secret realms, where the return to Void Realm powerhouse left behind primordial 5 elements gourds as well. You can refine them as your own Tao foundation or forge them into primordial spirit treasures. Brother Lin, you have extraordinary talent and have cultivated multiple nascent primordial divine prohibition forms. But likewise, once you reach foundation establishment, you'll need far more heavenly materials and earthly treasures to refine into your body. The 4 primordial spirit items, each one's housing a natural deity, can at least help you condense your 5-colored divine light into a 9-fold divine ability, saving you 100 years of bitter cultivation. You're trying to fob me off with someone else's possessions.
Lin Chi sneered.
Don't forget I've seen your memories. That return to Void Realm powerhouse is merely slumbering in the immortal continent star, not dead. Then what exactly do you want?
Gu Yi roared in fury. First, help me advance my cultivation to foundation establishment. The rest can be discussed later. Lin Chi's gaze flickered. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew from the dream. Gu Shi soon woke as well, staring at Lin Chi and gnashing her teeth. But Lin Chi gave her no opportunity to speak. With a gesture, a gust rose, and Gu Shi was unceremoniously expelled through the door. The door slammed shut. Furious, Gu Shi raised her hand to strike it when Lin Chi's voice came. That is enough for today. Come find me tomorrow. Her raised hand stilled. Her eyes flashed for a moment, then she sulkily withdrew it and turned away. Those who had been watching saw Gu Shi driven out and stormed back in anger. Wang Huaigu and the others who had been silently observing exchanged glances. After a moment, Qiu Yun went to Gu Shi's door. Gu Shi, between you and fellow cultivator Lin. Qiu Yun hesitated. Sister Qiu Yun, don't bring up that scoundrel. The wretch. It's always the same. After sleeping with me, he turns his face away. Argid makes me furious. Gu Shi raved in exasperation. Qiu Yun immediately cut in. Gu Shi, a young woman should not use such coarse language. You and fellow cultivator Lin, never mind. In any case though you are cultivators you must exercise restraint in these matters. Restraint about what? Gu Shi asked with an innocent look. You've been holed up with Lin Qi in the lodging for 3 days and nights, and even slept together. Now you ask me about restraint. Xiaoyun felt a heavy disquiet in her chest seeing Gu Shi's naive expression. Her face changed. Could it be that Gu Shi had been tricked into surrendering her body by Lin Qi? That made sense. Gu Shi was so guileless. Surely Lin Qi had corrupted her. With that thought Xiaoyun declared, I'll go find fellow cultivator Lin right now. Watching Xiaoyun storm off, Gu Shi smiled slyly. Serves you for bullying me. In his lodging Lin Qi unusually did not practice refining his qi. He lit a stick of sandalwood incense and leisurely boiled water for tea. He was thinking about Gu Shi's identity, the origin of the Wuxing Star secret realm, and the Fanxi realm powerhouse that might still slumber within Xianzhou Star. So many fragments of information assailed him, he needed to sort them carefully. Gu Shi has kept things from me. The water boiled and mist rose, yet Lin Qi did not move. Dreamwalking's control over a dream is greatly diminished when the dream's owner is consciously dreaming. So although these past days I seem to have gleaned much from Gu Shi in the dream, it may well have been staged by her to present to me. To address this, I might try integrating talismans akin to a soul-seeking charm Suhun into the 9-sign array Jiu Fu array to better master others' dreams and peer into their secrets. Yet that would invert priorities. For me, entering dreams is foremost a means to verify the Tao and advance cultivation. Prying into others' hidden truths is secondary. Thus I must not sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Lin Qi lifted the empty teacup and sipped lightly. Even faced with such startling news, his primary concern remained his own cultivation. Having made sure his own practice required no change, he turned his mind to Gu Shi, more precisely to that suspected Fanxi realm powerhouse, a disciple perhaps of some celestial Taoist now asleep within Xianzhou Star. The first most critical question was why sleep within Xianzhou Star? Was this due to injury, or simply for cultivation? Between the two possibilities, Lin Qi favored the latter. In Gu Shi's dream, that Fanxi realm powerhouse had drifted the starry void for years before selecting Xianzhou Star as a place to slumber. Lin Qi also recalled one detail from Gu Shi's visions: those cultivators who came to this stellar system over 10,000 years ago had struck a token before entering the system. He thought it improbable that events had aligned so conveniently. One moment, the Fanxi realm powerhouse had reshaped the star system, and shortly after, cultivators bearing tokens sailed across the sky on celestial ships and took root here. So the original group of cultivators who came to Xianzhou Star were likely acting on orders. Perhaps their purpose was to guard that sleeping Fanxi realm powerhouse. Lin Qi pondered and shook his head. A Fanxi realm being is strong enough to rend stars and remake systems even asleep. It would not be reduced to needing golden cores or nascent souls as guardians. The truth might be precisely the reverse. It was the Fanxi realm powerhouse that remade this stellar system, thereby nurturing the Xianzhou cultivation world. If that were so, Lin Qi's earlier conjecture wavered. He wondered whether the Fanxi realm powerhouse had been grievously wounded and, anticipating death, had chosen a burial place for itself and turned into a star to watch over its descendants. No. If that were the case, Gu Shi would not have tried to flee. Lin Qi murmured. Gu Shi's true essence is an innate deity born from a congenital 5 elements gourd in another universe. Unless she feared that the Fanxi realm powerhouse would awaken and refine her into a treasure, then she would have reason to abandon her root and manifest as a human. Therefore it can be certain that the Fanxi realm powerhouse will awaken again. And the day it wakes will be the day it utterly transmutes the 5-element star into a treasure. If that is so, then what of Xianzhou Star? Lin Qi's thoughts flickered. He felt he had grasped something in the depths of intuition, and was about to continue pondering, when a knock came at the door. Fellow cultivator Lin, I know you're in there. Open the door quickly, I have questions to ask you. His train of thought broken, Lin Qi nonetheless rose and opened the door. Fellow cultivator Lin, now that what's done is done, when do you intend to formally wake Gu Shi? We can help handle the arrangements. Xiaoyun spoke bluntly. Lin Qi was momentarily stunned, then realized, arched an eyebrow, and looked toward Gu Shi, who was making faces at him from a distance. He immediately grasped that Gu Shi was mocking him. That Gu Shi was like an old cucumber painted green, still playing at youth in front of Qiu Yun and the others. Sister Qiu Yun, this depends not on me, but on Gu Shi's wishes. You should go and persuade her. Lin Chi, playing the part of a beleaguered lover, let a show of sorrow slip across his features. Qiu Yun, who had intended to confront him, was taken aback. Sister Qiu Yun, you know Gu Shi well. If she hadn't made the first move, how could there have been any affair between us? Alas, it seems she only fancied me for a few brief days. Qiu Yun sensed something was amiss. But didn't you just chase her out? Lin Chi's tone turned plaintive. With Gu Shi's abilities, how could I have driven her away? True enough, Qiu Yun nodded reflexively, despite Lin Chi having bested Gu Shi in their earlier contest. To Qiu Yun and the others, Gu Shi was certainly stronger than Lin Chi. Realizing this, Qiu Yun felt awkward and hurriedly said, my mistake. You go on with what you must, I'll go ask Gu Shi for clarification. Watching Qiu Yun storm off to find Gu Shi, Lin Chi raised a finger to his lips, and a shushing gesture, smiled, coldly closed the door again, and tried to reclaim his train of thought. But for the moment, his thoughts would not come, and he could do nothing but shake his head. Enough, rumination on these matters is merely a precaution. For me now, 10 birds in the woods are not worth one in the hand. The heritage of a Fanxi realm powerhouse, however splendid, is still an illusion. By contrast, Gu Shi, once an innate deity, even if her cultivation system differs from this world's, would still represent a genuine primal deity inheritance. To secure that would be a true boon for me. Having reached that conclusion, Lin Chi decided to swallow the honey bait Gu Shi had offered and strike back in turn. Gu Shi, come to my lodging after nightfall. He had barely finished speaking when he sensed something, and looked up to see 2 unexpected guests streaking across the sky above the grotto realm.
This is the Peach Valley Cave Heaven, our secluded abode. Which fellow Taoist seeks entry? Please halt.
Facing the sudden intrusion of 2 uninvited guests into the Peach Valley Cave Heaven, Wang Huaigu stepped forward, taking the lead. The rest quickly gathered, their vigilance sharpened, as they encircled the intruders. Lin Chi frowned at the sight of the arrivals, instinctively retreating behind the group. For one of them was none other than Yi Wenli, whom he had repelled in the void before. But Lin Chi quickly regained his composure, rising into the air with an apologetic tone.
They are here for me. I'll step out and speak with them. They're after Taoist Lin. Looks like a vendetta. What should we do?
As the murmurs continued, Gu Shi stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Chi.
This time I'll help you. Later you'll help me. One each. You take the left, I'll take the right. TSK. Are all Chi refining juniors this bold nowadays?
Having entered the Peach Valley Cave Heaven, the Taoist kept his predatory gaze fixed on Lin Chi, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of divine abilities and spells at the cave's entrance. He heard Gu Shi's arrogant words, and couldn't help but question Yi Wenli, who was frantically summoning over a dozen magical artifacts. Yi Wenli remained silent, obsessively producing more artifacts to seal off the Peach Valley Cave Heaven. Believing he had woven an inescapable net ensuring Lin Chi could never flee, he finally chuckled.
Brother Bailey, the juniors of today are far fiercer than we were back then.
After addressing his clansman Yi Bailey, whom he had invited to assist, Yi Wenli sneered at Lin Chi.
Junior, you didn't expect me to find you so quickly, did you? Surprised. Shocked. Senior is a Foundation establishment elder of the Immortal Academy. Why stoop to bickering with a junior like me?
Lin Chi was indeed taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Wenli and his pursuers would not relent so easily. But he never imagined that merely 3 months later, despite his escape across the starry void to the Mercury's secret realm, Yi Wenli would still track him down so swiftly. So even without Wan Hai exposing his location last time, Yi Wenli and his crew had other means to find him.
You are no ordinary junior.
Yi Wenli spoke impassively. Seeing Yi Bailey finalize the last seal, his murderous intent surged.
Last time you were merely lucky to win a move. You made me lose face before my peers. Brat, today I'll make you pay 100-fold. Wenli, why waste words with him?
Yi Bailey raised his hand.
Let's finish him quickly. We can still make it to the Tianhe Grand Gathering. Exactly, just fight. No need for all this chatter.
Gushi, already impatient, raised her hand the moment Yi Baili moved. The 10 directions demon freezing divine light shot forth, arriving before the opponent, instantly chilling the heavens. The once balmy Peach Valley cave heaven was now engulfed in a blizzard of frozen wasteland.
Watch out, Wanli. This junior spell is formidable.
Sensing the might of the 10 directions demon freezing divine light, Yi Baili dared not meet it heeded, and quickly summoned a protective artifact. Seeing the artifact instantly coated in an eerie blue crack spreading like frost, he was both shocked and enraged. Yi Wanli, intending to join Yi Baili in ambushing Lin Chi, watched as his companion was almost immediately intercepted by the beautiful female cultivator beside Lin Chi. Left in a flustered state, unable to fend for himself, let alone combine forces against Lin Chi, Yi Wanli's heart sank. Without hesitation, he instinctively summoned his Lotus Throne artifact. Then he saw a familiar golden-armored deity wielding a 9 dragons fire hood, grinning as it descended upon him. The scene was so strikingly familiar that Yi Wanli spat blood, prematurely shouting,
Lin Chi, I forgive you.
Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the cave heaven. Amidst the earth-shaking turmoil, Yi Wanli and his artifact were driven deep into the ground.
Surprised, shocked,
Lin Chi unleashed his full power, his Dharma form expanding to heaven and earth, smashing Yi Wanli into the earth with a single thought. The golden Dharma form shook its body, towering dozens of zhang high, and raised the 9 dragons fire hood to strike Yi Wanli again. Once, twice, thrice. Expressionless, Lin Chi stuffed a bottle of pills into his mouth, adeptly using the gluttonous chi devouring technique to convert the pills' energy into an endless stream of true chi, driving the golden Dharma form to brutally and savagely pound Yi Wanli into the ground. The uninspiring might left everyone stunned. Yi Baili and Gushi, locked in combat, involuntarily halted, staring dumbfounded at Lin Chi's relentless assault on Yi Wanli.
Gulp!
Yi Baili swallowed hard, recalling Yi Wanli's words when he invited him to hunt Lin Chi.
That junior only relied on his artifact catching me off guard to barely win by a hair. But in the end, he's just a chi-refining junior with limited cultivation. With the two of us working together, capturing him will be a breeze. Well, split the spoils, 1 artifact each.
Yi Wanli's words still echoed, but his voice and visage seemed like those of the deceased.
Yi Wanli, I was a fool to trust your lies.
Yi Baili cursed, turning without hesitation to flee. But he was quickly blocked by the dense array of artifacts, spells, and techniques at the entrance, all set by him, and Yi Wanli to prevent Lin Chi from escaping with his wind thunder wings. Now it was like digging their own grave.
Surprised, shocked,
Gushi held a ball of icy blue energy, the 10 directions demon freezing divine light, freezing the atmosphere, weaving through the void.
Gushi, block him. Don't let him escape. He'll finish Yi Wanli and join you.
Lin Chi shouted, noticing that the spot where Yi Wanli was buried had nearly turned to magma under the golden Dharma forms, pounding with no signs of resistance. He hesitated, then stopped. Downing another bottle of pills, he turned his murderous gaze toward Yi Baili, who was locked in combat with Gushi. Seeing Lin Chi's stare, Yi Baili trembled, forcing a smile.
Mistake, all a mistake. I was tricked by Yi Wanli. You, don't come any closer.
Boom. In response, the golden Dharma form's 9 dragons fire hood came crashing down with savage fury. Amid the cataclysmic violence, Yi Baili finally understood what Yi Wanli had endured. He had much to say. But Lin Chi remained impassive, and the golden Dharma form was a merciless war machine. One strike followed another. Soon Yi Baili was also driven deep into the earth.
You are so brutal,
Gushi said, her heart pounding. She felt grateful that Lin Chi had shown restraint during their earlier duel. Otherwise, being pounded into the ground by 100 Zangtal golden Dharma form was a terrifying thought.
If someone seeks to kill me, I will kill them. There's no brutality in that.
Lin Chi's tone was cold as he swallowed another bottle of pills, continuing to fuel the Dharma form.
A nascent divine prohibition, and you use it like this. What a brute.
Gushi muttered, unable to bear watching. She pointed a finger, tossing at 10 directions demon freezing divine light into the pits where Yi Wanli and Yi Baili lay, then clapped her hands cheerfully.
This is a much more elegant death.
Gazing at the ethereal icy blue flower blooming within the pit, Lin Chi cast a stoic glance at Gu Shi. He silently retracted his heaven and earth manifestation, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to swallow pills, to refine chi, replenishing his utterly depleted true energy.
Lin Chi, those two are Foundation Establishment elders from the Immortal Academy. While you're in trouble, you're definitely going to be wanted by the Immortal Academy. The Academy will surely dispatch Foundation Establishment Golden Core, or even nascent soul cultivators to hunt you down.
Gu Shi shouted with schadenfreude. Wang Huaigu and the others, who had been utterly bewildered from start to finish, now looked at Gu Shi with complex expressions. This foolish girl. She had also played a part in killing those two just now. Lin Chi slowly exhaled a murky breath, recovering a sliver of true energy. He stood up, ignoring Gu Shi's gleeful taunts. Lin Chi first cupped his hands apologetically to Wang Huaigu and the others.
Fellow Taoists, I apologize. Taoist Lin, you speak too gravely. It is we who should apologize. When enemies came for you, we failed to lend a hand.
Wang Huaigu shook his head. If the avenger who had come seeking retribution had targeted any one of them, they would have unhesitatingly stood shoulder to shoulder. Instead, they had merely watched, doing nothing.
These two came because of me, so it's best I leave this place. Thank you all for your care these past days. The mountains are high and the rivers long, we shall meet again.
Lin Chi smiled, cupping his hands to Wang Huaigu and the others. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he once again activated the heaven and earth manifestation, raised his fists, and smashed through the cave's seal in a few blows. Unfurling the wind and thunder wings on his back, he soared away into the distance. The group silently watched Lin Chi depart, exchanging glances with nothing but a shared sigh. Suddenly Chiao Yun exclaimed,
"Where's Gu Shi?" "Gu Shi left with Taoist Lin,"
Li Chizi said softly.
"Why didn't you stop her?"
Chiao Yun asked angrily.
"Why should I stop her?"
Li Chizi retorted.
"Do you think Gu Shi was ever truly one of us?" But in truth, she chose to fight alongside Taoist Lin. As for us, we stood by when our comrade faced his enemy. Old 7 Taoist Lin has only been with us for a short time. We didn't know the ins and outs of his grudges. Our hesitation was only human.
Wang Huaigu couldn't help but interject.
"I understand your meaning."
Li Chizi interrupted Wang Huaigu's words, offering a self-deprecating smile.
"After all, I was just like you at that moment. But now, seeing Lin Chi and Gu Shi leave without a backward glance, it dawns on me that we were never as steadfast as we believed ourselves to be. We called ourselves fellow Taoists, kindred spirits, who gathered here. Yet when our comrade faced an enemy, we faltered and shrank back. Everyone, can you still hold true?"
A heavy silence fell over the group. To refrain from evil, never forget kindness, shun fame, and seek the great Tao for a lifetime. These were the rules of the Peach Valley Cave Heaven, and also the path they had always prided themselves on upholding.
It is we who were wrong. From the day we accepted him, his Tao became our Tao. To defend him is to defend ourselves. If we cannot even trust or dare to protect the Taoists we ourselves acknowledge, then what talk is there of mutual support on the path to the great Tao? Let us all go our separate ways."
Gao Tianyu's side turned and left.
"But what if he was the one in the wrong? What if he was deceiving us from the start, and was never a good person?"
Chiao Yun couldn't understand. It was Lin Chi who had brought the enemies upon them. They had merely hesitated. How in the end did it seem as if they were the ones at fault?
If that were the case, we can only blame our own poor judgment. But to stand by idly while a comrade is attacked, how is that any different from fair-weather friends?
Li Qizi's words were firm.
That must be why Gu Shi unhesitatingly chose to leave with Taoist Lin. The joy of fellowship, the bitterness of parting. Let's stop arguing. We met as strangers united by a single thought to become fellow Taoists. Now, equally due to a single lapse, we fall apart and go our separate ways. At least it was clean. Everyone, the mountains are high and the rivers long, we shall meet again.
Yi Zijuan declared cheerfully, then packed up with Yi Sanshu and left directly. In the blink of an eye of the once harmonious 8 immortals of Peach Valley, only Wang Huaigu, Chiao Yun, and Li Chizi remained. Li Chizi glanced at them, silently cupped his hands in a bow.
"Big brother, sister Chiao Yun. The mountains and waters will meet again. Let us reunite at Foundation Establishment.
With that, Li Chizi also left without hesitation. Only Wang Huaigu was left sighing, saying to Qiu Yun,
Let us go too. Find a place for secluded cultivation to break through to Foundation Establishment. Perhaps then we shall see each other again.
Soon Peach Valley was empty and desolate with no trace of human presence. The Arctic ice cap. Lin Chi and Gu Shi one after the other flew across the sea and deep into the icy continent. Suddenly Gu Shi called out,
Oh, I forgot to remind Big Brother and the others to leave the Peach Valley Cave Heaven and find another place to cultivate. By now Peach Valley may already be empty.
Lin Chi said indifferently with neither joy nor sorrow. He was not angry at Wang Huaigu and the others for standing by. It was after all only human nature. If the roles were reversed, he might have acted even more ruthlessly, perhaps even turning and fleeing. Like close friends and classmates in university, no matter how much they supported each other on the path of learning, in the end graduation alone saw them scatter in different directions in the blink of an eye. As the saying goes, when disaster strikes, each flies on their own. Though he had not witnessed the group's departure from Peach Valley, he could guess that after he and Gu Shi left, rifts and cracks were inevitable. For truly like-minded comrades, even if faced by 10,000, they would press forward. Unfortunately, the world is vast, but true kindred spirits and fellow Taoists are hard to find. The 8 immortals of Peach Valley were in the end not immortals.
I wish to buy osmanthus blossoms and set sail with wine, but it can never be like the wanderings of our youth.
Gu Shi, thinking Lin Chi was resentful of Wang Huaiga's inaction, grumbled,
It wouldn't have been much help anyway. Besides, didn't I help you kill those 2 Foundation Establishment elders from the Immortal Academy? If I hadn't acted, you wouldn't have stood a chance against them alone. Lin Chi, I saved your life. Now I command you to follow me to the Cold Jade Palace immediately. You are noisy.
Lin Chi flicked his finger, conjuring a gust of wind. Gu Shi hurriedly blew a breath of cold air to freeze it, puffing with anger.
Lin Chi, you are ungrateful. Is this how your human race treats a lifesaver? Shut up. Think quickly about where we can hide from the Immortal Academy's pursuit. Am not too worried. I am a match for any human prodigy. As long as I'm willing to swallow my pride, the Academy will know to treasure talent. But you, if you fall into their hands, what do you think they will do to your true body?
Lin Chi said, gazing down at the icy plains beneath them. Gu Shi was so angry she laughed.
You are the one who brought those people here. Now listening to you, it sounds like you saved my life instead. Good that you understand. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pledge yourself to me. Just be my beast of burden. Lin Chi, I shouldn't have helped you. Go to hell, you bastard.
Half a month later, at the Peach Valley Cave Heaven, several figures descended together, among them Zhao Yueru. Glancing at the deserted Peach Valley, their gazes indifferent, they arrived at the burial site of Yi Bailey and Yi Wanli. Half an hour later, looking at the remnants of Yi Wanli and Yi Bailey's remains, they had found the group found it hard to conceal their shock.
There were 2 attackers. One should be that Lin Chi. As for the other, it seems they possess some artifact with ice cold properties. It looks like more than 2 people lived here. But only 2 struck. If they didn't act, we don't need to worry about them.
The group discussed back and forth. As they spoke, someone took out a disc-shaped artifact and fused it with spiritual power, quickly obtained a result, and frowned.
They're still in the Mercury Star secret realm, but the exact location can't be calculated. Some restriction must be blocking the pursuit. You're familiar with the Mercury Star secret realm. Do you know any place there that can block the pursuit of the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon tracking disc?
Zhao Yueru said coolly.
The Mercury Star secret realm isn't my home. How would I know? Why don't you ask the Heavenly River Patriarch?
She had thought her earlier actions would at least buy Lin Chi 4 or 5 years. Unexpectedly, after just 3 months, Yi Wanli had secretly found people to seek revenge on Lin Chi, though they ended up dying at Lin Chi's hands instead. But it made Zhao Yueru realize the matter had blown up. With 2 Foundation Establishment elders fallen, the Immortal Academy would not let it go. She couldn't help feeling annoyed knowing she still had 2 unruly disciples at home. If they learned of this, who knew what trouble they'd stir up?
I do know a place that can block the 9 heavens and 10 earths demon tracking discs pursuit.
Someone mused.
they might have fled to the cold jade labyrinth. Do you know what you're saying? The cold jade labyrinth, which even nascent soul elders can't breach, they dare go there. People who dare kill Foundation establishment elders of the Immortal Academy fear nothing. After a few exchanges, the group turned their eyes back to Zhao Yueru. Expressionless Zhao Yueru said, "Then we'll head to the cold jade labyrinth. I was planning to go there anyway. Let's move." With that command, they gathered the remnants of Yi Wanli and Yi Beili and set off toward the cold jade labyrinth. The cold jade labyrinth. Legend had it that it led to the core of the Mercury Star's secret realm, a treasure ground hiding the legacy of a great power. For the Foundation establishment elders of the Immortal Academy, the existence of the cold jade labyrinth was no secret. Instead, it was a coveted treasure hunting site for Foundation establishment cultivators practicing water or ice divine abilities. However, since even nascent soul elders couldn't penetrate the depths of the labyrinth, so-called treasure hunting was limited to its outer fringes. Now deep in the outer reaches of the cold jade labyrinth, in a place called the seventh labyrinth unknown to anyone, two figures sat cross-legged. Suddenly one of them snapped open, their eyes fury in their voice. "Lin Chi, you've gone too far. I've told you many times, stop prying into my secrets through dreams. I just hope we can be open with each other." Lin Chi remained unhurried, carefully digesting the gains from his latest foray into Gai's dreams. "Openness is fine. Just take off your clothes, why mess with my dreams?" Gai had completely abandoned pretense, letting herself go, treating her body as mere flesh, speaking wildly and fiercely. Indeed, no matter how well Gai disguised herself among humans after reincarnation, her true nature leaned more toward that of a primordial deity. "Is the circle of you primordial deities always this chaotic?" Lin Chi sighed, muttered under his breath, and seeing Gai about to indulge further, quickly closed his eyes to deeply contemplate his dream gains. "Humph." Seeing Lin Chi close his eyes to meditate, Gai snorted and fell silent. Restlessly, she left the secret chamber she had carved out, staring blankly at the dazzling yet perilous curtain of light before her. After a long while, judging that Lin Chi had likely finished his contemplation, she returned to the chamber and said angrily, "Lin Chi, when exactly do you plan to establish your foundation?" "No rush. There's still one spell I haven't fully grasped. And you're still hiding things from me," Lin Chi said, unhurriedly swallowing chi to continue his cultivation. "You're not really planning to condense another embryonic primordial divine prohibition, are you? Have you lost your mind?" Gai had actually guessed Lin Chi's intention, having let him enter her dreams many times, and learned how he managed to self-comprehend and condense those embryonic prohibitions. Beyond envy, jealousy, and admiration, she had nothing to say. Because even if she had the same ability as Lin Chi, she would at most comprehend 2, no 3 embryonic prohibitions before choosing to establish her foundation. And Lin Chi. Gai counted on her fingers. 1 for controlling fire, 1 for the 5-colored divine light, 1 for those wings, and another for the golden body dharma aspect. For embryonic primordial divine prohibitions. Too monstrous. But Lin Chi still thought it wasn't enough. He wanted to comprehend a 5th. Gai felt she had to dissuade him. "Brother, enough, really enough. In the chi refining stage, having 1 embryonic primordial divine prohibition already qualifies as a peerless genius. 5 is far too many. You humans only have 800 years of extended life after Foundation establishment. At this rate, even with another 800 years, it'll be hard for you to reach Foundation establishment perfection and break through to Golden Core." "What do you mean?" Lin Chi's eyes snapped open, his gaze turning cold. Gai hesitated. Lin Chi had been constantly trying to spy on her dreams, always saying she was hiding things, that they weren't open enough to build cooperation. And indeed it was true, because she had been striving to conceal what Lin Chi most wanted from her dreams, a primordial deity's innate legacy. But her reasons for hiding the legacy were different from what Lin Chi thought. She wasn't worried about him obtaining her cultivation inheritance. She feared that once he got it, he would draw analogies and grasp the key to subsequent cultivation. For someone as brilliant as Lin Chi, who could forcibly deduce and comprehend several embryonic primordial divine prohibitions in dreams from basic talisman seeds alone,
Guy believed Lin Chi could certainly infer the crucial points of each stage from foundation establishment to Mahayana in the celestial immortal great universe from her inheritance. After all, it was common knowledge. The cultivation system of the celestial immortal great universe was originally plundered from primordial deities, modeled after the transformation of heaven and earth. So she had to guard against him strictly lest he grasp the key, guess the truth about the slumbering return to void powerhouses, and abandon her. But now Lin Chi was determined to comprehend a fifth embryonic primordial divine prohibition before attempting foundation establishment. Guy couldn't wait any longer. Gritting her teeth, she decided to reveal a bit about the key to foundation establishment cultivation. Just the key to foundation establishment cultivation. It shouldn't let him guess what comes later, right? Guy thought optimistically and whispered,
"You humans need to refine external objects into your body to supplement the deficiencies of your divine ability seeds during foundation establishment." "I already know that,"
Lin Chi said flatly.
"No, you don't,"
Guy said quickly.
"Because the external objects you need to refine for foundation establishment in the celestial immortal great universe are different. Other chi refining cultivators at most draw in baleful energy or casually refine some heavenly treasures as vessels for their spells to transform into divine abilities. But you're different. Whatever embryonic divine ability you mastered in the chi refining stage, you must refine a heavenly treasure of the same level during foundation establishment. For example, an embryonic primordial divine prohibition can only be refined with a primordial spiritual object. Flesh is but suffering, transcendence lies in machinery."
Lin Chi spoke calmly, having already anticipated the key points of foundation establishment cultivation. Humans have their limits. To shake heaven and earth, move mountains, and seas, pluck stars, and grasp the moon with a mortal body, one must undergo an ultimate transformation. Rather than strengthening the inherently fragile flesh, it is better to reshape the body into a steel form. This is the true meaning of shedding the mortal shell and forging a new one. Thus, smelting external objects into the body is not shameful. On the contrary, clinging to imperfection and fantasizing about keeping the body pure, turning a mass of flesh into titanium alloy out of thin air, is an impractical delusion. Yet Lin Chi had not previously known that for a nascent divine forbidden seal to evolve into a true divine forbidden seal, it required refining a primordial spiritual object. He had originally thought that merely refining natural treasures of the same attribute would suffice.
"No, if it were only a matter of refining a primordial spiritual object, you wouldn't need to keep urging me. So for a nascent divine forbidden seal to evolve to perfection, it requires more than one primordial spiritual object."
Suddenly realizing something, Lin Chi's expression shifted.
"Yes."
Guyi looked at Lin Chi with sympathy.
"A divine seal has 9 turns. For a nascent divine forbidden seal to fully transform into a divine forbidden seal in your celestial immortal macrocosm cultivation system, you must refine 9 primordial spiritual objects. That means when you reach foundation establishment, to perfectly evolve the 4 nascent divine forbidden seals you've condensed into true divine forbidden seals, you'll need to find at least 36 primordial spiritual objects. Of course, you could cultivate only 1 divine forbidden seal. In that case, you'd need just 9 primordial spiritual objects. With some effort, you might manage. But then your other nascent divine forbidden seals would be wasted. No, not entirely wasted. Perhaps you could still achieve nascent soul. In that case, during your nascent soul stage, you could use those nascent divine forbidden seals as divine authority."
Guyi suddenly covered her mouth, nearly letting slip a truth Lin Chi must never know. Close call. Lin Chi probably didn't notice. Guyi stole a glance at Lin Chi, her heartbeat quickening.
"So many primordial spiritual objects."
Lin Chi's face darkened. Though he wasn't sure how hard it was to find primordial spiritual objects, the prefix primordial suggested they were far from easy to obtain.
"But that's not right. Why do you only need to retrieve your original body?"
Lin Chi spotted the flaw.
"Because I'm not from your celestial immortal macrocosm,"
Guyi blurted out.
"And once I get my body back, I'll return home. Am not foolish enough to actually cultivate your celestial immortal macrocosm methods."
Lin Chi's gaze turned cold.
"What do you mean? Is there something wrong with the cultivation methods of the celestial immortal macrocosm?" "No, they're just too powerful."
Gu Yi unconsciously curled her lips in disdain.
Isn't power a good thing?
Lin Chi was baffled. Did cultivators from other realms no longer admire strength?
Oh, it's wonderful indeed. After all, you're so powerful that the entire world stands against you, uniting myriad realms to crusade against you.
Gu Yi sneered.
Enough, I'll say no more. The more I talk, the angrier I get. In short, since you're from the celestial immortal macrocosm, you must cultivate its methods. Otherwise, you'll likely be killed the moment you step outside.
Lin Chi was stunned. After a long silence, he murmured,
I think I understand. So the cultivation system of the celestial immortal macrocosm truly follows the path of refining the universe itself. I can't be certain about other aspects, but you mentioned nascent soul. Clearly, in this realm, nascent soul does not mean tempering through mortal life to find one's own path. On the contrary, here nascent soul means truly becoming a deity. Nascent soul. At the nascent soul stage, one rivals innate gods.
Lin Chi's eyes flickered as enlightenment dawned, clearing many previous doubts.
You kept telling me that the 5-element star's secret realm held the legacy of a return to void cultivator. But that person wasn't at return to void at all. She was at nascent soul. She was transforming into a star god. She slumbers within the immortal continent star, intending to replace its will with her own. Then she will completely refine the immortal continent star, using the star as her body to achieve Gaia consciousness, becoming a star lord in one step at nascent soul.
Lin Chi's heart shook as he saw through the truth of the supposed return to void cultivator slumber. In the age of ancient myths, countless innate beings were born from the universe itself. They possessed innate roots and were extraordinary from birth. Some were gods born from stars with stars, as their bodies wielding the authority of a star. Such beings were called celestial gods or star lords. They were already like legends. No matter how mortals cultivated, the innate gap was impossible to bridge. After all, how could a mortal body rival a god? Unless mortals also refined stars into their bodies, undergoing an ultimate transformation to reverse their innate nature, evolving from human to god. From a flesh and blood body to a star body. This was nascent soul as defined by this realm's cultivation system. Lin Chi finally understood just how terrifying the celestial immortal macrocosm's cultivation system truly was. Chi refining foundation establishment golden core nascent soul. This was only the 5th step of this realm's cultivation system, yet it dared to rival the legendary star lords of the celestial court. Such power was simply inconceivable. Originally, Lin Chi thought such power came only after achieving immortality. So how powerful were the celestial immortals of the celestial immortal macrocosm? Perhaps they truly had refined an entire real universe within their bodies. Otherwise, how could they dare call themselves celestial immortals? Recalling the dream of Gu Yi, where a Taoist suspected to be a celestial immortal devoured most of a universe's matter in one breath, Lin Chi immediately understood why the people of the celestial immortal macrocosm were crusaded against by myriad realms, and stood alone against the world. Damn, weren't they literally cosmic destroying demons? But still, they were incredibly powerful. Lin Chi retracted his scattered thoughts and looked at the somewhat panicked Gu Yi. You concealed the truth of that great being's slumber, and even lied to me saying she was at return to void. I think all this was to hide one thing, that her main consciousness might truly be asleep refining the immortal continent star. But surely part of her consciousness has always been active, watching everything in this starry sky. She has already transformed into a deity, replacing the heavenly Tao with her own path. She is the very will of heaven in the immortal continent's cultivation world. Even our meeting might be... Shut up. Say no more. Gu Yi panicked, rushing over to cover Lin Chi's mouth with her hand trembling.
Don't say another word. If she really notices me, I'm dead. I admit I hid some things from you, but it was for your own good. You don't want to catch her attention either, do you? And I didn't lie to you. She is indeed at return to void now. And she is undergoing the most dangerous step in your celestial immortal macrocosm's cultivation system. Whether she becomes human or god hangs on a single thought. If her mind strays, the entire immortal continent will be destroyed. So do you understand? What you need to do now is quickly reach Foundation Establishment, help me retrieve my original body, and then we flee the star system together as fast as we can. I have a bad feeling. Her return to void is going to fail. The will of heaven has ever been inscrutable.
Lin Chi's tone was somber, not pressing Gu Shi on why she believed that the Venerable One was destined to fail in returning to emptiness. He merely gazed at her startled expression. Countless thoughts flickered through his mind, eventually coalescing into 5 words: the will of heaven must not be defied. In the vast water star's secret realm was his encounter with Gu Shi truly mere coincidence? Or rather, when he had traversed into this world, had the boundless will of heaven remained utterly oblivious? Lin Chi was unwilling to dwell on it. He spread his hands for the first time, actively demanding something from Gu Shi.
Give me the solar and lunar essence you've been hiding, and then cooperate fully with me as I comprehend the final 9-symbol array. Once I achieve foundation establishment, we will flee far from this place. You're not deceiving me?
Gu Shi asked cautiously.
With your intelligence, how could I possibly deceive you? That's true.
Gu Shi nodded.
But I've already explained everything so clearly. Why must you still comprehend a new nascent primordial divine prohibition? Because I am a cultivator of the celestial immortal macrocosm.
A year later, within a secret chamber, Lin Chi held in his hand a colorless phantom of light that seemed to shift through infinite hues, as if it could illuminate the emptiness of all 5 aggregates. All around him everything was like a dream reflected within it. He lowered his head to gaze at the light in his hand, and with a thought the phantom of light suddenly split heaven and earth, stars emerged, the sun and moon shone together, and time flowed on. Soon cities and civilizations appeared upon the stars. With another thought a city materialized within the phantom of light. Peddlers and commoners, the smoke and fire of the mortal world, all were contained within.
Is this the final nascent primordial divine prohibition you've comprehended and condensed? It looks rather ordinary.
Gu Shi had somehow drawn near. Seeing the phantom of light held aloft in Lin Chi's hand, she muttered under her breath, yet her gaze involuntarily fell upon the city within that radiant illusion. Suddenly her vision blurred, and she was momentarily dazed. The next second a graceful figure appeared within the city, condensed from the light. It was none other than Gu Shi. She stood bewildered on the bustling street, the road beneath her feet, yet she knew not where to go. She could not even remember who she was. She stood there blankly watching the crowd pass by. Suddenly a colossal face materialized in the sky. Gu Shi, like everyone else, looked up in terror at the giant visage looming above.
Gu Shi, awaken now!
A voice like thunder crashed into Gu Shi's ears. The next instant, the city was annihilated, the stars shattered, and everything reverted to a flickering, colorless yet radiant phantom of light. Gu Shi shuddered, involuntarily cried out, and quickly retreated. She stared at the phantom of light still coalesced in Lin Chi's hand, her voice trembling.
Did you just pull me into that? No, that's not right. I think I just had a dream. I dreamed you trapped me in a city, and then a giant face woke me. Lin Chi, what kind of dark art have you comprehended? This is no dark art. It is called bubble and dream. All conditioned phenomena are like bubbles, dreams, dewdrops, and lightning flashes, thus should they be regarded.
Lin Chi toyed with the bubble and dream in his hand, his mind moving with his will. Within the phantom of light everything he had seen and known could be reflected. It was as if all of reality had been transformed into a grand dream. Gu Shi instinctively stepped back, recalling her experience, her brows furrowed.
I don't care about your bubbles or whatever. I'm asking you, did you just scheme against me? It was not intentional.
Lin Chi opened his mouth and swallowed the bubble and dream. Seeing Gu Shi's incredulous expression, he smiled.
This nascent primordial divine prohibition is designed to aid my entry into dreams. As for startling the soul and confusing the spirit, that is merely a side effect. Its true purpose.
Lin Chi smiled faintly.
I won't tell you.
Gu Shi was so angry she wanted to hit him, but she held back and said coldly,
Since you've condensed this bubble and dream, shouldn't you attempt foundation establishment? Indeed, it is time.
Lin Chi nodded slightly, then spread his hand.
What are you doing?
Gu Shi asked warily.
The solar and lunar essence. I know you have more. Give it to me now. I need to refine the bubble and dream as quickly as possible, so I can begin condensing the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit, and attempt foundation establishment. There are only a few drops left. Use them sparingly.
Gu Shi winced as she pulled a jade bottle from her pouch. Watching Lin Chi unceremoniously pour out a drop of solar and lunar essence and swallow it, she couldn't help but sigh.
I must have owed you a fortune in a past life. Why else would I be so unlucky as to meet you?
Lin Chi pretended not to hear, silently refining the solar and lunar essence. Thus another half-year passed. Lin Chi finally perfected the condensation of bubble and dream. The 5 nascent primordial divine prohibitions floated within his dantian, radiating a brilliance that dwarfed the immortal talisman he had condensed first. He silently observed his inner world for a moment, lost in thought, then said to Gu Shi, who had grown impatient,
I am about to begin condensing the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit. I understand. I will protect you. Don't worry, I don't think anyone will come here. All right. What's all right?
Gu Shi had already stepped 1 foot out of the secret chamber, ready to stand guard for Lin Chi. Hearing this, she turned back and saw Lin Chi swallow the freshly condensed 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit in 1 gulp. For ordinary disciples of the Immortal Academy, or even elite disciples, the condensation of the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit, reputed as the greatest barrier in the late Qi refining stage, was accomplished by Lin Chi in but an instant. Gu Shi was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded, as if it were only natural. After all, since Lin Chi had comprehended and condensed 5 nascent primordial divine prohibitions, a mere set of 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit was but a snap of the fingers.
Indeed, the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit differ from other talisman seeds. They are absorbing my essence, energy, and spirit.
After swallowing the talismans, Lin Chi's face paled slightly, feeling as if his body had been drained.
That's normal. The condensation of the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit is meant to draw upon your life force. They extract the innate nature and destiny scattered throughout your body and fuse them into a single mass. Only thus can one break free from the shackles of the physical body and transcend the mortal realm.
Gu Shi was unperturbed.
Sounds somewhat like a lich's phylactery.
Lin Chi nodded slightly, carefully sensing the rate at which the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit were absorbing his vitality. After estimating the speed, he said to Gu Shi,
I feel it will take at least 3 more years for the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit to be fully perfected. 3 years. That's not too bad.
Gu Shi's face lit up with a smile.
Just in time for us to gather the materials for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. You should also use the time to practice the Foundation Establishment Pill refining technique in your dreams. Foundation Establishment Pill. I have some.
Lin Chi produced a bottle of Foundation Establishment Pills. He had refined some for others earlier at Yushan Market. He was also well aware of the pill's function. The most crucial difference between Foundation Establishment and the Qi refining stage was the transformation of true Qi into Dharma power. Only with the nourishment and refinement of Dharma power could the original talisman seeds undergo a metamorphosis into divine ability seeds. And for true Qi to transform into Dharma power, the immortal talisman itself must undergo its own transformation. Thus, taking the Foundation Establishment Pill was not to increase the chance of breaking through to Foundation Establishment, but to enable the immortal talisman to undergo its foundational metamorphosis.
Ask yourself honestly, with the talisman seeds you have condensed now, are these Foundation Establishment Pills meant for ordinary cultivators sufficient to catalyze the foundational metamorphosis of your immortal talisman? An ordinary Foundation Establishment Pill crafted with gold and jade as its base, blended with lead and mercury, and refined with the 5 elements powder. When a common Qi refinement cultivator seeks to break through to Foundation Establishment, they use a celestial talisman to melt the pill, thereby solidifying the ethereal talisman condensed from true Qi into a tangible form. The once illusory celestial talisman, now grounded by a physical foundation, allows true Qi to transform into Dharma power. Yet Lin Chi has condensed the embryonic forms of 5 innate divine prohibitions. In his inner vision, their majestic might already renders his celestial talisman dim and precarious, on the verge of collapse. If he fails to deliberately reinforce the celestial talisman during Foundation Establishment, then perhaps before he can evolve the 5 embryonic innate divine prohibitions into true innate divine prohibitions,
the talisman within him will shatter, his dharma power will spiral out of control, and he will succumb to a demonic deviation.
You're right. An ordinary foundation establishment pill is indeed unworthy of laying the foundation for my celestial talisman. I must refine a superior pill.
Lin Chi looked at Gu Yi and humbly sought guidance.
Please, fellow Taoists, teach me a better formula for the foundation establishment pill. Glad you understand.
Gu Yi lifted her chin haughtily.
You're merely fortunate to have met me. Otherwise, fumbling alone, you'd need at least another 30 years to successfully establish your foundation. But there's no need to change the formula. The foundation establishment pill formula of your celestial immortal macrocosm is already perfect. Just replace the main ingredients with ones of higher quality. For instance, ordinary gold and jade can be swapped for star essence gold and 10,000-year cold jade. Let's go! The maze should contain all the materials you need to refine a top-tier foundation establishment pill.
Gu Yi clasped her hands behind her back, signaling Lin Chi to follow. The two moved in tandem, flying towards the locations within the cold jade maze, where Gu Yi remembered celestial treasures were hidden. Half a year later, Lin Chi and Gu Yi arrived at a deeper part of the cold jade maze's periphery, a place known as the first maze. Here the perilous yet alluring barrier light screens grew increasingly intricate, layered, endlessly stretching beyond sight.
Beyond this lies the true cold jade palace.
Gu Yi gazed at the barrier light screen blocking their path, straining her eyes in an attempt to glimpse the real cold jade palace beyond.
How did you originally plan to get in?
Lin Chi looked at the barrier light screen before him, layered like a deep sea, and grew curious.
Simple. After Big Brother and the others achieve foundation establishment, would first have them refine a few barrier-breaking artifacts. Then together would enter the cold jade maze through several weak points in the barriers that I know of.
Gu Yi answered without hesitation.
But now it's fine. Once you achieve foundation establishment, you should be able to take me inside using the 5-color divine light. Speaking of which, how is your mind wired? To think you could even comprehend the legendary 5-color divine light. Let's first find the 10,000-year cold jade you mentioned.
Lin Chi changed the subject, looking towards the barrier light screen on the left.
If my memory serves me right, it should be nearby.
Gu Yi recalled for a moment, then signaled Lin Chi to follow her. 2 days later they arrived before an icy cavern. A cold tide surged like wind, howling as it froze heaven and earth. Facing the cold tide, Gu Yi opened her mouth and inhaled, smiling with satisfaction. She then looked into the cave, her expression shifting.
Not good, someone's already inside. It's fine. They're trapped in the barriers.
Lin Chi silently activated his 9-fold true fire, circulating it through his body to ward off the cold tide. Hearing Gu Yi's words, he quickly peered into the cave. Indeed, inside the icy cavern the barrier light screen shimmered like a glowing spiderweb, ensnaring several figures.
Don't bother with those fools. Go in quickly and take the 10,000-year cold jade. It'll stay here and absorb the cold tide.
Gu Yi opened her mouth again to absorb the cold tide. Lin Chi nodded slightly, not wishing to stir up trouble. He urged the 5-colored divine light to transform into a 5-colored canopy enveloping his body, instantly piercing through the barrier light screen within the cave, heading for the 10,000-year cold jade, as Gu Yi had directed.
Fellow Taoists, we are elders of the Immortal Academy trapped here. Please lend us your aid. We will surely reward you handsomely.
Seeing Lin Chi effortlessly traverse the barrier light screen, the trapped individuals within immediately shouted excitedly. But Lin Chi ignored them, simply taking the 10,000-year cold jade and preparing to leave.
Fellow Taoists, please stay. How can you turn a blind eye to fellow cultivators in distress? Fellow Taoists, you cannot abandon us to our fate.
Seeing Lin Chi's indifference and refusal to help the people trapped by the barrier light screen grew frantic. Lin Chi's gaze was cold and detached, he paid them no mind. He knew that most barrier light screens in the cold jade maze only trap people, not kill them. If these people simply endured the confinement for a time, they would naturally break free. There was no need to invite unnecessary trouble.
Fairy Yuru, you're closest. Quickly find a way to stop him.
Seeing Lin Chi unmoved and turning to leave, the group called out to the nearest female cultivator. It was none other than Zhao Yueru. Yet Zhao Yueru merely scrutinized Lin Qi enveloped in the five-colored divine light, her eyes flickering with thought, silent and still. Lin Qi, who had already passed through the barrier light screen and intended to depart, halted upon hearing Zhao Yueru's name. He studied her for a few moments deep in thought, then raised his hand and pointed. Illusions flickered and danced like bubbles and shadows. The few whose eyes had been fixed on Lin Qi momentarily lost focus, then woke with a sense of melancholy and loss. When they looked up again, Lin Qi had vanished from the cave, leaving only half a piece of 10,000-year-old jade on the ground gleaming brightly, a testament that someone had indeed been there.
Damn it! I was just dazed and spaced out. Was that guy's doing? How infuriating! Who the hell is he? Does anyone recognize him? When we get back, we must find him and make him pay. Fairy Yuru, you were the closest. Why didn't you stop him?
Amidst the cursing, someone suddenly questioned Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru did not answer. She simply stared blankly at the half-piece of cold jade left on the ground. After a long while, she said coldly,
"Are you teaching me how to act? That's not what I meant. But we originally came to track down that brat Lin Qi. You said you knew the location of a piece of 10,000-year-old jade and asked us to come with you to collect it. And now we're trapped here," someone said resentfully. "Finally someone comes who can ignore the barrier light screens. If we could get him to help, wouldn't we be able to escape sooner? I can't stoop that low."
Zhao Yueru said coldly, then glanced again at the half-piece of cold jade on the ground. Suddenly irritated, she said,
"Stop your bickering. We're just trapped. No one's dying. We'll be free in a couple of years. Wait, what does that have to do with stooping low? Shut up. I don't want to talk to someone so blind."
Outside the icy cavern, Gu Yi, who was breathing in the cold tide, saw Lin Qi return with only half a piece of 10,000-year-old jade and found it strange.
"Why is this cold jade missing half? Enough is enough. Let's go."
Lin Qi did not explain, speaking indifferently. Gu Yi couldn't be bothered to press further. She nodded, then suddenly had an idea.
"Wait, let me have some fun with those unlucky bastards. I heard them cursing you for not saving them."
Before her words faded, Gu Yi exhaled a stream of cold tide towards the icy cavern. The cold tide surged, coating the barrier light screen with a layer of frost, making the trapped cultivator shiver.
"Don't stir up trouble."
Lin Qi reached out to stop Gu Yi, who was about to add another 10 directions freezing demon divine light. Through the instant illusions, he had already learned the identities and intentions of Zhao Yueru and her group. It was better for them to remain trapped. If Gu Yi accidentally killed them, it would only alert the Immortal Academy and cause unnecessary complications. 3 years later, the setting sun was as red as blood, casting a dusky glow over the city. On the bustling street, a young girl in a yellow dress crouched before a vendor selling candied hawthorns, devouring one skewer after another, the bamboo sticks at her feet piling up like a small mountain.
"I can't eat any more. I need to save room for lamb skewers."
Crunching the last candied hawthorn, the girl in yellow wiped the sugar stains from her lips, clapped her hands, and turned to leave. The vendor, carrying what seemed like an endless supply of unsold candied hawthorns, called out,
"How can you eat without paying? Paying?" The girl in yellow turned in surprise, scrutinized the vendor for a moment, then curled her lips.
"You're new here, aren't you? Don't you know I never pay for food? Why should you eat without paying?"
The vendor fumed. The girl in yellow seemed a bit guilty and instinctively reached for her purse, but suddenly her eyes flickered. She opened her mouth and spat out a blast of icy breath that instantly reduced the bamboo sticks on the ground to ashes.
Having destroyed the evidence, the girl in yellow burst into laughter.
"When did I ever eat your stuff? Do you have any proof?" With that, she turned to leave, only to see a crowd surging toward her, as if the entire city had encircled her, shouting incessantly,
"Pay up!
Pay up!"
The girl in yellow's eyes turned fierce, and she yelled at the sky.
"You're going too far. I'm just eating in a dream, and you still want me to pay?" "I won't!"
No response. Only the thunderous roar echoing through the city.
"You must pay for what you eat."
The crowd surged with overwhelming fury. The girl in yellow instinctively stepped back, her eyes fierce, but soon noticed that the people closing in had even more menacing gazes, as if flames burned within them. Panic set in, and she quickly tossed out her purse.
Fine, fine, I'll pay. Just let me out of here. I don't want to play anymore.
The next moment, the vendor, satisfied with the payment, watched the crowd disperse as the city began to crumble. A soft murmur. She opened her eyes in anger, glaring at Lin Chi, who sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a shimmering bubble of illusion in his hands.
Lin Chi, you're still tormenting me even in my dreams. I'm teaching you the rules of life.
Lin Chi's gaze was indifferent as he pressed down with his hand, retracting the bubble of illusion.
So you want run wild when you go to the human world?
Do you think you're my father? She was furious and about to say more, but Lin Chi pointed a finger, and she stumbled backward, involuntarily retreating outside the chamber. Fuming, she was about to shout when Lin Chi said calmly,
The time has come. I will establish my foundation today. Guard me. She swallowed the curses on her lips, her face brightening as she quickly replied,
I'll guard you right away. Lin Chi, why don't you simulate the foundation establishment a few more times in the dream? There's no rush for a day or two. It's best to be absolutely certain before you formally attempt it. Lin Chi did not answer, merely quietly adjusting his state, mastering his essence, energy, and spirit, then swallowed a refined top-grade foundation establishment pill. After over 30 years of cultivation, today, he would break through to foundation establishment.
Finally out. Trapped for 3 whole years, how outrageous.
All because of that heartless bastard. If he hadn't blown that cold air into the cave, we would have escaped long ago. Exactly. Don't let me run into that guy outside, or it'll make him pay.
Several people stumbled out of the ice cave, cursing incessantly. Fairy, you've got the 10th Sandier cold jade. Now can we go find that Lin Chi?
Suddenly someone glanced at the half-piece of 10th Sandier cold jade in Zhao Yuru's hand and asked.
I won't go.
Zhao Yuru looked down at the cold jade in her hand and shook her head.
3 years of hardship have made me long for home. I need to return to the academy first and check on my disciples.
Besides, I doubt Lin Chi is still in the Mercury secret realm after 3 years. He's already encountered us and must have guessed we're after him. He wouldn't be foolish enough to stay. Fairy Yuru, what do you mean? When did we ever run into Lin Chi?
The group looked baffled.
Zhao Yuru said expressionlessly.
After 3 years, haven't you figured it out yet? The person you've been cursing is Lin Chi.
What? Impossible.
The group was stunned. Back then Lin Chi was shrouded in 5-colored divine light, and they truly hadn't recognized him as the Lin Chi they sought.
Now that Zhao Yuru had revealed the truth, they all felt a chill of fear.
Zhao Yuru, since you recognized him as Lin Chi, why didn't you tell us? Someone still shaken by the thought that they had already encountered Lin Chi and foolishly begged him for help grew indignant. Tell you. So you could expose his identity and let him slaughter us while we were trapped in that barrier. Zhao Yuru sneered.
Or tell you early on so you could nag in my ear for 3 years.
The group was left speechless. If I hadn't been clever enough to pretend I didn't recognize him as Lin Chi, that blast of cold air into the cave would have been far more than just a breeze. Zhao Yuru snorted impatiently.
Enough. If you want to keep looking for Lin Chi, go ahead. I'm heading back to the academy to rest. Let's all go back to the academy to rest and shake off the bad luck.
Someone agreed.
Yes, that's the only option.
They sighed and decided to leave the Mercury secret realm for the academy. As for Lin Chi, none of them were foolish enough to think, even if he was still in this cold jade maze.
Given how effortlessly he had moved through the barrier's light curtain back then, if they actually found him in the maze, it was anyone's guess who would be hunting whom. Better to head back. Just as they were about to leave the maze, they felt a disturbance in the spiritual energy, as if celestial phenomena were rising from the depths of the labyrinth.
Such spiritual fluctuations. Seems like someone is advancing to foundation establishment.
They looked toward the source of the disturbance, and indeed saw heavenly signs descending. True fire coiled like a dragon soaring within the blazing sun. Wind and thunder wings roared across the sea of stars. A golden Dharma form stood majestic as a descending deity, while 5-colored divine light surged capable of extinguishing the 5 elements. Finally, a radiant bubble of illusion shone, conjuring mirages of cities, and the birth and death of universes, as if replaying the creation of earth, water, fire, and wind. Such phenomena were utterly astonishing, unprecedented, and unheard of. The group was dumbfounded, speechless with shock.
So many divine ability manifestations. Which ancient master's disciple is this fellow Taoist?
At least 5 nascent divine abilities are transforming and ascending. Who in the world is this? Never mind which master's disciple it is. Such a figure is undoubtedly a prodigy of our era. Fellow Taoists, why don't we wait until he completes his foundation establishment, and then go offer our congratulations?
Indeed. Someone proposed, and the others immediately nodded in agreement, gazing enviously at the direction where the divine phenomena were still evolving.
Such might at the foundation establishment stage. In 500 years this immortal continent's cultivation world might see another golden core, or even nascent soul ancient master. Zhao Yuru no longer hurried to return to the academy, staring intently at the ascending divine phenomena. She felt a strange familiarity with some of them. Suddenly a flash of insight struck her. Her face paled, and she barely stifled a gasp, staring in disbelief, as the 3 talismans of essence, energy, and spirit flickered to form a face in the void. The face appeared and vanished in an instant, opening its mouth to inhale, drawing in all the divine abilities and phenomena with a single sweep. Foundation establishment was complete.
The foundation establishment is complete. Quick, let us go and offer our congratulations.
Someone called out to the others. While adjusting his Taoist robe still far away, he could not wait and shouted loudly.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on achieving foundation establishment. I have your luminous pearl as a gift.
The distant shouts made Guy, who was rejoicing over Lin Chi's breakthrough to foundation establishment, immediately turn her head. She saw several vaguely familiar figures rapidly approaching.
It's those people from the ice cavern that day. He who comes with ill intent. Do they intend to ambush Lin Chi while he's still weak after just advancing to foundation establishment? Dream on.
Guy's gaze turned fierce, instantly murderous intent radiating. Lin Chi was crucial to her escaping the tragic fate of being refined into a magical artifact. Now that Lin Chi had finally achieved foundation establishment, giving her a glimmer of hope, she would not allow any further complications. She would rather kill the innocent than let them slip away.
They mean no harm, but there's no need to meet them. Let's go.
Just as Guy was channeling her true chi ready to unleash the 10 directions freezing demon divine light and massacre them all, a hand rested on her shoulder, and a calm voice spoke. It was Lin Chi, who had just reached foundation establishment. Lin Chi glanced at the figures rushing over, shook his body, and a fi-colored divine light swirled, enveloping Guy as they instantly passed through several layers of barrier light screens, vanishing deep into the cold jade maze.
Fellow Taoists, please wait. We are foundation establishment elders from the Immortal Academy with no ill intent. We merely wish to celebrate your advancement to foundation establishment. Fellow Taoist.
Seeing Lin Chi and Guy disappear through the barrier light screens, the leader called out repeatedly until they were out of sight, then said regretfully,
That fellow Taoist is truly cautious. We clearly came to congratulate him. Indeed. I wonder which ancestor's disciple he is. When we return, we should get to know him better. Enough. The main issue is the location. His wariness is understandable. There will be plenty of time later, when he returns to the academy for his foundation establishment ceremony. We will naturally have the chance to befriend him.
They chatted among themselves, never mentioning how impolite it was for him to turn and leave without a word. Instead, they discussed how to get acquainted with this exceptional fellow Taoist, who had condensed 5
supreme divine ability prototypes
during foundation establishment. Zhao Yueru looked at them, unable to contain herself.
Are you blind? You couldn't recognize him 3 years ago, and you still can't now. If you don't need your eyes, donate them.
The group was stunned. Zhao Yueru suddenly gave a bitter laugh.
Right. It's not just you who are blind, I am too. If I had known Lin Chi was so extraordinarily talented, why would I have? Fairy Yueru, what do you mean?
Seeing Zhao Yueru shake her head with a self-deprecating smile and turn away, the group was first surprised, then suddenly realized.
Does she mean that the fellow Taoist just now is the Lin Chi we've been looking for? But wasn't Lin Chi at the Chi refining stage? It seems not anymore. Tisk, I thought that figure in protective divine light looked familiar. I never expected it to be Lin Chi. Let's go. The academy is about to become lively. Lin Chi has reached foundation establishment, so according to the academy's rules, past grievances can be overlooked. If the Yi clan of Golden Thunder Peak can't tolerate this and insists on a confrontation with fellow Taoist Lin, then fellow Taoist Qianli, I suggest you go back and persuade them.
Someone patted the shoulder of Yi Qianli. The Yi clan member leading this group shook his head and also turned to leave. Yi Qianli's expression shifted, and after a moment, he said with resignation,
Bailey and Wanli were outmatched, so they cannot blame fellow Taoist Lin. Everyone wait for me. Lin Chi, you've just reached foundation establishment. You should find a place to cultivate in seclusion for a few months to stabilize your cultivation base. There's no need to rush to accompany me to the cold jade palace to retrieve my true body.
The dangerous yet alluring barrier light screens overlapped intricately, as complex as the stars in the sky. At that moment, Lin Chi used his fi-colored divine light to shield Guy as they passed through. Their direction was clear, toward the true cold jade palace at the end of the barrier light screens. Although Guy was delighted that Lin Chi kept his promise, she worried that he had just reached foundation establishment, and his cultivation base was not yet stable. Acting rashly might undo all their efforts.
A long delay breeds trouble,
Lin Chi said indifferently, still shielding Guy as they advanced deeper.
Once we retrieve your true body, we will leave the Xianzhou star system immediately. By the way, do you have a route plan to leave the Xianzhou star system? Yes,
Guy quickly replied.
I've planned it long ago. After retrieving my true body, we'll first go to the Cold Moon dock to rent a floating boat. It should take about 3 years to reach the Nebula Barrier. The Nebula Barrier has a void teleportation array that can send us to a star system about 100 light-years away. Once there, we'll find a way to acquire a magical artifact-grade star armor ship. Then we can roam the stars, and even leave the Tianxian macrocosm with much more ease.
Guy had long prepared thoroughly to escape the Xianzhou star system and avoid being refined into a magical artifact. Lin Chi nodded, slightly relieved.
Good that you have a plan. But why not directly try to get a magical artifact-grade star armor ship? Do you think I haven't thought of that? But in a small place like Xianzhou Star, there are probably only 20 or 30 magical artifact-grade star armor ships, all controlled by Golden Core ancestors and the Academy's Genius Foundation establishment cultivators. It's basically impossible to obtain one.
As Guy answered, her breathing suddenly quickened. The cold jade palace, which she had longed for, appeared before her eyes.
You'll retrieve my true body, you go collect the other treasures in the cold jade palace.
Guy shouted impatiently, ready to rush toward the jade platform, sealing her true body. But before Guy could act, the cold jade palace suddenly trembled. Radiant light burst forth, auspicious vapors surged, and endless brilliance erupted. Then, to the shock of Lin Chi and Guy, the light instantly retracted, condensing into a tiny, exquisite palace that could be held in one's palm like a toy. In fact, the cold jade palace, now shrunk and condensed like a toy, was indeed held in the palm of a graceful figure whose features were indistinct. Guy's face turned pale as death. As if a mouse encountering a cat, she instinctively knelt and begged for mercy.
Master, I was wrong.
Lin Chi's expression also changed drastically, and he turned to flee. But the next moment, an invisible force descended. Lin Chi, unable to control himself, stiffly turned around and saw the graceful figure with indistinct features step past Guy and walk toward him, seemingly nodding with a smile. Then she offered the cold jade palace held in her palm to Lin Chi. A grand voice resounded in Lin Chi's mind.
I possess this cold jade palace, a gift from my revered master containing innate 5 elements within. Hearing of your successful achievement of foundation establishment today fills me with joy. Thus I offer this as a gift to celebrate with you, fellow Taoist.
With these words, the cold jade palace that Guy had yearned for turned into a stream of light and entered Lin Chi's body. Before Lin Chi could investigate, the graceful figure with indistinct features vanished instantly, leaving behind only a sentence.
You are a man of refinement and grace. Surely you will not let my efforts be in vain.